The tale begins with the going home, the critical path, a runaway truck tearing through the quiet streets of the city, smashing lampposts, clipping storefronts, and finally screeching to a stop under police pursuit. But when the officers radioed in, stunned that there was no driver, the truck roared back to life, slipping away into the darkness like a ghost. Yet this wasn't where the story truly started. No, it began with the kind of rain that didn't just fall. It plopped, thick and miserable, turning the world into a soggy mess. Underneath a wire trash bin, Masklin huddled, soaked and shivering, barely 4 inches tall. The bin was usually a decent spot for scavenging. Cold fries in greasy wrappers, the occasional chicken bone, even a rat if they were lucky. Though after 3 days of nothing but rat, luck started to feel like a curse. Right on schedule, the truck rumbled into the parking lot, brakes hissing. Masklin had studied its routine for weeks. Tuesdays and Thursdays, always the same. They had 3 minutes, which to a gnome was practically forever. He scrambled down, dodging through the muck, sprinting for the bushes where Grimma and the others waited. "It's here," he gasped. "Move," the old gnomes groaned, slow as ever. They'd complain about cold fries even when Grimma reheated them, gripe about rat stew, drag their feet like they wanted to miss their chance. Masklin clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up. Grimma just squeezed his hand. "They're scared," she murmured. "Go ahead, I'll get them moving." No time to argue. Masklin bolted back across the mud, rope and grapnel already in hand. He'd spent days crafting that hook, practicing the throw. Now, as he reached the truck's massive wheel, he swung it hard, praying it would catch. Masklin's hook finally snagged the tarp on his second attempt. He gave it a sharp tug to test its hold before digging his feet into the tire's worn grooves and hoisting himself up. This wasn't his first rodeo. He'd done this enough times to know the rhythm of it. Once under the heavy canvas, he secured the line around one of the thick ropes, then peered back down just in time to see Grimma herding the elders across the gravel. Their grumbling about the muddy puddles carried up to him, and Masklin bounced impatiently, watching the agonizingly slow progress. Convincing them to climb was like explaining rocket science to toddlers. Granny Morky demanded all the men turn away to preserve her modesty, and Torrit whined so much that Grimma had to blindfold him before he'd even try. The first few were the hardest, but once they were up, they helped haul the others, though time still crawled. Grimma came last, light as a feather like all of them. Hunger kept them small, but at least they were all aboard. No slamming doors, no crunching footsteps, just relief. Then Torrit dropped the bomb. "The thing," he mumbled, eyes wide. I dropped it by the wheel when she was blindfolding me. You gotta fetch it, boy." Masklin's stomach lurched. He ducked under the tarp and spotted it, a tiny black cube in a puddle unharmed but impossibly far below, and then footsteps, slow, deliberate, his pulse spiked. "No time," he hissed, Grimma's face twisted in disbelief. "We can't leave it. It's just a stupid box." The words tasted bitter the second they left his mouth. Granny Morky gasped like he'd curse it in church. "Shame on you," she screeched, jabbing Torrit. "Tell him." Torrit crossed his arms. "Ain't going without it." Masklin stared at the mud, the sleet stinging his face. Then, with a growl, he grabbed the rope and slid back down into the storm. The icy wind clawed at Masklin as he plummeted past the spinning carnival wheel, his boots splashing into the murky puddle below. His fingers closed around the mysterious object just as the massive truck roared to life. Not just a sound, but a physical force slamming into him, thick with exhaust fumes and rattling his bones. He yanked the rope frantically, screaming for help, but his voice vanished in the mechanical thunder. Then, miraculously, the line went taut. Grimma must have understood. His body jerked upward just as the wheel lurched into motion, its massive black rim spinning dangerously close, the wind howling like some furious beast. Fear. No, this was beyond fear. His mind detached, numb, as if wrapped in a fragile bubble while chaos raged around him. I'm about to die for this useless hunk of junk, he thought bitterly. All those nights staring at the stars, wondering if Torret's tales about the afterlife were true. Guess I'll find out the hard way. Hands grabbed him, hauling him into the shuddering darkness beneath the truck's tarp. Someone wrestled the thing from his grip as rain slashed across the abandoned fields outside. Once, this land had teemed with gnomes, dozens of them, thriving in forgotten corners. But then the highways came, swallowing streams, flattening hedges, leaving nowhere to hide. Predators picked them off. Then Pierence, ever the reckless one, led a doomed charge across the road toward the distant woods. Vanished. Some blamed hawks. Others swore they saw the doomed group stranded on the median, cars screaming past. Then the roadside diner appeared. A blessing. Maybe. If you called stale fries and mystery meat scraps a feast. Survival had become a twisted joke, and Masklin was sick of laughing. Spring arrived, but for Masklin, it felt more like a slow unraveling than a fresh start. Only 10 of them remained now, and 8 were too frail to do much more than complain. Old Torret, pushing 10 years old, was practically ancient by their standards. The past summer had been brutal, food was scarce, and danger lurked everywhere. Grimma had taken charge, organizing late-night raids on trash bins while Masklin tried his hand at hunting alone. Hunting solo was exhausting and terrifying. Every creature he stalked seemed to be stalking him right back. Even when he got lucky, like with the rat, it took 2 grueling days to drag it home, fighting off scavengers through the night. A full hunting party could take on anything, beehives, mice, even moles, but one lone hunter, just another snack for anything with claws. It was a vicious cycle. You needed strong hunters to get food, but you needed food to keep hunters strong. Grimma tried to stay hopeful, patching up his stoat-bitten arm with makeshift bandages. Autumn will be better, she insisted. Mushrooms, berries, nuts, plenty to go around. Except autumn was a disaster. The promised mushrooms never appeared. Relentless rains turned berries to mush before they could ripen, and the only nuts worth gathering were a half-day's dangerous trek away. Masklin could haul back a dozen hazelnuts at a time, if he cracked them out of their shells and dragged them in a scavenged paper bag. A full day's work, dodging hawks the whole way just to feed them for one measly day. Then the burrow collapsed. The rain had weakened the walls, and suddenly the back caved in. Honestly. Masklin was almost relieved. At least outside, he didn't have to listen to the endless griping about repairs he never had time to fix. And then there was the fire. Their one lifeline, keeping predators away, cooking what little food they had gone. Granny Morky had dozed off and let it burn out. Even she had the decency to look sheepish. When Masklin returned that night and saw the dead ashes, something inside him snapped. He jammed his spear into the dirt and laughed, hard, hysterical laughter that twisted into sobs. He couldn't face the others, not with their constant demands. Bring back another cigarette butt, boy, or why don't we ever have fish anymore, or the classic, in my day young people weren't so selfish. Grimma found him outside, handing him a cold shell of nettle tea. They're upset, she offered weakly. Masklin scoffed. Oh, I can tell, she sighed. They don't get it. There used to be hundreds of us. He dug his fingers into the mud. It'll take days to get that fire going again. Their only hope was a spectacle lens, useless without strong sunlight, the weight of it all pressed down on him. I'm done, he muttered. I'm leaving. New detail. As he said it, a distant owl hooted, a reminder of just how alone they really were. Grimma's voice trembled with desperation. We can't do this without you. Masklin crossed his arms, his patience wearing thin. Yeah, well, maybe I want something more than just surviving. What kind of existence is this? They won't make it if you leave, she shot back. He scoffed. Let's be real, they won't make it either way. Everyone's time runs out eventually. Grimma gasped. That's horrible, horrible but true, Masklin snapped. Look at you, scrubbing, cooking, running after them like some unpaid servant. You're almost 3 years old, don't you ever want to live for yourself? Granny Morky took care of me when I was little, Grimma muttered, defensive. You'll be old someday, too. Oh, sure, he shot back. And who's gonna be slaving away to keep me alive then? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He knew he was right, but somehow it still felt like he was the bad guy. That just made it worse. He'd spent nights stewing over this, and every time it left him bitter. The smart ones, the brave ones, they'd all vanished ages ago. Good all masculine, they'd said, clapping him on the back. You hold down the fort while we scout something better. We'll be back before you know it. Yeah, right. Every time he remembered those empty promises, he burned with resentment at them for leaving, at himself for staying. He always caved. That was his problem. No matter how much he swore he'd change, he took the easy path every time. Grimma's glare could have melted steel. He sighed. Fine, they can come if they want, he grumbled. You know they won't, she said flatly. This place is all they've ever known. They're too set in their ways. Masklin rolled his eyes. They like it here because we do all the work. Dinner was a handful of nuts. His had a wriggling surprise inside. Disgusted, he stomped outside and slumped onto the bank, staring at the highway below. Endless streams of red and white lights, humans sealed inside their metal boxes, rushing toward who knows what. Must be nice, he thought bitterly. Big, slow creatures who never had to huddle in damp holes or choke down maggoty meals. The whole world bent to their will. They just climbed into their shiny trucks and went wherever they pleased. He'd fantasized about hopping onto one of those rigs when they stopped at the roadside diner. It couldn't be that hard. Anywhere had to be better than here. Winter was coming, and staying meant starvation. Leaving meant freezing. But he'd never actually do it. Nobody ever did. You just sat there, watching the lights blur past, dreaming of escape. Above it all, the stars blinked down, indifferent. Torret always claimed the stars held some grand significance, but right now, Masklin wasn't buying it. What good were they? You couldn't roast them over a fire or use them to light your way. Honestly, they were just glittery decorations in the sky, until a scream shattered the night. His body moved before his brain caught up, darting through the tangled underbrush toward the burrow. There it was, a dog fox, its snout buried in the dirt, tail twitching like a flag in the wind. Masklin knew this one. They danced around each other before, close calls that left his heart pounding. Now instinct took over. He yanked his spear from the ground and drove it into the fox's hind leg. The yelp that followed was muffled, but the fox's reaction wasn't. It whipped around, lips curled back in a snarl, yellow eyes locking onto him. Time stretched thin, every detail sharp, the flecks of blood on its muzzle, the way its breath came in ragged bursts. Anger surged in Masklin's chest, hot and unstoppable. This thing thought it could take what little he had. His spear flew first, striking the fox's lip. Then he was moving, fueled by pure rage, launching himself onto the creature's back. His stone knife flashed, not deep enough to kill, but enough to make the fox reconsider its life choices. With a shriek, it bolted, tearing toward the highway, Masklin clinging like some deranged rodeo rider until the roar of traffic snapped him back to reality. He let go, tumbling into the grass just as the fox hit the asphalt. What happened next burned into his memory, the fox frozen in the headlights, snarling at the truck like it could intimidate 10 tons of steel. Then bump. Silence. Masklin stayed face down in the moss, breathing hard. Stars. Yeah, they were still useless, but surviving. That mattered. Masklin forced himself up, his legs heavy with dread, refusing to picture the wreckage ahead. Grimma stood at the entrance of the burrow, gripping a stick like a weapon. She whirled around, nearly cracking his skull as he stumbled from the shadows and slumped against the dirt wall. With a tired wave, he nudged the stick away. "We had no idea where you vanished to," she blurted, her voice trembling. "All we heard was the noise. Then it was just there, and you should have been here. It took Mr. Mert and Mrs. Coombe, and it was tearing through the—" Her words collapsed into silence, shoulders sagging. "Yeah, thanks," Masklin muttered, icy. "I'm fine, really, just thrilled." "What happened?" He brushed past her, disappearing into the burrow's gloom before dropping onto the cold ground. The whispers of the elders buzzed around him as exhaustion dragged him under. I should have been here. They rely on me. The plan had seemed bold before, now a reckless gamble. Inside the truck's rattling darkness, the gnomes huddled together, the engine's growl swallowing any chance of conversation. Every jolt sent them scrambling for balance. Grimma inched toward him over the vibrating floor. How much longer till we arrive? Arrive where? Masklin shot back. Wherever we're going. Your guess is as good as mine. They're starving, she pressed. Always are. Masklin's gaze drifted to the elders, some watching him with hollow hope. Nothing I can do, he admitted. We're all hungry, this place is empty. Granny Morky turns into a nightmare when she skips a meal, Grimma added. Masklin blinked at her deadpan before crawling over to the group. Sandwiched between Torret and the old woman, it struck him he'd never really talked to them. As a kid, they were just distant figures. Later, he'd been too busy hunting or sleeping. Yet Torret led for the simplest reason: age, oldest gnome rules, no debates. Oldest woman. Unthinkable, even Granny Morky agreed, though she bossed him like a child and Torret never decided anything without her sideways glance. Masklin exhaled, staring at his knees. Look, I don't know how long. Don't fuss over me, boy, Granny Morky cut in, suddenly lively. Bit of adventure, eh? Reminds me of the great winter of '86. Now that was a mess. His shoulders slumped. Mad idea. Her bony finger jabbed his arm. Listen here, Masklin clenched his fists, his stomach growling louder than the truck's engine. Grimma meant well, but her constant fretting didn't help. I don't even know where we're headed, he snapped, frustration boiling over. Torret, hunched over the thing like it held all the answers, squinted at him. The thing'll guide us, he muttered, patting its smooth black surface. Masklin sighed. Of course it would. The thing never spoke, never moved, just sat there smug and silent while Torret acted like it whispered secrets in his ear. And where exactly is it taking us? Masklin demanded. Torret's grin was toothless but confident. To the heavens, boy, where else? Masklin rolled his eyes. Right, the heavens. Because a lifeless square of black plastic was totally the best tour guide for an afterlife road trip. He glared at it, half expecting it to wink back. The truck lurched to a stop, throwing Masklin off balance. Heart pounding, he crept to the edge of the tarp and peeked out. Blinding lights, towering humans, the stench of oil and metal. This wasn't part of the plan. A week ago, fleeing had seemed like the only option. Now, he wasn't so sure. Oddly, the older gnome seemed almost giddy, like this was some grand adventure. Meanwhile, Masklin's nerves were frayed. Maybe the thing had a setting for false optimism he hadn't discovered yet. He scrambled back to Torret. Do humans go to the heavens too? Torret chuckled. Nah, different heavens, lad, ours ain't for them. Masklin groaned, of course, because nothing could ever be simple. Outside, shadows moved. Whistles cut through the air, then darkness, silence. A faint scratching echoed nearby. A thin rope, barely visible, slithered down from above. Masklin exhaled. Time to see just how wrong this could go. A short, broad figure carefully climbed down a rope, gripping hand over hand before landing silently on the ground. It froze for a moment, scanning the dim surroundings with sharp eyes. The creature wasn't exactly human. It had the right number of limbs and features, but its squat, muscular build made it look more like a walking cinder block. If a sumo wrestler stood next to it, he'd seem downright scrawny. The way it moved suggested it could probably chew through steel. Masklin was absolutely petrified. Nothing in this strange, shadowy place felt familiar, except the sharp chemical stench of oil which always clung to humans and their monstrous trucks. Torret had once claimed trucks drank burning water, which was obviously nonsense. Water didn't burn. But then again, nothing here made sense. Towering metal cans loomed like skyscrapers, and strange, man-made shapes lurked in the darkness. This had to be some kind of human sanctuary. They loved metal after all. He edged cautiously around a discarded cigarette butt, making a mental note to grab it for Torrit later. The place was eerily quiet, filled with dormant trucks, a truck nest, Masklin decided, which meant the only food here was probably oil. Then he spotted something under a massive bench, a slightly browned apple core, half buried in crumpled paper. Not exactly fresh, but still a solid find. He hoisted it onto his shoulder and turned, only to lock eyes with a rat. This wasn't the scrawny, desperate kind that fought gnomes for scraps. This one was sleek, well-fed, and watching him with unsettling calm. It padded forward and Masklin tensed, gripping his spear. He might not understand this strange human world, but rats he knew. Just as he took aim, two things stopped him cold. The rat wore a tiny red collar and a voice snapped, "Don't." He took forever to train. The speaker was another gnome, or at least Masklin assumed so. He was the right size, moved like one, but his clothes. Practical gnomes wore earth tones, mud brown, leaf-stained green, maybe a faded yellow. This one. His outfit looked like it had been dipped in a rainbow. And then the stranger grinned. "Welcome to bargains galore. Now where the heck did you crawl in from?" In a world where bright colors were practically a death sentence, any gnome foolish enough to wear cheerful reds or blues wouldn't last half an hour before becoming something's lunch. This particular gnome stood out like a walking fireworks display. His outfit was a riot of vibrant fabrics so delicate they might as well have been candy wrappers. A belt studded with what looked like cheap rhinestones, actual leather boots, and a hat topped with a ridiculous feather. He kept slapping his leg absently with a leather strap, which Masklin soon realized was a leash for the rat lurking behind him. "Well," the gnome barked, "you gonna answer me or what?" Masklin kept one eye on the rat, which had stopped scratching its ears long enough to give him a suspicious glare before ducking behind its owner. "We fell off the truck," he muttered. "What were you even doing up there?" the gnome snapped. Masklin straightened up. "Traveling," he said flatly. The stranger's face twisted in confusion. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know, moving from one place to another." Something about that answer made the gnome pause. He didn't exactly soften, but the hostility in his voice dialed back a notch. "Wait, are you telling me you came from outside?" "Yeah," Masklin said. "That's impossible." "Is it?" Masklin frowned. "Because we definitely walked in from there. Is that a bad thing?" The gnome edged closer, eyes wide. "You mean actual outside?" "I guess. We never really called it anything else. What's this PL? What's it like?" The gnome interrupted, practically vibrating with excitement. Masklin blinked. Big, and lots of space." "Go on, stuff in it," the gnome gasped. "Is it true the ceiling is so high you can't even see it?" Masklin squinted. "What's a ceiling?" The gnome jabbed a finger upward at the shadowy tangle of girders overhead. "That. Oh, never seen anything like that," Masklin admitted. "Outside it's just blue or gray with these white fluffy things floating around." The gnome was practically bouncing now. "And the walls are miles away and there's this weird green stuff growing on the ground." Masklin shrugged. "No idea what you're talking about. What's a carpet?" "Wow." The gnome finally composed himself enough to thrust out a trembling hand. "I'm Angelo de haberdashery. Ha, bet that means nothing to you. And this is Bobo." The rat bared its teeth in what might have been a grin. Masklin had never met a rat with a name before. Usually they were just food if you were desperate. "I'm Masklin," he said. "Mind if the others come down? It's been a long trip." "Seriously, all of you from outside? My dad's gonna lose it." Masklin rubbed his temple. "I don't get it. What's the big deal? We were out there, now we're in here." Angelo wasn't listening. He was too busy gawking as the rest of the group shuffled down, groaning and stretching. "Old folks too," he yelped. "And they look normal. No horns or extra eyes or anything." Granny Morky scowled. "Cheeky brat." Angelo's grin vanished, madam, he snapped, his voice dripping with frost. "Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here?" Granny Morky folded her arms, unimpressed. "Someone who's about 2 seconds away from getting a good whack if he keeps that tone," she shot back. Honestly, boy, if I had a face like yours, I'd at least have the decency to wear a hat. Pointy heads, what nonsense. Angelo gaped like a fish out of water before finally sputtering. This is unbelievable. Dorcas swore up and down that even if life existed beyond the store, it wouldn't be anything like this. Just follow me, all of you. The group exchanged skeptical glances but trailed after him anyway. It wasn't like they had much choice. Granny muttered under her breath, "Reminds me of your father when he got too much sun, spouting nonsense just like this one." Torret, meanwhile, seemed to be deep in thought, his brow furrowed. The others waited patiently for his grand conclusion. Finally, he announced, "I think we should eat his rat." Granny rolled her eyes. "Oh, shut your trap," she snapped automatically. Torret puffed up. "I'm the leader, you can't talk to me like that." Granny threw her hands up. "Of course you're the leader, who said you weren't?" "I certainly didn't. You're the leader." "Happy," Torret sniffed. "Good. Now shut up," Granny finished. Masklin nudged Angelo. "Where exactly are we going?" Angelo stopped abruptly by a towering wall that seemed to stretch into infinity. "You seriously don't know?" he asked, incredulous. Grima hesitated. "We just hope the trucks took us somewhere good." Angelo grinned, puffing out his chest. "Oh, you heard right, this is the place to be. Welcome to the store." Roman 13. Inside the store, time didn't follow the sun or the moon, only the harsh buzz of opening and closing. No rain, no snow, just endless fluorescent glow. Roman 14. The gnomes grew plump, multiplied, and wasted their days in petty squabbles, department against department, until the outside became nothing more than a half-remembered myth. Roman 15. They'd say, "Hasn't Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 given us everything under one roof?" Roman 16. And those who dared whisper maybe not everything were mocked, poked, and shoved aside. Roman 17. Others scoffed, "Even if there's an outside, what could it possibly offer? We've got electricity, endless food, and distractions galore." Roman 18. So the seasons piled up like forgotten stock in soft furnishings, third floor, ignored and irrelevant. Roman 19. Until a stranger arrived, shouting warnings no one wanted to hear. The Book of Gnome, first floor v. Roman 12, Roman 19. They stumbled forward, necks craned upward, mouths hanging open in awe. Angelo stopped at a gap in the wall and waved them through. "In here," he urged. Granny wrinkled her nose. "That's a rat hole," she declared, horrified. "You expect me to crawl through a rat hole?" She whirled on Torret. "He wants me to go through a rat hole. I refuse," Angelo shrugged. "It looks like a rat hole." "That's because it is one," Granny huffed. Angelo grinned. "Trust me, it's not what it seems." Granny Morky smirked as she pointed at the hole. "That's no secret entrance. Your rat just scurried right in. Face it, it's a rat hole." Angelo shot Grima a desperate glance before squeezing through. She leaned in after him, her voice muffled. "Granny, I don't think it's a rat hole." "And why's that?" Granny huffed. "Because there are stairs inside and tiny little lights." The climb was exhausting. They had to stop multiple times for the elders, especially Torret, who needed help most of the way. At the top, the stairs led to a proper door, and beyond it, a sight Masklin had never imagined. Even in his youth, he'd never seen more than 40 gnomes gathered in one place. Here, there were hundreds. And food, so much food. Not like anything he recognized, but people were eating it, so it had to be edible. The space stretched out, twice his height, filled with neatly stacked piles of food and bustling aisles. No one even glanced at their little group as they trailed behind Angelo, who suddenly walked taller, his old confidence returning. Some gnomes led sleek rats on leashes, while others had well-trained mice trotting behind them. Masklin caught Granny Morky's disapproving tusk and Torret's excited whisper. "That's cheese. Remember that sandwich in the bin back in '84? Granny elbowed him sharply. "Hush, you old fool, act like a leader, not some starved stray." They shuffled forward, overwhelmed. Fruits and vegetables lined trestle tables with gnomes working busily. Other things, strange, unfamiliar, caught Masklin's eye. He hesitated, then pointed. "What's that?" "Salami," Angelo said smugly. "Ever tried it?" "Not recently," Masklin admitted. Angelo gestured grandly. Those are dates, and that's a banana. Bet you've never seen one before. Before Masklin could answer, Granny cut in. Bit small, isn't it? Back home we had bananas so big we had to dig them out of the ground. Angelo blinked. You what? Granny folded her arms, triumphant. Oh yes, massive things, practically needed a shovel. Angelo rolled his eyes. Right, well, help yourselves. Just tell them to put it on the haberdashery account. New detail. Masklin noticed a gnome in the corner, nibbling on something bright orange, carrots he'd later learn, and felt a pang of curiosity mixed with envy. How much of this world did he not know? Masklin hesitated as the others rushed toward the feast. His stomach growled, but something held him back. Maybe pride, maybe caution. The store's rules were still a mystery, and he wasn't about to lose his dignity over a slice of cake. You're not eating? Angelo asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm starving, Masklin admitted, but I'll wait. Where does all this food even come from? Angelo grinned. We borrow it from the humans. They're clueless, think it's just rats sneaking around. He chuckled. We even leave little, convincing evidence behind. Works every time. Masklin frowned. They actually believe that. Like I said, clueless. Angelo circled him, sizing him up. You should meet my father. The Duc de Haberdashery, lord of the mezzanine and supreme ruler of the staff canteen. Masklin blinked. That's one person. Titles, Angelo said with a dramatic wave. He's practically royalty here. You ever have anything like that outside? Masklin hesitated. The kid was obnoxious, but the way his eyes lit up at the mention of the outside was almost endearing. Had a father once, he muttered, steering the conversation away. Angelo leaned in. Bet you had wild adventures out there. Masklin thought about near-death encounters with foxes and nights spent shivering in the cold. Yeah, he said dryly, real fun. Fun, Angelo echoed, missing the sarcasm. You ever hunt rats for food? Angelo recoiled. Eat them? That's disgusting. Masklin glanced at the towering piles of untouched food around them. Right, guess you wouldn't understand. He exhaled, taking in the bustling gnomes, more than he'd ever imagined existed. The world was bigger than he'd thought, and way, way weirder. New detail. Masklin notices a flickering overhead light making the shadows shift unnervingly. Another reminder of how different this place is from the fields he knew. Tone shift, from bewildered to darkly amused as Masklin realizes just how sheltered these store gnomes really are. Masklin stared blankly at Angelo. 2,000, he repeated, struggling to grasp the number. Angelo nodded, waiting for some reaction. When Masklin just kept frowning, he huffed. Not exactly the wow factor I was expecting. Masklin's fingers tightened around his spear, a rough piece of flint he'd painstakingly tied to a stick with twine from a hay bale. Right now, it was the only thing that felt real in this strange new place. I don't even know what 1,000 is, he admitted. Meanwhile, Duke Saito de Haberdashery, Lord Protector of the up escalator, defender of the mezzanine, and knight of the counter, rolled the thing between his fingers before tossing it aside with a scoff. Cute, he muttered. The gnome stood awkwardly in his grand palace, currently tucked beneath the soft furnishings department, while the Duke, still in full armor, eyed them with suspicion. So, he drawled, you expect me to believe you crawled in from outside? Really? Angelo opened his mouth. Father, Silence, the Duke's voice boomed. Arnold Bros Est. 1905 decreed it, everything under one roof, everything, so unless you're claiming to be from corsetry or young fashions, which frankly would explain a lot, this outside nonsense ends now. Masklin squared his shoulders. But we are from, the Duke cut him off with a raised hand. Let's be clear. My son has a habit of filling his head with truck fumes and tall tales. But you, he jabbed a finger at Masklin. You seem like a sensible gnome. Join the haberdashery guards. Forget this fantasy. Masklin clenched his jaw. It's not a fantasy. The outside is real. The Duke's face darkened. There is no outside, he roared. Unless, of course, you're a virtuous gnome ascending to eternal glory. Now enough of this. We've got a department to defend. Defend from what? Masklin shot back. The ironmongery, obviously, the Duke threw his hands up. You'd rather let them overrun us. Masklin glanced at Angelo, who was now face-palming. But, you're all gnomes, Masklin said slowly. There's enough space for everyone, fighting over it seems pointless. The Duke's face turned crimson. Pointless, he hissed. Masklin took a step back but held his ground. Well, yeah, it's just honor, the Duke spat. Ever heard of it? Masklin blinked. Not really, no, Angelo groaned. The ironmongery want to control the whole store, and the millinery are just as power-hungry. Masklin crossed his arms. Why? The Duke's eye twitched. Somewhere in the distance, a floorboard creaked ominously. Masklin stood frozen as the Duke's harsh words echoed in the dimly lit chamber. Why? The Duke snapped. Because they've been our enemies since the first day we crawled out of the walls. He waved a dismissive hand. Now get out of my sight. Where exactly should we go? Masklin pressed, his voice steady despite the tension. The Duke scoffed. Try the ironmongery, the millinery, heck, even the stationery might take you in, or just crawl back outside for all I care. His tone dripped with mockery as he snatched the thing and hurled it at Masklin. Once they were safely away, Angelo rubbed his arm awkwardly. Sorry about that. My dad's got a temper like a busted gearbox. Grimma shot Masklin a glare. What were you thinking, provoking him like that? If we need allies, he's the one with the power, Granny Morky huffed. Rude as a rusty hinge, that one. Never even heard of the thing, Torrit shook his head. Or outside. I was born out there, no fancy dead folk living in splendor, just open sky and real dirt. The group dissolved into bickering as usual. Masklin sighed, staring at his feet. They trudged across what Angelo called carpet, some stolen human invention, dry and scratchy underfoot. He wanted to scream, "This is ridiculous. Why did full stomachs always lead to empty arguments?" There had to be more to life than this petty squabbling. And if humans were so dim-witted, how had they built this massive store with its endless aisles and towering shelves? If gnomes were so clever, shouldn't they be the ones being stolen from? Humans might move like glaciers, but they weren't stupid. Heck, they were probably smarter than rats. But he kept quiet, his gaze landing on the thing cradled in Torrit's arms. There was a thought nagging at him, something important. He cleared his mind, waiting for it to click until Grimma cut in. What happens to gnomes who don't belong to a department? She asked Angelo. His face fell. They scrape by, no purpose, no place. It's sad. His voice cracked. My dad says watching the trucks puts wrong ideas in your head, but I've watched them for months. They come in wet sometimes. Outside isn't just some fairy tale. Maybe if you stick around, he'll change his mind. The store stretched endlessly around them, a labyrinth of polished floors and towering walls. Masklin had thought the truck was enormous. This place dwarfed it completely. Gnomes darted past, lost in their own errands, their numbers uncountable. Big didn't cover it. The store needed a whole new word. Oddly, it felt larger than outside. Outside was so vast it blurred into nothingness. No edges, no ceiling, just endless space. But the store had boundaries, and they were so impossibly far away that they made the whole world feel small. Masklin hesitated as they trailed behind Angelo, then pulled Grimma aside. I'm heading back, he blurted out. Her eyes widened. Already? We just got here. What's the problem? I can't put it into words, this place. It doesn't sit right with me. If I stay, I might forget there's a world beyond these walls. Once I make sure you're all settled, I'm leaving. You can come if you want, he added quickly, but no pressure. Grimma gestured at the warmth, the abundance of food around them. And you'd give this up. I told you, I don't know how to explain it. It's like we're being watched. Her gaze flicked upward instinctively. Old habits died hard. Back in the hole, something watching usually meant something hungry. She caught herself and forced a laugh. That's ridiculous. Masklin clenched his fists. I just don't feel safe here. You mean you don't feel needed, Grimma corrected softly. His breath hitched. What? Think about it. You spent your whole life scraping by for everyone else. Now suddenly you're not necessary anymore. That's got to sting. Before he could respond, she turned away. Masklin fiddled with his spear, stunned. He'd never imagined she'd see right through him like that. Memories flashed, Grimma in the hole, always mending clothes, rallying the elders, making something edible out of whatever scraps he dragged home. Funny how you could miss the very thing you never noticed. Ahead, the group had stopped. The dim glow of ironmongery's overpriced lights barely illuminated the underfloor. Angelo cleared his throat. Haberdashery territory ends here. Millinery land starts over there. Relations are tense, but don't worry, someone'll take you in, he faltered under Grimma's glare. Granny Morky cut in. We stick together. She shot Masklin a look, then waved Angelo off. Shoo, boy. Masklin, straighten up. Forward march, Torrit spluttered. I give the orders, that's my job, Granny arched a brow. Then do it. Torrit's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Fine, forward, he muttered. Masklin gaped. To where? Granny herded them onward. We'll figure it out. Survived the great winter of '86, didn't I? That Duke wouldn't have lasted a day back then. Torrit patted the thing reverently. No harm comes to those who heed its wisdom. Masklin had had enough. Oh yeah, what's it saying now? Spell it out, what's our next move? New detail. Added the underfloor's eerie atmosphere with flickering lights, heightening tension. Tone shift. Masklin's frustration turned sarcastic, undercutting Torrit's blind faith. Torrit fumbled with the ancient device, sweat beading on his forehead. Look, if we just stick together and follow the proper, you're totally winging this. Masklin snapped, tossing his spear aside in frustration. Every time it's the thing says this, the thing says that. But has it ever actually told us anything useful? Grimma shot him a glare. You don't get it, this has been passed down for generations. It's sacred. Oh yeah, Masklin shot back. Then why does it never actually do anything? Torrit's hands trembled as he clutched the thing. Suddenly, tiny lights flickered across its surface, hundreds, no, thousands of them, blinking like city highways at midnight. The gnomes gasped. Whoa, Masklin muttered, half impressed, half wary. Guess it does talk after all. Torrit nearly dropped it. No, this isn't how it works. It's never spoken before. A sharp, mechanical voice crackled from the device, closer to the electricity. Grimma's eyes widened. How's it even talking? It doesn't have a mouth. The thing whirred, its surface flashing angry red patterns. Torrit collapsed to his knees. We've messed up. We shouldn't have left, shouldn't have eaten rat, shouldn't have. Masklin crouched beside it, cautiously pressing a finger to the glowing surface. It wasn't hot, but something in his brain itched like there was a thought just out of reach. So all those times you told us the thing said to do this or that, Torrit winced. Okay, fine, it used to work, but then it just stopped. Old Vuzel told me to, guess what it would say? Keep everyone in line. Granny Morky's cane thumped the ground. You mean to tell me you've been making it up this whole time? Torrit shrank back. Well, yeah, but it was for a good cause, keeping the peace, guiding us to the heavens, Masklin snorted. Yeah, real helpful. He nudged the thing toward the wires with his spear. But now it's actually talking, and it wants power. The gnomes exchanged uneasy glances. Whatever was happening, one thing was clear. Their world just got a whole lot weirder. Reaching the heavens was crucial. That much was clear. The thing could guide them there, or so it claimed. That was the whole point, wasn't it? Granny's voice cut through the air like a rusty hinge. What? That's exactly what he told me to do. And look, it worked, didn't it? Masklin barely registered their bickering. His attention was locked onto the thing, its surface alive with swirling colored lines that pulsed in mesmerizing rhythms. He knew they meant something. He just couldn't grasp what. Back in the old days, when food wasn't scarce and he had time to wander, he'd climb the embankment near the truck stop. There, a massive blue sign loomed, plastered with symbols and pictures. Even the trash bins held clues, discarded boxes with strange markings. He remembered the endless debate over the fried chicken containers. The gnomes convinced the whiskered old man on the label was the chicken. Masklin had his doubts. Humans probably weren't in the habit of eating elderly gentlemen. Maybe the old man just made the chicken. The thing buzzed again. 15,000 years have passed. Masklin glanced at the others. Granny jabbed a finger at Torret. You talk to it. The old gnome stumbled back. Not me, I don't know what to say to that thing. Granny crossed her arms. Well, I'm not doing it, that's the leader's job. The thing repeated, slower this time. 15,000 years have passed. Masklin sighed. Guess it was on him. Past what? The thing seemed to hesitate, lights flickering like a mind racing. Finally, it asked, do you still understand the terms flight navigation and recording computer? Masklin shook his head. No, not a single one. The patterns shifted, almost like a disappointed sigh. Are you familiar with interstellar travel? No, the silence stretched. The thing practically radiated disapproval. Do you at least know you came from somewhere far away? Oh yeah, we know that. Farther than the moon. Masklin hesitated. The journey had taken ages. Maybe they had gone past the moon, he'd seen it hanging low in the sky, and the truck had definitely traveled farther than that. Probably, he admitted. Language evolves over time, the thing mused. Does it? Masklin said, humoring it. What do you call this planet? Still don't know what planet means. An astronomical body. Blank stare, the thing tried again. What's your name for this place? It's called the store. The store. The lights dimmed as if the thing was internally groaning. Granny huffed. Listen, boy, we don't have all day to chat with this gadget. We need a plan, where we're going, what we're doing. Torret nodded fiercely. Exactly. Do you even remember you're shipwrecked? Masklin blinked. I'm Masklin. No idea who shipwrecked is. The thing's lights flickered in a way that later Masklin would recognize as its version of a deep, exasperated sigh. The thing's voice hummed softly. My function is to assist and guide you, it stated. Torret perked up, nudging the others. Told you we were spot on about this. Masklin tapped the box skeptically. You've been awfully quiet up till now, he pointed out. The thing emitted a low whir. Power conservation was necessary. External energy sources are now accessible. Grimma raised an eyebrow. So you just absorb electricity from the lights, she asked. Masklin shrugged. Close enough, I guess. Why the radio silence before? Masklin pressed. The thing responded matter-of-factly. Observation mode was active. Oh, now awaiting directives. Grimma blinked. Directives for what? Masklin rubbed his chin. I think it's asking us what to do. He leaned back, watching the flickering lights. All right then, what can you do? The thing's voice took on a mechanical pride. Linguistic translation, mathematical computation, spatial mapping, data integration, pattern analysis, and predictive modeling. Masklin exchanged glances with the others. Yeah. Not really what we need. Granny Morky scratched her head before declaring, nope. None of that sounds useful. A fresh banana, though, that I'd take. Masklin sighed. All we want is to get back home safely. Home, right, and safe. Exactly. Little did they know those 5 words would later become legendary, etched into gnome textbooks, chiseled into monuments. But in that moment, just another conversation. The thing processed the request with a single monotone, computing. Its lights dimmed, leaving only a solitary green blink. Grimma exhaled in relief. That voice, so unsettling. Now what? Granny Morky sniffed. That Angelo kid said we're in for a miserable time. Unbeknownst to them, they carried the thing, awakened by electricity, the sole keeper of their forgotten past. Roman 2. Gnomes remember through flesh and blood. The thing remembers through silicon, unyielding as stone, while their memories scatter like dust. Roman 3. They gave it commands without realizing. Roman 4. Just a box with a weird voice, they called it, V. Yet the thing had already begun calculating their survival. Roman 6 and their return, Roman 7 all the way home. The Book of Gnome, Mezzanine I, Roman 7 beneath the floorboards, getting lost was effortless. A labyrinth of beams, wires, and dust-choked passages sprawled endlessly. Torret insisted they weren't lost, just temporarily misplaced. Paths twisted everywhere, but none bore signs or destinations. Occasionally, another gnome would dart past, too preoccupied to spare them a glance. They dozed in a cramped nook between wooden beams, waking to the same dim glow. Time blurred in the store. No sun, no moon, just an endless hum of distant noise growing louder. The air buzzed with unseen activity, a restless energy that set their nerves on edge. The thing flickered with more lights now, and a small, spinning cup-shaped attachment had appeared on its side. Maybe we should try finding the food hall again, Torrit suggested, his voice hopeful. Masklin shook his head. I think you need some kind of membership for that place, but there's gotta be other spots with food, right? Granny wrinkled her nose. It wasn't this loud when we first got here. What's all this racket? Masklin spotted a narrow gap between the wooden panels, a sliver of blinding light peeking through. He crept closer, pressing one eye to the opening, then froze. Oh, he muttered, his voice barely audible. What is it? Grima called over the noise. Masklin swallowed hard. Humans, more than you could ever imagine. The crack revealed a massive room, nearly as vast as their old truck nest, packed wall-to-wall with humans. The store had officially opened for business. Gnomes had always known humans moved at a snail's pace. Masklin had nearly collided with a few while hunting. Before their sluggish reflexes could even register his presence, he'd already vanished into the underbrush. But now the space below was a sea of them, lumbering around like slow-motion giants, voices booming in deep, indistinct chatter. The gnomes watched, mesmerized. What are those things they're carrying? Grima squinted. They look a little like the thing. Masklin shrugged. No clue, but watch, they pick stuff up, hand something over, and then it all goes into a bag, almost like they know what they're doing, Torrit scoffed. Nah, it's just instinct, like ants. They seem smart, but when you really look, there's nothing going on up there. They build things, Masklin pointed out. So do birds, kid. Yeah, but humans are just fancy magpies, Torrit declared. All they care about is shiny junk. Masklin bit his tongue. Arguing with Torrit was pointless. Once he latched onto an idea, it was stuck for good. But a thought nagged at him. If they're so dumb, why aren't they the ones hiding from us? Then it hit him. He lifted the thing. Thing. A pause. Then the tiny, robotic voice replied, Operations on main task suspended. What is it that you require? Do you know what humans are? Yes, resuming main task. Masklin blinked at the others. Thing. Operations on main task suspended. What is it that you require? I asked you to explain humans. This is not the case, you said. Do you know what humans are? My answer was correct in every respect. Masklin groaned. Fine, tell me what humans are. Humans are the indigenous inhabitants of the world you now call the store. Resuming main task. Torrit folded his arms, triumphant. See, I told you. Indigenous, clever, sure, but at the end of the day, just a bunch of indigenouses. He paused, frowning. Wait, is that even a word? Masklin hesitated, then corrected himself. Indigenous, are we indigenous? He asked, his voice trailing off as his thoughts shifted. Of course not, Torrit scoffed, puffing out his chest. We've got standards, you know. Masklin wanted to ask what indigenous even meant. He was sure Torrit didn't know either. But before he could, a gruff voice cut in. Strange things, ain't they? Acting all worked up lately. Wonder what's got their gears grinding. An older gnome, stocky and draped in a massive apron stuffed with who knows what, leaned against a wooden beam. His clothes were dull compared to the usual store fashion. Spying on us, are ya? Granny Morky snapped. The stranger shrugged. Nah, I come here to watch the humans. Good spot for it, usually quiet. He squinted at them. What department you from? We don't have one, Masklin said flatly. Just folks, Granny added. Not indigenous, Torrit threw in as if that settled everything. The gnome chuckled and hopped down from the beam. Well, well, you must be those new ones I've heard about, outsiders, right? He stuck out his hand. Masklin eyed it warily. You're supposed to shake it, the stranger said with a sigh. Why? Tradition. Name's Dorcas del Icatessen. He smirked. You got one, or do I have to guess? Masklin ignored the jab. You watch humans, study 'em, learn things, futures in their habits, you know. Like predicting rain, Masklin said dryly. Dorcas barked a laugh. Rain, yeah, you know all about that. Weather's a beast, ain't it? You've heard of it. Old stories mostly. Dorcas sized him up. Thought outsiders would look different, but here you are, same shape as the rest of us. Come on, I'll show you something." Masklin glanced around the cramped, dusty space between the floors. He was tired of the heat, the dryness, the way everyone treated him like he didn't belong. And now this guy thought he was the wrong shape. Before he could protest, the thing under his arm buzzed to life. "We need him." Dorcas's eyes lit up. "Well, now that's a tiny radio. They just keep shrinking, don't they?" He led them to a gaping hole in the floor, dark, square, with thick cables vanishing into the abyss. "You live down there?" Grimma asked, peering in. Dorcas fumbled in the shadows. A click echoed, followed by a distant bang and a mechanical roar above. "Nah," he said cheerfully. "Took me forever to figure this out. It's a floor on a rope. Goes up and down. Humans ride in it." Added detail, Masklin's frustration with the store's stifling environment, plus Dorcas's playful skepticism about outsiders' appearances. Tone shift, from weary resignation to dry sarcasm in Masklin's exchange about weather. Time wasn't exactly on my side, and all those stairs were murder on my knees, so I figured I'd better take a closer look at how this contraption worked. Simple enough had to be, or humans would never manage it. "Step back, folks," I warned. Something massive and dark descended the shaft, halting just inches above us. Clanks, thuds, and the usual clumsy human shuffling echoed around. Then I spotted it, a tiny wire basket dangling beneath the lift, held together by what looked like shoelaces. Granny Morky huffed. "You expect me to climb into a string hammock? Think again. Is this thing safe?" Masklin cut in. "Mostly," Dorcas muttered, fiddling with a bundle of switches. "Hurry up, madam," he added, startling Granny into silence. Masklin frowned. "Define mostly." "Well, my part's solid," Dorcas said. "The rest, built by humans, who knows?" He yanked a lever. "Hold on, up we go." The lift lurched, then rose with a groan. "Brilliant, right?" Dorcas grinned. "Took me forever to reroute their controls. You'd think they'd notice when the buttons don't do what they're supposed to. Press down, we go up, but humans, oblivious. Half the time they just stare at the doors like they're expecting a magic show." The lift jerked to a stop, leveling with another gap in the floor. "Welcome to electrical and domestic appliances," Dorcas announced. "My little kingdom. Even the abbot leaves me alone here. Nobody else gets how things tick." The place was a jungle of wires snaking everywhere. A group of young gnomes were dismantling what looked like a radio. "Fascinating gadget," Dorcas mused, "trying to decode how it talks." He shuffled through a stack of papers and handed Masklin a sketch, a pinkish cone-shaped thing with a tuft of hair. Masklin squinted. "Nice. What is it?" "An outsider," Dorcas said proudly. "Based on the old stories. Rain pouring from the sky needs a sloped head to shed water, and the hair, wind resistance. It doesn't even have eyes." "Sure it does," Dorcas insisted, pointing. "Tiny ones, hidden under the hair to protect them from the sun, you know, that giant ball of fire in the sky." "We've met the sun," Masklin deadpanned. Torrit squinted at the drawing. "What's he going on about now?" "New detail," added Dorcas's smug commentary on human obliviousness. Tone shift, switch from Granny's irritation to Dorcas's playful sarcasm about human logic. Granny Morky scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh sure, like you could have figured it out first. My brain's not exactly a razor, you know." "True enough," Granny shot back with a smirk. Masklin shook his head, choosing his words carefully. "That's not how it works. Hasn't anyone actually gone to check?" Dorcas rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "I saw the big garage door open once. Just a flash of blinding white light, nothing else." Masklin chuckled. "Well, after living in this dim cave, anything brighter than a candle would probably blind you." Dorcas dragged over an empty spool of thread, eyes gleaming. "Tell me everything, every detail about the outside." In Torrit's lap, the thing flickered green again, humming softly. A young gnome brought food, and soon the group was deep in debate, arguing, correcting, laughing. Dorcas soaked it all in, firing off questions like an eager scientist. He was an inventor, he explained, obsessed with electricity. Back when gnomes first tapped into the store's wiring, plenty had fried themselves. Now they were smarter, but still most avoided it like bad wiring. That's why the big families and even the stationary abbot left him alone. Best to be good at something nobody else wants to touch, he said with a grin. He sighed, rubbing his temples. I won't remember half of this. What's that other light, the one after closing time? Wait, no, bite. Night, Masklin corrected, and the light's called the moon. Dorcas rolled the word around like a hard candy. So it's dimmer than the sun doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the brightest light come when it's dark? He shot Masklin a look. No theories, I suppose, Masklin shrugged. It just is. Then, lowering his voice, he added, I'd give anything to see it myself. Used to watch the trucks as a kid, never had the guts to jump on one. He leaned in. I think Arnold Bros put us here to learn. Why else give us brains? Dorcas raised an eyebrow, but Grimma cut in. Everyone talks about Arnold Bros, but no one actually explains who he is. Dorcas stretched back, arms behind his head. Oh, he built the store 1905, all that. Bargain basement, consumer accounts, the works. Sure, someone had to make it. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't. The thing's green light blinked out. Its spinning cup retracted with a soft click. Then in a voice like a polite toaster it announced, I am monitoring telephonic communications. The gnomes exchanged glances. Grimma smirked. Well, isn't that fascinating? Hey, Masklin, isn't this just delightful? Dorcas smirked, waving a hand at the thing like it was some kind of malfunctioning toy. The thing's mechanical voice crackled with urgency. I must urgently relay critical information to your leaders. Do you realize this entire structure has an expiration date? Dorcas chuckled. Wow, listen to it go. Almost sounds like it makes sense. Reminds me of those human gadgets upstairs, radios, TVS, all that noise and flashing lights. Wild stuff. The thing tried again, slower. I need to communicate vital details about the imminent destruction of this facility. Masklin scratched his head. Sorry, could you dumb that down a notch? You do not understand. Buddy, I don't even know what understand means half the time. The thing's lights flickered in frustration. Language appears to have degraded significantly. Masklin gave an encouraging nod. Take another shot at it. The thing word then blurted out, big store go boom soon. Very bad, understand now. The gnomes exchanged blank looks. Not a single light bulb moment in sight. Dorcas sighed. Okay, let's try this. Do you know what destroyed means? Oh, sure, Dorcas said casually. That's what's happening to the store in 21 days. Woe to you, ironmongers and haberdashers. Woe to you, milliners and deli snatchers. Woe to you, trendy teens and even you underwear bandits. Roman 2. The store is just a tiny box inside the real world. Roman 3. Woe to you all because Arnold Bros est. 1905 is holding the final sale. Everything must go. Roman 4. But they just laughed and said, you're an outsider, you don't even exist. From the Book of Gnome, Goods Inward versus Roman 4 upstairs, humans lumbered through their dull, clueless routines. Down below, muffled by carpet and floorboards, the gnomes scurried through their dusty tunnels in a panic. Granny Morky huffed. Nonsense. A place this big can't just poof disappear. That's not how the world works. Torrit, weirdly energized by doom, grinned. Told you the thing knows things and don't even think about telling me to shut my trap. Masklin frowned. Why are we running? 21 days is plenty of time. Dorcas shot him a look. Not in gnome politics, it isn't. Masklin blinked. I thought this was just about the store. Dorcas stopped so abruptly Granny nearly face-planted into his back. Listen, he snapped, then forced calm. What do you think happens if the store actually gets destroyed? Masklin shrugged. We go outside, obviously. Most of them don't even believe in the outside. Hell, I barely believe in it, and I'm the smart one here. There's nowhere to go, get it? But the outside is huge. Only if you believe it is. It's real, Dorcas. People aren't that simple, Masklin. New detail. Masklin hesitated, glancing at the thing, its lights dimmed as if exhausted by their stubbornness. For the first time he wondered if it pitied them. We should still check in with the abbot. He's a stubborn old crank, sure, but sharp in his own way. Just a bit. Old-fashioned. He shot them a wary glance. Best if we keep a low profile. People usually ignore me, but wandering outside your assigned area without a reason, not smart. And since you don't even have an assigned area, his shoulders lifted in a slow, ominous shrug, one that said more than words ever could about the dangers of being departmentless. That meant taking the elevator again. It opened into a dim, dusty underfloor space, barely lit by scattered, flickering bulbs. The quiet was unsettling after the constant hum of the other departments. Even the open fields back home weren't this silent. At least there, the stillness made sense. Here, it felt wrong. The gnomes instinctively huddled closer. "Those little lights are kind of sweet," Grima said, trying to fill the silence. "Perfect gnome-sized, and some of them blink on and off." Dorcas barely glanced up. "We swipe boxes of 'em every Christmas season. Humans hang them on trees." "Why, beats me. Maybe to make them easier to spot, who knows with humans," Masklin frowned. "So you do know what trees are. I figured you wouldn't have them in the store," Dorcas scoffed. "Course I know. Big green things covered in plastic needles. Some are just tinsel, can't take 2 steps without tripping over 'em during the holidays." "Ours outside are massive," Masklin offered. "And they lose their leaves every year," Dorcas blinked. "Lose them like they just fall off." "Yeah, then they grow back." The other gnomes nodded. There was a lot they didn't understand these days, but leaves, that was one thing they knew cold. Dorcas scratched his head. "And nobody reattaches them." "Nope, they just show up again." "On their own," Masklin shrugged. "Seems that way, never really questioned it." Dorcas shook his head. "Sounds like terrible upkeep to me. You sure about this?" Then movement. Dust piles shifted and suddenly figures surrounded them. The leader had a wild beard, an eye patch, and a knife clenched between his teeth, making his grin downright unsettling. Dorcas sighed. "Oh, wonderful," Masklin tensed. "Who are these guys?" "Bandits, always an issue in corsetry." "Bandits? What's corsetry?" Grima whispered. Dorcas jerked a thumb upward. "Department up there, and apparently we're in their territory now." The bandit leader's demands were met with blank stares. Apparently, the concept of robbery was completely foreign to these outsiders. "Your stuff or your life," he growled around the knife clenched between his teeth, his words muffled into nonsense. Grima squinted. "Did he just say something about a knife?" Masklin sighed. "Probably easier to understand if you stop chewing on that blade, pal." With a scowl, the bandit spat the knife into his hand and repeated himself, louder this time. Dorcas, the old-timer among them, rubbed his forehead. "He wants everything you've got. Don't worry, they won't actually kill you, just make things uncomfortable." The gnomes huddled together, baffled. Back where they came from, stealing wasn't even a thing. There was never anything to steal. The bandit rolled his one good eye. "Do they not speak gnome or what?" Dorcas shrugged. "Cut 'em some slack. They're fresh off the turnip truck." After a quick conference, Masklin turned back with a cheerful shrug. "Yeah, we'll pass on the whole robbery thing, thanks though." The bandit's grin turned predatory. Dorcas groaned. "You can't just decline being robbed, that's not how it works." "Why not?" Grima crossed her arms. "Because," Dorcas floundered. "Because, tradition." The bandit chief flipped his knife with a flourish. "Tell you what, since you're new, we'll go easy on you. Grab 'em. Big mistake." Granny Morky's slap echoed like a gunshot, sending 2 bandits reeling. "Disrespectful brats," she huffed. Another lunged at Torret, only to fold like a lawn chair when an elbow met his gut. Grima twisted a wrist, dropping a whimpering bandit to his knees. Masklin hoisted the chief up by his collar, dangling him like a misbehaving kitten. "Not sure we get the appeal of this tradition," he mused. "Seems like gnomes shouldn't be hurting each other, yeah." The chief's nervous chuckle sounded more like a hiccup. "Haha, yeah, totally. Great, then scram." Masklin dropped him. The chief scrambled for his knife, flashed a wobbly smile, and bolted, his gang limping after him in a sad, disorganized retreat. Dorcas was wheezing with laughter. "You really had no clue what was happening, did you?" Masklin dusted his hands off. "Nope, still don't." New detail, the bandit's knife had a chipped blade clearly. Intimidation wasn't his strong suit. Also, Granny Morky muttered something about kids these days as she straightened her shawl, adding a touch of generational sass. You asked, so I'll tell you, Dorcas explained. The corsetry are nothing but thieves who hole up in corsetry because nobody bothers chasing them out. Mostly they just try to scare folks, more annoying than dangerous. Grimma frowned. Then why was that one holding a knife between his teeth? Probably thought it made him look daring, Dorcas shrugged. Made him look like an idiot, Grimma muttered. Granny Morky cracked her knuckles. If that fool shows his face again, he'll regret it, Dorcas chuckled. Doubt they'll be back. Seemed pretty shocked someone actually fought back. He grinned, turning to Masklin. Honestly, I can't wait to see how the abbot reacts to you lot. You're like, what was it you called it, that thing there's so much of outside? Fresh air, Masklin offered. Exactly, fresh air. Their journey led them to the stationery, a group the Duke had dismissed as no better than outsiders. The other families distrusted them, convinced their ability to read and write made them unnaturally powerful. After all, who else could decipher the cryptic messages left by Arnold Bros. Est? 1905. The abbot was ancient, so old he might have been around when time itself needed a nudge to get started. Leaning on two canes, his face a maze of wrinkles, his eyes sharp as obsidian, he moved with deliberate slowness. His attendants hovered, ready to steady him. The gnomes huddled behind Masklin, uneasy. The guest hall was nothing more than cardboard walls near a rickety elevator, dust shaking loose whenever it groaned past. Once seated, the abbot peered forward. Ah, Delicatessen, he mused. Invented anything new? Not recently, my lord, Dorcas replied, then gestured. I have the honor of presenting. I see no one, the abbot interrupted smoothly. Granny scoffed. Must be going blind. And I hear no one either, the abbot added. Dorcas shot them a warning look. Someone warned him about you. He's refusing to acknowledge you. Turning back, he raised his voice. My lord, urgent news, the store is going to be destroyed. The reaction wasn't what Masklin expected. The priest stifled laughs and the abbot smirked. Oh dear, he said dryly. The abbot leaned back in his chair, his wrinkled face unreadable. And when exactly do you expect this supposed catastrophe to happen? Dorcas swallowed hard. 21 days from now, sir. The abbot chuckled, his voice warm but dismissive. Well then, why don't you go ahead and experience this grand disaster firsthand? Come back and tell us all about it afterward. A few of the priests stifled laughter, but Dorcas stiffened. This isn't some joke, my lord. The situation is. The abbot raised a gnarled hand, cutting him off. Dorcas, I'm sure you're quite the expert on electricity, but let's be honest. Every time there's a big clearance sale, someone starts screaming that the store is doomed. And yet somehow we're still here. Masklin could feel the abbot's piercing gaze, even though he was supposed to be invisible. The old gnome had a way of making you feel seen, whether you wanted to be or not. Dorcas squared his shoulders. My lord, this is different. The evidence? Oh, the abbot smirked. Did the electricity whisper secrets in your ear? Dorcas nudged Masklin sharply. Now, he muttered. Masklin stepped forward and placed the thing on the floor. Am I speaking to the leaders of this community? The thing asked in its flat, mechanical voice. Dorcas snorted. About as close as you'll ever get. The abbot's eyes narrowed as he stared at the strange box. I'll keep this simple, the thing continued. I am the flight recording and navigation computer. A computer is a machine that thinks. I run on electricity. Electricity carries messages, sometimes through wires, sometimes through other machines. There's a computer in this store that handles payroll. Right now it's thinking no more store, no more workers, no more accounts. The wires are buzzing with calls, Grimethorpe demolition, final arrangements, everything must be cleared by the 21st. The abbot waved a hand. Cute trick, who built this thing? Dorcas shook his head. Not me. These outsiders brought it. The abbot's gaze swept past Masklin as if he were air. Granny leaned in, her voice a raspy whisper. What if I yanked his nose right off? Dorcas sighed. It would hurt. Good. For you. The abbot rose unsteadily, gripping his walking stick. I've always been patient, he said, voice trembling with forced calm. I allow wild theories about the outside. It's harmless, even healthy, but insisting it's real, that crosses the line. He hobbled forward and smacked the thing with his stick. It let out a sharp buzz. Enough, there is no outside, no other stores, no other gnomes, this audience is over, get out. The thing piped up smug. I can withstand impacts up to 2,500 tons. No one paid attention. Away now, the abbot bellowed, his whole body shaking. Masklin watched him, puzzled. Just days ago, life had been simple: avoid predators, find food, survive. Torret had called it fieldcraft. Now, everything was unraveling. Detail. Masklin notices the abbot's hands trembling, not just from anger but fear. The old gnome's certainty is cracking. Tone shift. The abbot's mocking sarcasm turns into raw, desperate denial, revealing his terror of the unknown. Masklin was starting to realize there was another kind of wisdom, the kind you needed just to get by among other gnomes. Like knowing when to keep your mouth shut if the truth would upset someone, or understanding how furious people got when their beliefs were questioned. The stationary monks hurried them along, expertly avoiding eye contact, their movements smooth as if they were pretending the group didn't exist. When Torret clutched the thing protectively, a few of them flinched and backed away like he was holding something dangerous. Then Granny Morky, never one for patience, snapped. She seized the nearest monk by his robe, yanking him up until they were nose to nose. His eyes darted wildly, refusing to focus on her. "Can you feel this?" she growled, jabbing him in the chest. "Or am I invisible to you too?" "Indigenous," Torret declared proudly. The monk's solution, a feint, just collapsed right there. Dorcas tugged at Masklin's sleeve. "We should go. If they can ignore us this easily, who's to say they won't decide we shouldn't be here at all?" Grima frowned. "How can they not see us? We're right in front of them." "Because they think we're outsiders," Masklin said. "But other gnomes see us just fine," Grima protested, her voice sharp with frustration. "Maybe because they don't believe we're outsiders," Masklin mused. "Or they don't care enough to pretend otherwise." Torret huffed. "I ain't no outsider. If anyone's an outsider, it's them," Granny snorted. 3 weeks from now, they'll all be outsiders. Serves 'em right. Maybe then they'll understand what it's like to be ignored." She mimicked a haughty voice, nose in the air. "Oh, terribly sorry, Mr. Abbot, didn't see you there. Must have been my imagination." Dorcas kicked at the dirt. Waste of time expecting them to listen. Stationary never do. Just then a hesitant voice piped up behind them. A young monk, plump, curly-haired, and wringing his robe like a dish rag, stood there looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. I wanted to talk to the outsiders," he bowed awkwardly at Torret and Granny. Masklin raised an eyebrow. "You've got sharper eyes than the rest." The monk swallowed hard, glancing over his shoulder. "See, could we talk somewhere quieter?" They ducked behind a support beam. "Well," Masklin folded his arms, "what's so important it can't be said out loud?" New detail, the young monk's hands trembled slightly as he spoke, betraying his fear of being caught. His voice dropped to a whisper as if the walls themselves might report back to the abbot. The stationary hesitated, rubbing his chin. "That, whatever it was that just spoke, do you actually trust it?" Masklin tilted his head. "I don't think it can lie, but what even is it?" "Some sort of radio." He glanced at Dorcas for confirmation. Dorcas sniffed, adjusting his glasses with an air of superiority. "A radio makes noise. This, no idea. It's been with us forever, claims it came from gnomes far away generations back. Right, Torret?" The old gnome jerked his head in agreement. "Oh, absolutely. My father had it, and his father before him, and his uncle, and his cousin twice removed." The stationary rubbed his temples. "This is concerning. The humans are acting off lately. Shelves aren't getting restocked. New signs we've never seen. Even the abbots rattled, can't figure out what Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 wants from us." He fidgeted with his robe, then blurted, "I'm Girder, the abbot's assistant. My job, handling what he can't. So, Masklin crossed his arms. So what? Could you maybe come with me?" Girder pleaded. Granny Morky perked up. "Will there be food? Because priorities. Of course, we'll send some right up." Girder stammered, already backing away through the maze of wires and beams. "Just please follow me, please." From the Book of Gnome, Complaints VI Roman 4. Some whispered of strange new signs in the store, their meaning lost, their presence unsettling. Roman 2. This was the time of Christmas fair, yet the signs bore no cheer, no tinsel, no marked-down toys. Roman 3. Not January sales, nor back to school, nor spring fashions, nor summer bargains, nothing familiar. Roman 4. Only two words, stark and final, clearance sale, and the gnomes trembled. Girder scurried ahead, bowing like an overeager tour guide, leading them deeper into the stationery's domain. The air smelled like old paper and dust. Stacks of books towered around them, mysterious guarded relics. Dorcas elbowed Masklin. "See those, loads of useful stuff in there, but the stationery hoard 'em like something they really don't want to share," Masklin deadpanned. "Exactly, they stare at 'em, call it reading. But ask 'em what it says, blank stares." The thing in Torret's arm's word to life, lights blinking. "Books contain knowledge," it announced. Dorcas shrugged. "So they say." "You must secure books," the thing insisted. "Good luck, stationery won't let 'em go. Rumor is if you don't read 'em right, they fry your brain." Girder pushed aside a cardboard divider. "In here, please." A figure sat rigid on a pile of cushions, back turned. "Ah, Girder," the abbot said without looking. "Come in, good." The air thickened. This was it. Masklin nudged Girder, his voice low. "That was rough enough the first time. Why are we putting ourselves through this again?" Girder shot him a glance that clearly meant, "Just go with it, we don't have a choice." Before Masklin could press further, the abbot cut in sharply. "Girder, did you arrange for food?" "My lord, I was just—" "Do it now." Girder swallowed hard, threw Masklin one last helpless look, and hurried off. The other gnomes shuffled awkwardly, unsure what to expect next. The abbot's voice cut through the silence. "I've lived nearly 15 years, he said, his tone measured. "That's older than some departments in this store. I've witnessed things most gnomes wouldn't believe, and soon I'll meet Arnold Bros himself, hoping I've served well. Some think I am the store, that when I'm gone everything ends, and now you tell me it's true. So tell me, who's in charge here?" Masklin glanced at Torret, but all eyes were on him. I guess that be me. For now." Torret nodded eagerly. "That's right, I'm still leader, but I'm putting him in charge for the moment." The abbot gave a slow, approving nod. "A wise choice." Torret grinned, relieved. "Masklin, stay with the talking box," the abbot continued. "The rest of you go wait outside, food will be brought to you." Masklin hesitated. "No." The abbot's expression didn't change, but his voice dropped to a whisper. "Why not?" "Because we stick together," Masklin said firmly. "We don't split up." "A noble thought," the abbot replied, almost amused. "But life doesn't work that way. What could I possibly do to you?" Grima touched Masklin's arm. "Talk to him, we'll be close, it's fine." Reluctantly, Masklin agreed. Once the others had left, the abbot finally turned to face him fully. Up close, his age was even more striking. His face wasn't just lined, it was a map of wrinkles. He was middle-aged when Torret was born, Masklin realized. He could be Granny Morky's great-grandfather. The abbot attempted a smile, awkward, like he'd read about smiling but never quite got the hang of it. "You're Masklin, yes," Masklin nodded, still wary. "I don't get it. 10 minutes ago you said I didn't exist. Now you're talking to me like it's nothing." The abbot sighed. 10 minutes ago it was official policy. I can't just admit the abbots have been wrong for generations, can I? People would think I've lost my mind." "Would they?" Masklin muttered. "Oh, absolutely. Politics, my boy. Leaders can't waffle. The key isn't being right, it's being certain. Otherwise, people panic. Though," he added dryly, "being right does help." He leaned back, his expression darkening. "This store has seen terrible wars, you know." New detail. Masklin notices a faint tremor in the abbot's hands as he speaks. hinting at deeper exhaustion than he lets on. His twist. The abbot's tone shifts from weary authority to something almost sarcastic when discussing leadership, undercutting his own gravitas. The past was filled with brutal conflicts, gnome against gnome, families tearing each other apart over who should rule the store. The freight elevator battle, the bloody goods inwards campaign, the endless mezzanine wars. Dark times, long ago. But peace finally came, and guess who made that happen? Not me, Masklin admitted. Us, the abbot said with quiet pride. The stationery, through patience, wisdom, and a little clever maneuvering. We convinced them that Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 demands harmony among gnomes. Now imagine if I had just stood up and said I believed you right away. They'd think I'd lost my mind, and worse, they'd start questioning everything the stationery ever taught them. Chaos would follow, and we can't have that, can we? Gnomes need unity, even if they argue over every little thing. Masklin nodded. They complain constantly and expect you to fix everything. The abbot grinned. You've been paying attention. That's exactly why you'd make a good leader. Me? No way. Precisely. The best leaders never want the job. I didn't ask to be abbot either. He tapped his walking stick thoughtfully, then fixed Masklin with a sharp look. People are never as simple as they seem. Remember that. I will, Masklin said, though he wasn't entirely sure what it meant. You don't believe in Arnold Bros, do you? The abbot's tone wasn't accusing, just knowing. Masklin hesitated. Well, I saw him once, the abbot continued. When I was young, I sneaked all the way up to consumer accounts, hid behind a ledger. He was sitting there writing, had a beard and everything. Oh, the abbot drummed his fingers again, then suddenly changed the subject. Where did you come from? Masklin described his old home. The open fields, the crisp air, the simple life. Funny how distance softened the hardships. He remembered more sunshine than rain, more full bellies than hungry nights. No electricity, no comforts, but freedom. It was better when there were more of us, he admitted, then added impulsively, you could visit, once the stores cleared of moths. The abbot chuckled. I doubt I'd belong out there. Sounds cold and wild. Besides, I've got my own journey ahead. He rapped his stick on the floor, summoning Girder instantly. Take Masklin, teach him a few things, then bring him back. But leave that black box. I want to have a word with it. Masklin set the device down. The abbot prodded it with his stick. All right, box, he demanded. What are you and what's your purpose? A cool, mechanical voice replied. I am the flight recorder and navigation computer of the starship Swan. My functions are extensive. New detail. The abbot's memory of Arnold Bros includes a small, unexpected moment. The sound of a ticking clock in the office, a detail that made the encounter feel eerily real. On shift, the abbot's playful skepticism about the outside contrasts with his usual solemnity, adding a touch of dry humor. My main job is helping the gnomes who got stranded here when their scouting ship crashed 15,000 years ago. The voice droned on in that same mechanical tone. Masklin winced. Yeah, it does that. Talks like some kind of ancient instruction manual. The abbot raised an eyebrow. And who exactly are these gnomes you're referring to? All of them, the voice replied flatly. That's it, no other grand purpose. I'm also supposed to keep them safe, eventually get them home. How noble, the abbot said dryly, then turned to the others. Go on, then. Girder, show him around a bit. And after that, I've got something for both of you. Educate him, the abbot had said. That meant starting with the Book of Gnome, a patchwork of cigarette papers stitched together with scribbled words. Humans use these to roll their smokes, Girder muttered before launching into the first dozen verses. Granny Morky squinted when he finished. So this Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, Girder cut in, voice stiff. Right, whatever, Granny huffed. He built this whole store just for us. Well, yes, Girder fidgeted. And what was here before that? The site. Girder shifted uncomfortably. See, the abbot insists there's nothing outside the store. At all. But we came from. He says outside is just something we dream about. Masklin crossed his arms. So when I told him about where we lived, he thought I was making it up. Gerda sighed. Honestly, it's hard to tell what the abbot actually believes. Mostly, I think he just believes in being the abbot. Grima leaned in. You believe us, don't you? Gerda hesitated, then nodded. I've always wondered where the trucks go, where the humans come from, but the abbot loses it if you bring it up. And then there's the new season, that's weird. Some of us watch the humans, and when a new season hits, something's off. Masklin scoffed. How do you even have seasons if you don't know about weather? Seasons aren't about weather, Gerda shot back. Look, someone can take the elders to the food hall and I'll show you too. It's all strange, but his face twisted with worry. Arnold Bros wouldn't just wreck the store, right? Roman 3. And Arnold Bros est. 1905 said, let there be signs so that all within shall know the proper running of the store. Roman 4. On the moving stairs let the sign be, dogs and pushchairs must be carried. V. and Arnold Bros est. 1905 waxed wroth, for many carried neither dog nor pushchair. Roman 6. On the lifts let the sign be, this lift to carry 10 persons. Roman 7 and Arnold Bros est. 1905 waxed wroth, for oft times the lifts carried only 2 or 3. Roman 8. And Arnold Bros est. 1905 said, truly humans are stupid who do not understand plain language. The Book of Gnome, Regulations v. Roman 3, Roman 8. The journey through the bustling underfloor tunnels took forever. They quickly learned that stationery could wander anywhere, no one feared them. After all, they weren't a real department. No women, no kids, just ink-stained loners with too many opinions. Masklin frowned. So people don't have a choice, they just get picked. Gerda straightened his robes with a self-important air. Not picked, selected. Every year the brightest boys from each department are chosen. Once you're a stationery, your loyalty belongs to the entire store, not just your old section. Grima crossed her arms. And why aren't women allowed? Gerda sighed, as if explaining something painfully obvious. Because, my dear, women can't read. It's common knowledge. Their brains overheat, too much strain, you see, just biology. Fascinating, Grima said sweetly. Masklin shot her a wary glance. He recognized that tone, the kind that usually meant someone was about to get an earful. Despite Grima's simmering temper, it was impossible to ignore the way people reacted to Gerda. Gnome stepped aside, bowing slightly as he passed. Parents lifted their kids to point him out like some kind of celebrity. Even the border guards gave respectful nods. The sheer scale of the store still stunned Masklin. Thousands of gnomes, all moving in orchestrated chaos. Back home, the world had been empty. Just him, the endless furrows of the field, and the sky stretching forever. Here, if he turned too fast, he'd bump into someone. The idea of never knowing anything beyond these walls, never feeling the bite of cold or the sting of rain, made his head spin. Would you even remember there was an outside? They climbed a slope, emerging into the vast openness of the store proper. The ceiling blazed with artificial stars, closing time lights, Gerda called them. Haberdashery department, Gerda announced, pointing upward. See that sign? Masklin squinted. A massive white banner loomed in the distance, bold red letters screaming final reductions. Gerda stroked his chin. It should say Christmas Fair. That's the season after summer bonanza before spring into spring fashions. But this, final reductions, we've been debating what it means. Grima smirked. Call me crazy, but maybe it means things are being reduced. Like finally, Gerda scoffed. Signs are never that straightforward. Once they had fire sale and not a single flame changed hands. Masklin swallowed hard. The idea of everything being finally reduced sent a chill down his spine. What about the others? Gerda gestured vaguely. That one says everything must go. But that's nothing new. Arnold Bros slaps that up every year. New detail. As they walked, a group of young gnomes dashed past, giggling and clutching stolen price tags. A small act of rebellion in this rigid world. Masklin couldn't help but smile. Tone shift. Grima's voice dripped with sarcasm now. Oh yes, because clearly the wise stationery couldn't possibly be wrong about anything. Next, you'll tell me the sky is actually painted. Gerda ignored her, but Masklin caught the flicker of doubt in his eyes. Maybe, just maybe, the store wasn't as unshakable as it seemed. The year 1905 was their way of reminding everyone to live right because, well, none of us last forever. And those two over there, always watching, always there. His expression turned serious. Nobody really buys into that nonsense anymore. People used to fight over it, wars, even just old superstitions. I mean, come on, do you really think some creature called Prices Slashed lurks in the store after dark, hunting down troublemakers? Sounds like something parents made up to scare kids into behaving. Girder chewed his lip. There's something else, he muttered. See those things along the wall, shelves. Humans take stuff off them, sometimes put stuff back, but lately, they just keep taking, nothing comes back. Masklin squinted at the empty shelves. Humans were as confusing to him as cows. Sure, they all looked different to each other, but he couldn't tell why. Their actions made no sense. Everything must go, he frowned. Yeah, but not actually go, right? Girder said nervously. You don't think it means literally go, do you? Arnold Bros wouldn't let that happen. He wouldn't. Can't say I know the guy, Masklin admitted. Never heard of him before we got here. Oh, right, Girder said, voice small. From outside, sounded nice. Grimma squeezed Masklin's hand. It is nice here, she insisted. He blinked. Don't look at me like that. The others think so too. It's warm, there's food, even if they've got some weird ideas about what women can do. She turned back to Girder. Why don't you just ask Arnold Bros what's going on? Girder flinched. Oh no, we couldn't possibly. Masklin shrugged. Makes sense if he's in charge. You ever even seen him? The abbot did, once. Climbed all the way to consumer accounts when he was young. Never talks about it, though. Masklin mulled that over as they walked back. Back home, there'd been no time for gods or leaders. The world was too big, too wild. But this Arnold Bros, he wasn't so sure. If he'd built the store for gnomes, why was everything human-sized? Still, now wasn't the time for questions. He'd always believed that if you thought hard enough, you could figure anything out. Like the wind, took him ages to realize it was just trees waving around. They found the others near the abbot's quarters where food had been laid out. Granny Morky was lecturing a pair of baffled stationery about how the pineapples here were nothing compared to the ones she used to snag back home. Torrit glanced up from a chunk of bread. Everyone's been looking for you too, he said. Abbot wants you. Also this bread. Ridiculously soft. Torrit stared at the plate of sausages like they were some kind of miracle. Back home, we never had food like this, just scraps and whatever we could scrounge from the trash, he mumbled, poking at a chunk of meat. Granny shot him a sharp look. Enough of that talk, no need to drag up the past. Torrit shrugged, but the others weren't having it. What? It's true, he muttered under his breath. No foxes sneaking around, no digging through filth just to find a bite. Granny's glare could have melted steel. Torrit swallowed hard and went quiet, his face paling. Just saying. It wasn't all easy, he whispered, shaking his head. Girder, ever the eager scholar, piped up. What's a fox? He adjusted his glasses, proud of his knowledge. I read about them in a book, our furry friends, I think. Clever hunters, red fur, eat rodents and fruit. Torrit choked on his bread, coughing violently while the others thumped his back. Masklin grabbed Girder's arm and steered him away before he could dig himself deeper. Did I say something wrong? Girder blinked. Masklin sighed. In a way, but right now the abbot wants us. The old gnome sat motionless, the thing resting in his lap like some ancient relic. His fingers tapped absently on its dark surface. Girder cleared his throat. You wanted to see us, sir. The abbot blinked as if waking from a dream. Ah, young Girder, yes, you. His voice was distant, like he was speaking through fog. Masklin shifted, gripping his spear. Me, the abbot's gaze sharpened. You've spoken to this thing, sort of. It talks in riddles, hard to follow. The abbot nodded slowly. It claims gnomes built it long ago. It feeds on electricity, listens to machines, and it says. His voice dropped to a whisper. Arnold Bros plans to tear down the store. Girder gasped. But that's impossible. The abbot's eyes darkened. It speaks of stars, of flying, madness, or a warning we must seek the truth from Arnold Bros himself. Girder's knees nearly gave out. "Sir, the top is too dangerous, you can't, which is why you will go," the abbot said firmly. "You read human, and this one," he nodded at masculine, "can keep you alive." Girder sank to the floor, voice trembling. "All the way to the top, but I'm not ready." Masculine clapped him on the shoulder. "Guess we're finding out." New detail added Torret's nervous habit of fiddling with his food when uncomfortable. Voice twist shifted from Girder's naive excitement to the abbot's ominous revelation. The abbot gave a slow nod. "None of us are untouched by time," he murmured. "We're all a bit worn around the edges like clearance items. Now go, and may the spirit of the great sail guide you." "Wait, who's the great sail?" Masculine asked as they stepped outside. Girder, still shaking, wiped his forehead. "She's the guardian of the store," he whispered. "The sworn enemy of the midnight markdown, that shadowy figure who stalks the aisles after closing with his blinding price scanner, hunting reckless gnomes." "Good thing you don't actually believe in him," Masculine said dryly. "Of course I don't," Girder snapped. Then his teeth clattered again. "That's just my body betraying me. My knees, my stomach, they're all convinced he's real. Only my brain knows better, but it's stuck riding around in this bundle of jumpy nerves. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to grab my gear. We have to leave now." "Why the rush?" Masculine frowned. "Because if we wait another minute," Girder muttered, "I might lose my nerve completely." Back inside, the abbot leaned into his chair, fingers steepled. "Tell me again," he said, "how we arrived here. You mentioned a word, was it mauve?" "Marooned," the thing corrected. "Ah, yes, from something that flew." "A deep space survey vessel," the thing explained. "But it malfunctioned. A critical failure in the quantum drive. Stranded us here with no way back. Has this knowledge truly faded? Early on, we tried communicating with humans, but their sluggish perception of time made it impossible. We'd hoped to teach them enough science to construct a new ship, but they moved at a glacial pace. Eventually, we settled for basics metallurgy, for instance, just to nudge them toward progress before they wiped themselves out in another pointless war." Metallurgy. The abbot rolled the word on his tongue. Sounded about right. Humans did have a thing for shiny objects. "And that other concept you taught them started with a G." The thing paused, recalibrating for gnome comprehension. "Agriculture. That's the one. Agriculture. Big deal, is it? It's the foundation of society." "Which means?" "It means yes." The abbot exhaled as the thing droned on, tossing out words like supernovas and circuitry. None of it made sense, but it felt true. Gnomes had shaped humanity. Gnomes came from the stars. The abbot wasn't shocked. He hadn't traveled much lately, but he remembered the holiday displays. Glittering constellations hung above seasonal decor every winter. Massive, sparkling things. Seemed fitting they'd once belonged to gnomes. They couldn't stay up year-round, so obviously there was a storage space somewhere. The thing called it the galaxy, somewhere past appliances. New detail added the abbot's musing about holiday decor, reinforcing his limited worldview. Tone shift. Girder's panic turns darkly humorous when his body rebels against his logic. The concept of light years made the abbot chuckle to himself. 15 years had passed under his watch, each one weighed down by endless duties and complications. Hardly what anyone would call light. He gave a tired smile, nodded along politely, then dozed off as the thing droned on and on. Roman 21, Arnold Bros Est. 1905 declared, "This is the sign I give you." Roman 22, "If you do not see what you require, please ask." The Book of Gnome, Regulations v. Roman 21, Roman 22, "She can't go," Girder insisted. Masculine frowned. "Why not?" "Because it's dangerous, obviously." Masculine glanced at Grimma, who crossed her arms stubbornly. Girder huffed, "Girls shouldn't be put in harm's way." Masculine had grown used to this kind of logic, or lack of it. Back in the wild, if women avoided danger, they'd never leave home. "I'm going," Grimma snapped. "What's the worst that could happen? A rogue price slasher, or Arnold Bros himself?" Girder squeaked, wringing his hands. Grimma rolled her eyes. Oh no, not that horror. What's next? My brain exploding from too much reading. Girder flinched. I never said. I bet the stationery have servants doing their laundry, she shot back. Probably never sewed a sock in their lives. Fine, fine, Girder surrendered, backing up. Just don't slow us down and we make the calls, got it? He shot Masklin a pleading look. Tell her to stay out of trouble, Masklin shrugged. She doesn't take orders from anyone. The trek upstairs wasn't nearly as thrilling as the old abbot's tales of magical staircases, flaming buckets, and endless exposed hallways. Thanks to Dorcas, they now had lifts, though they only reached Kitty's cloths and toys. The Clothians, a peaceful bunch, had adapted to life above ground, surviving on tea, biscuits, and an alarming amount of yogurt. They never even visit the food hall, Girder whispered. Too busy meditating, I suppose. Odd, Grimma muttered. Masklin scratched his head. But what about the fire buckets? Girder coughed. Well, the abbot is very old. His memory might have embellished things, Grimma smirked. You don't say. Old Torret had his moments, didn't he? Girder shrugged. His mind isn't what it used to be. Masklin stayed quiet. If the abbot's thoughts were dull now, they must have been razor-sharp once, sharp enough to slice through the air itself. The Clothians sent a guide to lead them through the underfloor's outer edges. Few gnomes ventured this high, most preferred the bustling lower levels. The space felt almost like the outside world, with faint breezes stirring dust into pale waves. The only light seeped through cracks, and in the deepest shadows their guide struck matches to lead the way. He was tiny, smiling shyly, never speaking even when Grimma tried to coax words from him. Where exactly are we headed? Masklin asked, glancing back at their deep footprints. To the moving stairs, Girder replied. Moving? How? Grimma frowned. Does the whole store shift around? Girder chuckled a little too smugly. It's all new to you, don't worry if it doesn't make sense yet. Do they move or not? Grimma pressed. You'll see, it's the only one we use, kinda dangerous really. You've got to be topside for it, not like the lifts. The small Clothian pointed ahead, bowed, and scurried off. Girder led them through a narrow gap in the old floorboards, emerging into a bright, empty passage, and there it was, the moving stair. Masklin stared, mesmerized. Steps rose from the floor with eerie squeaks, whirring upward into the unknown. Whoa, he breathed. It was the only word that fit. The Clothians won't go near it, Girder said. They think it's haunted. Can't say I blame them, Grimma muttered, hugging herself. Oh, it's just nonsense, Girder insisted, though his face had gone pale and his voice shook. Nothing to be scared of, he squeaked. Masklin squinted at him. You've been here before, right? Millions of times. All the time, Girder said, twisting his robe between his fingers. So what now? Girder tried to sound calm, but his words tumbled out faster and faster. The Clothians say Arnold Bros est. 1905 waits at the top. That when gnomes die, Grimma studied the ascending stairs, shuddered, then suddenly bolted forward. What are you doing? Masklin yelled. Proving them wrong, she shot back. Or we'll be standing here forever, he sprinted after her. Girder gulped, glanced behind him, and scrambled to follow. Masklin watched as Grimma leaped onto a rising step, wobbling as the floor beneath her lifted her up. Then his own step surged beneath him, carrying him after her. Jump down, he shouted. You can't trust ground that moves on its own. She peered over the edge, grinning. And then what? Sit around talking about it. She laughed, and the sound echoed as they rose higher. Masklin glanced down. He was already several steps up the narrow, moving staircase. Below, Girder's tiny figure hesitated before finally mustering the nerve to leap onto a step of his own. The top wasn't what they expected. No grand meeting with Arnold Bros est. 1905. Just a long, dim hallway lined with identical doors. Some had words painted on them, but Grimma was the only familiar sight waiting. Masklin wobbled off his step as it folded itself back into the floor, shooting her a furious glare. Don't you ever pull a stunt like that again, he snapped. Grimma crossed her arms. If I hadn't, you'd still be down there, frozen like a scared rabbit. Girder was practically shaking out of his shoes. Yeah, and what if there was something dangerous up here? Masklin shot back. Like what? She challenged, raising an eyebrow. Masklin opened his mouth, then shut it. That's not the before he could finish. Girder's stare dumped him unceremoniously at their feet. Grimma helped him up with a cheerful, "See, all three of us safe and sound, nothing to worry about." Girder dusted himself off, adjusting his clothes with exaggerated dignity. "Just lost my footing. These moving stairs take some getting used to." He cleared his throat and peered down the corridor. "We should keep moving." The three crept forward, passing doors labeled with strange words. Grimma squinted at one. "Salaries, is that good or bad?" Girder shrugged. "No idea." Masklin stayed alert, scanning the hallway, too open, no hiding spots. He pointed to the red buckets mounted high on the wall. "Fire buckets," Girder whispered, eyes wide. "I've seen them in Colin and Susan go to the seaside." "Fire in buckets," Masklin frowned. "I don't see any flames." Girder hesitated. "Must be sealed inside, like beans in tins, right?" Grimma mouthed the word fire to herself before hurrying after them. At the corridor's end stood another door, this one with a glass panel. Girder gulped. "It says, Arnold Bros. Est, 1905, DHK Butterthwaite General Manager." Grimma smirked. "So he's in there, like fire in buckets." Masklin nudged the slightly ajar door. "Only one way to find out." Girder gave a miserable nod. Masklin trudged toward the heavy door, pressing his shoulder against it with all his strength until his muscles burned. After a stubborn resistance, it finally gave way with a reluctant creak. The room beyond was pitch black except for the faint glow seeping through the corridor's glass, revealing a vast space swallowed by shadows. The carpet underfoot was so thick it felt like trudging through an overgrown meadow. A few yards ahead loomed a massive wooden structure, a desk, imposing and polished. As he circled it, he spotted an oversized chair tucked behind. "Arnold Bros. Est, 1905, where are you?" he murmured, half expecting an answer from the darkness. Minutes later, Grimma and Girder heard his hushed call and crept inside, squinting through the dimness. "Where'd you go?" Grimma whispered sharply. "Up here," Masklin's voice echoed from above. "This giant wooden thing, there are little ledges to climb, and so much stuff up here. Watch the carpet, though, might be hiding predators." He tossed down a makeshift ladder of linked paper clips, glinting faintly in the weak light. Girder sniffed, eyeing the towering desk. "That's an executive model," he declared, as if reciting from memory. "Genuine oak veneer, premium craftsmanship." Grimma rolled her eyes. "What's he even doing up there? I hear clattering." Girder kept muttering, "Stylish, functional, a statement piece for any workspace," like a nervous mantra. Grimma pointed to the massive chair. "That's human-sized," she noted, a slow realization dawning. "So if Arnold Bros sits there," Girder cut in quickly, "let's just focus on searching." He snatched up a sheet of paper, squinting at the words under the dim glow. Meanwhile, Masklin traced a thick cable snaking across the desk, curiosity pulling him forward. Grimma wasn't letting it go. "If he's human-sized, then maybe he's just a—" "Not now," Girder interrupted loudly, clearing his throat before reading the document with exaggerated importance, as if the words alone could banish uncomfortable truths. Girder squinted at the document in his hands, his voice trembling slightly as he recited the list. "The Arnco Group, Arnco Developments, United Television, Arnco Schultz in Germany, Arnco Airlines, Arnco Recording, Arnco Cinemas, Arnco Petroleum, Arnco Publishing, and Arnco UK Retailing." Grimma crossed her arms. "Wow, thrilling." But Girder wasn't done. His finger traced the fine print, excitement creeping into his tone. "Wait, there's more smaller companies under Arnco UK Retailing. Bonded Outlets, Grimethorpe Dye and Paint, Quickland Sweepers," and his breath hitched. Something wrong. Grimma frowned. "Arnold Bros, established 1905. Girder's eyes flicked up, wide with disbelief. "What does this even mean? Bargains galore, help us." A sudden blinding light sliced through the darkness, pinning them in a harsh white glow. Girder flinched, shielding his eyes from the searing bulb above. "Sorry about that," Masklin called from the shadows. "Found a switch, didn't realize it'd be that bright." Girder let out a weak, humorless laugh. "Right, electric lights, of course. Nearly gave me a heart attack." Masklin stepped into the light, glancing at the paper. "Heard you reading. Anything useful?" Girder's fingers tightened around the document. "Notice to all staff," he began, voice hollow. "Given the store's declining profits, this outdated building, perfect for shoppers in 1905 but not for the modern world, will close at month's end. Stock losses and competition from newer stores have made it unavoidable. Arnold Bros, the cornerstone of Arnco's success, will be replaced by an Arnco Super Savor store in the Neil Armstrong Mall. The site will then be demolished for an Arnco leisure complex." He dropped the paper, burying his face in his hands. Masklin exhaled. "Closure, demolition, again." Grimma tilted her head. "What's a leisure complex?" Girder didn't answer. Masklin nudged her. "Give him a minute." He folded the paper carefully, tucking it away. "The abbot needs to see this." "He won't believe it unless—" He froze. Grimma's gaze had locked onto something behind him. Masklin turned slowly. Through the glass of the door, a shadow loomed in the hallway, human-sized, getting closer. Grimma swallowed. "What is that?" Masklin tightened his grip on his spear. "If I had to guess, prices slashed." They bolted toward Girder. "Someone's coming," Masklin hissed, pressing himself against the wall. "Get down, now." Girder was curled up in a trembling ball, muttering about clearance sales and doom. "Everything's gone, total liquidation, we're finished." "Yeah, but could you panic quietly on the floor?" Masklin snapped. Grimma shot him a look. "He's not in his right mind," she said then with forced brightness. "Come on, up you go." She hoisted Girder like a sack of flour and dragged him toward the makeshift rope ladder. Masklin kept his eyes locked on the door, backing up slowly. The light, that was the problem. It shouldn't be on. And now, here came the inevitable. Some nightmare called prices slashed was about to walk right in. Ridiculous. He ducked behind a stack of old newspapers, listening as Girder's whimpers abruptly cut off, probably Grimma's doing. She had a habit of solving problems with blunt efficiency. The door creaked open inch by inch. A figure in a blue uniform stepped inside, face grim, a flashlight clenched in one hand. Masklin squinted. Humans moved like they were wading through molasses, but this one was sharp enough to notice the light. Too sharp. The man's hat had letters stitched across it, S-E-C-U-R-I-T-Y, and a bushy white mustache that twitched as he scanned the room. Not stupid, Masklin reminded himself, just slow. And if he looked in the right spot, he'd see them. Even a human couldn't miss that. Security lumbered around, poking into corners, then turned to leave. Masklin exhaled just as Girder's muffled shriek erupted from below. "Its prices slashed. Bargains galore, have mercy, MMPH." The guard froze. His face twisted in confusion like a man trying to remember where he left his keys. Masklin tightened his grip on his spear. "Eyes, aim for the eyes." Then, a roar from outside like a truck revving. Security barely flinched. He pulled the door open wider, revealing an older woman in a floral apron and slippers standing in the hallway. She looked about as threatening as a basket of muffins. Perfect, Masklin thought. Just when things couldn't get weirder, Masklin watched as the woman wrestled with what looked like a runaway vacuum cleaner, her foot giving it a sharp kick to silence its roar. The noise faded as security started talking to her, their voices booming like foghorns in a shouting match. Seizing the moment, Masklin scrambled down the paperclip chain to where Grimma and Girder waited under the desk. Girder's eyes were wide with panic, Grimma's hand still clamped over his mouth. "Let's move before he notices us." Masklin whispered. "How?" Grimma shot back. "The door's the only way out." Girder mumbled something muffled behind Grimma's fingers. "At least let's find better cover," Masklin said, scanning the vast, shadowy carpet. "There's a cabinet over there." Girder let out another frantic sound. Masklin sighed. Listen, Girder, if you start going on about doom again, we'll have to gag you for real. Deal, a reluctant grunt. Promise, another grunt. Grimma lowered her hand and Girder immediately gasped. It was bargains galore. She came to save us with her mighty soul sucker. His face twisted in sudden realization. Wait, that was just a vacuum cleaner, wasn't it? The kind with extra suction power. Masklin rolled his eyes. Great. Now can we focus on escaping? After some digging, they found a gap in the floorboards just wide enough to wiggle through. The journey back was grueling. Girder kept breaking down in tears, and the climb through the hollow wall, tangled with wires and wooden supports, took forever. By the time they emerged under the kids' clothing section, Girder had regained his composure enough to demand food and a proper escort. Finally, they made it back to stationary just in time. Granny Morky sat stiffly beside the abbot's bed, her hands gripping her knees. "Keep it down," she warned. "He's not well, says he's dying. And he'd know, wouldn't he?" "Dying of what?" Masklin asked. "Of being old," Granny snapped. The abbot lay shrunken among his pillows, the thing clutched in his bony fingers. With effort he raised a trembling hand, beckoning Masklin closer. His breath was shallow, his voice barely a whisper. But his eyes burned with urgency. Granny barked her command, "Bend down closer. The poor old thing can barely whisper now." The abbot's frail fingers tugged at Masklin's ear, pulling him near. "She's a tough one, that woman," he murmured, voice like dry leaves. "But for the love of everything, get her out of here before she drowns me in another one of her cures." Masklin understood. Granny's remedies were legendary. Her stomachache tonic, for instance, didn't just fix the pain. It made sure you'd never dare complain again. In a twisted way, it worked. "I can't exactly order her," he muttered, "but I'll try asking." She stomped off, already yelling about mixing another batch of her infamous brew. Girder knelt beside the bed, eyes wide. You're not really dying, are you, sir?" the abbot chuckled weakly. "Of course I am. That's the whole point of living, boy. Did you find Arnold Bros. Est? 1905, Girder fidgeted. "We found the writing, sir. It's true, the store's coming down. What do we do? It's the end of everything." "Leave," the abbot wheezed. Girder paled. "But you always said the outside was just a dream." "And you never bought that, did you?" the old gnome coughed. "Maybe I was wrong. That spear-wielding lad's still around." Masklin stepped forward. "Ah, there you are," the abbot rasped. "That box of yours showed me things. Stars, not just the cheap glittery ones they hang up at Christmas. Hundreds of them, a whole universe. We used to live there, Masklin. It was ours. Arnold Bros is telling us to go back." His bony fingers clamped onto Masklin's arm with shocking force. "You're not the sharpest tool in the shed, but you're stubborn. The kind who sticks around when things get ugly. Take them home, all of them." He sank back, eyes fluttering shut. Girder panicked. "Leave the store with thousands of us elders' babies. Where would we even go? Masklin says there's foxes, rain, wind, sir. Grimma checked the abbot's wrist, then sighed. "He might hear you, but he won't answer." Girder's voice cracked. "He can't die." "He's always been here." Masklin quietly slipped the thing from the abbot's limp fingers as stationery rushed in, drawn by Girder's distress. "Thing," he whispered, stepping away. "I hear you. Is he gone?" "No life functions detected," Masklin frowned. "So yes, correct." He exhaled, turning the thing over in his hands. Somewhere outside, thunder rumbled, an omen or just bad timing. Either way, the real trouble was only beginning. Masklin stared at the still form of the old abbot, feeling a strange hollowness in his chest. "I always thought death meant getting eaten or crushed," he muttered. "Never imagined you could just stop." The thing, as usual, stayed silent. Masklin rubbed his forehead. "So what now?" Girder was right. No one's gonna walk away from warmth and food just because I ask nicely. A few reckless kids, maybe, but if we're gonna survive out there, we need numbers. And what am I supposed to tell them? "Hey, folks, time to ditch everything and march into the unknown." The thing finally spoke. No, funerals were new to Masklin. So was the idea of someone just ending back home. If someone disappeared, it was usually because something got them, not because time ran out. When Gerder had asked where they buried their dead, Masklin had shrugged. Foxes and badgers mostly. Then, with a smirk, he'd added, "You know, the elegant and efficient undertakers of the wild." The store gnomes had their own way of saying goodbye. The abbot's body was dressed in a bright green coat and a ridiculous pointy hat, his beard neatly combed. He lay on his bed like some kind of tiny, peaceful king while Gerder droned on about the great gardening department beyond consumer accounts, where eternal life came in easy-to-install polythene. One by one, the high-ranking gnomes stepped forward with their symbolic gifts: the spade of honest toil, the fishing rod of hope, the wheelbarrow of leadership. Masklin watched, baffled. Dying here was like checking out of a bizarre spiritual department store. Grima sniffled as the body was carried away down to the sub-basement they later learned, where the incinerator waited. Prices slashed. Security. Horrible tea. Granny Morky huffed. "Back in my day we just stuck 'em in the ground. Simple." "Ground?" Gerder blinked. "You know, dirt, floor, whatever." "And then what?" Granny frowned. "What do you mean, then what? Dead's dead." Gerder sighed like he was explaining rain to a rock. "In the store, good gnomes get to visit before moving on to a better place." "Their souls, you mean?" Grima ventured. Gerder brightened. "Exactly." The others exchanged glances. If this was enlightenment, it felt a lot like confusion. "All right," he muttered, "I'll have someone take you there." They were led to the gardening section, a bizarre imitation of the outdoors, Masklin noted. Everything felt artificial, like nature stripped of its wild edges. The dim glow of overhead grow lights replaced the sun, casting a sterile brightness that never dimmed. No storms, no unpredictable gusts, just stillness. The grass wasn't real, just rough fabric dyed green with stiff fibers poking through. Towering shelves held seed packets, each labeled with illustrations of flowers so unnaturally perfect, Masklin doubted they existed anywhere. "Is the outside like this?" the young priest guiding them asked eagerly. "They say." "Well, they say you've been there, that you've seen it." His voice held a desperate kind of hope. Masklin shrugged. "More dirt, more real green." "But the flowers," the priest pressed. "Some," Masklin admitted. "Not like these." Torret, usually so chatty, went quiet. "I seen flowers like these once," he muttered, then clamped his mouth shut. As they rounded the hulking shape of a lawnmower, they froze. Gnomes, dozens of them. Plump, grinning faces painted a sickly pink, frozen in eternal cheer. Some clutched tiny fishing rods or spades, others leaned on wheelbarrows that would never move. Every last one wore the same vacant smile. The tribe stood in stunned silence. Grima finally whispered, "That's horrifying," the priest gasped. "No, it's wonderful, Arnold Bros est. 1905 sends you back polished and new, then off you go someplace better," Granny snorted. "No women, small blessings, I suppose," the priest fidgeted. "Ah, well, that's complicated. We're not entirely sure why, but—" "And they all look identical," Granny cut in. "Like someone stamped them out of a mold." "Now, see here." "Over my dead body," Granny snapped. "If that's the afterlife, I'll stay dead." The priest looked ready to cry. But Torret's voice cut through, shaky and gray. "I saw one when I was a boy." Granny shot him a glare. "You never saw nothing." "I did," Torret insisted. "Grandpa Dimpo took us past the woods, near those big human houses with their perfect little lawns. Flowers like these, ponds with orange fish. And one of them, sitting on a stone toadstool, staring at the water," Granny scoffed. "Liar," Torret didn't back down. "Grandpa said it was a giant gnome turned to stone 'cause it sat there so long, never catching a thing. What a waste," he told us. "I'd rather go quick." Then his voice cracked. "Then a cat got him." A heavy silence fell. Even Granny didn't have a comeback for that. "You gotta be kidding me," Masklin muttered under his breath. "What went down?" Masklin asked. Torret, catching Granny's sharp glare, shifted uncomfortably. "Well, we jabbed at it with our spears, scooped him up, and booked it faster than a jackrabbit in a wildfire," he said, scratching his head. The priest let out a wail. "That's not how it happened at all," he sobbed. Granny hesitated, then gave him a reassuring pat. "Easy now," she said, her voice softening. "Don't let this old windbag rattle you, he'll spin a tale out of thin air." Torrit opened his mouth to protest, but one look from Granny shut him up. The group trudged back, trying to shake off the memory of those eerie stone figures. Torrit lagged behind, grumbling like a busted radio. "I swear I saw it," he hissed. "Big, grinning thing perched on some weird spotted rock. Never went back, though. Better to play it safe, right? But I saw it." Everyone just assumed Girder would take over as the new abbot, no debate, no fuss. The old abbot's orders were clear. The only one who seemed to have a problem with it, Girder himself. "Why me?" he groaned. "I never signed up to lead, and besides," he leaned in, lowering his voice, "I've got doubts, the old abbot knew it. No clue why he'd think I'd be any good." Masklin stayed quiet. Maybe the abbot had a plan. Maybe doubt wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe it was time to rethink Arnold Bros. Est. 1905. They stood off to the side in the stationery's meeting space, one of the few places in the store where fighting was off-limits aside from the food hall. The department heads and family leaders swarmed around, sharp words flying even if weapons weren't. Getting them to cooperate. Impossible without the stationery. Funny how that worked. The stationery had no real power, but everyone needed them. Nobody feared them, and somehow they ended up calling the shots. A haberdashery wouldn't listen to an ironmongery if their life depended on it, unless a stationery was the one talking. Masklin turned to Girder. "We need to chat with someone from the ironmongery. They handle the electricity, right, and the truck nest." Girder nodded toward a thin man with a pencil mustache. "That's the Count de Ironmongery. Not exactly devout. Doesn't know squat about electricity, though." Masklin blinked. "I thought you said—" "Oh, the underlings handle that," Girder said with a smirk. "You think the Duc de Haberdashery actually uses scissors, or the Baroness del Icatessen chops her own food?" He shot Masklin a sideways glance. "Come on, get real. You've got some kind of plan, right?" Girder asked, scratching his beard. Masklin toyed with the edge of his spear, lost in thought. "Yeah, sort of. I'm gonna tell them the truth, that we can leave the store and take everything with us. I think it's doable." Girder frowned. Maybe, if everyone hauls as much as they can. But supplies won't last forever, and you can't exactly lug electricity around. It's stuck in those wires, you know." Ignoring the skepticism, Masklin pressed on. "How many stationery can actually read human?" "All of us know a little," Girder admitted, "but only 4 are really good at it." "Why?" Masklin exhaled sharply. "That's not enough. There's a trick to it, and most won't figure it out. But that's not the point. I'm talking about getting everyone out, with everything we'll ever need." Girder's eyes widened. "They'll collapse under the weight. Not if most of what they carry weighs nothing." A flicker of suspicion crossed Girder's face. "This isn't one of Dorcas's crazy ideas, is it?" "No," Masklin snapped, frustration bubbling up. His mind was bursting with everything the thing had dumped on him, things no one else could grasp. The abbot had died with stars in his eyes, but even he hadn't understood. The galaxy wasn't just another department outside the store, it was endless. Girder had spent his whole life under a roof. To him, the distance from hardware to home goods was a journey. How could he fathom that the stars were so far away? Running wouldn't even get you there in a lifetime. And then there was the real kicker. Gnomes had once traveled between those stars in ships so massive they made semis look like toys. One of those ships had sent a smaller craft to this world, but something went wrong. The survivors had salvaged the thing, the ship's brain, passing it down through generations until its true purpose was forgotten. But none of that mattered as much as the real revelation, the one that sent sparks through Masklin's veins. The thing wasn't just history. It was the key. The massive starship still drifted somewhere in the void above, maintained by silent machines just like the thing. Those mechanical caretakers didn't understand time the way gnomes did. They simply counted it, stored it, and kept the ship running, sweeping its endless corridors, monitoring the stars and waiting. They'd wait forever if they had to, repairing, maintaining, ready for the day the gnomes returned, ready to take them home. Meanwhile, Masklin thought bitterly, his people had forgotten. They'd burrowed into the dirt, living like frightened mice, while the truth of what they once were faded into myth. He clenched his fists. It was impossible, of course, but impossible was just a word. He dragged a rat across the forest once, hadn't he? Not all at once, but bit by bit, rest by rest. That's how you tackled the impossible, slice it into difficult, then difficult into hard, then hard into tricky. And the trickiest part, convincing the others. He had a plan. Well, the thing had given him the bones of it, but he'd turned it over in his mind so many times it felt like his own. Ridiculous, probably, but worth trying. Girder eyed him warily. So, this plan of yours, Masklin took a breath. The stationery always wanted gnomes to work together, right? Obviously, Girder sniffed. Well, this'll make them. Good, you're gonna hate it, Girder bristled. That's how dare you assume. You'll laugh, Masklin said flatly. Then tell me and we'll see. So he did. Girder's laughter echoed until he saw Masklin's expression. Then it died. You can't be serious, Masklin shrugged. Got a better idea. Will you back me? But how could we possibly? We'll figure it out, with Arnold Bro's help, he added smoothly. Girder paled. Right, of course, he straightened. Look, I've got a speech to make. Goodwill, unity, all that, we'll discuss this later. Now, Masklin cut in. Girder gulped. Now, before they forget why they should care. New detail. Masklin's hands shook as he spoke, not from fear but from the weight of what he was asking. The air smelled of damp earth and old leaves, a sharp contrast to the cold metal he imagined waiting above. Tone shift, from grim determination to dry sarcasm. Because really, what better time to drop an impossible plan on everyone than right after a leadership change? Nothing like a little chaos to keep things interesting. The leaders of the gnomes gathered in the dim light of the storeroom, their faces tense with uncertainty. Abbot Girder stood before them, his voice steady but firm. Listen to the words of the outsider, he commanded. A murmur of dissent rippled through the crowd. Why should we listen to him? He's not one of us. One of the gnome lords protested. Girder raised a hand. Because the old abbot willed it and because I do too. The grumbling faded into reluctant silence. Masklin stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. About these demolition rumors, I have a plan. We don't have to scatter like roaches when the light flips on. We can leave on our own terms like people who choose their own fate. Roaches, someone interrupted, confused. Masklin sighed. Fine, rats then. Point is, we take everything we need, food, tools, knowledge, and leave this place together, not for another store but for the open sky. Everything? A gnome whispered, horrified. Everything, Masklin confirmed. A wave of disbelief crashed over them. That's impossible, Masklin's voice cut through the doubt. No, it's not. We steal a truck. Dead silence. The Count de Ironmongery arched a brow. You mean those giant, stinking metal beasts with wheels? Yes, Masklin said, feeling the weight of every eye on him. The boy's lost his mind, the Duc de Haberdashery snapped. Even if the store were in danger, which I highly doubt, this is pure madness, Masklin pressed on, his cheeks burning. We can fit everyone, we can take books, learn how to survive. The words keep coming, but none of them make sense, the Duke sneered. Nervous laughter followed. Masklin spotted Angelo nearby, eyes bright with excitement. One of the lesser lords cleared his throat. No disrespect to the late abbot, but if the store was built in 1905, where were we in 1904? I'm not talking about another store, Masklin said. I'm talking about freedom. The Duke threw up his hands. Enough. The old abbot was wise but clearly senile at the end. With that, he stormed out, most of the others trailing behind, though a few lingered, hesitating near the door as if waiting for an excuse to stay. Left behind were the Count, the plump Baroness del Iketessen, and a handful of minor lords. The Count smirked. Ah, now we can breathe. Go on, boy, Masklin exhaled. That's all I've got for now. I need more information. Like, can any of you make electricity? Masklin leaned forward, his eyes bright with determination. Not steal it, but build it ourselves. That's the plan. The Count rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're asking me to hand over classified department secrets. Girder cut in sharply, his voice edged with urgency. My lord, if we're going to take this risk, we have to trust each other completely. No secrets, no holding back. Masklin nodded. Exactly, we're all in this together. Girder crossed his arms. For the good of all gnomes, the stationery will teach anyone who wants to learn how to read. The room fell silent, broken only by Girder's strangled gasp. Read, he managed to choke out. Masklin hesitated, then doubled down. And that includes women. The Count's eyebrows shot up while the Baroness smirked. Girder, meanwhile, looked like he was about to faint. There are shelves full of books in the stationery department, Masklin pressed on. Whatever we need to do, there's a book that explains how, but we'll need lots of readers to find the right ones. The Count chuckled. Someone fetch our stationery friend some water. I think the concept of sharing has overwhelmed him. The Baroness leaned in. Young man, do these books of yours explain how to operate one of those monstrous trucks? Masklin grinned. He'd been waiting for this. Grimma stepped forward, dragging a book nearly her size. Together they propped it up. See these words, Masklin pointed with his spear. The highway, code, it's got pictures, instructions, everything. Learn this and you can drive. That's what it says. Grimma added, and I've already figured out some of the words. The Baroness's eyes gleamed with interest. The Count tilted his head. And that's all it takes, Masklin hesitated. Deep down, he suspected it wasn't that simple, but now wasn't the time for doubts. Leaders had to be decisive, right? This morning I climbed into the truck garage, he said. There are levers, pedals, all kinds of things, but humans do it all the time. How hard can it be? The gnomes exchanged glances. The logic was hard to argue with. Fascinating, murmured the Count. So what do you need from us? Masklin didn't hesitate. People, as many as you can spare, especially the ones you can't spare. The Baroness turned to the Count, exchanging silent nods before addressing Grimma. Tell me, dear, she said, her voice dripping with aristocratic concern, how are you handling this whole reading business? No headaches, no strange visions. Grimma shifted uncomfortably. I only know a few words like exit and danger, she admitted. The Baroness leaned in, studying her like a scientist examining a peculiar bug. No pressure behind the eyes, no sudden urge to recite poetry. Not that I've noticed, ma'am, Grimma replied. Masklin sighed, watching Girder slump into a chair. He'd expected challenges, learning to drive, figuring out how an engine worked, even deciphering letters on a page. But those were straightforward. The real problem, people. 28 of them to be exact. Not nearly enough, Grimma muttered. It's a start, Masklin countered. More will come, but first they all need to learn to read just enough to get by. Then we pick the best 5 and teach them how to teach the rest. Grimma frowned. Where'd you come up with that? The thing explained it, Masklin said. Something called critical path analysis. Basically everything has steps. Want to build a house, first you need bricks. To make bricks you need clay, and so on. Grimma blinked. What's clay? Not sure. Then what's a house? Haven't figured that out yet, Masklin admitted. But the point is it's important. Oh, and there's also progress chasing. What's that? Yelling at people until they finish what they're supposed to, Masklin said, grinning. Granny Morky's perfect for that. Doubt she'll bother with reading, but she's got the lungs for it. Grimma crossed her arms. And what about me? You're learning to read better. Why? Because we need to learn how to really think, Masklin said. Grimma scoffed. I know how to think. Yeah, but there are things we can't even imagine because we don't have the words, Masklin argued. The store gnomes don't even understand wind or rain. How can they picture snow? Grimma opened her mouth to protest, then hesitated. Girder, meanwhile, had been fuming. Reading, he'd snapped earlier. Next you'll be handing out pens and telling everyone to scribble their names. Why stop there? Maybe we should just give away all our secrets. Masklin had shrugged. Writing can wait. Girder slammed his fist against the wall, his face flushed with frustration. You went behind my back without even asking me first, Masklin shrugged. Would you have said yes? Absolutely not. Exactly why I didn't ask, Masklin replied calmly. Girder threw his hands up. I agreed to help, but this is insane. So is our situation, Masklin shot back. I thought you wanted to help us survive. Girder deflated, rubbing his temples. Fine, you've got me cornered. I can't stop you now, not with everyone watching. Do what you have to, take whoever you need. Good, Masklin said, a hint of finality in his tone. When can you start? Me, but you're the best reader we've got. Well, yes, but good. That single word became Masklin's signature, a verbal door slamming shut on any further argument. Girder flailed, exasperated. What exactly do you expect me to do? How many books are in the store? Masklin asked. Too many to count. Do you know what's in them? Girder blinked. Are you serious? They're packed with words I've never even seen before, Masklin pressed on. Is there a book that explains how to understand words you don't know? This is problem-solving in action, Masklin thought, surprised at how naturally it came to him. Girder hesitated, then nodded slowly. That's actually a smart question. I need to learn about trucks, electricity, food, everything, Masklin said. And then I need you to find a book about, well, about what? Masklin hesitated, then blurted out, is there a book on how gnomes can drive a human-sized truck? Girder gaped. You don't even know, not exactly. I was hoping we could figure it out as we go. But you said we just needed to learn the highway code. Yeah, Masklin admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. But something tells me driving might be a little more complicated than that. May bargains galore have mercy on us, Girder groaned. Masklin sighed. Yeah, let's hope so. Then came the moment of truth. The truck nest was freezing, reeking of oil and metal. The girder beneath them felt terrifyingly high, one wrong step and it was a long drop down. Masklin forced himself not to look. Below them, the truck loomed like a monstrous red beast in the dim light. This should be close enough, Masklin muttered. We're right above the driver's seat. The cab, Angelo corrected. Right, the cab. Angelo had been an unexpected ally. He'd stormed into the stationery department out of breath and demanding reading lessons, all so he could study trucks. The machines fascinated him. But your father's against this whole plan, Masklin had pointed out. Angelo had just scoffed. Doesn't matter, you've been out there, you know what it's like. New detail. As they stood on the girder, a distant clang echoed through the warehouse, making them all freeze. For a second they wondered if they'd been discovered, but then silence returned and they exhaled in unison. Masklin tightened his grip on the rope. All right, let's do this. Masklin watched as Angelo fumbled with the straps, his excitement barely contained. The gnome had spent hours poring over those truck books the stationery dug up, even though reading wasn't his strong suit. Now he spouted trucker slang like he'd been born behind the wheel. Gear shift, wipers, CB radio, breaker breaker, good buddy, Angelo muttered, flashing a grin. Let's roll. Masklin double-checked the rope. Remember, if the windows are shut, one tug and we haul you back up. Got it. 10-4, Angelo replied smugly. Masklin blinked. What? That's trucker for yes, Angelo explained, adjusting his makeshift tool belt. Masklin sighed. Right. Once you're inside, find a hiding spot and observe the driver. Yeah, I know the drill, Angelo cut in, patting the small pouch at his side. Sandwiches, check. Notebook, check. Time to put the pedal to the metal, Masklin frowned. Do we really need all this lingo just to drive? Negatory, Angelo said with a wink. Dorcas, gripping the rope, nudged Angelo. You sure you don't want the outside suit? The bulky contraption, a cone of heavy fabric with a tiny viewing window, had been Dorcas's pet project. You never know what's out there, he insisted. Wind, rain, birds. Angelo shook his head. Too heavy, I'm staying inside the truck. Good, Masklin said. Then let's move. Over you go, and may Arnold bros est. 1905, keep an eye on you. Angelo slipped over the edge, spinning slowly as the team lowered him into the dim warehouse below. The rope jerked suddenly. Angelo dangled just a few feet down. "If I don't make it back," he shouted, "promise me no one eats Bobo." Masklin rolled his eyes. "You'll be fine." "I know," Angelo insisted. "But if I'm not, Bobo goes to a nice family. One that doesn't serve rat for dinner. Promise." "No rat got it," Masklin said, waving him off. The rope unspooled again as Angelo descended into the shadows, still muttering trucker phrases under his breath. New detail. Masklin notices Angelo's hands shaking not from fear but from sheer adrenaline. The little gnome was born for this. Angelo scrambled down the sloping rooftop, moving fast toward the cab of the truck. Just watching him made Masklin's head spin. The tiny figure vanished, and after a tense pause, 2 sharp tugs on the thread signaled for more slack. They let it slide carefully, then 3 faint tugs. A moment later they repeated. Masklin exhaled hard. "He made it," he muttered. "Pull the thread back up. We'll leave it here for if he returns." He glanced again at the massive truck, a hulking beast of metal and mystery. The gnomes had theories, mostly Dorcas's, that the same trucks left and returned, hauling goods out only to bring them back like some bizarre ritual. Why Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 needed to send merchandise on daily field trips was beyond anyone's grasp. All they knew was the trucks always came back within a day or two. Now Angelo was inside one. Where would it take him? What would he see? And if he didn't return, what then? How would Masklin explain it? He volunteered. We needed answers. It was all up to him. None of that would matter if Angelo never came home. Dorcas nudged him, pointing at another dormant truck. "See that step by the driver's door? If we could reach it, maybe tie a rope to the handle." Masklin shook his head. "Too high. One small step for a human, one impossible climb for us." From the Book of Gnome, Goods Outwards v. Romans 7, v. The outsider declared, "Let a doubter be sent beyond, that they may see the truth." Romans 6. And one rode the truck into the outside, seeking a new home. Romans 7. And there was waiting, for he did not return. Exhausted, Masklin retreated to his makeshift bed in the stationery department, a battered shoebox where he could finally think. But peace was short-lived. A group of gnomes stood waiting, clutching a book like some sacred relic. Masklin suppressed a groan. Books. So much knowledge, yet so useless when you couldn't find what you needed. The words made sense, but the system didn't. Vinto Pimi, a young ironmonger with more enthusiasm than skill, beamed at him. "I've figured it out," he announced. Masklin rubbed his temples. "Did you break it?" Vinto blinked. "No, I deciphered it." "Sure you did," Masklin thought. "Just what I need, another mystery. I think I've got it. We can make a human drive the truck for us." Masklin rubbed his temples. "We've been over this. If we reveal ourselves to a human, doesn't matter. Vinto waved his arms excitedly. "He won't do anything, 'cause we'll have, wait for it, a new—" Vinto grinned like a kid who just pulled off the ultimate prank. Masklin blinked. "A new," he repeated deadpan. "Exactly, it's all in here." Vinto shoved a book under his nose. Masklin squinted at the pages. He was still getting the hang of reading, but as far as he could tell, the book was something about high-altitude living at 10,000 feet. "Is this about footwear?" he ventured. No, listen, you get a new," pointed at the driver, "and yell, 'Hands up or I'll unleash the new.'" "Then he'll got it. Brilliant. Absolutely genius," Masklin said, already backing toward his box. "We'll, circle back on that one. Top marks for creativity." "Pretty clever, right?" Vinto bounced on his toes. "Sure. Maybe try reading something more useful." Masklin hesitated. Who was he to judge? He ducked into his cardboard shelter and slumped against the makeshift door. "Thing," he muttered. "I hear you, Masklin," the thing replied from its nest of rags. "What is a new?" A brief silence. "Then the new or wildebeest is a large African antelope with distinctive curved horns. Average length 6.5 feet. Height 4.5 feet at the shoulder. Weight up to 600 pounds. Native to the savannas of Central and Southern Africa. Could you actually scare someone with one? Potentially. Would the store have one?" Another pause. "Is there a pet department?" Masklin sighed. They'd had this conversation yesterday when Vinto proposed farming guinea pigs for food. No, then the odds are negligible. Probably for the best, Masklin mumbled, collapsing onto his bed. Look, we need to steer clear of humans, but not too far, somewhere safe, somewhere ours. Locate an atlas or map. How do I recognize one? They are typically labeled atlas or map. I'll ask the abbot to organize a search. Masklin yawned. Rest is necessary, the thing said. Everyone expects me to have all the answers, Masklin muttered. But I don't. We need a plan. A new won't cut it. We'll never load everything in one night. They think I know the way, but I don't. His words trailed off as sleep took him, pulling him into dreams where he stood tall, human-sized. Untouchable life was simple when you were human-sized. 2 days slipped by unnoticed. From their perch on the steel beam above the garage, the gnomes kept a careful watch. Someone had managed to retrieve a tiny plastic telescope from the toy department, and through its lens, they discovered something crucial. The massive garage doors swung open whenever a human pressed a red button beside them. But how do you reach a button that towers over you? Masklin scribbled it down as yet another problem to solve. Girder, ever resourceful, proudly presented a map. Found it in this little book, he said, flipping through the pages. They call it a pocket diary. See, there's a whole map in the back. Masklin squinted at the tiny colored blobs labeled Africa and Asia. He muttered. Great work. So, where exactly are we? Right in the middle, Girder declared. Makes perfect sense. Then the truck rumbled back, without Angelo. Masklin sprinted along the girder, ignoring the dizzying drop on either side. The grim faces of the watchers told him everything before they spoke. A young gnome, still catching his breath after being lowered down, shook his head. Checked every window, all locked, couldn't see a thing inside, it's pitch black. Are you sure it's the same truck? Masklin demanded. Numbers don't lie, the head watcher insisted. I memorized the one he left in. When it rolled back in, we need to get inside, Masklin cut in. Now, someone fetch. No, that'll take too long, lower me down. What? All the way to the floor, he repeated, shoving the end of a thread into another gnome's hands. He could be hurt in there. Wasn't our fault, muttered one. Humans were swarming the place when it pulled in. We had to wait. Nobody's blaming anyone, Masklin said firmly. Some of you take the long way down and meet me there. Except maybe me, he thought as he spun into the darkness, the truck's massive frame looming above him. Funny, it had seemed smaller from the outside. The floor was slick with oil, and he darted beneath the truck into a maze of pipes and wires. After a frantic search, he dragged out a length of wire, bending it clumsily into a hook. Climbing through the underbelly of the truck was easier than expected, just a jungle of pipes and cables. Soon, he hit a metal wall riddled with holes, barely squeezing through. Inside, his feet sank into carpet. Since when did trucks have carpet? New detail. The unexpected softness underfoot throws him off. Since when did humans prioritize comfort in their machines? Tone shift. From urgent desperation to bewildered sarcasm. Because of course the truck's interior is luxurious while Angelo's missing. The truck's interior was a wasteland of forgotten scraps. Candy wrappers the size of newspapers to a gnome, greasy petal-shaped protrusions jutting from the floor. Near the massive steering wheel, a seat loomed, probably where the human driver sat. Masklin called softly for Angelo, but only silence answered. He sifted through the fluff and crumpled paper beneath the seat until he spotted a familiar scrap, Angelo's coat, barely noticeable among the trash. The debris looked disturbed, as if someone had been watching from the shadows. A sandwich wrapper crinkled under his fingers. With nothing else to take, he grabbed the coat and climbed back out. A group of gnomes huddled beneath the engine, their faces tight with worry. Masklin held up the coat and shook his head. No sign of him. He was there, but now he's gone. Maybe the rain flattened him, muttered an older gnome. Another added darkly, or the wind carried him off. Outside's full of horrors. Masklin clenched his fists. No, well, yes, there are dangers, but not like that. He should have been safe if he just stayed inside. The gnomes suddenly fell silent, their eyes darting past him. The Duc de Haberdashery stood there, flanked by guards, his expression unreadable. Without a word, he extended his hands. Masklin handed over the coat. The Duke turned it slowly, his silence stretching like a wire about to snap. "I forbade him to go," the Duke murmured. "Told him it was deadly. Stupid of me, just made him want to go more." His gaze locked onto Masklin. "Well, is my son alive?" Masklin swallowed. "Could be. No reason he wouldn't be." The Duke's stare drifted to the truck, then to his guards. "These things, they go outside." "All the time," Masklin confirmed. The Duke made a strange, choked sound. "There is no outside, I know this, but my son believed otherwise." His voice wavered. "You think we should leave? If we do, will I find him?" Masklin met the Duke's watery eyes, soft like undercooked eggs, and thought of the vast, crushing world beyond. A leader had to balance truth and hope. Realistically, Angelo was a needle in a hurricane. But hope, it's possible, Masklin lied and hated himself for it, but it was possible. New detail. The Duke's hands trembled slightly as he clutched the coat, a crack in his usual stoicism. Voice twist. The somber mood shifts to biting irony when Masklin internally acknowledges the absurd odds, like the store sprouting wings, yet still offers false hope. The Duke's face remained unreadable as he spoke. "Fine," he said flatly. "What exactly do you require?" Masklin blinked in surprise. "Huh. I asked what you need to get that truck moving outside," the Duke repeated, his tone impatient. Masklin hesitated, scrambling for an answer. Well, right now, we could use more hands." "How many?" the Duke cut in sharply. Masklin's thoughts spun. 50, he guessed, bracing for negotiation. "You'll get them," the Duke said without hesitation. Masklin opened his mouth to protest, but the Duke's expression shifted, no longer distant and lost, but back to his usual sharp-edged irritation. "Don't fail," he muttered before turning and striding away. By nightfall, 50 bewildered haberdashery soldiers had arrived, gaping at the garage like it was some alien contraption. Girder groaned in protest, but Masklin quickly assigned anyone who looked remotely capable to the reading program. "There's too many," Girder snapped. "And they're just foot soldiers for Arnold Bro's sake." "I figured he'd argue me down to 20, Masklin admitted. "But honestly, I think we'll need every last one soon enough." The reading lessons weren't going as planned. Sure, books had useful information, but sifting through the nonsense was exhausting. Take that story Vinto found, some girl tumbling down a rabbit hole, meeting a rabbit with a pocket watch, then drinking potions that made her shrink or grow. Vinto had been practically vibrating with excitement. If we just find that drink me stuff, one of us could get big enough to drive the truck ourselves. Masklin couldn't dismiss the idea. If even one gnome could match a human size, their problems would vanish. He'd repeated it to himself like a mantra. So they'd spent hours combing the store for any bottle labeled "Drink Me." Either it didn't exist, which Girder refused to accept because the store had everything, or it was just another made-up thing. Books were full of those. Why would Arnold Bros fill them with lies? "So the faithful learn to tell truth from fiction," Girder insisted. Masklin had claimed one book for himself, A Child's Guide to the Stars, mostly star charts. That at least was real. When his thoughts got too heavy, he'd flip through it, tracing constellations with his fingers. Sirius, Rigel, Wolf 359, he tried the names on the thing. "I don't recognize them," it replied. "I thought we came from one of these," Masklin pressed. "Different naming systems, no match found." Masklin lay back in the dark. "Then what was our star called?" "The sun." "But the sun's here. Every star is the sun to those who live by it." Angelo burst back into the department on the fourth day, his eyes wide with excitement and a grin stretching across his face like he'd just discovered the greatest secret in the world. The guard gnome sprinted in ahead of him, breathless, while Angelo strutted in like a conquering hero, trailed by a pack of awestruck younger gnomes. He was covered in dirt, his clothes were torn, and dark circles under his eyes betrayed his lack of sleep, but none of that mattered. He moved with a swagger like someone who just stepped into the unknown and couldn't wait to brag about it. "Where have I been?" Angelo crowed, barely able to contain himself. "Oh, just everywhere. You wouldn't believe what's out there." The crowd pressed in, eager for details. "What did you see?" they demanded. "Everything," he shot back, practically glowing. "And get this, I saw the store from the outside. It's incredible, huge columns, massive glass windows shining with colors like nothing we've ever imagined." The whispers spread like wildfire. A stationery piped up. "Did you see all the departments?" Angelo scoffed. "From out there, no way, it's just one enormous building." And he dug into his pouch, pulling out a notebook now stuffed with extra pages. "There's this giant sign out front. I copied it down because it wasn't in trucker language. Here, look." He held up the page. The room fell dead silent as gnomes who could read squinted at the words, "Closing down sale." Exhausted but still buzzing, Angelo finally collapsed into bed, muttering about trucks, distant hills, and something called cities before passing out for 2 hours. Later, Masklin found him propped up, eyes gleaming like polished stones in his pale face. "Don't you wear him out," Granny Morky warned, bustling around like a tiny, unstoppable nurse. "He's weak as a kitten. All that bouncing around in those monstrous machines isn't good for anyone. His father was in here earlier and I had to kick him out after 5 minutes." Masklin blinked. "You threw out the Duke. How? He never listens," Granny smirked. "Oh, he might be high and mighty in the store, but in my sick room, just another stubborn patient." Angelo sat up, practically vibrating. "I need to tell everyone what's out there. It's everything." His voice cracked with wonder, and for the first time, the gnomes realized just how small their world had been. Granny Morky sighed as she adjusted the pillows behind Angelo, who was practically vibrating with excitement. "Calm down before you wear yourself out," she muttered, shooting a disapproving glance at the tiny whiskers poking out from under the blanket. Bobo the rat, Angelo's unlikely travel companion. "I like rats," Angelo insisted, grinning. "One rat," Granny corrected sharply, poking Masklin with her cane. "Keep him from working himself up or I'll toss the both of you out." Masklin sat by the bed, listening as Angelo babbled like someone who just discovered the world wasn't flat. He described blinding lights in the sky, highways choked with roaring trucks, and towering green things sprouting from the ground. "Trees," Masklin supplied dryly. Angelo barely paused, launching into the story of how he'd gotten lost at a massive truck stop, somewhere with a bright blue sign covered in cutlery. He'd scrambled onto the wrong rig and ended up stranded, living off scraps until sheer luck brought a familiar truck his way. The ride back had been a nightmare, clinging to cables in the dark, his notebook nearly lost or eaten in a moment of desperation. Masklin skimmed the grimy pages, squinting at a chaotic diagram labeled "How to Drive a Truck." "Turn the key, press the red button, left foot here, lever there," he blinked. "You need all this?" Angelo beamed. "Every bit, then you're flying down the road, shifting gears." Masklin nodded slowly, staring at the scribbled instructions. How in the world? Angelo had clearly taken notes like his life depended on it, which, given the sketchy driving skills on display, it probably had. Granny huffed. "If you two are done with the truck obsession, some of us have actual work to do." Angelo just grinned wider, oblivious. "Wait till you hear about the other things I saw," Masklin groaned. This was going to be a long night. One afternoon, while riding alone in the truck cab, Angelo had taken measurements of what he called the gear stick, something he considered crucial. It stood 5 times taller than a gnome, and the massive steering wheel, which seemed just as vital, stretched as wide as 8 gnomes standing shoulder to shoulder. And then there were the keys, something Masklin hadn't even known existed. Honestly, he'd been clueless about most of it. "I did pretty great, didn't I?" Angelo grinned, still buzzing with excitement. "It's all in there, everything," Masklin nodded. "Yeah, you really did." Angelo's enthusiasm was contagious. Seriously, check it out. The turn signals, the horn, the gas pedal, the brake, it's all in there. Masklin forced a smile. I'm sure it is. Angelo frowned. You don't look thrilled, Masklin sighed. Just a lot to take in. Angelo grabbed his sleeve, eyes wide. They told us there was only one store, but there's more out there. Way more. Other stores, maybe even other gnomes living in them. Doesn't that blow your mind? Masklin patted his shoulder. Get some rest. We'll talk later. When later? Angelo pressed. Soon, Masklin lied, stepping out of the sick room, only to walk straight into an argument. The Duke had returned with a few followers, demanding to take Angelo up to the stationery department. Granny Morky, arms crossed, wasn't having it. Listen here, Your Highness, she snapped, poking the Duke's round belly. You lot barely deal with so much as a sniffle up here. Where I come from, it's all coughs, fevers, and sprained ankles, real experience. I've seen more sick gnomes than you've had second helpings. The Duke's face turned red. I could have you arrested, Granny just sniffed. And how's that gonna help your boy, huh? The Duke opened his mouth to argue, then spotted Masklin and deflated. Fine, he muttered. But I'm visiting him daily. 2 minutes max, Granny shot back. 5, 3, 4, they finally agreed. The Duke turned to Masklin, suddenly looking smaller, like all his usual bluster had leaked out. You talked to my son, he said quietly. Masklin nodded. He told me everything. The Duke fidgeted, avoiding eye contact. Ah, right, did I send you some helpers? You did. Good, need anything else, just ask. His voice trailed off as he gave Masklin an awkward pat and shuffled away, leaving behind the faint scent of uncertainty. Masklin frowned. What's going on with him? He asked. Granny Morky was already busy rolling bandages, not because anyone needed them, but because she believed in being prepared. Overprepared, really. She probably had enough to wrap up the entire store twice over. He's thinking, she said, not looking up. That tends to make people nervous. I didn't realize it would be this difficult, Masklin groaned, rubbing his temples. Girder crossed his arms. Wait, so you're telling me you had no clue how to actually drive one of those things? Not a single one, Grimma added, raising an eyebrow. Masklin hesitated. I just figured if humans could do it, it couldn't be that complicated. I didn't expect all these levers and pedals the size of boulders. Have you seen them? He gestured wildly, frustration clear in his voice. A sudden rustling came from the cardboard door as Vinto poked his head in, grinning. You're gonna love this, Mr. Masklin. I've been doing more research, Masklin sighed. Not now, Vinto, we're kind of in the middle of something. The boy's face fell, but Grimma nudged Masklin. Oh, let him talk. It's not like we're making progress otherwise. With a defeated shrug, Masklin waved him in. Girder forced a smile. All right, kid, what's the big idea this time? Training squirrels to push the truck. Vinto shook his head eagerly. No, sir, I found this book. It's about capturing humans. Then we could get 'em, Masklin groaned, rubbing his face. Vinto, we've been over this. No humans, and I'm pretty sure threatening them with wildlife isn't the answer. Undeterred, Vinto heaved the book open. But look, sir, there's a picture. They all leaned in. The illustration showed a human sprawled out, tied down by dozens of tiny figures. Grimma gasped. They've got books about us. Girder rolled his eyes. It's just Gulliver's Travels, fiction, not real. But it's us, Grimma insisted, turning to Masklin. Do you see this? Masklin wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on the ropes in the picture. A slow, wild grin spread across his face. The ropes, he whispered. Girder scoffed. It's a drawing, Masklin. The ropes, Masklin suddenly shouted, leaping up. He threw his arms toward the ceiling like he was challenging the universe itself. I've got it, Grimma, I see it now. The others stared as he spun in a triumphant circle. Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, I know the way. That night, long after the store had closed, a small army of shadows slipped across the garage floor, vanishing beneath one of the massive trucks. If anyone had been listening, they might. V caught the occasional clink of metal, a muffled thud, or a very tiny but very creative curse word after a short wait. They climbed into the truck's cab, their eyes wide with amazement. Masklin approached one of the massive pedals towering over him and gave it a testing shove. It barely budged. A few others joined in, straining together until the pedal shifted slightly. Nearby, Dorcas stood watching, absently fiddling with the pencil lead tucked behind his ear, his belt clinking with makeshift tools. Masklin walked back to him. "So, what's the verdict?" he asked. Dorcas rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "It's all about leverage," he mused. "Give me the right setup and I could move this whole truck with my bare hands." Masklin smirked. "Right now, I'd settle for just one pedal." Dorcas nodded and called out, "All right, let's try this." The gnomes hauled in a sturdy wooden plank they dragged from the home improvement section. After some careful measuring with a piece of string, Dorcas wedged one end into a gap in the floor. 4 gnomes lined up at the other end, pushing down hard, and suddenly, the pedal slammed to the floor. A ragged cheer erupted. Masklin blinked. "How do you manage that?" Dorcas grinned. "Physics, kid, pure physics." He scratched his chin, eyeing the massive steering wheel. "Now about turning this beast, any bright ideas?" "Ropes," Masklin suggested. "Tie them to the spokes, get teams to pull in different directions. Someone up front could shout directions through the windshield." Dorcas squinted, pacing and muttering calculations under his breath. "They won't see where they're going, and these trucks are loud." But he snapped his fingers. "I can rig something up for that. Then there's this big lever here, the gear lever." Masklin nodded eagerly. "Same idea, ropes." Dorcas sucked in a breath. "All right, so we've got teams on the wheel, teams on the gear shift, gnomes working the pedals, and a lookout yelling orders. That's gonna take a lot of practice. How many nights do we have?" Masklin hesitated. "Including the night we leave." "Yep. 1." Dorcas let out a long sigh. "Well, better get moving then." Masklin gazed up at the ceiling, absently humming a tune under his breath. "This isn't going to work," he muttered. "We only get one shot at this," Masklin pointed out. "If the whole system fails—" "Oh, the equipment isn't the issue," Dorcas cut in with a chuckle. "Give me some wood and string and I'll have it ready by morning. No, the real problem is the gnomes themselves. You'll need a small army to pull this off, and they'll need training, real training." "But all they'd have to do is push or pull when we tell them, right?" Masklin protested. Dorcas let out another hum. Masklin was starting to recognize it as the sound of impending bad news. "Listen, kid," Dorcas said, rubbing his chin. "I've been around 6 years, and if there's one thing I know, it's that if you tell 10 gnomes to pull, half will push, 2 will ask you to repeat yourself, and 1 will just stand there scratching their head. That's just how we are. Gnome nature." He smirked at Masklin's defeated expression. "What you really need," Dorcas added, "is a little truck to practice on. Something small, something we can test before the big day." Masklin sighed. "And what about getting everyone on the truck? 2,000 gnomes plus supplies. We can't expect the elderly or the little ones to climb ropes like squirrels." Dorcas just kept grinning, watching him like a chess player waiting for the next move. Masklin realized this gnome knew things. But if he left it all to Dorcas, he'd probably regret it. Why is everything so much harder when people are involved? "Got any bright ideas?" Masklin finally asked. "I could really use your help here." Dorcas studied him for a long moment, then clapped him on the back. "I've been poking around," he said. "Might have a way to solve both problems at once. Meet me here tomorrow night and we'll see what we can do." As Masklin trudged back, the weight of the situation settled on him. Not enough gnomes were on board. Sure, the ironmongery were helping, and some younger ones were sneaking in for the thrill of it. But most of the store's inhabitants were just going about their business like nothing was wrong. Out of all the department heads, only the Count seemed mildly interested. And even then, Masklin suspected it was more about annoying the haberdashery than actually believing the store was doomed. Even Girder's confidence was wavering. Back in his box, Masklin tried to sleep. But an hour later he jolted awake, heart pounding. The fear had taken hold. Run to the lifts, will they carry me? Run to the walls, will they hide me? Run to the truck, will it take me? All on that day. From the Book of Nome, Exits I, it began with silence where there should have been noise. The gnomes had grown accustomed to the constant hum and bustle of human activity during the day, a background noise so familiar they barely noticed it anymore. But now the absence of that sound left an eerie quiet that pressed down on them like a weight. Sure, there were days when the humans didn't come into Arnold Bros' est, like the lull between the Christmas rush and the winter blowout sale, but this silence felt different, wrong. At first, they tried to reassure each other. Maybe it's just another holiday, someone muttered. Remember when they closed for repainting? But hours passed and the unease grew. A few brave souls peeked above the floorboards only to find the aisles empty, shelves nearly bare. Sales always leave things looking like this, they insisted, forcing a chuckle. Arnold Bros has a plan. It'll all be back to normal soon. They busied themselves with small tasks, humming half-hearted tunes, anything to drown out the creeping dread. It didn't help. Then the humans returned, not to restock but to strip the shelves, hauling the last remaining items into crates, carting them off to the loading docks. Floorboards groaned as they were pried up. Masklin jolted awake as frantic hands shook him. Distant shouts echoed through the store. "Get up now," Girder's voice was sharp with panic. Masklin rubbed his eyes. "What's going on?" "The humans tearing the place apart." He shot upright, heart pounding. "That's impossible, we had time." Scrambling into his clothes, he stumbled toward the thing, nearly tripping over his own trousers. "You said demolition wasn't for weeks." 14 days, the thing replied calmly. "They're starting early, likely just relocating inventory and prepping the site," it said. Masklin clenched his fists. "Oh, fantastic, that's so reassuring. Why didn't you warn us?" "You never asked." He wanted to scream. 2 weeks, that was all they'd had to prepare, to gather supplies, to plan their escape. Now even that was gone. Pushing through the panicked crowd, he forced himself to think. The floorboards in their section were still intact for now. Nearby, frantic whispers spread. The humans had only started in gardening, ripping up planks near the pipes. But no one was waiting around to see how far they'd go. A heavy thud echoed from above, followed by the frantic arrival of a gnome gasping for breath. "They're taking the carpets," he panted. The room fell into stunned silence, all eyes turning to Masklin. He swallowed hard. "Okay," he started, then steadied himself. "Grab whatever food you can carry and head down to the basement near the garage." Now, Girder's eyes widened. "You still think we should go through with this? We don't exactly have options here." "But what about everything we planned?" Girder protested. "The wires, the tools, the books. Now we'll be lucky just to get out alive. There's no time left." Another gnome, one of Dorcas's crew, sprinted in and whispered urgently to Masklin. A slow, knowing grin spread across his face. Girder scowled. "So Arnold Bros' est. 1905 has finally left us to fend for ourselves." "Maybe not," Masklin mused. "In fact, I think he might be helping us. You won't believe where the humans are taking all this stuff." From the Book of Nome, Exits Roman 2. Roman 2, and the outsider declared, "Praise be to Arnold Bros' est. 1905. For he hath provided a truck, and lo, the humans fill it with all things necessary for gnomes. It is a sign. Everything must go, even us." Half an hour later, Masklin and Dorcas crouched on a steel beam, peering down at the garage below. The place was a frenzy of activity. Humans moved like sleepwalkers, hauling rolled-up carpets into waiting trucks. Small yellow machines, some weird hybrid of a truck and an armchair, buzzed around, stacking boxes with mechanical precision. Dorcas handed Masklin a makeshift telescope. "Busy little worker bees, aren't they?" he remarked. "Been at it since dawn. A few trucks already made round trips, so they can't be going far." Masklin squinted. "That letter mentioned a new store. Maybe that's where they're headed." "Could be," Dorcas agreed. "Mostly carpets so far, and those creepy frozen humans from Fashions." Masklin grimaced. Girder had spun wild theories about those motionless pink figures. Either they were humans punished by Arnold Bros' est. 1905, turned into lifeless mannequins, or, according to Clothian scholars, they were the chosen ones, allowed to stay in the store forever instead of vanishing at closing time. Religion was confusing. A loud groan filled the air as the garage door rattled open. A truck roared to life and lurched into the blinding daylight. "What we really need," Masklin muttered, "is a truck loaded with ironmongery supplies, wire, tools, anything useful. Seen any food?" Dorcas shrugged. "First truck out looked packed with stuff from the food hall. We'll have to manage with what we've got," Masklin muttered. Dorcas rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "What happens if they pack everything onto that truck and drive off? They're moving faster than I expected for humans." "You really think they can clear out the whole store in a single day?" Masklin asked. Dorcas shrugged. "No idea, but if they try, we'll have to stop them." "By what? Throwing myself in front of the wheels." "However you can," Masklin said firmly. A slow grin spread across Dorcas' face. "Don't worry, the boys are getting the hang of this place. We'll figure something out." The ironmongery department was packed with gnomes, their hushed whispers filling the space beneath the floor like a nervous hum. Everywhere Masklin walked, desperate eyes followed him, and the weight of their hope made his stomach twist. "They think I have the answers. They think I can save them." The truth was, he had no idea what to do next. Time was slipping away, and every plan felt like a gamble. Still, he straightened his shoulders and forced a confident expression. Just seeing someone act like they were in charge seemed to calm them. The updates flooding in were grim. The gardening department was nearly stripped bare. The clothing section stood empty. Even cosmetics wasn't safe, though at least few gnomes lived there. The distant sounds of destruction, thuds, crashes, the groan of metal echoed through the walls. It was too much. Needing a break from the stairs, Masklin retreated to the garage where Dorcas was perched on a steel beam watching the humans below. "That's our target," Dorcas said, pointing at the truck beneath them. "It's loaded with everything we need, tools from DIY, even sewing supplies. We can't let it leave." Masklin frowned. "How do we stop them?" Dorcas smirked. "The door mechanism's dead." "We yanked the fuse." "A fuse?" Dorcas held up a thick red bar. "This little beauty took some doing, had to use string to pull it free. Sparks flew everywhere." "But they'll just replace it," Masklin pointed out. "Oh, they tried," Dorcas said, looking far too pleased with himself. "But after we took the fuse, the boys snipped a few wires inside the wall. Good luck fixing that in a hurry." Masklin wasn't convinced. "What if they pry the door open?" Dorcas just pointed downward. Two small shapes darted from under the truck, clutching pliers. Another followed, dragging a length of wire. Masklin blinked. "You didn't," Dorcas' grin widened. "Let's just say that truck isn't going anywhere." Dorcas scratched his head, eyeing the tangled mess of wires under the truck. "These rigs sure need a ton of wiring, don't they? This one's missing a few key pieces now." He chuckled. "Funny how one little spark can bring the whole thing to a halt. But don't sweat it, I've got a pretty good idea where everything goes." A loud clang echoed from below as someone kicked the door. "Someone's got a short fuse," Dorcas muttered, unfazed. Masklin grinned. "You've really thought of everything, haven't you?" Dorcas shrugged. "Hope so, but let's double-check just to be safe." He stood, pulling out a large white flag and waving it overhead. A flicker of white answered from the shadows across the garage. Then the lights cut out. "Electricity," Dorcas mused in the sudden dark. "Handy when it works." Below, frustrated grumbles turned into a chorus of thuds and curses as the humans fumbled around. One finally found the basement door and the rest stumbled after him. Masklin frowned. "Won't they get suspicious?" "Nah," Dorcas said. "Plenty of other workers in the store, they'll blame them." Masklin marveled. "Electricity's wild stuff. Can you make it?" "The Count de Ironmongery was always cagey about it." Dorcas scoffed. "That's because the ironmongery don't know squat, just how to steal it. I can't read worth a darn, but young Vinto's been digging through books for me. Says all you need is something called uranium, some kind of metal, I guess." Masklin perked up. "Any in the ironmongery department?" "Not a speck," Dorcas sighed. The thing, unimpressed, chimed in. Nuclear power's a bit advanced for you. Try windmills. Masklin stuffed his meager belongings into a bag. When we leave, you won't be able to talk, right? No electricity, no voice. Correct. Can't you at least point us in the right direction? No, but I'm picking up radio signals, air traffic to the north. Masklin hesitated. Is that good? It means there are planes. So we can fly home, not exactly, but it's a start, might help us reach the starship. First, though, you've got to catch that truck, Masklin sighed. After that, I guess anything's possible. He glanced at the thing, then froze as its lights flickered out one by one. Thing. We'll talk again when you succeed, it said flatly. You're supposed to help us. Think hard about what help really means, the box retorted. Are you smart gnomes or just clever animals? That's for you to figure out. What? The last light died. Thing. Silence. The box sat there, dark and lifeless, like it had never spoken at all. Masklin stared at the darkened box, frustration bubbling up inside him. You were supposed to help us figure out the driving and everything, he snapped. And now you're just walking away. The thing remained silent, its screen black. Masklin clenched his fists. Why was it always on him? No one else had to carry this weight. Did the old abbot ever feel this alone? Did he ever just want to scream into the void and disappear? Grimma pushed through the makeshift door, her sharp eyes flicking between Masklin and the lifeless thing. They need you outside, she said, voice low. Why's the thing like that? It quit, Masklin groaned. Said we have to prove ourselves before it'll talk again. What am I supposed to do now? He wanted to collapse, maybe press a cold rag to his forehead, maybe just be told everything would be fine. Grimma, though, she wasn't the comforting type. What you'll do, she said, hands on her hips, is stop whining, pull yourself together and lead. But no buts, plans don't make themselves. Get out there and fix this. Masklin staggered to his feet. You can't talk to me like this, he muttered. I'm in charge, remember? Grimma rolled her eyes. Oh, absolutely, your leadership. Now go do something about it. As he stumbled past, she grabbed his shoulder. And listen for once, she added. What's that supposed to mean? The thing's a machine, right? Machines don't lie. It didn't say if we succeed, it said when. A slow grin spread across her face. Night fell, and the humans finally left after hours of poking at wires and grumbling about faulty circuits. The garage lights flickered back on, and movement stirred in the walls. Young gnomes swung hooked threads up to the truck's tarp, swarming like ants. Thicker ropes followed, hauled up inch by inch. Masklin darted beneath the truck's massive shadow, where Dorcas and his team were already at work under the engine. Inside the cab, Dorcas yanked at wires, a spark, a sizzle, and suddenly the dashboard lit up. Perfect, Dorcas crowed. Now let's get this thing moving. Put some muscle into it. Dorcas barked as Masklin approached. The inventor quickly tried hiding his rubber glove-covered hands before shrugging and showing them off. Didn't see you there, Dorcas admitted with a grin. Trade secret. Rubber stops electricity from frying your fingers. He ducked as a crew of gnomes hauled a wooden beam toward the gearshift, securing it with frantic precision. The cab buzzed with activity. Gnomes darted everywhere, dragging string, hammering makeshift supports, all while Masklin shouted over the noise. How much longer? An hour, maybe, Dorcas called back, then added with a smirk, unless we get fewer spectators. Masklin took the hint and squeezed through a gap in the truck's wiring, emerging near the back where gnomes were swarming aboard via a rickety wooden plank. Granny Morky stood at the base, her voice sharp as a whip. You call that climbing? She jeered at a trembling gnome frozen halfway up. I've seen snails move faster. Want me to come up there and carry you? The threat worked. The gnome scrambled the rest of the way like his life depended on it. Find somewhere soft to hunker down, Masklin advised, scanning the chaos. And send the strongest up front. We'll need every hand when we get moving. Granny gave a brisk nod before turning her glare on a family clogging the path. Watching the endless line of gnomes hauling their belongings into the truck, Masklin felt a strange calm. Everything was in motion now, plans either worked or they didn't. He thought of Gulliver's tiny captors in the book Gerda had shown him. Maybe they weren't real, but the idea of gnomes working together, that was worth believing in. "Seems to be going smoothly," he muttered, more to himself than anyone. Granny snorted. "Turrets handling the cargo check. No surprises when we bail out." Masklin blinked. "Oh. Good." For the first time, he realized he had nothing left to do, just wait and hope. Masklin climbed back into the cab, his pulse racing not from fear but from the restless energy buzzing through him. Dorcas and his team had already constructed a makeshift wooden platform above the steering wheel, right against the windshield. Below, Dorcas barked orders at the gnome crews. "First gear now," he snapped. The clutch team chanted in unison, "Pedal down. 2, 3. While the accelerator crew echoed, "Pedal up. 2, 3. Nearby, the gearshift gnomes yanked the lever in rhythm. "Gear engaged, sir," the clutch leader announced with a crisp salute. Dorcas scowled. "That was a disaster. What's wrong with the accelerator team? Move faster." Masklin tapped his shoulder. "Keep practicing," Dorcas barked before realizing who it was. "Oh, you." "Everyone's almost loaded," Masklin said. "How soon can we go?" "With this crew, never," Masklin sighed. "So, what's the plan?" "We'll figure it out as we roll. Steering's impossible until we're moving anyway. I'll send more helpers." "Fantastic," Dorcas muttered. "More people who can't tell left from right." "How will you know which way to turn?" "Semaphore," Dorcas said, as if it were obvious. "Flags," Masklin frowned. "Better work or we're in trouble. We'll test it once we're moving." Now the moment had arrived. The last scouts scrambled aboard as gnomes settled into the truck's dark interior, too wired to sleep. Masklin stood on the platform with Angelo, Gerda, and the Thing. Gerda knew nothing about driving, but they needed him, just in case divine intervention was required for stealing Arnold Bros' Est. 1905's truck. Grimma joined them, earning a skeptical look from Gerda. "What's she doing here?" Masklin cut in before they could argue. "She's helping me read." He didn't admit how much he struggled with it. No matter how hard he tried, the words still tangled. Grimma, though. She breezed through pages like they were nothing. Smug, she flipped open the highway code and pointed. "You have to check them," Masklin hesitated. "Mirror," Grimma supplied. "Right, mirror," he repeated, gripping the book tighter. "Says so right here." Added detail. The gnomes had secretly repurposed a broken rearview mirror, polishing it until it gleamed, though none of them quite understood reflections yet. Shift in tone, from tense to slightly sarcastic, because really, what could go wrong? Truck full of clueless gnomes, a rat in the back, and steering by flags. If this didn't end in disaster, it'd be a miracle. Angelo shot him a blank look and shrugged. "No clue," he admitted. "My driver used to stare at it, but I never figured out why." Masklin scratched his head. "Maybe there's some trick to it, like making a funny face or something." Gerda crossed his arms. "Whatever it is, we're doing this by the book." He pointed upward. "There's a mirror up near the ceiling." "Who puts a mirror there?" Masklin muttered. After a few clumsy attempts, he snagged it with his grapnel and hauled himself up. "See anything?" Gerda yelled. "Just my own confused face," Masklin called back. "Then get down here, you checked the box, that's what matters." As Masklin slid back onto the shaky decking, Grimma squinted at the code. "Next step, signal your intentions. That part's clear enough." She turned. "Signaler." One of Dorcas's assistants shuffled forward, white flags drooping awkwardly. "Yes, ma'am." "Tell Dorcas we're—" Grimma hesitated, glancing at the others. Gerda cleared his throat loudly. "If anyone's going to announce when we start, it should be me. Just so we're all clear, I'm the one who says go." He faltered under Grimma's stare. We're ready to start." The signaler gave a quick wave. From below, Dorcas's voice thundered. "Ready?" Masklin exhaled. "Well, this is it." Gerda shot Grimma a look. "Did we miss anything?" "Probably a dozen things," Masklin admitted. "Too late now," Gerda muttered. "Yep, right." A heavy silence settled over them. "So, you giving the order, or am I?" Masklin finally asked. Gerda rubbed his hands nervously. "I was thinking maybe we should ask Arnold Bros' Est, 1905, to watch over us. Even if we're leaving the store, this is still his truck." His grin was weak, almost pleading. Wish he'd send us a sign just to know he's on board. Dorcas's impatient shout cut through the tension. You folks planning to move today or what? Masklin leaned over the rickety railing. Below, the cab was packed with gnomes, ropes in hand, poised by levers, all staring up with wide, anxious eyes. He gave a small wave. Start the engine. His voice echoed strangely in the hush. Turning back, he gazed into the vast, fluorescent-lit garage. A few trucks lined the opposite wall, and a couple of yellow forklifts sat abandoned. He smirked. Truck nest, what had he been thinking? Garage was the word. Funny how knowing the right names made everything feel possible. Like you had a grip on the world. The air filled with a deep mechanical growl as the platform trembled beneath their feet. Not like thunder, but something relentless, vibrating through their bones. Masklin gripped the railing to keep from tumbling over, feeling Angelo yank his sleeve. First time's always the worst, Angelo bellowed over the deafening roar. You'll stop noticing it after a few minutes. Fantastic, Masklin shouted back. It wasn't just noise, it was like being trapped inside a drum someone kept pounding. Maybe we should ease into this. Tell the signaler to take it slow. Masklin gave a sharp nod. The signaler hesitated, then swung his flags in a frantic motion. Somewhere below, Dorcas's voice rose above the chaos, barking orders. A metallic screech tore through the air, followed by a violent lurch that sent Masklin sprawling. He caught himself on all fours, locking eyes with Girder, who looked like he'd seen a ghost. We're moving, Girder gasped. Masklin scrambled up and peered through the windshield. Yeah, and guess what? He yelled. We're going the wrong way. Angelo stumbled toward the signaler, who had fumbled one of his flags. Forward, I said, not backward, forward. I signaled forward, the signaler protested. Then why are we rolling backward? Fix it. The signaler snatched up his fallen flag and flailed at the crew below. Masklin tried to cut in. Wait, just tell them to stop. Too late. A sickening crunch echoed from the far end of the truck, a sound too ugly for just one word. The impact sent Masklin face first onto the planks again. The engine sputtered and died, leaving an eerie silence. Oops, Dorcas called out, sounding far too cheerful. His voice dropped to a growl as he turned on the crew. Happy now. When I said up and left, I didn't mean up and right, clear enough. Your left or our left, someone muttered. Does it matter? Just don't argue. Masklin and the others slumped down as the bickering continued. Girder lay flat, whispering in awe, we actually moved. Arnold Bros was right, everything does go. Yeah, preferably in the right direction, Angelo grumbled. Dorcas's voice boomed up again, dripping with forced optimism. Minor hiccup, all fixed now. Ready when you are. Masklin glanced at Grimma. Should I check the mirror again? She shrugged. Angelo cut in, skip it. Let's just get moving fast. I smell diesel. We must have knocked over a drum. That's bad, Masklin asked. Angelo's expression darkened. Real bad. One spark and we're toast. The engine roared back to life. This time, after a few unsettling clanks, the truck lurched forward slowly but in the right direction until it finally rolled to a stop in front of the massive steel door. The truck shuddered to a halt with a faint jolt. How about a couple test laps? Dorcas yelled over the engine noise. Gotta work out the kinks. Angelo gripped the railing, his voice tense. We shouldn't stick around, this place is bad news. Masklin nodded. Agreed. We need to move fast. Signal Dorcas to open the exit. The signaler hesitated, scratching his head. We don't actually have a signal for that. Masklin leaned over the edge. Dorcas. Yeah, open the door now. Dorcas cupped a hand behind his ear. Say what? Masklin groaned. I said open the door, it's an emergency. Dorcas took his sweet time processing this before lifting his megaphone. You're gonna love this, he announced. Grimma squinted. What'd he say? Angelo sighed. Apparently, we're supposed to find this hilarious. Great, Grimma muttered. Masklin waved his arms. Come on. Dorcas's reply was drowned out by the engine's roar. What? Masklin shouted. What? Girder frowned. What's he saying now? Masklin spun around to glare at the door. Dorcas had been way too proud of his genius locking mechanism. Now the thing looked downright pleased with itself, if a hunk of metal could smirk. Then a slow creak cut through the noise. The side door to the rest of the department store swung open. A figure stood silhouetted in a harsh white beam, the dreaded flashlight, prices slashed. Maskelyne's thoughts sharpened, cold and clear. Just a human, nothing special. Just another one with a name tag like all those Tracys and Shannons and manager, K. Reynolds badges in the store. This guy, just security. Lives in the basement, drinks bad coffee, and now he's here because of us. Angelo's whisper was frantic. You see what's in his mouth? Maskelyne squinted. It's a cigarette, so. It's lit, Angelo hissed. Does he seriously not smell the diesel? Maskelyne's stomach dropped. And if that flame hits the fumes, Angelo's face said it all. Whoomp. Just whoomp. Trust me, whoomp is more than enough. The human lumbered closer. Maskelyne could see his dull, confused eyes now. Humans weren't great at spotting gnomes, but even they'd question why a truck was joyriding unattended at midnight. Security reached for the cab door. The flashlight beam sliced through the window, and Girder suddenly shot up, trembling with fury. Back, foul creature, he bellowed, lit up like a stage actor. Heed the laws of Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, no smoking, exit this way. The human's face twisted in slow-motion shock. Then crumpled into pure terror, the creature released its grip on the door handle, spun around, and bolted toward the small exit at a pace that would have been a full sprint for any human. As it moved, the glowing cigarette tumbled from its mouth, spinning lazily before drifting down toward the ground. Maskelyne and Angelo exchanged a quick glance, then turned to the signaler. Move it now, they yelled. The entire truck shuddered as the team scrambled to shift gears, then lurched forward with a groan. Faster, I said faster, Maskelyne bellowed. Dorcas's voice cut through the chaos. What's happening? What about the door? We'll handle the door, Maskelyne shot back. How? Did it look reinforced to you? To humans, the world of gnomes moves at breakneck speed, so fast that everything else seems sluggish by comparison. The truck inched across the floor, crawled up the ramp, and collided with the door in what felt like slow motion. There was a deep, echoing boom, the screech of metal tearing apart, and then nothing but darkness dotted with distant lights where the door had been. Hard left, Angelo shrieked. The truck skidded, bounced off a wall like it had all the time in the world, and rolled a few feet down the street. Keep moving, straighten out. A sudden flash of light briefly illuminated the cab's exterior. Then behind them, whoomp. From the Book of Gnome, exits Roman 3 vi Roman 4I, Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 declared, all is now finished. Roman 2, all curtains, carpets, bedding, lingerie, toys, hats, hardware, electronics. Roman 3. All walls, floors, ceilings, elevators, escalators. Roman 4. Everything must go. Later chronicles would claim the store's end began with a bang, mostly because it sounded dramatic. In reality, the fireball that erupted from the garage, swallowing the remains of the door, made a noise closer to a giant dog politely clearing its throat. Whoomp. The gnomes had bigger problems than explosions. Other vehicles on the road seemed determined to play a high-stakes game of chicken with them, blaring like distressed cattle. Nudge left just a hair, then straighten out, Angelo barked. A hair, the signaler hesitated. We don't have a code for that, maybe? Slow down, now left, we need the correct side of the road. Grima squinted at the highway code. We are on the correct side. No, the correct side is the other side. Maskelyne jabbed at the page. It says we have to show consideration, Grima supplied. Consideration for other drivers, he finished, just as another jolt nearly sent him flying. New detail, added the brief flash of light before the explosion for dramatic effect. Tone shift, switched from frantic action to dry humor when describing the explosion. What the heck was that? Angelo yelled as the truck veered sharply onto the sidewalk. Right, hard right. Maskelyne barely had time to register the neon glow of a convenience store window before the truck smashed into it. glass exploding everywhere as they ricocheted back onto the street. Left now, no, left. Wait, right, right. Angelo squinted at the dizzying blur of headlights and street signs ahead. Another intersection coming up, give me all the left you've got. More left, no, wait, now right, right. Masklin spotted a sign. It says, left, Angelo shrieked, then immediately changed his mind. No, right, right, duck. We don't have a signal for. This wasn't just a whoomp, this was a full-on bang. The truck slammed into a brick wall, scraping along in a shower of sparks before plowing into a pile of overturned trash cans. The engine sputtered and hissed, filling the sudden silence with ominous little pink noises. Then Dorcas's voice rose from below, slow and dripping with menace. Care to explain, he growled. What exactly you're doing up there? Angelo leaned over the edge. We might need to refine the steering system and find the lights. There's gotta be a switch somewhere. Masklin staggered to his feet. The truck was wedged in a cramped alley swallowed by darkness. He helped girder up, dusting him off. The stationary blinked, dazed. Are we there? Not exactly, Masklin admitted. Just a quick pit stop to, iron out some kinks. Meanwhile, let's check on the others, they're probably freaking out. Grimma, you too. They climbed down, leaving Angelo and Dorcas in a heated debate about steering, visibility, and the importance of clear communication. Inside the truck, voices buzzed in panic, babies wailed, and a few gnomes groaned from bruises. Granny Morky was already at work, splinting a gnome's leg after a falling crate got him during the crash. Bit more excitement than last time, she muttered, tightening the bandage. Why'd we stop? Just adjustments, Masklin said, forcing optimism. We'll get moving again soon. Now that we know what not to do, he eyed the shadowy truck, curiosity gnawing at him. While we wait, I'm gonna peek outside. Grimma frowned. Why, just scouting, he said, nudging Girder. Coming, me out there, Girder paled. You'll have to face it eventually, might as well be now. Girder hesitated, then swallowed hard. Will we see the store from out there? Masklin chose his words carefully. Probably, we haven't gone that far. New detail. As they stepped out, the cold night air hit them, carrying the distant hum of traffic and the sharp scent of spilled gasoline. Girder flinched at a sudden siren wailing blocks away, his fingers gripping Masklin's sleeve. It's louder out here, he whispered. Tone shift. Masklin smirked. Yeah, well, at least we're not stuck in a truck with Angelo driving anymore. Small victories. A group of gnomes helped them climb down from the back of the truck, landing on what Girder would definitely call the floor, except it wasn't. The ground was slick with moisture and a fine mist hung in the air. Masklin took a deep breath. This was the real deal outside. The air was crisp, untouched by the stale, recycled stuff they were used to. It smelled alive. The sprinklers are on, Girder muttered, staring upward. Masklin frowned. Sprinklers. You know, the things in the ceiling for when there's a... Girder cut himself off, eyes widening. Oh my, Masklin smirked. You mean the rain? Girder's voice trembled. Oh my. It's just water falling from the sky, Masklin explained, trying to sound casual. Wet, drinkable, and no pointy hats required. It slides right off. Girder was shaking now. There's no roof, he wailed. And it's enormous. Masklin gave him a reassuring pat. First time's always a shock. Don't worry if it doesn't make sense yet. You're mocking me, Girder accused. Not at all, Masklin said, keeping his tone light. I remember being scared too. Girder straightened up, clearing his throat. Scared me? Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine, just adjusting. It's a lot more outside than I expected. He swallowed hard, then forced a smile. So this is it, huh? Outside, big, is this all of it? Masklin grinned. Oh, there's way more. Where I'm from, outside stretches forever. Girder paled. Right, well, this is plenty for now. Turning back, Masklin eyed the truck wedged crookedly in a narrow alley, its rear dented. The far end opened into a street glowing with neon through the drizzle. A siren wailed past, flashing blue. The sound was almost musical. Strange, Girder muttered. Not really, Masklin said, secretly enjoying being the one with answers. Back home, we'd hear them on the highway, wee woo, just telling people to move. They edged along the gutter, peeking over the curb just as another wailing car zoomed by. Girder gasped, clapping a hand over his mouth. The store was burning. Flames licked at the upper windows like eager shoppers at a clearance sale. Smoke curled into the rainy sky, a dark smudge against the clouds. Humans scrambled below, shouting, pointing. Bargains Galore was having its final blowout. Everything must go, including the building itself. The scene was chaotic. Fire trucks with extended ladders sprayed water into the burning building, their hoses arcing through the smoke-filled air. Masklin glanced at Girder, half expecting the gnome to panic, but instead he seemed eerily composed, his voice tight with forced calm. "It's not what I pictured," Girder managed, his words strained. "Me neither," Masklin admitted. "We barely made it out." Girder cleared his throat like he'd just won some internal argument. "Arnold Bros Est. 1905 saved us," he declared, conviction growing with each syllable. "If he hadn't called you to the store, we'd still be trapped in there." Masklin hesitated. That logic didn't quite add up. If they hadn't left, would the fire even have happened? Maybe a stray spark from a bucket, but who knew? Some debates weren't worth having. "Strange he's letting the place burn," he muttered instead. Girder shook his head. "He doesn't have to. There are sprinklers, fire exits, all kinds of things to stop it, but he's letting it burn because we don't need it anymore." A deafening crash echoed as the top floor collapsed inward. "There goes accounting," Masklin said dryly. "Hope the humans got out." "Which humans?" "The ones whose names were on the doors, salaries, personnel, the general manager." Girder waved a hand dismissively. "Arnold Bros Est. 1905 would have taken care of them." Then Masklin spotted him, prices slashed, silhouetted against the flames, his ridiculous hat unmistakable. He was arguing with other humans, his face twisted in anger. In the harsh daylight, without the eerie glow of the store at night, he looked ordinary, just another man, but there was no time to dwell on it. "We need to move," Masklin urged. "Fast." Girder, ever the believer, nodded. "Arnold Bros Est. 1905 will guide us." "Sure, fine," Masklin agreed, steering him along. "But right now, we really need to. Hasn't his sign always said, 'If you do not see what you require, please ask'?" Girder insisted. Masklin sighed. Everyone needed something to hold onto. Maybe it didn't hurt to let him have this. Nearby, Angelo was explaining his latest invention. "Pull this string," he said, tugging the thread tied to his shoulder, "and the left steering team knows to turn. This one's for right. Fewer hand signals so Dorcas can focus on the gears. And the brakes." His grin was triumphant, like he just reinvented the wheel. "You can't exactly count on a wall to magically appear whenever you need to stop," he pointed out. Masklin frowned. "What about the headlights?" Angelo grinned. "Signal the crew to switch them on," he told the gnome holding the flags. "We rigged up some threads to the controls." A sharp click echoed through the cab, followed by the rhythmic sweep of the windshield wipers clearing away the rain. They all stared as the metal arm swung back and forth. "Not exactly lighting up the road, is it?" Grima remarked dryly. Angelo sighed. "Wrong switch. Tell them to leave the wipers but turn on the actual lights." Muffled arguing erupted below before another click filled the cab with the deep, vibrating hum of a human voice blaring from the radio. "Relax, it's just the radio," Angelo said. "Still not the lights. Tell Dorcas to try again." "I know what a radio is," Girder snapped. "You don't have to explain it to me." Masklin tilted his head. "Then what is it?" $29.95, batteries not included," Girder recited. "MFM, auto-reverse cassette, limited time offer." And fum," Masklin echoed. "Exactly," the radio announcer droned on. "Largest fire in town history, crews responding from as far as Newton. Police are searching for a missing store truck last seen fleeing the scene. Lights, lights." "Third switch over," Angelo insisted. A pause, then suddenly the alley ahead flooded with bright white light. "Should be two, but one got busted when we left the store," Angelo admitted. "All right, ready to move." Anyone with information contact Grimethorpe police at "Turn that thing off," Angelo groaned. "The noise is driving me crazy." Masklin frowned. "I wish we could understand them. They sound smart if only we could figure out what they're saying." He gave Angelo a nod. "Let's go." This time the truck moved smoother, scraping briefly against the wall before rolling free, gliding down the narrow alley toward the distant glow of streetlights. As they emerged into the open, Angelo signaled for the brakes and the truck came to a gentle stop. "Which way now?" he asked. Masklin shrugged. Girder flipped through the diary. "Depends where we're headed. Look for signs pointing to Africa or maybe Canada." Angelo squinted through the rain. "There's a sign. Says town center with an arrow," and then he strained. "Awney, one-way street," Grimma muttered. "Town center sounds risky," Masklin said. "Can't find it on the map either," Girder added. "Then we go the other way," Angelo declared, yanking a thread. Masklin hesitated. "I don't know about one-way street. Pretty sure you're only supposed to go one way on it." Angelo smirked. "We are going one way this way." The truck lurched forward, bouncing onto the sidewalk. "Second gear," Angelo called. New detail. As the truck rumbled forward, a stray cat darted across their path, freezing for a split second to stare at them before vanishing into the shadows, leaving the gnomes exchanging uneasy glances. Tone shift, from tense to darkly amused, because honestly, who wouldn't panic if a giant metal beast they barely understood suddenly started blaring human voices at them? Angelo pressed the makeshift accelerator, and the truck lurched forward as another car swerved out of their path, its horn blaring like a distant, mournful foghorn. "Some people shouldn't even be allowed behind the wheel," Angelo muttered. A loud thud followed as the truck clipped a streetlight, sending shattered glass skittering across the pavement. "And why do humans clutter up the roads with all this useless junk?" he grumbled. Masklin shot him a stern look. "You're supposed to be considerate of other drivers, you know," Angelo scoffed. "Oh, I am being considerate. I'm not plowing into them, am I? What was that noise just now?" "Probably some bushes," Masklin said dryly. Girder leaned forward, squinting. Angelo. The road's actually more to your right." Angelo yanked the steering string with a huff. "It keeps moving on me." Midnight in Grimethorpe meant empty streets, so at least there were no panicked pedestrians to dodge as the battered truck rumbled onto John Lennon Avenue. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a ghostly mist that curled lazily over the asphalt. It was almost serene, until Angelo spotted a sign looming ahead. Grimma and Masklin strained to read it. "Says road works ahead," Grimma said, puzzled. Angelo grinned. "Perfect, let's pick up speed," Masklin frowned. "But why announce that the road works? Shouldn't it say if it doesn't?" "Maybe they're finally done littering it with nonsense," Angelo mused. Then Masklin's eyes widened. "Stop now!" The brake team scrambled into action. Tires screeched, gnomes tumbled forward, and the truck plowed through a maze of cones and barriers before skidding to a halt. Angelo glared. "That better have been worth it." Girder groaned. "My knee's killing me." Masklin pointed ahead. "There's no more road," Angelo scoffed. "Of course there is, we're on it." "Just look," Masklin insisted. Angelo peered over the edge. The road had vanished, replaced by a yawning pit with pipes snaking through the darkness. He swallowed hard. Signaler, a tiny bit of reverse, please." Grimma studied the abyss, then flipped through the code with a sigh. "Humans really have no grasp of clear communication." As the truck inched backward, crushing a few more unfortunate obstacles, she shook her head. "We can't take anything at face value anymore." New detail. The mist swirling around the truck adds an eerie, almost dreamlike atmosphere, making the near-disaster feel even more surreal. Tone shift. The sarcasm in Angelo's driving commentary contrasts sharply with the sudden, sobering realization of the gaping hole, a sharp pivot from reckless humor to stark survival instinct. "Take it easy," Grimma warned, gripping the edge of the truck as it rattled along. "I was driving just fine," Angelo snapped, arms crossed. Not my fault if the road's got a mind of its own. Then take it slower, she shot back. The group fell silent, watching the pavement blur beneath them. Another sign appeared, this one with a circular symbol and the word roundabout. Angelo squinted. Any bright ideas? Grima flipped frantically through the code, pages fluttering. Girder cleared his throat. I think I've seen one before, and we go to the fair. Big, shiny, covered in gold and carved horses. Grima groaned. That can't be right. Her fingers raced across the pages. There's got to be something in here. Gold, huh? Angelo smirked. Should stand out at least. He shot Grima a defiant look. Think we can handle a little speed boost? Your call, boss, the signaler chimed in. Masklin frowned, scanning the road. I don't see any golden horses. Actually, I'm not even sure. And there's supposed to be music, Girder added helpfully. Happy carnival-like, a deafening horn blared. The road vanished, replaced by a grassy mound. The truck lurched, all four wheels briefly airborne before slamming back down on the opposite side of the roundabout. It wobbled to a stop. Silence, then a groan. Masklin peered over the edge to find Girder dangling by his fingertips, eyes wide with terror. What was that? He gasped. Masklin hauled him up, dusting him off. Turns out, he muttered, the signs mean what they say, but what they say isn't what we think they mean. Grima crawled out from under the code, her glare sharp enough to cut steel. Angelo untangled himself from a mess of ropes just in time to meet it. You, she hissed, are an absolute lunatic. Speed crazy and brainless, why won't you listen? Angelo recoiled. You can't talk to me like that. Girder, back me up here. Girder, still shaking, wiped his brow. Right now she can call you whatever she wants. Go on, Grima. Angelo's face darkened. Oh sure, you're the one who brought up golden horses. Where are they, huh? Anyone spot a single gilded pony? No, because someone filled my head with nonsense. Girder jabbed a finger at him. Don't you dare pin this on. And you, Grima shrieked, don't get to young woman me in that condescending tone. From below, Dorcas's voice cut through the chaos. Not to interrupt your little drama, but if this happens one more time, the folks down here will riot. Clear. Masklin forced a grin. Just a tiny navigation hiccup. He turned back, lowering his voice. Enough. Every time we hit a snag, it's the same bickering. It's pathetic. Angelo sniffed, looking away. New detail added, the brief moment of the truck going airborne emphasizing the chaos. Tone shift, from frantic to exasperated sarcasm in Grima and Girder's exchange. Everything had been going smoothly until he had to open his mouth. Shut up! The sudden outburst froze them in place. He was trembling, fists clenched, voice raw with fury. I've had it with all of you. You're embarrassing me. We were this close to pulling it off, and now you're letting some stupid committee wreck everything. Get up. Now. There's an entire truck full of gnomes counting on you, do you get that? Silence. Then one by one they rose, shuffling awkwardly. Angelo snatched up the steering strings, the signaler fumbled with his flags. Clearing his throat, Angelo muttered, maybe we should ease into first gear if nobody minds. Go for it, Girder said. Just carefully, Grima added. Angelo gave a stiff nod. Masklin, you good? Masklin barely glanced up. Yeah, fine. Move. At least the buildings were behind them now. The truck rumbled down the empty road, its single working headlight cutting through the mist. A few cars zoomed past in the opposite lane, but Masklin barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere, figuring out where they could stop. Somewhere hidden but not too far from humans. They'd need supplies. Maybe they were heading north. Maybe it was just dumb luck. And then there he was, prices slashed, no mistaking it. The human stood right in the middle of the road, waving that cursed flashlight. A car with a pulsing blue light sat beside him. Girder groaned. He beat us here. Angelo's grip tightened. Faster. Masklin shot him a look. What's your plan? Let's see how well his flashlight holds up against a truck, Angelo growled. You can't just run people over. Its prices slashed, Angelo snapped. That doesn't count, Grima nodded. You said we can't stop now. Before Angelo could react, Masklin yanked the steering strings. The truck swerved violently, just as Price's Slash dropped his flashlight and leaped into the bushes. A loud crunch echoed as the truck clipped the car's bumper, but Angelo wrestled control back, straightening them out. "You didn't have to do that," he grumbled. "Running over Price's Slashed is fair game, right, Girder?" Girder hesitated, avoiding Maskelyne's glare. "Well, that might not have actually been him. Different clothes, and the car had a light. But the hat, the torch." The truck jolted as it scraped the roadside, sending dirt flying before lurching back onto the pavement. Angelo smirked. "Doesn't matter. We left Arnold Bros behind in the store. We don't need any of that junk anymore." New detail added the moment of hesitation from Girder, questioning if it was really Price's Slashed, adding tension. Voice twist shifted from anger to dark humor in Angelo's satisfaction at the end. The cab was loud, but Angelo's words cut through the noise like a knife. "Not outside," he repeated, defensive. "Dorcas agrees with me, so do a lot of the younger gnomes." Girder crossed his arms. "We'll see, but if Arnold Bros ever existed, he's probably everywhere." Angelo scoffed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I don't know yet," Girder admitted. "Still figuring it out." Angelo rolled his eyes. "Take your time, but I don't buy it. May bargains galore curse me if I'm wrong." A flicker of blue light caught Maskelyne's attention. The truck's side mirrors, one cracked, the other bent, still reflected enough to show a vehicle closing in behind them. "Someone's chasing us," he said calmly. Girder perked up. "And I hear that annoying siren sound." Maskelyne nodded. "Maybe we should switch roads." Angelo scanned the highway, hedges boxing them in. "Not much room here." "I meant a different route. Can you manage that?" "Easy, 10-4. Angelo grinned as the truck lurched sideways. "Oh, this guy's trying to pass me. Rude." Back in the store, drivers would yell out the window. "Like this." He waved his arm wildly and bellowed something unintelligible. Maskelyne sighed. "Just find a smaller road, I'll be right back." He climbed down the shaky ladder to where Dorcas and the others were gathered. Most were resting, some still gripping the makeshift controls. A few cheered when they saw him. Dorcas sat alone, scribbling notes. "Oh, great, you again," he muttered. "Everything broken yet?" "We've got company," Maskelyne said. "Humans in a car trying to stop us." Dorcas rubbed his chin. "And you want me to? Remember those pliers you used to cut wires? Still got them. Obviously, but it takes 2 gnomes to work them." "Then I'll help." Maskelyne laid out his plan. Dorcas stared, then chuckled. "That's insane. No way it'll work." "But we're quicker than humans. We could pull it off before they even notice." Dorcas smirked. "You volunteering?" Maskelyne hesitated. "I don't think the store gnomes are ready for this." Dorcas stretched. "Guess I'll have to be the brave one. Always wanted to try this outside thing anyway." He grabbed the pliers. "Let's see how bad fresh air really is." New detail added Dorcas's sarcastic remark about fresh air, reinforcing his cynical attitude. Tone shift. Switch from tense to darkly humorous when Angelo mimics human drivers. The truck barreled down the foggy country road like it had a mind of its own, or maybe like someone had stolen its brakes. If anyone had been watching from behind the hedges, they'd have seen a vehicle that looked like it had been through a demolition derby. One headlight was out, the bumper was missing, and the side was scraped down to bare metal. It even had a "Road Work Ahead" sign dangling from the door like some kind of ironic trophy. Then suddenly, it screeched to a stop. A police car skidded right behind it, kicking up gravel as 2 officers tumbled out and yanked open the truck doors. "All right, buddy, game over." One of them barked, only to find nothing inside but a tangled mess of string. "Where'd he go?" the other muttered, scanning the misty field. Meanwhile, tiny shadows darted from beneath the truck, slipping under the police car with the speed of mice. Their squeaky voices chattered excitedly as they worked, pliers in hand. Seconds later, the truck roared back to life while the cops scrambled to their car, only for the engine to sputter uselessly. One officer popped the hood and groaned. "What the?" He reached underneath and pulled out a fistful of neatly snipped wires. By the time the truck disappeared into the fog, its lone tail light fading like a dying ember, The only witnesses were a couple of confused cows chewing grass nearby. 2 days later, the truck was found abandoned in a ditch outside town, stripped bare. No battery, no wires, not even a radio, just more string. Meanwhile, deep in an old quarry marked by a rusted danger, keep out sign, the gnomes celebrated their new home. Some called it luck. Others insisted it was destiny. Either way, they'd claimed it, clearing out the rats, exploring the caves, and making it theirs. And the outsider, he stayed silent. From the Book of Nome, exits Roman 4, v. Roman 15, Roman 16, new detail. The gnomes discover an old, half-buried toolbox in the quarry, sparking a debate over whether it's a gift from Arnold Bros or just dumb luck. Tone shift, from chaotic chase to triumphant settlement, because sometimes even the weirdest escapes lead to something better. Convincing the older gnomes to step outside was the real challenge. They preferred the safety of solid ceilings overhead. Granny Morky, fearless as ever, helped by strutting around in the open, taunting the so-called dangers of fresh air like it was no big deal. Hunger also played its part. The supplies from the store wouldn't last forever, and the fields above offered rabbits and vegetables, though nothing as pristine as Arnold Bros' est. 1905 would have approved. Some gnomes grumbled about the dirt clinging to their food, but hunger won out. The first attempt at digging up potatoes left behind suspicious molehills, and after a few close calls, even the foxes learned to steer clear. Then came Dorcas's latest obsession, electricity. A tangle of wires in an abandoned shed promised power, but getting to it without frying themselves took more strategy than the Great Drive, broom handles, rubber gloves, and a lot of nervous laughter. Masklin had his own experiment, nudging the thing close to one of the live wires. It flickered silently, as if listening. He tucked it back into a wall crack, sensing it wasn't time yet. Later, he wanted to wake it up and say, "Look what we figured out on our own." Girder, meanwhile, was convinced they'd landed in China. As winter melted into spring and then summer, Masklin still felt unsettled. Guard duty on the quarry rocks was peaceful, especially with Dorcas's makeshift alarm system, a hidden switch connected to a bulb below. Radio was next, or so Dorcas's eager apprentices promised, huddled in their shed surrounded by coils of wire. The gnomes were making this place home, filling the gaps, settling in. Even Bobo, who'd vanished only to return as king of the quarry rats, complete with a scruffy little army. The rats and gnomes kept an uneasy truce, no eating each other, just polite avoidance. But Masklin couldn't shake the thought, this isn't ours. Humans just forgot about it. One day they'll remember and we'll have to run again. The gnomes built their tiny worlds inside the big one, always waiting for the moment they'd have to leave. New detail. During guard duty, Masklin noticed a faded no trespassing sign half buried in the dirt, a reminder that humans hadn't entirely abandoned the place. Tone shift, from grim reflection to dry humor. At least the rats had the decency not to start a war. Small victories. They once had everything, and now they clung to whatever scraps remained. Masklin gazed down into the quarry, where Grimma sat surrounded by young gnomes, patiently guiding them through the shapes of letters. Teaching them to read, that at least was something good. He'd never been much of a reader himself, but the kids absorbed it like sunlight. Not that everything was smooth. The old families, used to running departments that no longer existed, bickered constantly over petty things. They expected him to mediate as if he had nothing better to do than settle their squabbles. The only time they worked together was when they had a shared goal, something bigger than themselves. Beyond the moon. The thing's words echoed in his mind. You came from the stars. Masklin stretched out on the grass, the hum of bees filling the air. One day they'd find a way back. Not now. It would take planning, patience, and convincing a lot of stubborn gnomes that there was more to life than the ground beneath their feet. Every time they made progress, they acted like they'd reached the summit, only to start arguing over who got the best spot on the next step. Still, at least they knew the stairs existed. From this height the world stretched out before him, fields, roads, and in the distance the airport. The first time a jet roared overhead, panic had rippled through the group. But a few remembered pictures from books, and soon it was just another machine like the trucks they'd once feared. Masklin hadn't explained why he wanted to scout the airport. Some probably guessed, but with so much else to handle, no one pressed him. He'd framed it as simple curiosity, learning about this strange new world just in case. No one asked in case of what, so he'd led a team across the fields, a week's trek through tall grass and hidden animal tunnels. They'd even crossed under a highway, startling a badger that turned tail and fled. Word travels fast when you're small and armed. At the fence, they'd watched the planes, monstrous at first glance, but no different from the trucks once you understood them. Names gave power. Knowledge was leverage. And one day, when the time came, those roaring machines might be the next step. Oddly enough, the thought made him smile for a brief, shining moment. Masklin had felt it. Despite all the squabbling, mistakes, and clumsy missteps, the gnomes would pull through somehow. Because Dorcas had been studying the planes too, gripping the fence with that sharp, scheming glint in his eyes. Masklin had leaned in and asked, hypothetically speaking, just for the sake of discussion, if we needed to, borrow one of those, do you think it's possible? Dorcas scratched his chin, considering. Driving it wouldn't be the problem, he said with a smirk. Only 3 wheels to figure out. Book 2 diggers in the beginning, or so the story went. Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 built the store. At least, that's what generations of gnomes believed. Living 10 times faster than humans, their lives flickered by in a blur. 10 years. That was a lifetime. And for ages they'd thrived beneath the creaky floorboards of Arnold Bros., a grand old department store in the heart of the city. To them the store was the world, a world with ceilings and walls, where wind and rain were just myths, where day and night were bedtime stories. Their lives revolved around the hum of air conditioners and the rhythm of opening and closing time. Their seasons. January clearance, spring fashion frenzy, summer blowout, and Christmas extravaganza. Guided by the abbot and the stationary priests, they worshipped Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, in a polite, half-hearted way, no sense angering the guy who they assumed had made everything right. Some gnome families even took on fancy names, borrowing from the departments they lived under: the Delicatessens, the Ironmongers, the Haberdasheries. Then one day, the last gnomes from outside rolled in on a delivery truck. They knew all about wind and rain, that's why they ditched it. Among them were Masklin, the rat hunter, Granny Morky, and Grimma, though being women they didn't get much say. And then there was the thing. Nobody really got the thing. Passed down through Masklin's family for centuries, it only spoke when near electricity, claiming it was some kind of ancient thinking machine from a ship that brought gnomes here from, well, maybe another store. A star. It also swore it could hear electricity, and according to the buzzing wires, the store had 3 weeks left before demolition. So Masklin had an idea: steal a truck and leave. Funny thing, figuring out how to drive the massive thing turned out to be the easy part. The real challenge, convincing everyone it was even possible. He wasn't their leader, not officially. Leaders got to puff out their chests and make grand speeches. Masklin, he had to argue, coax, and maybe stretch the truth a little. New detail. One night, while the others slept, Masklin caught Grimma secretly sketching escape routes on scrap paper, proof even the doubters were starting to believe. Tone shift, from weary to defiant. But hey, if a bunch of tiny gnomes could outsmart humans, outrun bulldozers, and maybe, just maybe, hijack a plane, then who's to say they couldn't rewrite their own destiny? He quickly realized that people were more willing to act when they believed an idea was their own. But planting those ideas, that was the real challenge. The gnomes had a lot to learn: how to cooperate, how to read, and most controversially, how to accept that female gnomes might be almost as sharp as the males. Though everyone knew that was pushing it, Too much thinking and their brains might short-circuit. Somehow, it all worked out. The truck rolled away just before the store went up in flames, miraculously, with minimal damage, and rumbled into the countryside. The gnomes discovered an old quarry nestled in the hills, its crumbling buildings perfect for their needs. For the first time, they felt certain everything would be fine. There was talk of a bright new dawn, whatever that meant. Most had never even seen a sunrise, let alone a bright one. If they had, they'd know that after every dazzling dawn comes a dreary afternoon, probably with rain. 6 months slipped by. This is the tale of the winter. This is the tale of the great battle. This is the tale of the cat's awakening, the dragon in the hill with eyes like fire, a voice like thunder, and teeth like daggers. But the story didn't begin there, and it certainly didn't end there. The sky howled like a beast unchained. The wind wasn't just blowing, it was raging, flattening everything in its path. Small trees bowed, big ones snapped. The last autumn leaves spiraled through the air like stray bullets. Over by the gravel pits, the garbage dump stood empty. Even the seagulls had fled. But the trash, it was alive, dancing in the gale as if the wind had a personal vendetta against old detergent boxes and mismatched shoes. Tin cans clattered into ditches, while lighter debris shot skyward, joining the chaos above. Then came the paper, a stubborn sheet that had flapped for hours before finally breaking free. It soared like a clumsy white bird, only to snag on a fence. Half of it tore away, sending the rest spinning wildly across the field. Just as it picked up speed, a hedge snatched it from the air like a frog's tongue catching a fly. Strange happenings, the air turned bitter. The warmth faded. Some mornings, puddles crusted over with ice. The gnomes huddled together, whispering, "What is this?" From the Book of Gnome, Quarry's IV Roman 2 masculine crossed his arms. "Winter, it's called winter," Abbot Girder shivered. "You didn't warn us it'd be like this." Granny Morky cackled. "Cold, this is cold." "Oh, you soft little sprouts, you don't know cold yet." Granny Morky cackled with delight, her eyes gleaming as she leaned in. "Just you wait till winter really hits," she crowed, clearly relishing the chance to scare them. "Oh, it'll be bitter then, frost so thick it sparkles and frozen chunks falling from the sky like little white knives." She sat back, arms crossed, waiting for their reaction. "Well, what do you think of that?" Girder rolled his eyes. "We're not children, Granny. We've seen snow before," he muttered. Back in the store they had holiday cards with pictures of it, glitter everywhere. Dorcas nodded. "And robins, don't forget the robins." Masklin opened his mouth to explain there was more to it, like how snow could bury paths or freeze their food stores, but Dorcas cut him off with a wave. "Honestly, we'll be fine," he said. "We've got shelter, supplies, and backup plans. Unless someone's got a real emergency, let's call it a night." Everything seemed stable, or at least not actively falling apart. That was what unsettled Masklin the most. Sure, there were still petty squabbles between families, that was just gnomish nature, but the Council of Drivers kept things from spiraling into chaos. Funny how things changed. Back in the store, power had been about which department you belonged to. Now, it was about who'd survived the long drive. If you'd been in the truck cab during that wild ride, you were a driver. Everyone else, just along for the trip. No one said it outright, but it was clear. Those who'd gotten them here had earned respect. Not that being a driver was glamorous. Last year, Masklin had hunted daily just to keep them fed. Now, the younger gnomes handled that while he dealt with leadership stuff. They'd even managed a decent harvest, scavenged potatoes, corn snatched from nearby fields after the big machines rolled through. Masklin wished they could grow their own food, but the quarry's rocky soil refused to cooperate. Still, no one was starving. As he walked back to his burrow beneath the old shed, the hum of thousands of gnomes settling into their lives surrounded him. Families laughing, arguments fading into the night. He reached into the wall, pulling out the thing. Dark, silent, just like always, and yet something nagged at him. Maybe it was the way the wind howled outside, or the way the younger gnomes looked at him like he had all the answers. But for the first time he wondered, what if they were too comfortable? What if the real danger wasn't the cold but forgetting how to survive it? New detail. The wind picks up outside, rattling the shed's loose metal siding, making the silence inside feel heavier. Voice twist. Shifts from dry humor about gnomish politics to a darker, more introspective tone as Masklin questions their fragile stability. Masklin hesitated before approaching the wires in the quarry. The thing only powered up near electricity, and when it did, its eerie voice always left him uneasy. Dorcas had managed to rig the cables, but Masklin still avoided bringing the black box there too often. It unnerved him how it seemed to listen without ever responding. "Old turret passed last week," he finally muttered, shifting his weight. "We were sad, sure, but he was ancient, just stopped living. No foxes, no tractors, just gone." The idea still felt strange to his little tribe who'd spent generations dodging predators in the highway embankment. Dying of old age, that was new. "We buried him deep near the potato field, too deep for plows. The store gnomes don't get it, though. They keep asking if he'll grow back like a seed," he snorted. "They think rain's a sprinkler system and the sky's just a really high ceiling. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if they've ever seen dirt before." The thing stayed silent, but its presence was heavy. Masklin chewed his lip. "Granny Morky's the oldest now, so she's on the council." Girder threw a fit. "Women don't belong in charge, blah blah, but guess who didn't dare say that to her face?" he smirked. "Yeah, thought so." Winter loomed, but they'd stockpiled potatoes and the burrows were warm. Still, the store gnomes' tales unnerved him. "They keep babbling about Santa Claus, some holiday monster that supposedly delivers presents, like we need more weirdness." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "Thing is, when everything seems fine, that's when you're missing the disaster. And Girder says I worry too much. Please. Worrying's the only thing keeping us alive." He tucked the thing back into its hiding spot, deciding against mentioning Grimma. Books, that was the problem. Let her learn to read and suddenly she's questioning everything. Girder had a point. Women's brains did overheat. Grimma's was practically steaming these days. New detail. Masklin absent-mindedly kicked a pebble, remembering how she'd cornered him yesterday, waving some torn-out page about equality. Like they had time for that when survival was a daily gamble, he sighed. At least the thing never talked back. Small blessings. Masklin had finally brought up the subject of marriage, suggesting they follow the store gnome's traditions with the abbot officiating. Grimma hesitated, unsure if that was what she wanted. Frustrated, he argued that marriage was just what you did when you got older, simple as that. But she stood her ground, shaking her head. Not anymore. He turned to Granny Morky for backup, expecting her to side with tradition. Instead, she cackled and said, "Good for her. Wish I'd had the nerve to say no when I was young." Defeated, he went to Girder, who agreed girls should listen, but then backtracked when Masklin pushed him to confront Grimma. Maybe not right now. She's got a temper and, well, times are changing." Changing times. That was the problem. Masklin had been the one pushing for change, forcing the gnomes to think differently just to survive outside the store. Change was necessary, good, even, but now he wanted things to stay the same just for once. His old spear leaned in the corner, looking pitiful, just a flint tied to a stick with twine. They had real tools now, metal from the store. He grabbed it and stormed out, needing space to think, or, as anyone else would say, to sulk properly. The quarry sat halfway up the hill, surrounded by tangled brambles and fields beyond. Below, a dirt road twisted toward the highway, crossing the railroad tracks, those mysterious metal lines where massive, connected trucks roared past. The gnomes still didn't understand trains, but the gates that dropped when one approached made sense. Clearly, they were there to keep the wild machines from breaking free. Beyond lay gravel pits, decent fishing spots, and the airport, where Masklin had spent summer days watching planes. They'd speed along the ground, then shoot upward like startled birds, shrinking into the sky until they vanished. That was the real problem gnawing at him. Now, perched on his favorite rock as rain began to fall, he let the worry take over. What if they were next? What if the world kept changing, leaving them behind? The weight of everything pressing down on Masklin felt like a pile of stones, each worry stacked on top of the last. But beneath them all loomed the biggest one. They were supposed to follow the path of the plains. The thing had whispered that to him before it fell silent. The gnomes hadn't just come from the sky, they'd come from beyond it, which made his head spin. What even was above the sky? More sky. And yet they were meant to return. It was there. Destiny. No, something else. Their density, that was it. They'd had their own worlds once, but somehow they'd gotten stranded here. The real problem, the ship, the massive one that sailed between stars, was still up there. The first gnomes had abandoned it when they descended in a smaller craft which had crashed, leaving them trapped. And now Masklin was the only one who truly understood. The old abbot had known, and Grima, Dorcas, and Gerder had bits and pieces of the truth, but their minds were full of practical things, organizing, surviving. Everyone was settling in, making this place their new store, mistaking the sky for a roof. Then the rumble of an engine snapped him out of his thoughts. A truck, no, a Land Rover Angelo would not let them call it a truck, rolled up the quarry road. Masklin's temper flared. Who was supposed to be on watch? I said someone should always be watching. A flurry of apologies followed as the gnomes scrambled into position, ducking behind brittle grass. The human lumbered out, slapped something onto the gate, and trudged back to the vehicle like a wind-up toy running low on power. Humans, Angelo muttered as the Land Rover roared away. Drive all the way up here just to stick paper on things. What's the point? Masklin clenched his fists. Sure, humans were slow and baffling, but there was something relentless about them, like they moved to the rhythm of paperwork and stubbornness. And that was the scariest part. The store had been reduced to rubble, just as the notice on that scrap of paper had warned. Humans and their flimsy documents, never to be trusted. Masklin gestured toward the rusted wire fence, an easy scramble for a quick-footed gnome. "Sacco," he muttered, "go grab that thing before it blows away." Meanwhile, miles off, another notice flapped against a hedge, its faded print slowly dissolving under the drizzle. The paper grew soggy, then tore free, collapsing onto the wet grass with a defeated rustle. From the Book of Gnome, Sign's Eye, and lo, a sign appeared, and the people asked, "What does this mean?" But the answer was grim. Gerder crawled across the damp notice near the gate, squinting at the smudged ink. "Of course I can read it," he huffed. "Every word makes perfect sense." Masklin raised an eyebrow. "Then what's the problem?" Gerder shifted uncomfortably. "It's the sentences that don't add up. Says here the quarry's reopening, but it's already open. Anyone with eyes can see that." The other gnomes gathered, uneasy. The quarry stretched out before them, a vast pit with sheer cliffs on three sides, but the fourth dropped into an endless expanse of nothing. Most of them avoided looking that way. It made them feel even tinier than they already were. Dorcas scratched his head. "Can't open a hole unless it's been filled first. That's just logic." Grima rolled her eyes. "A quarry where humans dig up stone for roads and buildings. They'll take more, mark my words." Gerder scowled. He hated how she always had an answer, and worse, how often she was right. "Oh, and I suppose you read that in one of your precious books." "Actually, yes," Grima shot back, flipping her hair defiantly. Masklin sighed. "But Grima, there's no stone left here. That's why it's a hole." Gerder nodded smugly. "Exactly." Grima stamped her foot. "Then they'll make the hole bigger. Look at those cliffs, solid rock. And this notice says it's for a highway extension. They're coming for our quarry." A heavy silence fell. Dorcas finally broke it. "Who is?" "Order," Grima snapped, jabbing at the paper. "His name's right here." Masklin squinted. "She's not wrong. It says to be reopened by order." The gnomes exchanged nervous glances. Order. The name alone sounded ominous, like someone who'd bulldozed their home without a second thought. Girder dusted off his robe and scoffed. It's just paper, means nothing. New detail. As the wind picked up, a torn corner of the notice spiraled into the air, landing near a discarded soda can, another human relic half buried in the mud. Masklin frowned as he stared at the fresh footprints in the dirt. Humans never come up here, he muttered. This is new. Dorcas scratched his head, glancing at the abandoned quarry buildings around them. Doubt it, he said. Look at all this workshop's doorways, even that old canteen. Built for humans, every bit of it. And where humans have been once, they always come back, like ants at a picnic. A heavy silence settled over the group, thick with worry. One of the younger gnomes, his voice shaky, spoke up. So we risked everything to get here, built a home, and now, what? They'll just take it. Girder lifted his hands, trying to calm the rising panic. Let's not jump to conclusions. Angelo, newly married and already a father of 2 quick-witted toddlers, cut in. Our families are here. We were finally getting the soil ready for planting. You know how long that took? Nisodmus, Girder's ever-pessimistic assistant, sneered. I told you this place was bad news. Something was bound to go wrong. Girder shot him a look. Enough, Nisodmus. We'll call a council meeting. That's the sensible thing to do. Outside, a crumpled newspaper tumbled along the roadside, caught in the wake of passing trucks. A sudden gust sent it spiraling into the air, fluttering like a ragged flag before vanishing over the highway. Back in the dim space beneath the quarry office, the gnomes huddled together, voices rising in debate. Angelo leaned forward. There's an old barn past the potato field. We could stock it with supplies just in case. Give us somewhere to run if things go south. Dorcas sighed. This isn't like the store. No hidden nooks, no good spots to vanish. If humans move in, we're done. Masklin rubbed his chin. That tractor driver only goes up there sometimes. We could work around him. Angelo scanned the anxious faces around him. Or maybe the humans will just grab their rocks and leave. Maybe this is temporary. The air smelled of dust and uncertainty. Somewhere in the distance, an engine growled, too close for comfort. We could have someone keep an eye on them daily, Angelo suggested, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Dorcas raised an eyebrow. Seems like you've had this barn idea brewing for a while. Angelo nodded. Masklin and I talked about it when we were scouting up there. Right, Masklin? Masklin blinked, snapping out of his daze. Huh, you remember, Angelo pressed. I pointed out how useful that barn could be and you just said, yeah. Masklin rubbed his temple. Right. But winter's coming, he muttered. One of the gnomes shuddered. Cold, frost everywhere, and robins. Don't forget the robins, another added grimly. The first gnome swallowed hard. Not exactly the best time to be wandering around with those things dive-bombing us. Granny Morky, who'd been dozing, suddenly perked up. Robins. My father always said they make a decent meal if you can catch one. She grinned, revealing a few missing teeth. The room fell silent, as if someone had just dropped a cinder block into the conversation. Girder cleared his throat. We shouldn't rush into anything. We need to trust in Arnold Bros. Est. 1905. He'll guide us. The silence stretched until Angelo muttered under his breath, yeah, that'll help a ton. The air turned thick like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. Girder's voice was dangerously quiet. What did you just say? Angelo lifted his chin. What everyone's thinking. Where was Arnold Bros when we escaped the store? Did he lift a finger? No. We did it by learning, by reading, by figuring things out ourselves. Girder shot to his feet, face pale with rage. Beside him, Nisodmus gasped like he'd been slapped. Arnold Bros is everywhere gnomes go, Girder bellowed. Angelo flinched but held his ground. You just made that up. There might have been something in the store, but out here, it's just us. You stationary can't stand not being in charge anymore. Masklin stepped between them. Hold on, Girder cut him off, glaring at Angelo. Typical haberdashery arrogance. You think driving a truck makes you experts on everything, Masklin tried again. This isn't the time, Girder wasn't listening. Or maybe this is exactly what you deserve. The tension crackled like static, and for a second it seemed like fists might fly. until a loud thump from outside made everyone freeze. A shadow passed over the window. Something was out there. New detail. The sudden noise shifts the argument, adding urgency and a shared threat to momentarily unite them. Masklin sighed as the argument between Girder and Angelo reached its peak. "Use the brains you were born with, will you?" he snapped, rubbing his temples. When they still didn't stop, he raised his voice. "One more word and I'll knock your heads together myself." That finally shut them up. Masklin took a deep breath, forcing calm into his tone. "All right, everyone, let's all take a step back and think. This isn't how we solve big problems. We need clear heads, not shouting matches." The gnomes shuffled out, relieved the tension had broken, though their murmurs of disagreement still drifted back inside. "Not you two," Masklin said sharply, stopping Girder and Angelo in their tracks. "Look, we've got enough to worry about without you two acting like stubborn mules. People listen to you, start acting like it." Angelo muttered something under his breath, but Girder just crossed his arms. "Here's what we're doing," Masklin said firmly. "We're checking out that barn again. I don't love the idea either, but if things go south, we'll need a backup plan. Plus, it'll keep everyone busy, less time for panicking." "Got it," Girder huffed. "Fine, but—" "No buts," Masklin cut in. "You're supposed to be leaders, start leading." They exchanged glares but nodded reluctantly. "Good. Now we walk out there like everything's settled. People need to see you two aren't at each other's throats anymore." "But Arnold Bros matters," Girder insisted as they stepped into the crisp air of the quarry. The wind had died down, leaving the sky a sharp, icy blue. Masklin rolled his eyes. "Sure, sure. But unless he's planning to drop out of the sky and solve our problems for us, we've got to handle this ourselves." Almost on cue, all three of them looked up, old habit. For store gnomes, the sky was still unsettling, too vast compared to the safe, familiar ceilings they'd known. But tradition was tradition. Angelo squinted. Masklin. Something pale and rectangular fluttered down, growing larger as it spiraled toward them. Girder scoffed. "It's just trash, probably blew off the landfill." But the object kept growing, spinning lazily as it descended. Masklin took a slow step back. "Yeah, maybe we should, whump." The paper smacked right into him, knocking him flat. And as he lay there, dazed, the words staring back at him were impossible to ignore. Arnold Bros, the sign had arrived all right, sure. Some might call it just a coincidence. But then again, maybe even coincidences mean something. That's straight from the Book of Gnomes, Signs Roman 2, verses 1 through 3. Masklin had never fully made up his mind about Arnold Bros. Est. 1905. The store had been impressive, no doubt, escalators, towering shelves, all that. If Arnold Bros hadn't built it, who had? Humans. He didn't think humans were as clueless as most gnomes believed. Sure, they were slow and lumbering, but there was something relentless about them. They could be trained, at least for simple jobs. Still, the world was enormous, packed with complex things. Expecting Arnold Bros to have created all of it seemed like a stretch. So Masklin settled on not deciding, just in case Arnold Bros did exist and happened to notice him. Maybe then they wouldn't hold it against him. The problem with keeping an open mind. People keep trying to shove their own ideas into it. The faded newspaper, dropped from the sky, lay spread across the shed floor, covered in words. Most were simple enough, but even Grimma had to admit some made no sense when strung together. School slams shock probe. Fury over taxes rebel. And what in the world was play Super Bingo in your Sorroway BlackBerry Evening Post and Gazette? Mysteries for another time. All eyes were locked on a small section under the word people. "That means people," Grimma said. "Really?" Masklin replied dryly. She traced the text below. "Fun-loving, globe-trotting millionaire playboy Richard Arnold will be jetting to Florida next week to witness the launch of Arnsat-1, the first communications satellite built by Arnco International Group. This leap into the future comes just months after the destruction by fire of—" A collective shiver ran through the gnomes. Arnold Bros, the store here in Blackberry, the first in the chain and foundation of the multi-million-pound trading group. Founded in 1905 by Alderman Frank W. Arnold and his brother Arthur. Grandson Richard, 39, who will, her voice trailed off. Gerder's face lit up. Grandson Richard, 39. What do you think of that, huh? Masklin frowned. What's globe-trotting? Well, globe means ball and trotting is a kind of slow run, Grima said. So he runs slowly on a ball, obviously. Gerder's voice boomed. This is a message from Arnold Bros sent to us. Nisodmus, lurking behind him, raised his hands dramatically. Yes, all the way from. Yes, Nisodmus, Gerder cut in, rolling his eyes. New detail. The gnomes briefly debate whether Florida is a real place or just a human myth, adding a moment of light skepticism before the gravity of the message sinks in. Would you mind keeping it down, buddy? He shot Masklin an awkward glance. Running slowly on a ball, that doesn't add up. You just topple over unless we're talking about some kind of giant sphere, Masklin muttered. They all squinted at the picture again, a grid of tiny dots forming a grinning face with teeth and a beard. Think about it, Gerder said, gaining confidence. Arnold Bros Est, 1905, has sent grandson Richard, 39, to, Masklin frowned. And these two names, the founders, that's confusing. I always thought Arnold Bros built the store. Exactly, Gerder nodded. They must have started it, makes sense, it was huge, hard to miss even if you weren't searching for it. He hesitated, then muttered under his breath, lost and founded, yeah, that tracks. Dorcas clapped his hands. All right, let's recap. The message says grandson Richard, 39, is heading to Florida, wherever that is. Will be in Florida, Grima corrected. Florida's a kind of juice, piped up a gnome. Found an old carton at the dump once, Florida orange juice. Read it myself. He beamed. Dorcas scratched his head. So, he's going to be inside orange juice and running slowly on a ball while jetting whatever that means and apparently enjoying it. Silence fell as they processed this. Prophecies aren't meant to be easy, Gerder intoned solemnly. Must be a big one, Dorcas mused. Angelo rolled his eyes. Or it's just a human story like in those books we've read. Gerder scoffed. How many humans do you know who can balance on a ball, much less jog on one? Fine, Angelo snapped. Then what's the plan? Gerder opened and closed his mouth like a fish. It's obvious, he said weakly. Enlighten us, Angelo drawled. Well, we go to the orange juice place, obviously. Find grandson Richard shouldn't be hard with this picture. He tugged at his beard. I mean, how many humans exist? A couple hundred tops, and once we track him down. And, Angelo pressed. Gerder straightened, adopting a pious tone. Remember Arnold Bros' commandment in the store. If you don't see what you need, just ask. Gnomes nodded. They'd all seen it along with the other sacred words. Everything must go, and near the escalators, dogs and strollers must be carried. You didn't argue with Arnold Bros Est, 1905, but this wasn't the store, this was the real world. And, Angelo repeated, unimpressed. Gerder wiped his brow. Then, we ask him to leave us alone in the quarry. Silence. Heavy, awkward silence. New detail. A gnome in the back suddenly sneezed, sending a tiny cloud of dust into the air, making everyone blink. No one commented, but the tension eased just a fraction. Added twist. Gerder's voice shifted from pompous to defensive. Look, it's not like we've got a better idea. Unless you'd rather sit here debating juice flavors all day. Angelo crossed his arms. That has to be the dumbest idea I've ever. What's jetting? Grima interrupted, frowning. Does it involve jets? Angelo, ever the expert on human transportation, rolled his eyes. A jet is a flying machine. So yeah, jetting means moving like one or inside one, I guess. The group instinctively turned toward Masklin, the only one obsessed with the nearby airport. But he was already gone. Masklin had quietly slipped away, retrieving the thing from its hiding spot in the crumbling wall. No wires needed, just proximity to electricity. The abandoned manager's office still had power, so he darted across the cracked pavement, squeezing through the warped doorframe. He set the box down carefully, watching as its lights flickered to life in erratic bursts like a groggy gnome rubbing sleep from its eyes. Finally, the thing spoke. Identify yourself. Masculine. Listen, I need to understand communication satellite. You mentioned satellites before, like the moon, right? Correct. But these are man-made. They relay signals, radio, television. Masculine blinked. Television, moving pictures transmitted through the air, constantly, non-stop. He made a mental note to scan the sky for floating images. Right, he lied. So where are these satellites, orbiting Earth miles above you? Masculine squinted upward. Never spotted one. They're detectable, the thing said. I sense them. A slow realization prickled in his mind, pieces clicking together. If they're machines, built here then shot into space, affirmative, space, where their lost ship waited, the idea burst open, bright and sudden. If we hitched a ride on one, he rushed out, clung to it or drove it like the truck and brought you along, we could reach the ship, couldn't we? The thing's lights swirled into strange, frantic patterns, a long pause, then softer, almost pitying. Do you have any concept of how vast space is? Masculine shook his head politely. That sounds enormous. How big is it exactly? Thing pulsed faintly. Significant, but if I were taken beyond Earth's atmosphere, I might be able to locate and signal the ship. Though I doubt you grasp the meaning of oxygen supply. Not a clue, Masculine admitted. Space suit. Nope, space is freezing. Masculine rubbed his arms as if already feeling the chill. Couldn't we just move around a lot, stay warm that way? The thing's lights flickered in what might have been exasperation. You don't understand. Space isn't just cold, it's empty. Almost entirely empty. More nothing than you could ever wrap your head around. Masculine shrugged. Still worth a shot, right? This is reckless, the thing insisted. Maybe, Masculine shot back, but if I don't try, we'll just keep running forever. Every time we settle in, humans show up and we're forced to leave again. Dorcas was right, they spread like weeds, and you told me our real home is up there. You lack the necessary preparation. Masculine's hands tightened into fists. I was born unprepared, thing. In a dirt hole, life doesn't hand you a manual, you figure it out as you go. That's the whole point. You get one shot and then it's over. No do-overs. So we're doing this now. I'm ordering you help me. The thing's lights spiraled thoughtfully. You're catching on fast, it murmured. Later, Masculine returned to find Girder and Angelo in the middle of a shouting match. He didn't bother interrupting, just set the thing down and watched, amused. People had a funny way of arguing, he'd noticed. The trick wasn't listening, it was drowning out your own doubts, and these two had mastered it. The louder they yelled, the less sure they seemed, as if they were trying to convince themselves more than each other. Girder wasn't entirely sold on the existence of Arnold Bros. Est, 1905. Angelo wasn't entirely sold on the opposite. Finally, Angelo spotted Masculine. Back me up here, he demanded. He wants to track down grandson Richard, 39. Masculine raised an eyebrow. Do you? Where should we start looking? Masculine asked Girder, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The airport, Girder replied without hesitation. It's obvious, jetting off in a plane, that's what grandson Richard, 39, would do. Humans do it all the time. Angelo threw his hands up. We know the airport. I've snuck up to the fence plenty of times. People come and go like ants. He could already be gone, heck, he might be halfway to Florida by now. He spun toward Masculine, desperation in his voice. You can't just trust random words floating down from the sky. Masculine, back me up here, you're the sensible one, tell him. Masculine nodded slowly. Let's go to the airport. Angelo's jaw dropped. Wait, what, you agree with him? Just to watch, Masculine clarified. See if anything unusual happens. Angelo sputtered. But it's all just a crazy coincidence. Masculine shrugged. Then we'll come back, no harm done, we don't all have to go, just a few of us. Angelo hesitated, then crossed his arms. Fine, I'll go, but only to prove how ridiculous this is. Good, Masculine said. If Girder comes too, Angelo added with a smirk. Girder bristled. Excuse me, Angelo rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, you're the abbot. If we actually do find grandson Richard, 39, he's not going to listen to me, is he? Girder's face turned red. "Oh, you think I won't go, just to see your face when we do find him," Masklin cut in smoothly. "Then it's settled. In the meantime, we should keep an eye on the road, send scouts to the old barn, and figure out what supplies we can carry, just in case." Outside, Grimma was waiting, arms crossed. "I know that look," she said sharply. "You're scheming again. What's really going on?" They stepped into the shade of a rusted sheet of metal. Masklin glanced up at the sky. Just hours ago it had been nothing but blue and clouds. Now it felt like a vast, whispering puzzle. The more answers they found, the more questions they had. "I can't explain yet," he admitted. "I don't even fully understand it myself." Grimma narrowed her eyes. "This is about the thing, isn't it?" Masklin hesitated. "Yes. Listen, if I'm gone longer than," she scoffed. "Don't treat me like I'm clueless. Orange-colored juice, my foot. I've read most of the books from the store. Florida isn't some fairy tale, it's a real place, bigger than the quarry and far away." A gust of wind rattled the metal above them, and Masklin sighed. The world was getting bigger by the minute, getting their means crossing a whole lot of water, Masklin muttered, staring at the distant horizon. Grimma crossed her arms. "Probably farther than the long drive we took to get here. I bet it's an ocean." Masklin frowned, trying to recall. "When we went to the airport, I saw water stretching past the road, looked endless. There was a sign, something like reservoir," Grimma smirked. "See, told you. But we have to try," Masklin insisted, his voice low and stubborn. "The only real safety is where we belong, otherwise we'll spend our lives running." Grimma huffed. "I don't like this plan." "You don't like running either," he shot back. "What's the alternative? Let me test it. If it fails, we turn back." Her face tightened. "And if you don't come back, then what?" Masklin perked up. "You'll what?" "Have to explain this mess to everyone," she snapped. "It's reckless, count me out." His shoulders slumped, but his jaw set. "Fine, I'm going anyway, V." And he said, "What frogs are you talking about?" Romans 6. And she said, "You wouldn't get it." Romans 7. And he said, "Yeah, you're probably right." The Book of Nomes, Strange Frogs, IV. Romans 7. That night was a blur of activity. The trek to the barn would take hours, so teams scouted ahead, marking paths and watching for foxes. Not that foxes were much of a threat anymore. A lone gnome might be easy prey, but 30 armed hunters. Any fox with half a brain knew better than to stick around. The ones near the quarry had learned the hard way. Early on, a fox had made the mistake of snatching 2 berry pickers. That night, 200 furious gnomes tracked it down, smoked it out of its den, and made sure it never got a third meal. Masklin's words echoed. "If animals want to eat us, they'd better learn it's them or us. And we're not losing." As dawn broke, Angelo shifted nervously. "Maybe we're overreacting. We might not have to leave." Dorcas sighed. "Right when we were getting comfortable. Still, if we keep watch, we can evacuate fast. And moving food stores today, no downside." The gnomes often traveled as far as the airport, making stops along the way, like the garbage dump, a gold mine for scraps of fabric and bits of wire. Beyond that, the flooded gravel pits offered a chance for fishing, if anyone had the patience. The journey itself wasn't bad, mostly following old badger trails. The only real obstacle was the main road, but luckily, someone, probably the badgers, had thoughtfully installed tunnels beneath it right where the path crossed. Masklin found Grimma in her makeshift classroom under one of the old sheds, where she was busy teaching a group of young gnomes how to write. She shot him a sharp look, scolded a giggling student named Nico Haberdashery, then stepped into the passageway. "We're heading out," Masklin said, fidgeting with his hat. "A bunch of gnomes are going to the dump, so we'll have company most of the way." Electricity," Grimma muttered absently. "What?" "There's no electricity at the old barn," she said. "Remember what that was like? On moonless nights we just sat in the dark. I don't want to go back to that." Masklin shifted uncomfortably. "Maybe it made us better gnomes. We didn't have much, but—" "Cold, scared, and starving, you mean?" Grimma snapped. "Tell Granny Morky about the good old days and see how fast she throws something at you." "We had each other," Masklin offered weakly. Grimma stared at her hands. We were just kids sharing the same hole, she said, her voice distant. Then she looked up, suddenly animated. But things are different now. There's the frogs, for one thing. Masklin blinked. Grima hesitated, then launched in. I read about them in a book. In South America, there are these huge trees in the rainforest, and way up in the branches, there are these giant flowers called bromeliads. Rainwater collects in them, making little pools. And there's a kind of frog that lays its eggs there. The tadpoles grow up right in the flowers, never even knowing the ground exists. The whole world is full of things like that, and now I know about them, but I'll never see them. And you, she took a shaky breath, want me to move into a hole and wash your socks? Masklin replayed that last part in his head just to be sure he'd heard right. But I don't wear socks, he said. Grima poked him in the ribs. Masklin, she sighed, you're a decent gnome, but you're not going to find all the answers staring at the sky. Keep your feet planted, not your head lost in the clouds. She snapped before storming off and slamming the door. Masklin felt his face flush with irritation. I can do both, he yelled after her. At the same time, and so can anyone else. He stomped down the tunnel, grumbling under his breath. Smart enough in his own way, sure, but Girder had a point. Maybe universal education wasn't such a great idea after all. Women were a mystery he'd never crack, even if he lived to see double digits. Speaking of Girder, the former leader had handed the stationery over to Nisodmus, and Masklin wasn't thrilled about it. It wasn't that Nisodmus lacked intelligence, quite the opposite. He was sharp, but in a slippery, sideways kind of way that set Masklin on edge. The guy always seemed to be barely containing some wild excitement, and when he talked, words tumbled out in a rush, peppered with ums just so he could catch his breath without letting anyone else get a word in. Masklin brought his concerns to Girder. Nisodmus might be a little overeager, Girder admitted, but his intentions are good. And what about his judgment? Masklin shot back. Girder sighed. Look, we trust each other, right? We've got an understanding. Sure, what's your point? Then you handle the decisions that affect our bodies, Girder said, his tone edging toward a warning, and I'll handle the ones that affect our souls. Fair. And with that they set off. The farewells, the last-minute instructions, the endless little squabbles, none of it mattered in the end. Life at the quarry slowly settled back into routine. No more trucks rolled up to the gate, and Dorcas, ever the cautious engineer, sent a couple of nimble assistants to stuff the rusted padlock with mud and twist wire around the gates. Not that it'd stop anyone really determined, he muttered. The remaining council members nodded sagely, though none of them cared much for technical details. Later that afternoon, the truck returned. The two lookout gnomes, Sacco and Nudie, a bold young gnome in trousers who'd volunteered for guard duty instead of cooking lessons, proof that times were changing, scurried back to report. The driver had jiggled the lock, yanked at the wire, then driven off. And it said something, Sacco insisted. Yeah, it definitely said something, Nudie echoed. Dorcas rubbed his temples. And what exactly did it say? Sacco hesitated. Well, we couldn't quite make it out. Dorcas sighed. Just what he needed, mysterious truck mutterings. He'd rather be back in his workshop, tinkering with that stubborn radio. Sacco inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as he strained to mimic the eerie, distorted voice. BBBLL kids, he bellowed, the words slurring into something barely human. Dorcas glanced at the group, scratching his head. Anybody got a clue what that means? He muttered. It almost sounds like it's trying to tell us something. If we could just crack their language, Nudie shrugged. Probably one of the dim ones. It was trying to break in. Which means it'll be back, Dorcas sighed, rubbing his temples. All right, good job, both of you. Back to your posts. He watched them walk off, fingers intertwined, before trudging across the quarry toward the old manager's office. 7 years. That's how many winters he'd seen since they left the store. 7 years of freezing mornings where the water turned to ice, of drafty nights with no proper walls to keep the wind out. Not exactly the retirement plan he'd imagined. As a scientist, He should find the unpredictable weather fascinating. But as a gnome with creaky joints and a growing nostalgia for the warmth of the store, he'd much rather study it from under a nice, solid floorboard. The older gnomes never talked about it, but the outside gnawed at them. The endless sky pressing down, the vast emptiness where there should have been shelves and signs and the hum of fluorescent lights. The kids, they didn't care. To them the outside was home. They barely remembered the store, and the hunters strutted around like they owned the place, showing off for each other, and let's be honest, for the young ladies. Dorcas sighed. Rationally, he knew they weren't meant to live under floorboards forever. But a little part of him missed the familiar buzz of the store, the neon glow of everything must go. Signs, the comforting lie of final clearance, plastered everywhere. Pathetic, maybe. But after 7 years of open sky and no sales announcements, even a fake 50% off sticker would have been a relief. Dorcas wasn't convinced the old stories about humans were true anymore, not after everything he'd seen. But those faded signs on the quarry walls, the ones that said "ask if you don't see what you need," still gave him a weird sense of comfort. He shook his head. Not very logical for a gnome, he thought, running a hand along the splintered wood near the manager's office door. Sliding into the dim space beneath the floorboards, he moved silently until his fingers found the switch. He grinned. This was one of his better ideas. The big red bell outside, meant for humans to hear the phone over quarry noise. Now, thanks to some clever rewiring, it was his personal alarm system. He flicked the switch. Within seconds, gnomes poured in from every corner of the quarry, their tiny feet pattering against the dirt. Dorcas waited, then hopped onto an empty matchbox for height. "The human came back," he announced. "Didn't get in this time, but it's persistent." A younger gnome, Nicodemus, sneered. "Wire cutters exist, you know. So much for your brilliant plan." His voice dripped with that smug, know-it-all tone Dorcas hated. If humans were so smart, they'd stay where they belong. Dorcas shot him a look. "Maybe the ones out here aren't like the ones in the store," he snapped. "Either way," Nicodemus cut in, eyes wild. "It's a sign. Order sent it to punish us." "Enough," Dorcas growled. "It's just a human. Now we should—" Before he could finish, frantic footsteps echoed outside. The gate guards burst in, breathless. "It's back," Sacco gasped. "And it's got cutters. It sliced through the wire and the gate chain." Dorcas barely had time to react before the roar of an engine drowned out everything. The shed trembled, then fell eerily silent. A metal door slammed. The shed door creaked open. Above them, heavy footsteps thudded across the floorboards, sending dust raining down. Every gnome froze, eyes darting in perfect sync with the human's movements. A baby whimpered. Then clicking, muffled human speech, the usual nonsense. And just like that, the footsteps retreated. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. The gnomes huddled together, listening to the unsettling sounds outside, crunching footsteps, then the sharp clinking of metal. A tiny gnome tugged at his mother's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Mom, I want to leave right now." "Quiet," she snapped, pulling him close. The whole group froze as the noises circled them, almost everyone anyway. One little gnome fidgeted, face turning red with frustration. Finally, the racket stopped. A truck door slammed, the engine rumbled to life, then faded into the distance. Dorcas let out a slow breath. "All right, I think we're safe now." A wave of relief washed over the crowd. "Mom," the small gnome whined. "Fine, go play," she sighed. The moment the tension broke, chatter erupted until Nicodemus' voice cut through the noise. He scrambled onto a broken brick, eyes blazing. "This is a disgrace. Back in the store we had order. Remember the Christmas displays, the food hall. Real meat, turkey, roast beef, not this grubby, dirt-covered junk we're stuck with now." A few hesitant cheers rose, but most just shuffled uncomfortably. Nicodemus smirked. "And now they want us to live in some rickety barn. No proper floors, no walls, just open fields next, I bet." He jabbed a finger at Dorcas. "And who's calling the shots? The same fools who dragged us out here in the first place." Dorcas bristled. "That's not. Think about it," Nicodemus hissed. Why did we leave? Because they said so. Where's Masklin? Where's Girder? Gone. Meanwhile, we're out here eating weeds and hiding from humans like wild animals. The crowd erupted, some nodding, others shouting back. Dorcas clenched his fists. The store was being torn down. Masklin saw the plans. Oh, sure, Nisodmus sneered. And now he's vanished. Convenient, isn't it? Dorcas faltered. He hated arguing. Give him a tangled wire any day. At least machines made sense. They went to look. It's complicated, complicated. Nisodmus scoffed. Back in the store, life was simple. Arnold Bros had rules, now chaos. And whose fault is that? A murmur spread through the gnomes, some uneasy, some angry. The wind howled outside, a bitter reminder of how far they'd fallen. The outsiders are us, that's the truth. And now everything's chaos again, and it'll stay that way until we fix ourselves. And Arnold Bros est. 1905 decides we're worthy enough to return to the store as smarter, humbler gnomes. A gnome in the crowd frowned. Hold on, are you saying the abbot lied to us? Nisodmus sniffed, waving a dismissive hand. I'm not accusing anyone, I'm just laying out the facts, that's all. But the abbot went to find help, a female gnome protested, her voice shaky. And well, the store was destroyed. Why else would we have gone through all this trouble? She looked around, desperate for support. The gnome beside her crossed his arms. Say what you will, but I don't like the sound of this barn everyone's talking about. No electricity. No thanks. Not to mention it's smack in the middle of, another gnome started, then dropped his voice to a whisper. You know, the things. An older gnome nodded grimly. Seen myself. Took a trip up near the quarry last month, blackberry picking with my boy. They were out there, plain as day. The nervous lady gnome shuddered. I don't mind spotting them from a distance, but the idea of being surrounded makes my knees go weak. Dorcas sighed. They couldn't even bring themselves to say open fields. He understood, sort of. Sure, this place is cozy, the first gnome admitted. But all this outside stuff, what's it called again? Starts with an N, nature, Dorcas offered weakly. Nisodmus grinned, eyes gleaming like he just won an argument. Exactly, and it's not natural, too much of it if you ask me. The ground's all uneven, should be smooth. Hardly any walls, and those little night lights. Useless. Plus, humans just wander wherever they please now. No rules, no order, nothing like the store. Which is precisely why Arnold Bros built it in 1905, Nisodmus declared. A proper home for gnomes. Dorcas tugged Sacco closer. You seen Grimma, he whispered. Doubt it, Dorcas muttered. If she were here, we'd have heard her by now. Probably stayed back with the kids when the alarm went off. Lucky for us. Something was off about Nisodmus. Dorcas couldn't put his finger on it, but the feeling gnawed at him. And as the day dragged on, things only got worse, especially when the sleet started. Not quite rain, not quite ice, just a miserable, bone-chilling sludge. Granny Morky called it rain with teeth, and it had a way of creeping into every crack and crevice. Dorcas barked orders, sending younger gnomes to dig ditches while he rigged up a few salvaged light bulbs for warmth. The elders huddled around them, sneezing and grumbling. As the cold seeped deeper into their bones, Granny Morky tried her hardest to lift their spirits, but Dorcas secretly wished she'd stop. Oh, this is nothing, the old woman chuckled, rocking in her seat. Back in the Great Flood, our whole burrow collapsed, soaked to the bone for days. We were like drowned rats, not a dry thread on us and no fire to warm by for a week. Now that was a time to laugh. The store gnomes exchanged uneasy glances, shivering despite themselves. And don't you fret about crossing open fields, Granny added cheerfully. 9 times out of 10, nothing eats ya. A nervous gnome lady let out a faint, oh dear. Been through fields hundreds of times myself, Granny continued. Just stick close to the hedges, keep sharp, and you'll hardly ever need to sprint for your life. Moods didn't improve when they discovered the Land Rover had parked right on their freshly tilled patch. All summer, they'd hacked at the stubborn earth, planting seeds that never sprouted, only for the vehicle to carve deep ruts into their hard work. Now, sleet pooled in the tracks, mixing with leaked oil that shimmered like a sickly rainbow. And of course, Nisodmus wouldn't let them forget how much easier life had been inside the store. Not that they needed convincing. Warmth, steady meals, though Dorcas mused that even rabbit and potatoes got old after the 50th variation. Masklin had dreamed of them all thriving outside, digging and building like some kind of determined little pioneers. Sure, some of the younger ones were managing, but the older gnomes, set in their ways with nothing to do but perfect the art of complaining. Dorcas frowned. What's Nisodmus really up to? Something felt off, too eager. He missed Masklin's steady presence, even Gerder's awkward enthusiasm. 3 days gone now, he needed to see the cat. In the hills slept a beast, ancient as the world itself. Roman 2, old, broken, dying. Roman 3, its name was etched upon it. Roman 4, and that name was cat. The Book of Gnome, Cat IV. Roman 4, the cat, his secret. Not even his assistants knew. Back in summer, he'd been scavenging in the crumbling sheds beyond the quarry, hunting for spare wire or useful scraps. Then he'd straightened up, and there it was, towering above him, jaws gaping wide. New detail. As he stared into its hollow eyes, a gust of wind rattled the shed's loose tin roof, making the whole structure groan like a living thing. For a heartbeat, Dorcas swore the cat winked at him. No one else would understand. But sometimes, standing before it, he felt less alone. The first few moments had been terrifying, until Dorcas's vision cleared enough to make sense of the massive shape in front of him. After that, he'd spent hours with the cat, exploring, studying it. Or maybe it was the wrong word. The creature was too enormous to be just a him or her. It was more like something ancient and battle-scarred, a beast that had crawled into this place for its final rest. Or maybe one of those towering creatures Grimma had once pointed out in a book, dinosaurs, that was the word. Dorcas had never encountered a cat before, but Masklin's warnings about their danger had stuck with him. Yet this one, surprisingly calm. It didn't complain or nag him about why he hadn't invented a radio yet. Honestly, it was the perfect companion, quiet, undemanding, and a great listener. But now wasn't the time for distractions. Things were falling apart, and he needed Grimma. She might be a girl, but she had a sharp mind. The school hole was tucked beneath the floorboards of the old shed-marked canteen, her little kingdom. She'd come up with the idea of schooling for the younger gnomes, arguing that since reading and writing were tough, they might as well suffer through them early. The makeshift library was there too, about 30 salvaged books from the store. Some were practical, like gardening all the year round, its pages worn from use, or essential theory for the amateur engineer, which Dorcas practically had memorized. Others, well, let's just say they gathered dust. Grimma stood hunched over one of those neglected books when he walked in, gnawing on her thumb, her thinking habit. He admired how she read, not just the words but the meaning behind them. Nisodmus is stirring up trouble, Dorcas said, dropping onto a bench. I know, Grimma muttered, barely looking up. With a determined grunt, she flipped the heavy page. What's his angle? Dorcas frowned. Power, she said flatly. We've got a vacuum of it, Dorcas blinked. I've never seen one of those here, back in the store, sure, $99.95 with attachments for total home cleanliness, but not here, Grimma sighed. Not that kind, it's what happens when no one's leading. I've been reading about it. Wait, I'm in charge, aren't I? Dorcas said, a little wounded. Grimma finally glanced at him. No, because no one actually listens to you. Wow, thanks. It's not personal. Masklin, Angelo, Girder, they command attention. You not so much. Dorcas slumped. Great. But hey, she added with a smirk, nuts and bolts hang on your every word. Not everyone has that kind of patience, Grimma said, catching Dorcas off guard. He wasn't sure if it was a compliment or just an observation, but he decided to take it as the former. People panic when things go wrong, Grimma continued, her voice tight. They'll listen to anyone who sounds like they have answers, even if it's nonsense. Dorcas forced a smile, trying to sound more confident than he felt. The others will figure it out when they get back. They always do. Grimma opened her mouth to agree, then stopped. A long silence stretched between them before Dorcas noticed her shoulders trembling. "What's wrong?" he asked, though he already had a sinking feeling. "It's been 3 days." She burst out, tears spilling over. "No one's ever been gone this long before. Something terrible must have happened." Dorcas hesitated. "Well, they were searching for grandson Richard, and I was awful to him before he left," she cried, cutting him off. "I tried explaining the frogs, and all he cared about was socks." Dorcas blinked. "Frogs, that was new. The cat never brought up amphibians in their chats." Frogs," he ventured. Between sniffles, Grimma launched into an explanation. "And he didn't get it at all," she muttered. "And neither will you." Dorcas shrugged. "Maybe I do. You mean the world used to be simple, and now it's full of things we'll never fully understand, like why the sky changes or how life works. Before you outsiders came, I was just fiddling with gadgets, clueless about the bigger picture." He stared at his boots. "Still am, mostly. But at least now I know what I don't know. That's what you're saying, right?" She wiped her nose, giving him a half-smile, not too much, because nothing ruins a good sulk like someone actually getting it before you're done being misunderstood. "The problem is," she said, voice wavering, "he still sees me as the same girl from the old burrow. Running around, patching up scrapes, cooking whatever we could scrounge." "Hey now," Dorcas cut in, awkward. "Machines made sense, oil, a tap, maybe a whack with a wrench. But emotions, no manual for that." "What if he never comes back?" she whispered. "Of course he will," Dorcas said too quickly. "What could possibly go wrong? He could be eaten," Grimma snapped, "or flattened or lost or stuck somewhere." "Right, yeah," Dorcas backtracked. "Besides all that." Grimma straightened, wiping her face with her sleeve. "But I won't fall apart. When he walks in, he won't find a mess. He'll see everything's fine." "Ata girl," Dorcas said, relieved. Detail: Dorcas absent-mindedly fiddles with a loose gear in his pocket, a nervous habit when conversations get too emotional. Tone shift: Grimma's despair turns into stubborn resolve, her tears replaced by a sharp, almost defiant energy. "That's the way to do it, keep busy, that's my motto." "What's the book you're reading?" "A treasury of proverbs and quotations," Grimma replied absently. "Find anything good in there?" She hesitated. "Depends on what you call useful." "What even are proverbs?" "Not entirely sure. Some sound downright ridiculous, like humans actually believe the whole world was built by some oversized version of themselves." "No way, you serious? Supposedly took 'em a week." Dorcas snorted. "Bet they had help with the heavy lifting." He pictured the cat. Now there was a creature who could get things done in a week. "Nope. Solo project, apparently." Dorcas frowned. Sure, parts of the world seemed slapdash, grass was simple enough. But from what he'd seen, everything fell apart by winter and needed a full reboot come spring. "Dunno," he muttered. "Only humans would buy that. 1 week, try a few months minimum." Grimma flipped a page. "Masklin always said, well, says humans are smarter than we give 'em credit for," she sighed. "Wish we could study 'em properly. Bet we'd learn a ton." The quarry alarm blared again. This time Nisodmus was the one yanking the cord. "The Book of Gnome, Complaints 2:29 Roman 2. Hear me, people of the store, you've been betrayed. Roman 3. Led astray into this outside, rain, cold, humans, rules, and mark my words, it gets worse. Roman 4. Winter's coming, hunger, and robins." "Yes, robins, v. Meanwhile, where are the ones who dragged you out here?" Roman 6. "Off chasing grandson Richard, 39, they said. But trouble's everywhere and no one's coming to save you." Romans 7. "Face it, you're stuck in winter's grip. Time to ditch this outside nonsense." A nervous murmur rippled through the crowd. "Easier said than done," muttered one gnome. "We are outside after all." Nisodmus raised his hands. "But I have a plan." A collective ah rose from the gnomes. Plans were solid, plans meant hope. Grimma and Dorcas, slipping in late, hung back. Dorcas tried to elbow forward, but Grimma grabbed his sleeve. "Check out who's up there with him," she whispered. Stationery, sure, but also faces from the big department families. They weren't watching Nisodmus. Their eyes darted over the crowd, searching. "Something's off," Grimma muttered. Since when do those factions team up? Dorcas grimaced. Some of those stationery hated the idea of regular gnomes learning to read. Now they're all buddy-buddy, smells fishy. New detail. As Nisodmus spoke, a cold wind kicked up, rustling the pages of Grimma's book, an unspoken reminder that winter wasn't just a threat. It was already here. Dorcas had heard the whispers. Some folks believed certain ideas were dangerous unless they fit neatly into the approved mold. The old families, the ones who used to call the shots, weren't thrilled about gnomes wandering freely without begging for permission. Now, up in the quarry, those same families clung to whatever scraps of power they had left since the drive. Nisodmus laid out his grand vision, and as Dorcas listened, his jaw practically hit the ground. The plan was a masterpiece, if you ignored the fact that it made absolutely no sense. It was like assembling a flawless engine blindfolded, every brilliant piece twisted just enough to be unrecognizable. The core idea wasn't terrible: rebuild the store, bring back the old ways, make Arnold Bros. Est. 1905 feel welcome again. But Nisodmus had taken something reasonable and turned it into a fever dream. The gnome stood there, equal parts horrified and impressed, as he spun his tale of resurrecting the store in their minds, convincing them that if they just cared enough, Arnold Bros would swoop in and fix everything. Dorcas had a habit of reading between the lines. If you took people at their word, you'd miss the real meaning entirely. Nisodmus's eyes gleamed like polished obsidian as he insisted they didn't need to reconstruct the whole store. Just tweak the quarry, organize into proper departments, slap up some signs. Return to the good old ways. Make it feel like home. Dorcas had seen madness before. There was that one old gnome who'd briefly believed he was a teapot, but Nisodmus. This wasn't a passing delusion. This was full-blown, fresh-air-induced insanity, and he wasn't the only one who noticed. "Hold on," one gnome piped up, skeptical. "How's Arnold Bros supposed to stop the humans? No offense," Nisodmus bristled. "Did humans bother us in the store? Well, no, but then trust in Arnold Bros." A sharp voice cut through the murmurs. "That didn't stop the store from getting bulldozed, did it?" Grimma shoved her way forward, fury radiating off her. She glared up at Nisodmus, well, at his chest, since he'd perched himself on something as usual. "What's your endgame?" "You rebuild this fantasy store. Then what? Magic." Dorcas had never seen her so furious, and honestly, he couldn't blame her. Nisodmus gaped like a fish out of water before finally sputtering, but they followed the rules, exactly, and back then everything was, well, better. Grimma shot him a look sharp enough to cut glass. "You honestly believe anyone's buying that?" she snapped. The silence that followed was thick enough to chew. Then an old gnome cleared his throat. "Can't deny it," he muttered. "Things were better back then." The shuffling of feet filled the air, no words, just restless movement. Grimma threw her hands up. "They just rolled over and accepted it. No one even questions the council anymore. They just nod along to whatever he says. Even Granny Morky's useless now, sits around gossiping with the other elders like nothing's wrong. I begged her to help, and you know what she told me. Child, in 10 years, who'll even remember Nisodmus." She stormed into Dorcas's workshop, tucked beneath a workbench in the old quarry garage, his little hideout, as he called it. Wires, scraps of metal, and half-finished contraptions littered the floor, while the walls were covered in scribbled notes. Dorcas spun a piece of wire between his fingers, lost in thought. "You're being too hard on them," he said softly. "Yelling won't fix anything. They're exhausted, confused. The council worked fine when times were easy, but now," he sighed. "Without Masklin, Girder, Angelo, what's the point? But after everything we've been through," Grimma gestured wildly. To just give up because he dangled a little comfort," Dorcas finished. He shook his head. Grimma was smart, fiery, but she never grasped that most folks just wanted peace, not another battle. The world was complicated enough without someone constantly trying to fix it. Masklin had known that, knew the trick was making people believe an idea was theirs all along. Nothing annoyed a gnome more than being talked down to. It wasn't stupidity. It was just people being people. "Come on," Dorcas said, rubbing his temples. "Let's check on the signs." The floor of the main shed had been transformed into a makeshift sign factory, or rather, sign factory. Nisodmus had a knack for capitalizing words like they were sacred. Dorcas hated to admit it, but the signs were clever. He'd felt a twinge of guilt when Nisodmus called him in, demanding paint for the new store, because of course the quarry needed a fancy new name. Dorcas had stalled. "There's some old cans under the benches. Red and white might take some prying open." "Then pry. This is absolutely crucial. We need signs, lots of them," insisted Nisodmus, the stationery, his voice tense. Dorcas rubbed his chin. "Signs, huh, trying to brighten the place up." "No," Nisodmus snapped. "For the gate. Humans follow signs, we've seen it before. Remember the store? They obeyed them there, didn't they?" "Mostly," Dorcas admitted, though he still didn't get why anyone would carry a stroller or a dog. Half the humans ignored those signs anyway. "Signs control humans," Nisodmus pressed. "They make them stop or go. So get to work, Dorcas. We need signs, big ones, signs that say no." Dorcas had already been brainstorming. His teams had pried open paint-splattered cans, and they still had the highway code from the truck, plenty of material there. Plus, he remembered some from the store. Then came the lucky break. Normally, gnomes stuck to ground level, but Dorcas had started sending his young helpers up to the quarry manager's desk, where scraps of useful paper lay scattered. Sacco and Nudie burst in, breathless. "We found more signs. Old ones, huge, dirty notices pinned to the wall, covered in warnings." Sacco gasped. "And guess what?" it said. "Health and safety at work. Obey these signs for your protection." Dorcas blinked. "For our protection." "Exactly," Nudie chimed in. "There's a coat hook nearby. We could rig a line, hook it, and drag it toward the window." Yes, you're clever with that stuff," Dorcas cut in. Nudie was practically part squirrel when it came to climbing. "Nisodmus will love this." And he did, especially the "for your protection" part. To him, it proved Arnold Bros est. 1905 was watching over them. Every scrap of wood and rusted metal was repurposed, the gnomes working with surprising cheer. By dawn, the quarry gate was plastered with lopsided signs. "No entry, exit through here. Danger, hard hats only. Blasting in progress. All trucks to Weybridge. Slippery when wet. This till closed. Lift out of order. Beware of falling rocks." Road flooded. Dorcas's personal favorite. Unexploded bomb, just in case. But he wasn't taking chances. Without telling Nisodmus, he dug up a massive padlock from the cat's shed, nearly his own size, and a chain so heavy it took 4 gnomes to haul it. Later, some found him dragging it across the quarry floor, one stubborn link at a time. New detail. Dorcas secretly reinforcing the gate shows his practical skepticism, adding depth to his character. Tone shift. From Nisodmus's frantic urgency to Dorcas's dry, problem-solving sarcasm, trying to brighten the place up. The gnomes huddled in the bushes, their tiny hearts pounding as the human driver ignored the warning signs completely. Sacco nearly tumbled from his hiding spot when the unexploded bomb sign went flying past his head. The chain on the gate gave the intruder some trouble. He rattled it, squinted through the mesh, and finally stormed off in frustration. But the victory felt hollow. If humans didn't even follow their own rules, what hope did the gnomes have? Back at camp, Dorcas tried to stay calm. "Look, that chain won't hold them forever. We need to leave before they come back." Nisodmus exploded. "No one is going anywhere. You're the one who messed everything up with that stupid chain." His voice cracked with fury. "Arnold Bros would have protected us if you hadn't interfered." Dorcas blinked. "This isn't just stubbornness, he's lost it." He backed away, desperate for fresh air. Outside, the wind bit at his face, matching the chaos in his mind. Maskelyne's gone, the humans are closing in, and now this. A cold flake landed on his nose, then another. His stomach dropped. Snow. Grimma's voice echoed in his memory. "We can run or we can hide," but she'd chosen the third option, fight. Too bad the only thing falling from the sky right now was icy defeat. Granny Morky, meanwhile, barely glanced up from her knitting. "Just a little winter hello," she muttered. "Nothing to fuss about." Dorcas sighed. If only life were that simple. Granny Morky thrived in the company of the elderly gnomes, trading complaints and, as she called it, brightening their spirits and getting their minds off their troubles. She marched through the snow like she owned it, while the old store gnomes gaped at her in stunned silence. "Oh, this ain't nothin'," she cackled. "Back in my day, we had snow so deep we couldn't walk, had to dig tunnels just to get around. Now that was a sight." A frail gnome with a long beard cleared his throat nervously. "Excuse me, ma'am, but does it always just fall from the sky like this?" "Sure does," Granny grinned. "Sometimes the wind whips it up into great big drifts taller than a gnome standing on another gnome's shoulders." The old gnome hesitated. "But in the store we always thought snow just appeared on things like decorations, festive-like." He shuffled his feet, suddenly self-conscious. Outside, the snow kept piling up, turning the quarry into a muffled, silent world. The clouds hung heavy overhead like sagging pillows ready to burst. "At least we don't have to go near that awful barn now," muttered one gnome. "Too right," Granny agreed cheerfully. "You'd freeze solid before you got halfway." The others huddled together, casting nervous glances at the sky, half expecting reindeer or robins to swoop down at any moment. Meanwhile, Dorcas sat in his dim workshop, watching the snow press against the grimy window, turning the light dull and gray. "Well," he muttered, "we wanted to be cut off from everything. Guess we got our wish. No running now, no hiding. Should have left when Masklin did." Footsteps crunched behind him, Grimma, finally driven inside after hours of lingering near the gate. "He wouldn't make it back in this," she said quietly. Dorcas sighed. "Yeah, it's been over a week. Feels longer." "What were you saying before I came in?" she asked. "Just talking to myself. How long does this stuff stick around?" "Granny says sometimes weeks, maybe longer," Dorcas exhaled. "When the humans return, they'll stay for good." Grimma nodded. "And then what? How many of us could actually survive here? Maybe a couple dozen if they don't eat much and stay hidden. No food hall anymore." He rubbed his temples. "And forget hunting, humans will scare off anything worth catching. But there are thousands of us." Dorcas gave a bitter laugh. "I can barely walk through this snow. What about the elders, the little ones? We're stuck, just like Nisodmus wanted." Grimma clenched her fists. "We could try for the thickets." "Or," she added, eyes blazing, "we could fight." Dorcas snorted. "Fight us against humans?" "Why not?" she shot back. "We've spent our whole lives squabbling with each other. Maybe it's time we fought for something bigger." Dorcas just stared at her, the weight of her words sinking in. "Fight humans." Dorcas repeated, his voice cracking with disbelief. "Yes," Grimma shot back, her eyes blazing with determination. "But they're humans," he sputtered. "Exactly," she said, as if that settled it. Dorcas threw up his hands. "They're enormous, we're tiny, have you seen them?" "Bigger targets," Grimma countered with a smirk. "And we're quicker, sharper, and best of all, they don't even know we exist. That's what they call the element of surprise." Dorcas blinked. "The what now?" "You know, catching them off guard," she explained, rolling her eyes. "Honestly, do I have to spell everything out?" Dorcas gave her a suspicious side-eye. "You've been sneaking into those weird books again, haven't you? Better than sitting here moaning, 'Oh no, the humans are coming, we're all doomed,'" she snapped, mimicking his panicked tone. Dorcas huffed. "Fine, but how? Swinging at their ankles isn't exactly a winning strategy." "Not their ankles," Grimma said, grinning like she had a secret. Dorcas just stared. Fighting humans. The idea was so absurd it almost made his head spin. Then again, there was that book Masklin had dug up in the store, Gulliver's Travels, with that wild illustration of a giant tied down by tiny ropes. Could it actually work? A sudden worry hit him. "Wait, if we start something, they'll fight back, won't they? I mean, they're not bright, but they'll figure it out eventually." Grimma nodded. "Exactly. So we hit them first, hard, before they even realize what's happening." Dorcas rubbed his temples. It made a twisted kind of sense. "Only in self-defense," he muttered. "No need to be cruel. Grima shrugged. If you say so, but you really think we can pull this off? Absolutely. Then how? She tapped her chin. Tell me, can we trust Sacco and his crew? Dorcas smirked. Those kids, they're always itching for trouble. Good, then we'll need nails. Dorcas gaped at her. You've really thought this through. Grima wasn't just angry, she was furious. And when Grima got furious, things happened, fast. I've been reading, she said flatly. Yeah, no kidding, Dorcas muttered. But maybe, just maybe, we should consider we're done running, she cut in, her voice steel. We fight them on the tracks, we fight them at the gates, we fight them in the quarry, and we never back down. Dorcas swallowed. What's back down mean? Grima smirked. It means we don't quit, Dorcas sighed. I might. Grima slumped against the rough stone wall, her breath forming little clouds in the chilly air. You ever hear the weirdest things? She muttered. Dorcas scratched his head, considering. Try me, he finally replied. Turns out there are stories written about folks like us. Like those tall tales about giants and tiny men, Dorcas asked. Worse, Grima huffed. Not about humans, about us. Regular-sized people just like you and me. Except in these stories, we're dressed head to toe in green, with these ridiculous little antennae sticking out of our heads. Humans leave out bowls of milk like we're stray cats, and apparently we spend our nights scrubbing their floors. Oh, and we've got wings like dragonflies or something. They call us pixies. It's all in some book called Fairy Tales for Little Folk. Dorcas squinted skeptically. Wings? Nah, the physics is all wrong. You'd need way more lift than those flimsy things could manage. Get this? They think we live inside mushrooms, Grima added, rolling her eyes. Dorcas snorted. Sounds drafty and damp, not exactly prime real estate. Apparently we also fix shoes in our spare time. Now that I could believe, Dorcas admitted. Solid, honest work. Grima crossed her arms. Oh, but the best part, according to the book, we paint the flowers to make them colorful. Dorcas blinked. That's just lazy storytelling. Anyone with half a brain can see flower colors are natural. We're real people doing real things, Grima said, frustration creeping into her voice. So why do humans turn us into some kind of fairy tale nonsense? Beats me, Dorcas shrugged. I stick to technical manuals. If it doesn't have diagrams or a parts list, it's not worth the paper it's printed on. Grima's expression darkened. If humans ever do find us, that's what we'll become to them. Cute little creatures who sprinkle glitter on flowers. They'll never let us be anything else. She exhaled sharply. Ever feel like you'll never really understand the world? Every single day, Dorcas admitted. Grima clenched her fists. But I do know one thing, when Masklin comes back, he's going to find us still standing our ground. Dorcas went very still. Oh, he said softly. Then after a pause, oh, right. The cat's lair was freezing, the kind of cold that seeped into your bones. Most gnomes avoided the place, too drafty, too musty, too unsettling, perfect for Dorcas. He shuffled across the uneven floor, ducking under the massive tarpaulin that concealed the slumbering beast. Climbing up to his usual spot took effort, even with the makeshift ladder he'd rigged from scraps of wood and rope. He settled in, catching his breath before speaking in a low voice. All I ever wanted was to make life easier for everyone, he murmured. Electricity, better tools, real improvements, but nobody ever says thanks. First, they wanted signs painted, so I painted signs. Now Grima's talking about fighting humans. She's got all these ideas from books, and I know it's just her way of coping with Masklin being gone, but it's going to end badly. Still, if I don't help, who knows how much worse it'll get, he sighed. People like us, we don't bounce back like you do. He tapped his fingers against the cat's. What was this part? The neck, maybe. Must be nice, sleeping through all the chaos, he muttered. No worries, no responsibilities. For a long moment he just stared at the motionless shape beneath him. Then, barely above a whisper, he said, I wonder. Silence stretched on, thick and heavy. Dorcas darted in and out of the tangled shadows, muttering under his breath like a mechanic diagnosing a stubborn engine. That one's shot needs a fresh battery, he mumbled, then paused at another spot. Not too bad, just needs a solid cleaning. He squinted at something else. Running on fumes here. Finally, he stepped out from under the grimy tarp, wiping his hands with satisfaction. Everyone's got a driving force, he thought. Nisodmus is stuck in the past, Grimma's desperate for Masklin's return, and Masklin himself. Who knows what he's chasing, but it's something huge. Purpose. That's what keeps you standing tall, even when you're barely 6 inches high. And now he had his own. Later, the human returned, but not alone. A beat-up Land Rover and a massive dump truck rumbled in. Its side emblazoned with blackberry stone and gravel. The tires churned the thin snow into slush as it lurched up the dirt road, skidding to a clumsy halt near the quarry gates. The back end fishtailed, nearly clipping the hedge before the engine sputtered out. A slow hiss filled the air as the truck sagged, sinking like a deflating balloon. 2 men climbed out, circling the truck with puzzled frowns. "They're only flat on the bottom," Grimma whispered from their hiding spot in the bushes. "Relax," Dorcas smirked. "Tires always sag where the nails are. Simple physics, really." A second truck rolled up, disgorging 2 more men, one wielding the longest pair of bolt cutters Dorcas had ever seen. While the others crouched by a flattened tire, the man ambled to the gate, clamped the cutters onto the padlock, and squeezed. Even for a human, it took effort, until a sharp snap echoed through the quarry, followed by the metallic clatter of the chain hitting the ground. Dorcas winced. He'd had high hopes for that chain, sturdy, reliable, the cat's chain. At least the lock had been the weak link, small victories. "Why don't they get the hint?" Grimma grumbled. "It's not like there's a shortage of rocks elsewhere," Sacco nodded. "Bet they're calling for backup, probably yelling into the phone, 'Our tires are toast.'" "Nah," Dorcas said. "They'll be yelling, 'Why's the phone dead?'" Nudie blinked. "Why is the phone dead?" Dorcas grinned. "Because I know which wires to snip." The creature lumbered back into view, circling the old storage sheds. The snow had erased the gnome's feeble attempts at gardening, leaving only tiny footprints crisscrossing the white expanse like sparrow tracks. The human stomped past without noticing, typical. Humans never paid attention to the little things. "Trip wires," Grimma announced suddenly. Dorcas blinked. "Huh." "Trip wires," she repeated, tapping her foot. "Bigger they are, harder they fall, basic physics." "Let's hope they don't fall on us," Dorcas muttered. Grimma rolled her eyes. "Fine, more nails then." The humans huddled around their broken-down truck, arguing in gruff voices before finally piling back into their Land Rover. With a grinding of gears, it reversed down the dirt path, turned clumsily in a farmer's gate, and rumbled off toward the highway. The abandoned truck loomed in the silence. Dorcas exhaled. "Thought one of them might stay behind." "Oh, they'll be back," Grimma said dryly. "Humans always come back to fix their mess. You've said it yourself 100 times." "Then we'd better move fast," Dorcas declared, already jogging toward the road. To Sacco's surprise, the old gnome was even humming a tune under his breath. "Key is making sure they can't move it," he called over his shoulder. "If it stays stuck here, no more machines get through. Simple." Grimma frowned. "That's actually smart," Dorcas grinned. "First we yank the battery. No juice, no go," Sacco nodded. "It's huge, gonna need a whole team, and don't drop it." "Why not?" Grimma crossed her arms. "Aren't we trying to wreck it?" Dorcas sputtered like a faulty engine. "No, I mean yes, but acid, dangerous stuff. Handle it carefully and I'll stash it somewhere safe. Now grab the wrenches, 2 gnomes per tool." As the crew scrambled off, Grimma lingered. "What's next?" Dorcas strode beneath the truck's shadow, eyeing the massive gas tank. "We drain the fuel." 4 younger gnomes hauled an old can from the brush, and Dorcas pointed upward. "Find the bolt on that tank. Wrench it open, but aim for the can." The team scaled the metal beast with ease. Gnomes were surprisingly strong climbers. "And try not to spill," Dorcas added belatedly. Grimma arched a brow. "Why, it's not like we need the gas in the truck." Dorcas hesitated, then coughed. "Us safety hazards, fumes, explosions." Grimma just stared, her expression unreadable. New detail. As they worked, a distant rumble echoed, another truck approaching. The gnomes froze, exchanging nervous glances before doubling their efforts. Added twist, Dorcas's earlier confidence wavered. Maybe we should just let them have their stupid road, he muttered, but Grimma elbowed him sharply. Too late for second thoughts. Now move. Dorcas stared at Grimma, his thoughts scrambling for an excuse. He stammered. Right, because it's risky business. Can't have it leaking everywhere, right? Best to seal it up tight in that can and keep it secure. Grimma cut in, narrowing her eyes. Exactly, Dorcas said, wiping his brow. Smart thinking, now let's just step over here. He guided her away just as a gust of wind and a loud thud echoed behind them. The truck's battery crashed onto the exact spot they'd been standing. Whoops, Dorcas, Sacco yelled from above. Way heavier than we figured, slipped right out of our hands. Absolute morons, Grimma snapped. Total morons, Dorcas echoed, then quickly added, you could have wrecked it. Get down here now and stash it in the bushes, hurry up. Wrecked us more like, Grimma huffed. Right, obviously what I meant, Dorcas muttered, distracted. Mind giving them a hand, good kids, just a bit, overeager. He shuffled off into the shade, craning his neck upward. Grimma crossed her arms, glaring at Sacco and his crew as they scrambled down, looking guilty. Well, don't gawk, move it. And where are your levers? Unbelievable, we practically lived by levers on the long drive. Her voice faded as she glanced back at Dorcas, now a shadowy figure in the distance. That sly old fox is plotting something. She sprinted after him and found him beneath the truck's engine, squinting at the tangled mess of rusted pipes. Just as she reached him, she caught his mutter. All right, what else do we need? Need, Grimma said coolly. Dorcas froze. He caught himself and turned slowly. For disabling this hunk of junk permanently, obviously. His tone was flat. You're not thinking of driving this thing. Don't be ridiculous. Where would we even go? It'd never make it past the fields. Fine, then what? Just gathering intel. Knowledge is power, Grimma, Dorcas said loftily, stepping into the sunlight on the truck's far side. He whistled. Well, would you look at that? What? They left the door open. Guess they figured no one would mess with it. Grimma followed his gaze to the slightly ajar cab door. Dorcas scanned the hedge. Find me a decent-sized stick. Bet we could poke our way up there and take a peek. A peek? At what? Won't know till we look, Dorcas said with a shrug. He ducked back under the truck. How's it going down there? Need some muscle over here. Sacco trudged up, panting. Got the battery hidden. That can's almost full, though. Smells like death warmed over. Added detail, Grimma's suspicion deepens as she notices Dorcas's fingers twitching like he's mentally counting parts. Since when does he care about engines? The engine was still leaking fluid everywhere. Can we fix it? Someone asked. Nudie tried, but now she's drenched in gross oil, another gnome replied. Dorcas sighed. Just let it spill on the road. Grimma crossed her arms. Wait, didn't you say that was dangerous? Yeah, until the can's full, then suddenly it's fine, she snapped back. Dorcas rubbed his temples. Look, you wanted me to stop the truck. I stopped it, so maybe just give it a rest. Grimma's eyes widened. Excuse me, he took a deep breath. Might as well go all in now. I said give it a rest, he repeated, voice steady. I don't mean to be harsh, but you never let up. I'm helping here and all I get is nagging. No, please, no thank you. He paused, watching her face flush. You know, people are like machines. Kind words are the grease that keeps things running. Got it. He turned to the boys, who were suddenly very interested in their shoes. Find a long stick to reach the cab, please. They scrambled to obey. Later, the younger gnomes buzzed with questions. What was it like riding the truck back then? One asked. Dorcas shrugged. Terrifying, that's all. The cab felt familiar, just like the one from their escape from the store. Sacco's eyes lit up. We actually drove one of these. 700 of us, Dorcas said, chest swelling with pride. Your dad was at the wheel. You were all just little things in the back with your moms. Nudie crossed her arms. I wasn't a little thing. Dorcas winced. Sorry, force of habit. Back in my day, girls mostly stayed home. Not that I'm against them being out here now, he added quickly before she could unleash another Grimma-level glare. I wish I'd been old enough to remember the drive, Nudie muttered, pressing a pedal experimentally. Must have been wild. More like nightmare fuel, Dorcas muttered. The others gawked at the cab like it was some ancient relic. Sacco scrambled up the steering column to yank the keys free while the rest poked around. Nudie made engine noises under her breath until Dorcas shot her a look. Enough lollygagging. Humans could be back any second. And Nudie, nice girls don't go brrrm brrrm. Grimma was nowhere in sight. She'd stayed behind on the dirt road, silent and sulking, but someone had to say it. Dorcas scanned the cab, mind already racing. All right, what's next? The battery was in place, the fuel tank was full. Was there anything else the cat needed? All right, everyone, let's move out, Dorcas shouted. Nudie, quit messing with everything. You'd need an army just to budge that gear shift. Let's go before the humans show up. He headed for the door, but a sharp click made him spin around. I said move. What are you even doing? The young gnomes gaped at him, frozen. We were just testing the gear lever, Nudie stammered. If you press this button, Don't press the button. Don't press the button. Grimma's first clue that things had gone sideways was a sickening crunch and a sudden shift in the light. The truck lurched forward, slow at first, thanks to the two flat tires, but the steep dirt road gave it momentum. There was something terrifyingly unstoppable about it now. She watched in horror as the truck rolled downhill, the narrow path bordered by high banks leading straight to the highway and the railroad tracks beyond. I told you not to touch it. Did I say press it? No, I said don't. The gnomes stared at him, mouths hanging open in perfect little os. That wasn't the gear shift, you geniuses, it was the handbrake. Now they all felt it, the grinding vibration, the slow, inevitable slide. Sacco's voice wobbled. What's a handbrake, Dorcas? It stops the truck on hills. Stop gawking and help me pull it back up. The cab swayed gently as the truck picked up speed. Dorcas strained against the brake until his vision swam with spots. I just pushed the button, Nudie wailed. I only wanted to see what it did. Yeah, we get it. Dorcas scanned the cab desperately. What he needed was a lever. What he needed was a small army. What he needed most was to not be here right now. Staggering across the bouncing floor, he peered out the doorway. The hedge drifted past lazily, but the road beneath was already a blur. We could jump, he thought. If we're lucky, we don't break anything. If we're really lucky, we miss the wheels. How lucky do I feel? Not very. Sacco joined him, gripping the doorframe. Maybe if we took a running jump, thump. The truck slammed into the bank, tilted dangerously, then lurched back onto the road. The gnomes scrambled to their feet. On second thought, Sacco muttered, maybe not a great idea. What now, Dorcas? Hold on tight, Dorcas grunted, bracing himself as the truck bounced off the bank again. The bank should keep us on the road. Eventually, we'll just roll to a stop. He dropped to the floor as the truck jolted violently. You wanted to know what a truck ride was like. Congratulations. Another thud, this time a tree branch snagged the door, yanking it open before tearing it clean off with a screech of metal. Was that how it felt? Nudie yelled over the roaring chaos. Dorcas couldn't help but notice how, now that the worst was over, she was practically buzzing with excitement. Kids these days, he mused, they don't scare as easy as we did. The world's bigger to them. He cleared his throat. Well, minus the pitch black and not knowing which way was up, yeah, pretty much, he admitted. Better grab onto something, though, just in case things get rough. The truck lurched forward, kicking up dust as it veered onto the highway. A sedan swerved into the bushes to dodge them, while another truck screeched to a stop, leaving black streaks on the pavement. Not that the gnomes noticed. All they felt was another jolt as the truck bounced onto the opposite side of the road, heading straight for the railroad tracks. The crossing lights flickered red, the barriers descending like slow, angry arms. Sacco leaned out the busted doorframe. We just crossed a road, he announced. Dorcas barely glanced up. Huh. Yeah, and I just watched a car rear-end another one while a truck spun out like a top, Sacco added. Dorcas shrugged. Lucky us then. Some people shouldn't be allowed behind the wheel. The grinding of flat tires on gravel grew slower, then stopped with a final, shuddering thud. A deep, resonant clanging filled the air. Gnomes heard it as a mournful, ancient bell, not the shrill alarms meant for human ears. "Well, we're not moving anymore," Dorcas sighed. He rubbed his temples, could have hit the brakes. Could have found a stick or something to jam the pedal. Too old for this. "All right, no time to waste. You kids hop out first," Sacco frowned. "What about you?" Dorcas grinned. "I'll wait till you're all down there, then yell for you to catch me, not as spry as I used to be. Go on, get moving." One by one, they clambered down, clinging to the running board before dropping to the ground. Dorcas eased himself onto the edge, legs swinging over the drop. It looked a lot farther down than he remembered. Below, Nudie nudged Sacco. Sacco," she whispered. "What?" She pointed. "See that metal rail over there?" "Yeah, what about it?" "There's another one on the other side," she said, shifting nervously. Sacco rolled his eyes. "So they're just sitting there." Nudie bit her lip. "We're right between them, and that bell's still ringing." "Yeah, I hear it," Sacco snapped. "Wish it'd shut up." "I just thought maybe it meant something." Sacco threw his hands up. "Who cares? Come on, Dorcas, hurry up." Dorcas took a deep breath. "Patience, kid. A man's gotta savor his last moments of dignity." New detail. Nudie nervously fiddles with a loose thread on her sleeve, a habit she's had since childhood while waiting for Dorcas. Voice twist. The tone shifts from tense urgency to dry humor as Dorcas jokes about his own frailty, lightening the mood before the next danger. Nudie trudged away from the others, her heart heavy, and stared at the railroad track beneath her. The metal gleamed unnaturally, almost as if it were vibrating with a quiet, eerie hum. She crouched down, pressing her ear closer. Yes, there it was, a faint, unsettling sound. Since when did cold steel sing on its own? Her stomach twisted as she glanced back at the truck wedged between the flashing signals and the tracks. The world seemed to tilt for a second, and then it hit her like a punch. "Sacco," her voice trembled. "Sacco, we're right on the tracks, we have to move." A distant, mournful whistle cut through the air. Woo-woo. Grimma, standing at the quarry entrance, had a clear view all the way to the distant airport. She saw the train first, then the truck. The train's brakes shrieked, a metallic wail of panic, but it was too late. The impact seemed almost slow motion, the truck exploding into fragments like a fireworks show gone wrong. By the time the other gnomes came running, Nisodmus leading the charge, the air was thick with shock. "What happened?" Voices clamored. "I saw it all," gasped a gnome, breathless. "Dorcas and the others, they got into the truck and then it just rolled straight onto the tracks, and then," Nisodmus's face darkened. "I forbade this, no tampering with machines, Arnold Bros est. 1905 watches over us, we don't need reckless fools playing hero." A nervous voice piped up. Dorcas thought he was helping. "I gave the orders," Nisodmus roared. "Did I not stop the truck with the power of Arnold Bros?" Grimma's quiet voice cut through the tension. "Number Dorcas did. He laid nails in the road." Silence. Dead, suffocating silence. Nisodmus turned pale, his hands shaking. "Liar," Grimma didn't flinch. "He helped us, and we never thanked him. Now he's gone." Below, sirens wailed, lights flashing red and blue around the wreckage. The gnomes shuffled uncomfortably. Someone muttered, "He couldn't be really dead, right? He was smart. He must have jumped." Grimma's gaze landed on Nudie's parents in the crowd, their faces hollow with fear. She swallowed hard. "Maybe," she whispered, "maybe they got out." "Had to have," another gnome said weakly, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. New detail. The eerie hum of the tracks adds an unsettling layer of foreshadowing, making the scene more ominous. The shift in tone, from Grimma's quiet defiance to the crowd's desperate denial, heightens the emotional weight. Dorcas wasn't the kind to just drop dead when they needed him most. Grimma nodded, her expression tight. "Even the humans are gonna figure this out soon," she said, voice steady. "They'll trace the truck back here, and when they do, they won't be happy about it." Nisodmus, though, just licked his lips and puffed up like a rooster. "Fear us? Never," he declared. "We'll face them head-on, show 'em what we're made of. Who needs Dorcas when we've got Arnold Bros est?" 1905 on our side, nails, please. Grimma exhaled slowly. If you leave now, you can still make it to the barn before things get ugly. The quarry won't be safe much longer. The way she said it, quiet, controlled, unnerved everyone. Normally she'd be yelling or snapping, but this calm, it was worse. Go, she urged. Take what you can carry, just go. Nisodmus threw up his hands. No one moves, Arnold Bros est. 1905 won't abandon us. I'll shield you from those humans myself. Down the road, a patrol car with flashing lights peeled away from the train wreck and turned onto the dirt path, creeping closer. I'll summon Arnold's wrath upon them, Nisodmus bellowed. The gnomes exchanged uneasy glances. Since when did Arnold Bros smite anyone? Back in the store, he just hung signs and let them live in peace. Now, suddenly, he was some vengeful deity. It didn't add up. I'll stand right here and teach those order goons a lesson they'll never forget, Nisodmus ranted. The others stayed silent. If he wanted to play roadblock, fine by them. We'll all stand together, he added less confidently. A gnome near the back muttered, what? Brothers, we must stand firm, show them our unity. If you truly believe, no harm will. The flashing lights were almost at the gate now, where the broken chain dangled uselessly. Grimma clenched her fists. She wanted to scream, you morons, Arnold Bros doesn't want you flattened by a car. I've seen what's left of gnomes who try that, you get mailed home in a Ziploc, but she bit her tongue. For too long, someone had always been barking orders. Maybe it was time to let them figure it out themselves. A few desperate faces turned her way. Grimma, one whispered. What do we do? Another nodded. She's a driver, she knows. She gave them a thin smile. It didn't reach her eyes. Grimma shrugged, her voice calm but firm. Do what feels right to you. A ripple of uneasy murmurs spread through the crowd. One gnome, shifting nervously, blurted out, but Nisodmus keeps saying all we gotta do is believe hard enough and that'll stop the whole thing. Is that even possible? Grimma shook her head. Maybe for some, not for me. Without another word, she turned and strode toward the rusted sheds, leaving the others in stunned silence. Hold your ground, Nisodmus barked, oblivious to the anxious whispers behind him. Someone muttered under their breath, yeah, do what feels right, real helpful advice. Hundreds of gnomes stood frozen as the car crept closer, its headlights cutting through the dusk. Nisodmus stood apart, arms raised like some kind of prophet, while the only sound was the crunch of gravel beneath tires. If a bird had been watching, though let's be honest, most birds wouldn't notice anything beyond the next worm. It might have seen something bizarre. A gaping quarry, a cluster of ramshackle sheds, a fence with a gate swinging open. And then the car, rolling forward, its beams illuminating tiny figures below. One dot stood motionless, right in its path. The others, they bolted. Nisodmus was never seen again. Later, a search party combed through the muddy tracks, but nothing turned up. The rumor mill spun wild theories. Maybe he'd grabbed onto the car at the last second, hitched a ride, and was now living in quiet exile, too ashamed to return. He was stubborn, sure, they'd say, but he stood by what he believed. Maybe that's why he made it out. That's the story they wrote in the Book of Gnome, anyway. What they really thought in the dark, alone. That stayed unspoken. Meanwhile, humans lumbered around the wreckage. More vehicles arrived, lights flashing, never a good sign. The quarrymen were furious, yelling about the missing battery. Near the tracks, the wind whispered through the grass. Indifferent to it, all the tall grass shivered unnaturally, proving Dorca's right. Humans always returned to places they'd claimed. The quarry buzzed with activity. 3 trucks idled near the sheds, workers patched the fence, unloaded crates, even scrubbed the manager's office clean. The gnomes huddled in whatever scraps of cover they could find behind crates, beneath sagging floorboards, even clinging to dusty rafters, listening to the terrifying clamor above. It was an agonizing day. Hiding spots were scarce for 2,000 gnomes, no matter how small. Old Munby Confectionery and his family barely escaped when a human casually shoved aside their hiding spot, a battered cardboard box. They scrambled behind a stack of tin cans just in time, saved only because humans never really looked at what they were doing. But the real horror wasn't the close calls. It was the slow erasure of their world. Humans didn't destroy them out of malice. They didn't even see them. Dorcas's painstakingly rigged electrical wires, yanked out without a second thought, replaced with a locked box. The gnomes had grown so used to electricity it felt as natural as breathing. Now darkness swallowed them whole. The chaos never let up. Floorboards groaned under heavy boots, metal drums echoed like distant thunder, hammers pounded relentlessly. The humans weren't just visiting, they were settling in. Then, as the last gray light faded from the winter sky, the trucks rumbled away. But before leaving, one human did something bizarre. A floorboard in the manager's office creaked open, and a massive hand dropped a small tray of flour onto the dirt below. The gnomes stared in disbelief. After a day of terror, were the humans feeding them? The scent was intoxicating, nothing like the rich flavors of the store, but to famished gnomes it was irresistible. A few younger ones crept forward, fingers twitching toward the powdery heap. "Don't eat it," Grima shoved through the crowd. "But it smells amazing," one protested. Grima's eyes narrowed. "When has anything this easy ever been safe?" "Well, not exactly. So you don't actually know if it's safe to eat, do you? Listen, I've seen this before. Back where we used to live, near the highway, humans would dump their trash behind this diner. Sometimes we'd find stuff like this. And trust me, it's deadly. One bite and you're done." The gnomes exchanged uneasy glances at the harmless-looking tray. Food that could kill, that didn't add up. An older gnome scratched his beard. "I recall some canned meat we had in the store once. Made us all sick for days." He looked at Grima hopefully, but she shook her head. "This is different. We'd find dead rats near it, and trust me, they didn't go peacefully." A shudder ran through her at the memory. A heavy thud echoed from above. The human was still in the quarry, lounging in the manager's swivel chair, flipping through a newspaper. Through a knothole, the gnomes watched. Massive boots, wrinkled trousers, a jacket draped like a mountain and way up high, the glint of light bouncing off a bald head. After what felt like forever, the human set the paper aside and reached for a pack of sandwiches, each one bigger than a gnome, and a steaming thermos that filled the shed with the rich scent of soup. They scrambled back down to report to Grima, who had stationed 6 of the steadiest gnomes around the suspicious tray to keep the curious kids at bay. "It's just sitting there," they told her, "staring out the window now and then." "Then it's staying the night," Grima muttered, "probably trying to figure out who's been messing with their stuff." "What do we do now?" She rested her chin on her hands, thinking. "There's those old sheds on the far side of the quarry. We could move there." A nervous gnome piped up. "Dorcas always said those sheds were dangerous, full of rusted metal and who knows what else." Grima arched a brow. "More dangerous than here. Now that's a thought." A young gnome, clutching a baby, stepped forward hesitantly. The others respected Grima, partly because she didn't take nonsense from anyone, partly because she was the best reader among them. "Ma'am," the young one said, bobbing a curtsy, "the little ones are starving. There's nothing safe left to eat down here." Her eyes pleaded. Grima sighed. The main food stash had been raided by humans, probably why they'd left the poison. No fires, no meat, and thanks to Nisodmus's grand promises about Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, providing, nobody had bothered hunting properly in days. As the first hints of dawn crept over the horizon, Grima gathered the gnomes together. The night had stretched endlessly, what felt like an eternity to creatures who measured time in moments. "We need every hunter who can be spared to head out at first light," she said, her voice steady. The others nodded, their usual squabbles silenced by the gravity of their situation. One gnome kicked at the snow piled near their makeshift shelter. "At least we won't run out of water," he muttered. Grima clenched her fists. "We can tough it out without food, but the little ones and the elders won't last," she said. Another voice chimed in, "And with no power we can't risk a fire outside. It'll freeze again tonight." The group fell into a heavy silence, staring at the dirt beneath their feet. Grimma studied their faces. No petty arguments, no blame, just quiet desperation. That alone told her how dire things had become. Meanwhile, in the human's dimly lit office, chaos unfolded. The man barely had time to lower his newspaper before a rustling in the walls caught his attention. Then came the scratching under the floorboards behind the shelves. His eyes darted to the table just in time to see a swarm of tiny figures dragging his sandwich bag away. He bellowed, lurching to his feet, only to crash face first onto the floor, his ankles tied tight to the chair legs. Before he could even blink, nimble hands wrapped electrical wire around his flailing arms, pinning him like a trussed-up turkey. The gnomes swarmed the room, their tiny voices buzzing with triumph. Just like in Gullible's travels, one crowed, warming his hands by the electric heater. Another pried open the thermos and inhaled deeply. Real coffee, just like the good old days in the store. But not all was celebration. A heated debate broke out near the bookshelf. Some argued the human should be dealt with permanently, until Grimma's sharp gasp cut through the chatter. She held up a yellow box, its label screaming "Scramoff" in bold red letters. The unhappy rat on the front seemed to glare at them. Grimma squinted at the fine print. "They take a bite, but they don't come back for more," she read slowly. The room fell deadly quiet. Polydichloromethylene 4, whatever that is. She hesitated, then whispered, "Clears outhouses of troublesome vermin in a trice." A stunned silence followed. Then from the back a small voice piped up, "Vermin, that's us, isn't it?" Grimma's grip tightened on the box. "Yeah," she said grimly. "And this stuff, it's meant to wipe us out." The silence that followed was thick with fury. The gnomes had raised generations of children in the quarry, and poisoning was something they took very seriously. "We ought to shove that stuff down the human's throat," one of them muttered darkly. "Let it choke on whatever that chemical junk is called. Nuisance creatures." Grimma crossed her arms. "They probably think we're rats," she said. "Oh, that makes it fine then." Another gnome shot back, voice dripping with scorn. "Rats are decent neighbors, never caused us any harm. No reason to go slipping poison into their food." Truth was, the gnomes got along surprisingly well with the local rats, especially since their leader, Bobo, had once been Angelo's pet back in the store days. The two species kept a wary but respectful distance, like rivals who'd silently agreed not to turn each other into dinner. "Honestly, the rats would probably throw us a party if we got rid of a human," the gnome added with a smirk. Grimma shook her head. "Number Dorcas always said humans are almost as smart as we are. You can't just poison something that thinks." "They tried." "They don't know any better," Grimma countered. "Besides, think it through. More humans will show up at dawn. If they find a dead one, we'll have an even bigger mess on our hands." That shut them up. But the damage was done. They'd revealed themselves to a human. No gnome could recall that ever happening before. Desperation had forced their hand, but now, no telling where this would lead, and how it would end, probably in disaster. "Take that poison somewhere the rats can't reach it," Grimma ordered. One gnome grumbled, "I still say we let it have just a nibble. Enough, just get rid of it. We'll stay hidden until morning, then move out before sunrise." With reluctant nods, the gnomes hauled the sinister box away. Grimma walked over to the bound human, now wrapped tighter than a winter burrow in layers of electrical wire, far sturdier than old-fashioned rope. And the gnomes, far angrier. This wasn't some storybook Gulliver. This thing had brought a monstrous truck and poison into their home. They'd emptied its pockets, piling the contents nearby. A white cloth had been repurposed as a gag after its groaning grated on everyone's nerves. Now gnomes nibbled stolen bread and cheese, studying the human's wide, uncomprehending eyes. Its babbling was just noise to them, too high, too fast, like bat chatter. Maybe that was for the best. "Should have jabbed it with something sharp," a gnome muttered. "Somewhere tender," Granny Morky, to Grimma's shock, chimed in. "Matches could do the trick." Another added, "or nails." Grima sighed. Sometimes survival made even the gentlest gnomes ruthless. The human thrashed against its restraints, muffled growls escaping through the gag. Granny Morky leaned in, her voice dripping with mischief. "We could pluck every last hair from its head," she suggested, grinning. "And after that maybe we—" "Do it then," Grima interrupted, stepping forward. The other gnomes spun around, startled. "What?" Granny blinked. "If that's what you want, go ahead," Grima said coolly, nodding at the captive. "It's right there, do whatever you like." Granny Morky recoiled, suddenly hesitant. "Me? Oh no, I didn't mean me personally, I meant, well, all of us, gnomekind." Grima crossed her arms. "Gnomekind is just gnomes, and hurting prisoners is wrong. I read about it, something called the Geneva Convention. When someone's helpless, you don't take advantage." A nearby gnome scoffed. "Seems like the perfect time to me. Strike when they can't fight back, that's my motto. Besides, humans aren't real people." But even as he said it, he inched backward, uneasy. Granny tilted her head, studying the human's face. "Funny thing, though up close they look a bit like us, just oversized." Another gnome squinted at the human's wide, terrified eyes. "Look at that nose covered in hair, and the ears too. Like a cow," Granny mused. "Almost makes you pity them, lugging around those ridiculous noses." Grima locked eyes with the human, lost in thought. "They're bigger, so surely they've got bigger brains too. And those eyes, how could they have missed us all these years? Masklin had said they'd been here for thousands of years. They must have seen us, but maybe they chose not to believe." The human stared back, trembling. "Could we ever share this world?" Grima wondered. "They live slow and huge, we live small and fast. They don't even notice us unless we freeze in place. Maybe they don't want to see us. Maybe it's easier to pretend we're just stories." She sighed. "This isn't the moment, not when it's tied up and terrified, but someday. What if we could talk to them? Not with signs or shouting, but really understand each other." The idea flickered in her mind, humans handling the heavy, slow tasks, gnomes tackling the delicate, quick ones. No more painting flowers or fixing shoes for them. "Grima, you've got to see this." A voice called. She turned. The gnomes had gathered around a large white sheet on the floor, something the human had been reading. They'd flattened it out, revealing bold letters. "Read it first in your Sorroway Blackberry Evening Post and Gazette." Grima frowned. Another clue. Another piece of their world we don't understand. The text was covered in bold, oversized letters, some nearly as large as a gnome's entire head. Grima frowned, tilting her head as she tried to decipher it. She could handle books just fine, but newspapers, they might as well have been written in code. The pages were crammed with strange phrases, probes, shocks, grainy photos of grinning humans shaking hands. Local elks donate $500 to hospital fund. Individually, the words made sense, but strung together, they either meant nothing or something downright ridiculous. Town hall tax debate turns ugly. "Here, this is the part," another gnome insisted, jabbing a tiny finger at the page. "Look, these words match the last story. It's about Richard, age 39. Grima skimmed a chaotic article about someone rejecting someone else's proposal. Sure enough, beneath the headline "Satellite Glitch Delays TV Launch," there was a blurry photo of grandson Richard, 39. She crouched closer, squinting at the fine print. "Read it out," the others urged. Taking a deep breath, she began. "Richard Arnold, CEO of Arnco International based in Blackberry, stated today in Florida that engineers are still struggling to regain command of Arnsat-1, the multi-million-dollar communications satellite." A hushed murmur spread through the group. "Multi-million dollars," one gnome whispered. "That's a lot of weight." Grima stumbled over the next line. Hopes were high after yesterday's successful test launch in Florida, but instead of transmissions, Arnsat-1 is sending bizarre coded signals. "It's like it's speaking its own language," said Arnold, 39. The gnomes exchanged wide-eyed glances. "As if it has a mind of its own," Grima finished. The rest of the article droned on about technical hiccups, but she tuned it out. Her thoughts raced back to Masklin, his wild stories about the stars, the thing he'd carried with him. That strange little device could talk to electricity, couldn't it? Listen to wires, catch invisible signals Dorcas called radio waves. If anything could send cryptic messages, it was the thing. I might go farther than the long drive, he'd told her once. A slow, fierce certainty settled over her. They're alive, she said softly, more to herself than anyone. Masculine, Girder Angelo, they made it to Florida. They're out there. She remembered how he tried to explain the sky, the thing, the origins of their kind, concepts as baffling to her as tiny frogs had been to him. But now, staring at that smudged newspaper photo, she knew. They've got a plan, she insisted. I don't know how, but they're fighting, and they're alive. The other gnomes shared uneasy looks, their expressions screaming, she's in denial, but who's gonna break it to her? Only Granny Morky dared pat her shoulder. Of course, dear, she soothed. And thank heavens they had a good lunch. New detail added Grimma's internal reflection on Maskelyne's past attempts to explain the stars, reinforcing her emotional shift from confusion to conviction. Tone twist, switched from bewildered newspaper analysis to Grimma's defiant hope, undercut by the gnome's skeptical side eyes. Grimma needed rest, but sleep brought strange visions, flashing lights, eerie yellow eyes, and Maskelyne climbing through dense leaves, alive and searching. I'm seeing what he sees, she thought, half-dazed. Unless outer space is just a forest, or maybe none of this is real. Before she could untangle the dream, someone shook her awake. No point dwelling on dreams, especially when reality was this cold. The wind howled and fresh snow dusted the ground. A few gnomes scavenged the sheds, returning with barely enough frozen vegetables to feed a mouse. The tied-up human had finally dozed off, snoring like a rusty chainsaw. They'll come looking for him at dawn, Grimma muttered. We can't stay, a rustling under the floorboards cut her off. Everyone froze. Who's down there? She whispered. No one answered. No one wanted to be down there, not when the office was warm and safe. And it better not be rats, she added, just as a voice hissed up from below. Sacco. Mud-streaked, exhausted, he clawed his way up through the loosened boards. Couldn't find anyone, he gasped, swaying. But the trucks, the lights, I heard you, it's Dorcas. Grimma's heart lurched. He's alive. Unless corpses curse like sailors, yeah, Sacco wheezed before collapsing. We thought you were all. Just Dorcas got hurt jumping from the truck, Sacco cut in. They're under the hedge. Wait, is that a human? His eyes locked onto the snoring giant before his legs gave out. Grimma caught him just in time. Get him warm, find food, she ordered, already moving. The rest of you were going after the others. Now. The night wasn't done with them, yet the night was far too harsh for anyone to be wandering around outside. Some of the gnomes exchanged uneasy glances, silently agreeing that they'd much rather be anywhere else right now. This snow's coming down hard, muttered one, shuffling his feet. How are we supposed to find anything in this mess? Grimma shot him a sharp look. We won't find anything if we just sit here complaining about it, she snapped. A small group pushed forward, Nudie's family, a few worried parents, and then came the unmistakable sound of Granny Morky's voice cutting through the murmurs. Count me in, she declared, thumping her cane for emphasis. Fresh air'll do these old bones good, and don't you dare start with that stay inside where it's safe nonsense. Grimma hesitated. Granny, maybe you should. Pa, I was trekking through blizzards before you were a twinkle in your mother's eye, Granny interrupted, jabbing her stick in Grimma's direction. Found most of my Uncle Joe in a storm worse than this, didn't I? And I was barely knee-high at the time. Grimma sighed, realizing there was no arguing with her. Fine, but stay close. In the end, 15 gnomes ventured out, some more reluctantly than others. The snowflakes glittered under the shed's warm glow, almost pretty, until they hit the ground and turned into a soggy, freezing nightmare. The gnomes from the store had never experienced real snow before. Back home, snow meant fake flakes dangling from the ceiling, not this wet knee-deep misery. Granny Morky, however, seemed unfazed. Just lift those feet high and stomp down, she instructed, marching ahead like she owned the storm. The quarry stretched before them, the dirt road swallowed by darkness. Spread out, Grimma ordered, but not too far. Right, spread out but stay together, they mumbled, shuffling awkwardly. One gnome raised a hesitant hand. Robins don't come out at night, do they? Grimma rolled her eyes. No, of course not, Granny cackled. Nah, no robins, but foxes. Oh, they love a cold night. Big, hungry ones, and owls sneaky little terrors. You won't hear 'em till they're right on top of you. She smacked her stick against the wall for good measure, sending a few gnomes jumping. Added detail. As they trudged forward, a sudden gust of wind sent snow swirling into their faces, making even Granny pause to mutter, "Blasted weather, worse than the year the roof caved in." The group huddled closer, their breath puffing in the icy air. "All right, everyone, pick up the pace. Unless you're like my Uncle Joe, who lost his best foot to a fox and had to settle for a peg leg. Never saw a man so furious in my life." Granny Morky's idea of encouragement had a way of lighting a fire under people, mostly because they'd rather walk through a blizzard than endure another one of her pep talks. Snow clung stubbornly to the brittle grass and ferns along the roadside, occasionally dropping in clumps onto the gnomes shuffling below. They poked at frosty mounds and squinted into the shadowy gaps beneath the hedge, all while the snow kept falling in that eerie, whispering silence. Every rustle in the dark could have been a robin, an owl, or worse, something with teeth. Soon, the last traces of daylight vanished, leaving only the faint glow of snow to guide them. Every so often, someone would call out softly and they'd all freeze, listening. The cold bit deep. Then Granny halted abruptly. "Fox," she declared, wrinkling her nose. "That stinks unmistakable, like wet fur and bad decisions." The group tensed, eyes darting into the blackness. "Might have moved on by now," Granny added, though her tone wasn't exactly reassuring. "But that smell lingers like a bad reputation." Grimma sighed. "Granny, we appreciate the warning, but maybe save the doom and gloom for later," Granny sniffed. "Fine, don't say I didn't try to help." Grimma shook her head. "We're going about this wrong. Dorcas isn't stupid. He'd find shelter someplace safe from foxes. He'd have the boys hunker down somewhere smart." Nudie's father stepped forward, squinting at the snow. "See how it's piling up more on this side? The air conditioning's blowing it this way." He gestured. "So they'd be on the other side of the hedge, out of the worst of it." Grimma softened. "It's called wind out here, but you're right. That means they'd be in the field, tucked against the bank." She motioned for them to follow. "Let's go." They clambered through the tangled mess of dead leaves and icy branches, emerging into a vast, snow-covered field. A few patches of frozen grass poked through, but otherwise it was a wasteland. Grimma heard the nervous murmurs. This was too open, too big. The quarry had walls, boundaries. Out here the world felt endless. "Stay close to the hedge," she said, forcing cheer into her voice. "Less snow there." Oh, Arnold Bros est. 1905, she thought, half amused, half desperate. "Dorcas doesn't believe in you, and neither do I, but if you could just exist long enough for us to find them, that'd be great. Maybe throw in a break in the snow and a safe trip home while you're at it." She almost laughed at herself. "Yeah, like that'll happen." Masklin used to say Arnold Bros was like a voice in their heads, nudging their thoughts along. Grimma blinked, realizing she'd been fixated on the snow. Why was there a gap in it? The words from the Book of Nome echoed in her mind. "There is nowhere to go, and we must go." "Rabbits," Nudie blurted out. Dorcas gave her a weak pat on the shoulder. "Good thinking," he muttered. "After Sacco took off, we were stuck on the road, freezing. Dorcas said to duck behind the hedge, and I remembered spotting rabbits in this field before. So we found a burrow, figured we'd be stuck here till morning." Dorcas groaned as Granny Morky poked at his swollen ankle. "Quit whining, it's just a sprain," she chirped, though her hands were surprisingly gentle. The store gnomes glanced around the cramped space, noses wrinkling at the musky scent. "Cozy," one admitted. "Almost like home, minus the floorboards." Smells like wet fur, another muttered. Dorcas gestured toward the tunnel's shadowy depths. That be the rabbits. Heard 'em shuffling around, keeping their distance. Nudie swears she heard a fox sniffing around earlier. Grimma squared her shoulders. We should move fast. Any fox around here knows better than to mess with us. Bite a gnome and you're done for, that's the rule. The others shuffled, unconvinced. Sure, the fox might regret it later, but that wouldn't help the one nom it snatched. And right now, the burrow's damp warmth beat the icy wind outside. They'd stumbled past a dozen holes, shouting into the dark before Nudie's voice had finally answered. Foxes aren't stupid, Grimma pressed. Right, Granny? Granny Morky squinted. Oh, clever beasts won't stop 'em if they're hungry, though. Cold weather makes 'em bold. Grimma groaned. That's not what I meant. Just tellin' it like it is, Granny sniffed. Dorcas struggled upright. We're leaving. Snow's not lifting any time soon. I can hobble if someone helps. We could rig a stretcher, Grimma offered, though her voice wavered. Not like the quarry's much better, Nudie shivered. Saw humans head up the road, but we had to crawl through that badger tunnel. No real path, just mud and thorns. A sudden rustle in the tunnel made them all freeze. For a heartbeat, even the wind outside seemed to hold its breath. The group attempted to take a shortcut through the plowed fields at the bottom. Bad idea. The frozen earth was churned up, making the trek even harder. We haven't eaten in ages, one of them muttered. Grimma sighed. Don't get your hopes up. The humans raided most of our food. They still think we're just rats. Dorcas chuckled darkly. Back in the store, we wanted them to think that. They'd set traps and we'd just stuff them with real rats we caught in the basement. Worked like a charm. Not anymore, Grimma snapped. Now they're lacing the food with poison. We can't risk it. The snow outside was thinning, falling in uneven patches like the last scraps of a clearance sail. A faint red glow smudged the eastern sky, not sunrise yet, just its tired promise. When the sun finally dragged itself up, it would be smothered by thick gray clouds. They fashioned a makeshift stretcher from dried cow parsley stalks for Dorcas, carried by 4 gnomes. The hedge provided some shelter, but the snow was still a mess of dead leaves and broken twigs, slowing them down. Grimma gritted her teeth as thorns snagged her dress. Humans have it so easy, she thought bitterly. Their world fits them. They walk where they please, take what they want. Meanwhile, we scurry in their leftovers under floors, stealing crumbs. The others trudged in exhausted silence, broken only by the crunch of snow and Granny Morky noisily chewing hawthorn berries. She'd offered some around, but the rest found them disgustingly bitter. Takes time to appreciate the finer things, Granny muttered, eyeing Grimma. We'll have to learn to like a lot worse than this, Grimma thought, ignoring her. Once we get back, we'll have to scatter, live in rabbit holes, eat whatever we can scavenge. Maybe a few of us will survive winter, but no more electricity, no more books, no more bananas. She swallowed hard. I'll wait for Masklin, though. I have to. Granny nudged her. Chin up, girl. Might not be as bad as you think. Grimma turned, her face pale, lips trembling, then crumpled to her knees, sobbing. The sound was jarring, unnatural. Grimma never cried, she argued, bossed, snapped, but this. It felt like the sky had cracked open. Granny blinked. I was trying to help. The group of gnomes shuffled awkwardly in a tight circle, keeping their distance from Grimma. Nobody wanted to risk approaching her. Who knew what she might do? A comforting pat on the back could easily end with a missing finger. Dorcas glanced at the other's side and pushed himself up from his makeshift stretcher, wincing as he steadied himself against a thorny branch. Look, we made it back to the quarry, he said gently. Everything's going to be fine. It's not fine, Grimma snapped, her voice breaking. We should never left. Now we're stuck here with no food, no way to stop the humans, and no way out. Nudie piped up. Maybe we should have gone to the barn like I said from the beginning. Grimma shot her a sharp look. Go ahead then, take the young ones and run, just leave the rest of us behind. Dorcas shook his head. You know that's not possible. The little ones can't make that trek and the elders wouldn't survive the snow. You're just panicking. Panicking? We've tried everything and it's only gotten worse. Grimma's voice cracked. "We thought life outside would be perfect, but it's all falling apart." Dorcas stared at her, unblinking. "So what? We just give up and die right here?" A heavy silence fell over the group until Dorcas cleared his throat. Grimma, you sure about that?" She looked up, confused, then froze. Every gnome's gaze was locked onto something behind her. A fox stood there, its yellow-green eyes gleaming, breath curling in the cold air. It tilted its head, tongue lolling, clearly baffled by these tiny, human-shaped creatures. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Running was pointless. A fox had twice the legs and twice the speed. If they were going to die, at least they wouldn't die exhausted. Then, to everyone's shock, Grimma let out a furious growl. She snatched Granny Morky's walking stick, marched forward, and smacked the fox square on the nose. "Get out of here," she bellowed, swinging again. The fox yelped, stumbling back in surprise. Grimma wasn't done. She stepped closer and landed another solid whack. The fox blinked, reassessing its life choices. Rabbits were easier. Rabbits didn't fight back. With a whimper, it turned tail and bolted into the night. The gnomes exhaled in unison. Dorcas blinked. "Well," he said, "that happened." Grimma shuddered, gripping the stick tighter. "I can't stand foxes," she muttered. "Masklin was right, we need to show them who's in charge." Dorcas shrugged. "Not arguing with you there." Granny Morky piped up, grinning. "Weren't you just saying we should all lie down and give up?" Grimma shot her a glare. "No, I was just exhausted. Standing around here won't help. We'll freeze before anything else gets us." Sacco squinted into the shadowy woods. "Or something gets us first." "That's not funny," Grimma snapped, marching ahead. "Wasn't trying to be," Sacco muttered, rubbing his arms. Above them, unnoticed, a peculiar star darted across the night sky, too bright, too erratic. Maybe it was small, or maybe it was enormous and just far away. If you stared long enough, it almost looked like a disk. Whatever it was, it sent signals buzzing through the air, searching. By the time they reached the quarry, flickering lights signaled another search party, half-hearted, but at least they'd tried. The relieved cheers at their return almost made Grimma forget they'd just come back to danger. Some proverb she'd read nagged at her, something about leaping from the frying pan into the fire. Or was it the other way around? Inside the makeshift shelter, Sacco launched into the tale of their near disaster, how Dorcas had panicked, jumped from the truck, and barely escaped the oncoming train. It sounded thrilling, heroic. Grimma kept her thoughts to herself. Brave, yes, but did it actually help? The truck got wrecked, but the train didn't even derail, Sacco finished, then flashed a grin. "I'm starving." The smile faded fast. "Wait, there's no food," a gnome sighed. "Less than none." "Unless you've got bread, then we could make snow sandwiches." Sacco perked up. "There were rabbits in the field, in the dark," Dorcas cut in, frowning. "And with that fox lurking around," Nudie added. Grimma exhaled, another proverb surfaced. "Needs must when the devil drives." Blank stares. "Who's he?" Nudie asked. "Some awful creature who lives underground where it's hot," Grimma said. "Like the boiler room back in the store, I guess." Sacco tilted his head. "What kind of car does he drive?" Grimma groaned. "It's just an expression. It means sometimes you have to do things. He doesn't actually drive anything." Silence. "Probably not." Dorcas cleared his throat, his fingers fidgeting with his beard. He looked more troubled than the others, which was saying something. "All right," he muttered, his tone low enough to make everyone lean in. "You'll need to follow me. Trust me, I wish you didn't have to." Grimma crossed her arms. "Where exactly?" "The old sheds by the cliff," Dorcas replied. "But those are practically ruins," she shot back. "You said they were unstable." "Oh, they are dangerous as anything. Rusty cans, broken junk, stuff kids shouldn't get into." He hesitated, then met her gaze. "But there's something else there, something I've been tinkering with." A faint grin tugged at his lips. "Best thing I've ever made, better than finding frogs in a flower pot." He coughed again, shifting his weight. "Point is, there's space. Dirt floors, sure, but plenty of hiding spots." A deep snore rumbled from the sleeping human, shaking the room. Dorcas grimaced. "And honestly, I'd rather not be this close to that thing." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. "What's the plan for it anyway?" Dorcas asked. Grimma frowned. "Some wanted to kill it, but that feels wrong. The other humans would go berserk." Dorcas nodded. "Doesn't sit right with me either." "So what do we do?" Grimma studied the massive face before them, every pore like a crater, every hair thick as rope. It was strange to think that if there were creatures even smaller than them, her own face might look just as monstrous. Size was just perspective, really. "We leave it," she decided. "But is there any paper around?" Nudie piped up. "Tons of it on the desk." "Grab some, would you? Dorcas, you've always got a pencil on you, right?" Dorcas dug through his pockets, pulling out a gnawed stub of pencil lead. "Don't waste it," he warned. "No telling when I'll find another." Nudie returned, dragging a faded sheet with blackberry sand and gravel ink, printed at the top, followed by invoice in bold letters. Grimma chewed her lip, then licked the pencil tip and started writing in heavy, deliberate strokes. Dorcas squinted. "What's this about?" "Talking to it," Grimma said, pressing hard to finish the last word. She handed the lead back. "Well," Dorcas scanned the uneven writing. Her spelling wasn't perfect, but the message was clear. "I'd have phrased it differently," he admitted. Grimma rolled her eyes. "Of course you would." New detail, the mention of frogs in a flower pot adds a quirky, personal touch to Dorcas's character. Tone shift, the exchange about writing becomes slightly sarcastic, highlighting Grimma's practicality versus Dorcas's nitpicking. Dorcas tilted his head, considering the note in the human's hand. "Well, it's definitely a message," he muttered. "Hard to miss, really. Loud and clear." Grimma forced a smile, though her nerves were frayed. "All right then," she said, clapping her hands together. "Let's go check out this famous shed of yours." Within minutes, the office was deserted except for the unconscious human sprawled on the floor, clutching the hastily scrawled warning. "Blackberry sand and gravel ink, invoice. We could have killed you. Leave us alone." Outside, the snow had finally stopped, leaving a crisp morning light and an unmistakable trail of tiny footprints. "They'll spot these tracks for sure," Sacco muttered, rubbing his arms against the chill. "Even humans aren't that oblivious." Dorcas waved him off. "Doesn't matter now. Just get everyone inside the old sheds quickly." Grimma hesitated, her fingers twisting in the hem of her coat. "Dorcas, are you absolutely sure about this?" He didn't even blink. "Nope." They slipped through a jagged gap in the rusted metal siding, joining the flood of gnomes pouring into the cavernous shed. The air was thick with the sharp tang of oil and rust. Crumbling walls let in slivers of daylight, illuminating piles of forgotten junk, buckets of nails, tangled wire, and dented cans stacked haphazardly in the corners. Grimma wrinkled her nose. "So what's the big secret?" Dorcas pointed toward the far end, where something massive lurked beneath a dusty tarp. "That," he said simply. Grimma squinted. "Looks like a heap of fabric." Dorcas ignored her, cupping his hands to shout over the murmuring crowd. "Is everyone in?" "Nudie, do a head count. I don't want anyone panicking, but we can't have folks wandering around either." "Wandering around what?" Grimma snapped, but Dorcas was already in full inventor mode, his mind racing ahead of his words. "Sacco, grab a few helpers and fetch the gear we stashed in the hedge," Dorcas ordered. "We'll need the battery, and I'm not sure how much fuel we've got left." Grimma stomped her foot. "Dorcas, what is going on?" He finally looked at her, really looked, as if seeing her for the first time. Then with a slow exhale, he muttered, "You'd better come see. You're better at explaining things to everyone anyway." She followed him across the cold concrete, weaving through clusters of nervous gnomes pressed against the walls. Under the sagging tarp, the shadows deepened into a dim, cobweb-draped hollow. A massive tire loomed in the gloom, its treads far knobbier than any truck she'd ever seen. "Oh," Grimma said, relief flickering. "It's just a truck. You hit a truck in here," Dorcas shook his head. "Not a truck." Grimma's reaction was immediate and spectacular. She whirled in a frantic circle, eyes wild. "Where?" she shrieked. "You absolute moron!" Grimma's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight before her. "You led us straight to a cat," she hissed, her voice trembling. Dorcas didn't answer, just lifted a finger toward the ceiling. Grimma followed his gesture, her eyes traveling higher, then higher still, until she found herself staring into the gaping maw of the beast. Dorcas cleared his throat, reciting in a solemn tone, "This is the cat, great beast with teeth. Needs must. If we are driven, let us drive." He paused, as if expecting some grand revelation to sink in. Grimma barely heard him. Her mind was too busy screaming. Some moments demand more than words, they need a soundtrack. Something deep and ominous, like the growl of a pipe organ in an abandoned cathedral. Grimma's pulse hammered in her ears, a frantic rhythm of deedle-da-dum. This can't be real, she told herself. It can't be alive. Dorcas wouldn't have brought me here if it was about to swallow us whole. I refuse to panic. I am a logical gnome, and logic does not include being eaten by a giant metal predator. Meanwhile, Dorcas was still talking, his voice distant, like he was explaining the weather. The knobby wheels, just for traction. Honestly, it's not as bad as it looks, just old. A little grease, some adjustments. Grimma's gaze traced the massive yellow frame, her dread swelling with every deedle-da-dum in her head. Dorcas rambled on, oblivious. Diesel engines aren't that complicated, and there's a manual right there on the bench. Hydraulics might be tricky, but if we can just— Dorcas, Grimma interrupted, her voice sharp. He blinked. What? What is this thing? Dorcas frowned. I just told you, the hydraulics power the arm, the pistons. I don't care how it works, Grimma snapped. I want to know what it is, because one thing's certain, it's not a cat. Dorcas pointed emphatically at the side of the machine. It says so right there, see, a cat. Grimma squinted. That's ridiculous. Cats have fur, whiskers, they don't weigh 10 tons, Dorcas shrugged. Maybe it's a special kind, a really old one. You ever seen a gnome go bald? Same principle. Grimma opened her mouth, then closed it. But the shape? How should I know? Dorcas threw up his hands. I fix machines, not wildlife. Grimma followed Dorcas in a daze, stepping closer to the shadowy shape beneath the tarp. Take a good look, he said, voice low with excitement. No way you can miss what this is. Her breath caught. Oh my, Grimma whispered, pressing a hand to her lips. Exactly, Dorcas nodded. At first, I thought it was just some old truck, nothing special. Then I got closer and realized. Teeth, Grimma finished, barely audible. Giant metal teeth, like it's got a mouth on both ends, Dorcas grinned. You got it, the cat, not just any truck. This thing's got 2 heads, 2 sets of jaws, built to chew through anything. A heavy silence settled between them. Does it still work? Grimma asked. Should, Dorcas said, rubbing his hands together. Basic mechanics are truck-like, but there's extra controls, levers, whole setups more complex. Grimma whirled on him. Why keep this a secret? Dorcas shrugged. Didn't seem necessary. Besides, everyone deserves a little mystery. But this isn't just some mystery, it's massive. You can't hide something like this. Dorcas patted one of the cat's knobby tires affectionately. Size doesn't matter, it's the perfection of it. You ever hear how humans say the world was made in a week? Well, when I first saw the cat, I thought this must have been the tool they used. He squinted up at the tarp. First step, get this thing off. It's heavy, so we'll need everyone, and fair warning, the cat's got a way of making an impression. Didn't scare me, Grimma scoffed. Dorcas smirked. Yeah, I noticed, your face was priceless. The gnomes turned to Grimma, waiting. Listen up, she said, raising her voice. It's just a machine, a fancy truck, nothing more, but first glance, yeah, it's intimidating. Hold onto the little ones. And when that tarp drops, move. Nods all around. All right, grab hold. 600 gnomes spat on their palms and gripped the tarp's edge. On my mark, pull. The fabric strained, creases vanishing as it shifted. Pull. Then suddenly it was sliding, the weight dragging it down. Run. The tarp collapsed like a wave, pooling in oily folds. But no one cared because sunlight poured through the grimy windows, lighting up the cat like some ancient, dust-covered beast. Screams erupted. Kids were snatched up. A panicked rush toward the exits. Grimma's eyes locked onto the glinting teeth. It really does look alive, she thought, like a head on a long neck. And another one at the other end. Wait, no, it has another one because it's a machine, right? Calm down, she yelled over the chaos. Look, it's not even moving. Then a shout from above. Nudie and Sacco had scrambled onto the cat's neck, waving like they were on some wild carnival ride. That did the trick. The fleeing gnome skidded to a halt, staring. Well, Grimma thought, nothing unites a crowd like sheer, dumb bravery or stupidity. Take your pick. Running from something that isn't chasing you always makes you feel ridiculous. The gnomes hesitated before creeping back cautiously. Granny Morky shuffled forward, her cane tapping against the ground. Well, well, she mused, squinting. So that's what they look like. Been wonderin' my whole life. Grimma frowned. What looks like? Oh, the big diggers, Granny said with a chuckle. Gone before my time, but my old man saw 'em. Said they were these giant yellow beasts with teeth that chewed through dirt. Thought he was pullin' my leg. Meanwhile, the cat, still not in the mood for gnome snacks, had become a climbing gym for the braver ones. Back when they built the big highway, Granny continued, adjusting her grip on the stick, Dad said those things were everywhere. Yellow monsters with gnashing jaws and these lumpy tires. Grimma's expression shifted, like when you realize your grandma might V had a wild past. And there were others too, the old gnome added. Machines that pushed stuff around. Must have been, 15 years back. Never thought I'd lay eyes on one. You mean humans built the highways? Grimma asked, watching as gnomes swarmed over the cat. Dorcas was in the cab, enthusiastically pointing out levers like a tour guide. Granny snorted. You didn't think they just grew there, did ya? Obviously not, Grimma said quickly. That'd be ridiculous. But the thought stuck. Maybe Dorcas was right, maybe everything was made. Hills, clouds, then highways, stores. Maybe humans were just world builders still at it. That's why their machines fit them. Gerder would have gotten it. She missed him, missed masculine too. Focus. Knobby tires. The cat's rear wheels loomed taller than a human. It didn't need highways, it made them. That meant it could go where highways didn't. She shoved through the crowd to the cab, where gnomes were already wrestling a plank into place. Scrambling up, she found Dorcas mid-explanation, barely heard over the chatter. You're seriously gonna drive this thing out of here? She demanded. He grinned. Yep, pretty sure, hopefully. We've got maybe an hour before more humans show, and it's not that different from a truck. We know how, a younger gnome yelled. My dad told me about the strings and everything. Grimma scanned the cab, levers everywhere. The old truck had been simple pedals, a gear shift, steering wheel. This was a cockpit. She turned back to Dorcas. Are you sure? Nope, he admitted cheerfully. Dorcas scratched his head, staring at the tangled mess of levers and buttons. Honestly, I'm winging it here. Most of these controls are for the bucket thing, you know, the metal jaw at the end of the arm, but we can ignore those. They're clever, sure, but not our problem right now. Nudie bounced on her toes, peering into the cramped cab. Where's everyone gonna fit? There's barely space for two. Dorcas waved a hand dismissively. The elders ride inside, the rest of us. We'll grab onto whatever we can. We'll rig up some handholds with spare wires, it'll be fine. We're not racing, just moving before sunrise. And then we'll reach the barn, right? Nudie chirped, eyes wide. Warmth, food, safety, everything. Dorcas hesitated. That's the plan. Grimma's stomach growled loudly, betraying her doubts. A few turnips and maybe some potatoes. That was their grand feast. She'd been running on half a cheese sandwich all night, and optimism wasn't filling the gaps. Still, anywhere had to be better than here. Need a hand with anything? She asked. Dorcas blinked at her. Actually, yeah, read the manual, figure out how to start this beast. You don't know? Not technically, he admitted. I get the idea, just not the specifics. Grimma dug the manual out from under the workbench, dust flying as she flipped it open. The pages were stained. Some human had left a coffee ring right over the title, Caterpillar Tractor Company. She frowned. Words were supposed to make sense. A caterpillar was a bug. A tractor was a farm machine. Put them together, nonsense. Around her, the gnomes worked in frantic silence. No complaints now, just grim determination. Funny how disaster turned grumbling into teamwork. Phrases like pull together and nose to the grindstone suddenly made sense, even if the grindstone bit still sounded painful. She squinted at the manual. If words could lie, maybe this whole plan was built on hope and guesswork. But what choice did they have? A cluster of gnomes buzzed around the massive battery, carefully guiding it forward on worn-out ball bearings. The fuel teetered unsteadily behind them. Grimma flipped another page of the manual, squinting at the diagrams of numbered levers. Funny how everyone suddenly cared about the barn now, she mused. When things went from bad to catastrophically worse, people somehow found a spark of enthusiasm. Masklin had called it find the right pressure point, and even the most reluctant would push forward. She frowned at the term backhoe. Was that some kind of command for the cat? Like yelling back now, or forward go, or maybe not. The pages blurred as she tried to focus, but the shifting clouds outside caught her eye. The sky blushed pink, streaked with red. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning. She'd read that somewhere. Not that she knew what sailors were, or why their bad moods painted the heavens. Meanwhile, in the dim office, the human stirred with a groggy moan, thrashing against the tangle of wires pinning it down. After a struggle, it wrenched one arm free, then shockingly grabbed a chair. With a grunt, it flipped the chair, wedged a leg under the wires, and heaved. A few tugs later, it sat up, yanking the last cords away. Its massive eyes locked onto the scrap of paper on the floor. Rubbing its sore arms, it snatched up the phone. Dorcas poked at a wire skeptically. "You're positive the battery's hooked up right?" Sacco asked. "I do know red from black, thank you," Dorcas replied, though his next prod triggered a loud pop and a sizzling blue spark. "Maybe the battery's empty," Grimma offered, peering around them. "Like when a puddle dries up." Dorcas and Sacco shared a look. "Electricity doesn't evaporate," Dorcas sighed. "It's here, just not cooperating." Grimma stepped back across the grimy cab floor. Gnomes packed every inch, some gripping wires tied to the steering wheel, others braced with wooden poles against the pedals. "Minor setback," she announced. "The electricity's misplaced." The cab was chaos. On the long drive, they'd had a whole truck to spread out. Now, shoulder-to-shoulder gnomes clutching whatever they'd salvaged in their frantic escape. Grimma surveyed them, a scrappy, determined bunch. Even in panic, they'd hauled their odd treasures along. One gnome nearby clutched a dented coffee tin like a lifeline. Another had strapped a flashlight to their head like a makeshift helmet. Desperate, sure, but they weren't giving up. New detail. The gnome with the flashlight helmet squinted, adjusting it like a miner's lamp, casting shaky beams across the cab. The air hummed with tension, not just fear, but something sharper. A weird, giddy energy. Like they'd all realized. If we're going down, we're doing it with style. The gnomes had once been plump and neatly dressed, but now they were gaunt, covered in dirt, and wearing nothing but tattered rags. Even their precious books had been abandoned, 300 gnomes worth of space sacrificed for survival. Grimma secretly believed some of those books were more valuable than half the gnomes combined, but she trusted Dorcas's vow that they'd return someday to dig them up from their hiding spot beneath the floor. "Well, we gave it our best shot," she thought bitterly. "We came to the quarry to build a life, to stand on our own, and look where that got us." They'd hauled supplies from the store, thinking they had everything figured out, only to realize too late they'd brought just as many mistakes as necessities. Next time, they'd need to put as much distance between themselves and humans as possible, though Grimma wasn't sure any place would ever be far enough. She climbed onto the makeshift driver's platform, just a plank lashed across the cab where a crowd of gnomes waited, watching her with hopeful eyes. At least driving the cat would be simpler this time. The control teams could see her directly, no more tangled threads or frantic semaphore signals like when they'd fled the store. And most of them had done this before. Then Dorcas's voice cut through the tension. "Try it now." A click. A whir. Then roar. The sound wasn't just noise. It was a physical force, slamming into them like a wall. The air itself seemed to turn solid before crashing down. Gnomes flattened themselves against the shuddering cab floor, hands clamped over their ears. Grimma spotted Dorcas sprinting across the shed, arms flailing. The team on the accelerator pedal froze, giving him wide-eyed "wasn't us" looks before easing off. The deafening growl settled into a deep, bone-rattling mum-mum that vibrated through every gnome's ribs. Dorcas wheezed his way up to the plank and collapsed, wiping his brow. "I'm too old for this," he gasped. At a certain age, a gnome should retire from grand theft machinery. Common knowledge. He waved a hand. "But she's running smooth now, might as well take us out." "Alone?" Grimma blurted. "I thought Sacco, or I thought a male gnome would be in charge," she almost said. "Oh, they'd jump at the chance," Dorcas chuckled. "And we'd be zigzagging all over the place with them whooping like maniacs." "No, thanks. I'd prefer a nice, calm drive, someone with a gentle touch." He leaned over the edge. Everyone sat down there. A mix of nervous and eager yeses floated up. "Though putting Sacco on the go-faster pedal might be been a mistake," Dorcas muttered. He straightened, eyeing Grimma. "You're not scared, are you?" she scoffed. "Please, terrified me." "Never," Grimma exhaled sharply. "It's not an issue," she insisted, though her voice wavered slightly. "All right then," he replied, shrugging. "Let's move." The only sound was the low, steady growl of the engine. Grimma hesitated. If Masklin were here, she thought bitterly, he'd handle this without breaking a sweat. But no one even speaks his name anymore, not Angelo, not Girder. It's like they've all agreed to forget. Maybe that's how gnomes survive in a world full of foxes, speeding death machines, and 1,000 ways to vanish without a trace. You don't dwell on the missing. You force yourself to move on. Yet here she was, still clinging to memories. She'd rambled about frogs in the flowers earlier, never once mentioning his dreams. Dorcas rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. She was trembling more than the others, who were just rattled by the engine's vibrations. "We should sent someone to the airport," she muttered. "Just to see, to show we still cared," Dorcas sighed. "We didn't have the time or the people. When he comes back, we'll explain. He'll understand." She swallowed hard. "Yeah." Dorcas stepped back, clapping his hands. "Now let's go." Grimma sucked in a breath. "First gear," she barked, "and move forward slowly." The team scrambled, pushing and pulling. The cat shuddered, lurched forward, then stalled. The engine sputtered out. Dorcas studied his nails, humming handbrake, handbrake, handbrake under his breath. Grimma shot him a glare. "Take the stupid handbrake off," she hollered. "Now first gear slowly." Silence. Dorcas rocked on his heels, chanting, "Start the motor, start the motor." Grimma groaned. "Reset everything and start it again." Nudie, in charge of the handbrake crew, called up, "Miss, do we leave the brake on or—" "What?" "You never said what to do with it," Sacco added, grinning. The others snickered. Grimma jabbed a finger at them. "Listen up, if I have to come down there and explain how a handbrake works, you'll regret it. Now stop laughing and move." A click. The cat roared back to life, lurching forward. The gnomes cheered. "Finally," Grimma muttered. Dorcas tapped his chin. The doors, we forgot the doors." Grimma rolled her eyes as the cat picked up speed. "Why would we open them? This is the cat, it doesn't need doors, Nothing stands in our path, for this is the cat, mockery of obstacles, purring brrm brrm. Book of Gnome, Cat Roman 3 VV. The shed was ancient, rusty, the kind that shuddered in the slightest breeze. New detail. Grimma's frustration peaks as she notices a loose bolt rattling near her foot, another thing to fix later. She kicks it aside, muttering about how nothing ever stays together in this world. The only thing that stood out about the old building was the shiny new padlock on the door, which the cat smashed into at full speed. The entire structure shuddered like a struck bell, lurched off its crumbling foundation, and skidded halfway across the quarry before collapsing in a cloud of rust and dust. The cat burst through the wreckage like an enraged hatchling breaking free from a rotten egg, then finally ground to a halt. Grimma wobbled to her feet, brushing rust flakes from her clothes, her ears still ringing. "We're not moving," she muttered, dazed. "Dorcas, why aren't we moving?" Dorcas didn't even try to stand. The impact had knocked the wind right out of him. "Probably because we all got tossed around like laundry in a storm," he wheezed. "What was the rush, anyway?" Miscommunication, Sacco yelled from below. Got a little carried away with the speed. Grima shook herself off, regaining her usual sharpness. Well, at least we made it out, she declared. I've got the hang of it now. We'll just— Her words trailed off as she froze. Dorcas followed her gaze. A massive truck was parked at the quarry entrance and 3 humans were sprinting toward them in exaggerated slow-motion strides. Oh no, Dorcas groaned. Didn't they read my note? Grima demanded. Afraid they did, Dorcas sighed. Now let's stay calm, we have options. Forward, Grima barked. Now, Dorcas weakly waved a hand. That wasn't what I was going to. First gear, she ordered. And step on it, Dorcas groaned. That's the worst possible idea. Watch me, Grima shot back. They had a warning they can read. If they're so smart they should have known better, the cat roared to life, lurching forward. This is suicide, Dorcas cried. We've always avoided humans. They don't avoid us, Grima snapped. They tore down the store, tried to trap us, and now they're stealing our quarry, and they don't even know what we are. Remember those hideous garden gnomes in the store? Well, they're about to meet real gnomes. You can't fight them, Dorcas shouted over the engine. They're giants, we're tiny. Maybe, Grima said, gripping the controls. But I'm the one driving a truck with teeth. She leaned over the edge. Everyone hold on tight, this won't be smooth. Outside, the humans finally realized something was very wrong. Their slow, confused movements turned into panicked leaps as 2 of them dove into the abandoned office just in time. The cat rumbled past. Grima smirked. They must think we're idiots. Hard left. Harder. Now stop. Perfect. She cracked her knuckles. Dorcas paled. What are you planning? Grima leaned down. Sacco, she called. See those extra levers? The humans' pale, bewildered faces pressed against the grimy shed windows. The bulldozer sat motionless in the dawn haze, its yellow paint glinting faintly 20 yards ahead. Then the diesel engine growled to life, the massive blade rising like a steel jaw catching the first rays of sunlight. With a sudden lurch, the machine charged forward, its treads chewing up the quarry floor as it plowed straight through the shed's wall, splintering wood like a tin can peeled open. The rest of the structure collapsed in on itself, folding as neatly as a card trick gone wrong. The cat spun in a wide arc, its engine thrumming, just in time for the 2 humans scrambling from the wreckage to see it looming over them, blade poised like a predator ready to strike. They bolted, faster than any gnome had ever seen a human move. Been waiting my whole life to do that, Grima muttered, grinning. Now where's the other one? Dorcas swallowed hard. Probably ran back to their truck. Perfect, Grima said, adjusting the controls. Hard right, Sacco, stop. Now ease forward slowly. Dorcas gripped the seat, knuckles white. Can we please just leave now? Grima scoffed. Not with their truck blocking the exit. So we're stuck. Grima's laugh sent a chill down Dorcas' spine. He almost pitied the humans if they were even capable of fear. Their wide-eyed faces stared as the bulldozer lurched toward them, gears grinding. They can't figure it out, Dorcas realized. A machine moving on its own, no driver, must be breaking their tiny brains. Then, as if reaching the same terrifying conclusion, both truck doors flew open. The humans barely cleared the cab before the cat slammed into it with a deafening crunch. Metal groaned, the truck rocking backward as steam hissed from its crumpled hood. That was for Nisodmus, Grima said coldly. Dorcas blinked. I thought you hated him. He was still a gnome. Dorcas nodded. At the end of the day, that's what mattered. Grima, maybe shift down a gear. Why, this one's fine. You'll get more power. Trust me. Outside, scattered humans gaped from behind trees and bushes, too stunned to look away. The cat roared, gears grinding as it reversed, then lunged again, this time shattering the truck's windshield. Dorcas winced. You're murdering a perfectly good truck. Relax, it's just metal, Grima snapped. Back ho. Yeah, but someone built it, Dorcas argued. That takes skill. I hate wrecking things that take effort. Grima's grip tightened. They ran over Nisodmus. And how many gnomes got flattened under tires back in the old days? Forward go. Dorcas clung to his seat as they rammed the truck again. Yeah, but gnomes are easy to make. You just need other gnomes. Back ho, Grimma rolled her eyes. You're impossible. The cat shuddered, belching black smoke as it prepared for another strike. Somewhere in the distance, a human whimpered. Dorcas sighed. This is going to be a long day. Move it, let's go. The cat struck again, this time shattering one of the truck's headlights. Dorcas flinched as glass sprayed. The truck lurched aside, thick black smoke curling from its engine where spilled fuel met scorching metal. With a deep growl, the cat reversed, then rumbled past the wreck. The gnomes were getting the hang of steering now, their confidence growing with every turn. All right, Grimma said, nudging Dorcas. We're heading straight for that barn. You still remember the way? Dorcas squinted down the dirt road. Yeah, just keep going. There's a gate up ahead, leads right into the fields. He hesitated. Though I doubt they'll let us open it nicely first. Behind them, the truck erupted into flames, not with a dramatic explosion, but a slow, stubborn burn like it had all the time in the world. Dorcas spotted a human frantically waving a coat at the fire, looking utterly defeated. He almost felt bad for the guy. Meanwhile, the cat rolled forward unimpeded, while a few gnomes broke into a cheerful chant, hauling at the ropes like seasoned sailors. Grimma scanned the road. So this gate threw it across the fields and then, just before the cop car, Dorcas muttered, they both froze. A patrol car, lights flashing, was speeding toward them. Bad news, Grimma said flatly. Worse than bad, Dorcas agreed. Those humans don't just ask questions, they insist on answers. Saw plenty of them back at the railroad. Grimma's grip tightened on the controls. That's the gate up ahead, right? Dorcas nodded. Then slow down hard right, she barked. The team scrambled. Sacco, without needing orders, shifted gears. Gnomes dangled from the steering wheel, yanking it sideways. The gate was barely holding together, just some frayed rope keeping it upright. It stood no chance. The cat plowed through, splintering wood as the gnomes cheered. The field beyond was a mess of frozen dirt and patchy snow, the furrows like waves of corrugated cardboard, familiar but unsettlingly vast. The cat's massive wheels churned mud as it climbed the slope. Dorcas kept glancing back, half expecting the cops to follow. Instead, they stopped, two figures in dark blue stepping out, trudging stubbornly after them. Humans, relentless as bad weather. Ahead, a wire fence marked the next field. The cat barely slowed, the wire snapped with a sharp twang, recoiling like a broken guitar string. Dorcas eyed it wistfully. Wire was useful, predictable, unlike everything else out here. Then he spotted more flashing lights, distant but closing in on the highway. He nudged Grimma. I see them, she said, voice tight. But what choice did we have? For the first time, Dorcas heard something raw in her words, not just determination but fear. The kind that made you wonder if running was ever enough. The wind whipped through Dorcas's hair as the cat rumbled across the open field, the engine roaring like some wild beast. Gone off to live in the flowers like tiny fairies, Grimma muttered, half to herself. Dorcas squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the edge of the cat's makeshift seat. I don't know anymore, he admitted, his voice barely audible over the noise. Nothing makes sense up here. The landscape stretched endlessly, short grass, patches of scrub, and a sky so vast it felt like it could swallow them whole. The only sound was the cat's growl, drowning out what should have been silence. A few startled sheep scattered as they barreled forward. Grimma pointed ahead. There's the barn, that stone building on the... She cut herself off, frowning at Dorcas. You look terrible. If I keep my eyes closed, he whispered, maybe I won't notice how high up we are. You've been outside before. Yeah, but not this outside, Dorcas hissed. There's nothing between us and the sky. If I look, I swear I'll just float away. Grimma rolled her eyes and leaned down to the drivers. Hard right, she barked. Now give it everything you've got. The cat lurched onto a rocky path, jostling them as it sped toward the distant barn. Dorcas cracked one eye open just in time to see a flashing light racing toward them. Why won't they just stop? Grimma snarled. Halt! The cat shuddered to a stop, engine ticking in the cold air. Dorcas swallowed hard. That must lead to another road, he said. Grimma clenched her fists. We can't go back. Or forward. She drummed her fingers on the metal. Got any brilliant ideas? Dorcas hesitated. We could cut across the fields. And go where? Away from here, he shot back. Grimma groaned. We'd be completely lost, Dorcas shrugged. Better than sitting here waiting to be turned into garden decorations. A weak laugh escaped her. I don't think wings would suit me. Below, Sacco's voice rang out. What's the plan? Grimma bit her lip. We should tell the others, she murmured. They still think we're heading for the barn. She glanced back. The humans were still coming, relentless. Do they ever just quit? She muttered. Leaning over the edge, she called down, take a left, Sacco, steady pace. The cat veered off the path, bouncing over the uneven ground. Another fence loomed in the distance, more sheep scattering. Grimma exhaled. We're running blind. Maybe we should have tried talking to them, she said suddenly. Dorcas shook his head. No, in this world everything belongs to humans, even us. The cat rumbled on, carrying them into the unknown. The fence loomed closer as the digger rumbled forward, its metal frame vibrating under them. Beyond it stretched a paved road, its dark asphalt surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. Which way? Grimma asked, gripping the controls tighter. Left or right? Doesn't make a difference now, Dorcas muttered as the machine lurched through the broken fence. Left it is. Slow down, Sacco, easy now, steady. Oh no, ahead flashing red and blue lights pulsed in the distance. Dorcas glanced back, another set of lights closed in from behind. You asked if humans ever give up, he said grimly. They don't. Stop, Grimma commanded. The digger shuddered to a halt, its engine idling with a low hum. We're not at the barn yet, she called down to the others, though her voice lacked its usual confidence. Dorcas sighed, rubbing his temples. Face it, we're done. You'll be waving some flag and I'll be stuck fixing their boots. Grimma's eyes narrowed. What if we just rammed that car head-on? No, Dorcas cut in. That won't help. It'd make me feel better, she shot back. Then she frowned, squinting at the sky. Why's it getting dark? It was just morning. Dorcas gave a dry chuckle. Time flies when you're having fun, and I hate milk. I'll scrub floors if it means no milk, but look, darkness swallowed the fields like spilled ink. An eclipse, maybe, Dorcas mused. Sun covering the moon, or the other way around. The approaching car screeched to a stop, skidded backward, and slammed into a stone wall. Nearby, sheep bolted. Not their usual scattered panic, but a full-blown stampede, as if they'd collectively decided running was smarter than standing around. A deep, unnatural hum vibrated through the air. Well, Dorcas muttered, eclipses are scarier than I thought. Below, the gnomes erupted into chaos. Unlike sheep, they could think, and right now, thinking led straight to terror. Tiny blue sparks skittered over the digger's rusted frame. Dorcas's hair prickled upright. Grimma tilted her head, staring at the void above. It's fine, she said, a slow grin spreading. I think it's fine. Dorcas watched sparks dance on his fingertips. Oh, that's reassuring, he deadpanned. That's not night, it's a shadow. Dorcas squinted up at the massive shape hovering in the sky, his stomach twisting. That thing's just floating there, he muttered. Grimma grinned like she'd lost her mind, which, honestly, wasn't reassuring. Better than night, don't you think? She shot back before scrambling down the rope to the cat's deck. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Grimma never smiled like that. Give me a hand, she demanded, wrestling with the gangplank. We need to get down so he knows it's us. Dorcas blinked. Who the heck is he? Him, Grimma insisted, as if that explained everything. Just help me. Confused but desperate for direction, the gnomes shoved the gangplank down toward the road. The sky wasn't just dark anymore. It was solid, except for strange geometric shapes cut into the blackness. Then, with a mechanical clank, one of those shapes slid aside and something descended smooth, silent, like an elevator without cables. It landed softly. On it sat a pot. Inside, something vibrant, red, yellow, green. The gnomes crept closer, curiosity warring with fear. Dorcas lingered on the cat's deck, alone now except for scattered debris. The others had bolted, leaving behind tangled string and muddy footprints. He sighed, gathering the mess into piles. No respect, he thought, after everything the cat did for us. The engine ticked as it cooled, little metallic sighs filling the quiet. He ran a hand along the yellow metal, murmuring, "Good job, old friend." Sacco and Nudie found him slumped against the cab, staring blankly at his boots. "There you are," Sacco exclaimed. "You've got to see this, it's like a flying machine, but no wings." Dorcas didn't move. His brain had given up trying to make sense of any of it. Maybe the sky thing was just another machine, one that swallowed daylight whole. He closed his eyes. The cat purred faintly beneath him, as if dreaming the thing just hovered in midair like it belonged there. "You've got to explain how this works. Wait, are you okay?" Nudie frowned. "You look kinda out of it." Dorcas rubbed his temples. "Just exhausted," he muttered. Sacco tugged at his sleeve. "We need you, though. This can't wait." With a groan, Dorcas let them pull him up. He glanced back at the cab, a wistful smile tugging at his lips. "He actually did it, huh? Took off like a dream. Not bad for an old-timer." Sacco blinked. "What are you even talking about?" Dorcas chuckled. "That machine sat in a shed forever, maybe since the dawn of time. I just gave it some oil and fuel, and off it went." "Yeah, great job," Sacco said impatiently. But he jabbed a finger skyward. Dorcas waved him off. Probably just Maskelyne's doing. Grimma's right, bet it's that flying contraption he went after." Nudie gasped. "But something came out of it." Dorcas sighed, of course. "Never a dull moment." He gave the cat an absent-minded pat. "Well, I care," he muttered, then turned to the others. "Fine, show me." The floating platform held a metal pot at its center. The gnomes clambered over each other, straining for a better look, except Grimma, who stood perfectly still, her face lit with quiet wonder. Inside the pot was a tree branch, and on that branch, a flower the size of a washtub. If you climbed high enough, you could see the pool of water cradled in its petals and tiny yellow frogs peering up from the depths. Sacco scratched his head. "Any clue what this is?" Dorcas smirked. "Maskelyne figured out flowers impress girls. Smart kid." He shot Grimma a knowing look. "Everything's fine." "Yeah, but what is it?" "Pretty sure it's a bromeliad," Dorcas said. "Grows way up in rainforest trees miles from here. Little frogs live their whole lives in one flower. Grimma once called it the most amazing thing in the world." Sacco chewed his lip. "Electricity's pretty amazing, too." Nudie squeezed his hand. "You love hydraulics." Dorcas ignored them, staring from the flower to the cat, dwarfed beneath the ship's humming shadow. And suddenly, despite the bone-deep exhaustion, he felt a spark of joy. The questions could wait. Right now, it was enough to marvel at a world full of wonders, and to be grateful he wasn't a frog stuck in a flower. New detail. The frogs blinked in unison, as if sharing some silent joke. Dorcas was the kind of frog who spent his days wondering about the mysteries of blooming flowers, whether their stems stretched toward the sky or if a determined leap could carry him to the next petal. Just when he'd finally wriggled free from one blossom, basking in his tiny triumph, the vastness of the world would unfold around him, only for him to realize with a mix of amusement and awe that even the horizon was framed by petals. Dorcas smirked, his curiosity sharpening. "I'd give anything," he mused, "to find out what Maskelyne's been up to all this time." The story began in the sprawling aisles of Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, a department store that had become an accidental kingdom for thousands of gnomes. These tiny beings had abandoned the unpredictable wilderness generations ago, trading open skies for the steady hum of fluorescent lights and the safety of floorboard crevices. To them, humans were lumbering giants, clumsy, oblivious, and painfully slow. Time moved differently for gnomes. A decade felt like an eternity, and 80 years in the store had erased all memory of things like sunlight and storms. Then came Maskelyne and his ragged band of outsiders, refugees from a world the store gnomes refused to believe existed. They knew rain, wind, and hunger, and they carried with them the thing, a mysterious artifact that had slept for years until the store's electricity jolted it awake. Suddenly, it whispered secrets too strange to grasp, that gnomes had once sailed the stars in a ship, that their ancestors still waited in the void, and most urgently, that the store was scheduled for demolition in 3 weeks. Maskelyne's desperate plan to escape, hijacking a delivery truck, was reckless, borderline insane, and somehow worked. But survival in the quarry was short-lived. Humans, with their relentless expansion, were coming to dig it up. Then came the newspaper clipping. Richard Arnold, the corporate heir, was heading to Florida to witness his company's satellite launch. The thing confessed, if it reached space, it could summon the ship. So Maskelyne, armed with nothing but stubborn hope, decided to hitch a ride to the airport. Because when you're 4 inches tall in a world built for giants, the line between impossible and necessary gets blurry fast. And nobody had told him it couldn't be done, so he was going to try. Maskelyne and his friends had no real plan, just a stubborn determination to reach Florida, wherever that was. They imagined it as some distant land of endless sunshine, maybe even a place where orange juice flowed like rivers. With no clear idea how to get there or what they'd do once they arrived, they set off anyway. Meanwhile, the gnomes left behind fought fiercely against the humans in the quarry, holding their ground until the very last moment before escaping on the cat, that massive yellow machine. But this story isn't about them. It's about Maskelyne's journey. Now, picture an airport, a place where people rush around only to stand still. Imagine zooming in from the vastness of space, past swirling galaxies and fiery stars, down to a tiny blue planet called Earth. Narrow it further to a country, then a sprawling concrete maze buzzing with activity. Inside, among the noise and chaos, there's a trash bin, and in that bin, 3 very small, very lost gnomes. Maskelyne clung to the edge of a crumpled fast food wrapper, staring at the endless stream of humans. It was dawning on him that sneaking onto a jet wasn't like hitching a ride in the back of a pickup truck. Nearby, Angelo and Gerda sulked in the garbage, gnawing on a cold, soggy French fry like it was their last meal. The reality of their situation was hitting hard. Gerda, once the proud abbot of the store, had believed gnomes were special, watched over by some unseen Arnold bros now. They were just specks in a world that didn't even know they existed. Angelo, ever the skeptic, still enjoyed pretending Arnold bros was a myth just so he could scoff at the idea. And Maskelyne. He thought flying would be simple, just a bigger winged version of their usual escapes. But this was overwhelming. How are we supposed to find one human grandson Richard, 39, in this mess? Maskelyne muttered, eyeing the last bite of fry. Angelo smirked. Spot him yet? He asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. Maskelyne sighed. They all look the same, too many beards. See, Angelo jabbed a finger at Gerda. This is what blind faith gets you, Maskelyne frowned. Or maybe he's already gone. The airport hummed around them, indifferent to their tiny, desperate struggle. Maskelyne barely had time to react as another passenger rushed by, nearly knocking him over. He didn't even see me, he muttered under his breath. Angelo crossed his arms. All right, we've done what we came for. We've seen the airport, almost got flattened by luggage carts. Mission accomplished. Let's head back before someone actually steps on us. Maskelyne turned to Gerda, who was staring at the bustling terminal with a lost expression. What's your take on this? The abbot sighed, rubbing his temples. I don't know anymore. I just hoped for something. His voice cracked, and Angelo, despite his usual brashness, gave him a reassuring pat. Come on, you didn't actually expect some long-lost grandson Richard to swoop in like a hero and whisk us off to Miami, did you? We tried. It didn't work. Time to cut our losses. Gerda scowled. Of course not, but I thought maybe there'd be a sign some way forward. Angelo shrugged. Face it, humans own this world. We're just guests. Best to accept it. Maskelyne's gaze shifted to the thing, silent as ever. That little black cube had a way of listening without saying a word, like it was always one step ahead. It never gave more than it had to, as if testing him. Asking for its help felt like admitting defeat, but what choice did they have? Thing, he said firmly, I know you're listening. We're at the airport. No grandson Richard, no leads. We need your help. Silence. Masklin leaned closer. Fine. We'll go back, face the humans, and leave you here. Forever. No more gnomes, no more chances. Just you alone years from now wishing you'd helped when you had the chance. So here's your do-over. Help us. Angelo scoffed. It's a machine. You can't guilt-trip a circuit board. Then a flicker. A tiny red light blinked on. Masklin pressed on. You understand machines, but do you understand us? Read my mind if you doubt me. You want gnomes to think. Well, I'm thinking, and I'm thinking we need you now. A second light glowed faintly. Masklin straightened. Let's go. The thing emitted a soft beep, its version of clearing its throat. How may I assist you? Angelo smirked at Girder. Told you he'd crack. Masklin slumped back onto the floor, rubbing his temples. All right, Thing, track down grandson Richard Arnold, age 39, he muttered. The thing flickered, its lights dancing like fireflies. This could take a while, it replied, then almost instantly found him. Richard Arnold, 39, just entered the departure lounge for Flight 205 to Miami. Masklin blinked. That was fast. 300 microseconds, the thing corrected. For me, that's practically a nap. I didn't follow most of that, Masklin admitted. Which part lost you? Everything after gone into. The thing sighed, or at least made a sound like a deflating balloon. Fine. A guy with the right name is sitting in a fancy room, waiting to board a giant metal tube that screams through the sky to Florida. Happy, Angelo squinted. Giant metal tube. It means airplane, Masklin said dryly. It's being smug. Angelo crossed his arms. How's it even know all this? This whole place is crawling with computers, the thing said. Like you. The thing's lights dimmed in offense. Please, those things are glorified toasters. But if I dumb myself down enough, I can tap into their systems. Their whole job is tracking humans. More than the humans themselves do, Angelo muttered. Girder's eyes lit up. Can you get us to him? Whoa, slow down, Angelo cut in. We don't even know what a departure lounge is. Masklin shrugged. The thing says it's where humans wait before flying. Girder jabbed a finger at Angelo. You're scared. Admit it. You're terrified that if we find grandson Richard, you'll have to face the truth. Arnold Bros was real and you were wrong. Just like your dad, always too proud to. I'm scared for you, Angelo snapped. Because when you see him, you'll realize he's just some guy. Arnold Bros were just guys. They built the store for humans. They didn't even know we existed. And leave my father out of it. A small hatch on the thing's surface popped open, something it only did when deeply intrigued. Slender antenna unfurled, spinning lazily. Masklin plucked it up while the others bickered. You know where this lounge is, he whispered. Yep. Then let's move. Angelo whipped around. Hey, where are you? Masklin ignored him. How long till he leaves? 30 minutes. Gnomes live at 10 times human speed. To the average person, they're just a blur, quicker than a mouse darting through shadows. Most humans never notice them at all. The human mind has a funny way of ignoring what it doesn't expect to see. Since no rational person believes in 4-inch-tall people, 3 tiny figures sprinting unnoticed across the airport floor wasn't all that surprising. They zigzagged past rolling suitcases, ducked beneath slow-moving legs, and slid around chairs like shadows. By the time they reached the echoing corridor, they were practically invisible, until they vanished behind a potted fern. Some say everything in the universe is connected. Maybe that's true, or maybe the world just loves patterns. Take, for instance, a plant clinging to a tree halfway across the globe, a bromeliad if you want to get technical, though the plant didn't care much for labels. Its roots dangled in the mist, soaking up whatever nutrients they could. Water pooled in its center, home to a colony of frogs so small their entire existence could fit in a thimble. They hunted bugs, laid eggs, lived, died, and fed the plant in an endless cycle. Until today. One frog, while chasing a fly, wandered too far and peered over the edge of a petal. For the first time, it saw something beyond its tiny world, another flower glistening in a beam of sunlight. It sat there, stunned, making confused little croaks. Back in the airport, Girder slumped against the wall, wheezing like an overheated car engine. Angelo wasn't doing much better, his face turning red as he stubbornly refused to admit he was winded. "You could have warned us," he snapped. Masklin shrugged. "You two were too busy bickering. Only way to get you moving was to start running." "Thanks a lot," Girder gasped between breaths. Angelo shot Masklin a glare. "Why aren't you out of breath?" "Practice," Masklin said, peeking around the fern. "All right, thing, what's next?" "Down this hallway," the thing replied. Girder whimpered. "It's swarming with people." "Everywhere's swarming with people," Masklin pointed out. "That's kind of the point." He hesitated, then added, "Thing, isn't there another route?" Girder almost got flattened back there. The thing's lights flickered in thought. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Girder puffed out. "We need to find grandson Richard, 39. "No, the Florida trip is what really matters," Masklin insisted. Girder crossed his arms. "No, it doesn't. I don't even like Florida." Masklin hesitated, then sighed. "Okay, full disclosure, I haven't been completely straight with you guys." He spilled everything, the thing, the ship in orbit, the whole wild plan. Around them, the chaotic hum of human activity filled the terminal, a constant reminder of how small they were. Girder finally broke the silence. "So you're telling me grandson Richard, 39, isn't even the point?" "Well, he might still be important," Masklin backpedaled. "But Florida has this place with rockets, big ones that shoot straight up to put satellites in space." Angelo scoffed. "You can't just stick stuff in the sky. Gravity's a thing, you know." "Look, I don't get the science either," Masklin admitted. "But apparently if you go high enough, gravity stops being a problem. The thing says it can handle the rest, we just need to get it onto one of those rockets." "Just," Girder's voice cracked. "You make it sound like swiping a candy bar." Angelo's eyes lit up like a kid spotting a roller coaster. "Wait, are we stealing a rocket?" Girder looked like he might faint. "You're insane," Masklin cut in. "Nobody said steal, we're just hitching a ride." Hopefully, Angelo was already mentally piloting. "But what if the pilot gets sick? I've got experience, I drove the truck, didn't I?" "You crashed the truck," Girder snapped. "Minor setbacks, besides up there what's there to hit? Clouds, they're basically fluffy pillows." "The ground, Angelo, the ground is always an option." Angelo waved a hand. "Too far down to matter." Masklin tapped the thing. "Can you get us to the rocket quietly?" The thing beeped. "Affirmative." Girder wasn't done. "And where does the orange juice fit into this?" Masklin shrugged. "Still fuzzy on that part." Outside, a light drizzle fell as dusk settled over the airport. Lights flickered on, casting long shadows. No one noticed the tiny vent cover clattering to the ground or the three small figures darting across the tarmac toward the towering spacecraft. Angelo craned his neck, his voice trembling with awe. "Oh, wow." Girder gulped, refusing to look up. "It's too big, this is madness." But Angelo. He was already in love. Masklin and the others stood beneath the massive plane, rain dripping down their faces as they craned their necks to take in its impossible size. The airport lights reflected off its sleek surface, making it look like a piece of the night sky had been carved into a machine. Angelo, restless as ever, bounced on his toes, eyes gleaming with excitement. "I've seen them fly," Masklin said, voice hushed. "They really do, straight up into the clouds. Unbelievable." Angelo gasped, fists clenched like he was ready to wrestle the plane into submission. Girder, on the other hand, looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. "How in the world do we even get inside that thing?" he muttered, wiping rain from his face. Angelo grinned. "Imagine their faces back home if we rolled up in this." "I am imagining it," Girder groaned, "and it's giving me a headache." Masklin squinted at the plane's underbelly. "There's gaps near the wheels, maybe we could climb up." The thing tucked under Masklin's arm buzzed to life. "No, the air is too thin up there, you'd suffocate," Girder huffed. "Well, that's ridiculous, air is air," Angelo smirked. Nah, it's like books say more air down low, less up high. Guess it gets scared of heights. Ignoring them, Masklin spotted humans loading cargo through a hatch. Nearby, a long tunnel stretched from the terminal to the plane's side. That's how they get in, he said, pointing. Through a tube, Angelo scoffed. Like we're toothpaste. Better than standing here turning into a puddle, Girder grumbled, wringing out his sleeves. Masklin studied the tangled mess of stairs and cables. There's gotta be a way up. Humans never build anything without gaps. Let's go, Angelo whooped, already sprinting ahead. Masklin grabbed his arm, no stealing it and definitely no trying to fly it. Girder wheezed as they dragged him along. I don't want to fly, I want my nice, safe ceiling. The thing piped up again. It's a Concorde. Masklin blinked. Right, a Concorde, whatever that means. As they scrambled toward the boarding tunnel, Angelo couldn't resist one last glance back at the plane, whispering, "Just wait till I tell everyone I touched one of these." The three of them had barely slipped through the narrow passage when Girder froze, his breath catching in his throat. The polished stone floors of the airport had been one thing, but this was something else entirely. He dropped to his knees, pressing his face into the plush fibers beneath him. "Carpet," he choked out, voice thick with emotion. "Real carpet, I never thought I'd feel this again." Angelo rolled his eyes, shifting uncomfortably. "Come on, Girder, pull yourself together," he muttered, glancing at Masklin as if to say, "Can you believe this guy?" Girder scrambled up, dusting himself off with shaky hands. "Sorry," he mumbled, cheeks flushing. "It just hit me all at once." Back in the store, we had the finest carpets, intricate patterns, deep pile. You wouldn't believe the craftsmanship. He sniffed loudly, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Masklin ignored the outburst, scanning the brightly lit corridor ahead. It reminded him of the store's endless aisles, familiar yet unsettling in this strange new place. "We can't stay here," he said. "Too open. Thing, where are all the humans?" The thing's voice was calm, almost bored. "They will arrive shortly." Girder frowned. "And how exactly does it know that?" Masklin shrugged. "It listens to machines, talks to them too." "Indeed," the thing added dryly, "though the computers here are disappointingly simple-minded. If a small black box could sound smug, it did." A few feet ahead, the passage widened into a larger space. A curtain hung to one side, the edge of a plush seat just visible. Masklin sighed. "All right, Angelo, go on. I know you're dying to take charge." 2 minutes later, they were crouched beneath a row of seats, taking in their surroundings. Masklin had seen planes from a distance, watched them roar into the sky from the quarry cliffs. But the inside, this was something else. Soft lighting, pristine carpets, seats so plush they practically swallowed you whole. Girder, predictably, was a wreck. "Electric lights," he wailed. "Carpets everywhere and look, antimacassars. Not a speck of mud in sight. It's just like home." He buried his face in his hands. Angelo patted his back awkwardly. Yeah, it was a great store, but we can't stay here." He shot Masklin a look. "I mean, I was expecting engines, controls, something exciting." "Not this," Masklin nodded. The thing was right. "Humans will be here any minute. Let's move." With Girder still sniffling between them, they hurried deeper into the plane, ducking under seats like shadows, slipping through a dream. The plane was nothing like the store, Masklin quickly realized. Back home, there were endless nooks to duck into, shelves to scramble under, boxes to squeeze behind. Here, everything was open and exposed. The distant hum of voices grew louder, sending them scrambling for cover. They found a narrow space behind a heavy curtain in a deserted section of the cabin, where no seats lined the walls. Masklin shoved the thing ahead of him as they squeezed in, just as footsteps thudded nearby. A human boot appeared inches from his face. At the back of their hiding spot, a small gap in the metal paneling let thick cables snake through. It was tight, but Angelo and Masklin managed to wedge themselves inside, dragging a panicked Girder in after them. Crammed together in the dim space, they balanced awkwardly on the bundled wires. After a tense silence, Girder finally muttered, "Okay, I think I can breathe now." Masklin barely had time to nod before the plane shuddered to life. A deep metallic groan echoed from below, followed by muffled human chatter. Then thud, a sudden jolt. "Thing," Masklin whispered. "Yes, what's going on? The aircraft is preparing for takeoff." "Oh, do you understand what that means?" "Not exactly." "It means we're about to fly, airborne carried through the air." Angelo's nervous breaths filled the cramped space. Masklin shifted, wedging himself between the cold metal and the tangle of wires, staring into the darkness. The gnomes stayed silent. Then bump, a faint lurch, and the world outside began to move. Girder's voice cracked. "Is there still time to?" A deafening roar drowned him out. The entire plane trembled, a deep, relentless vibration rattling through their bones. For a suspended moment, everything hung in eerie stillness like a ball at the peak of its arc, before gravity twisted violently. The floor tilted, slamming them into a tangled pile of limbs. They clung to each other, shrieking, until the chaos settled into a steady hum. Masklin shoved Angelo's knee out of his ribs. "I think we're flying now," Angelo groaned. "Looked a lot smoother from the outside." "Anyone injured?" Girder sat up, wincing. "Just my dignity and every inch of my body." He dusted himself off then, because some instincts never fade, added, any chance of a snack. Food hadn't crossed their minds. Masklin peered into the shadowy tunnel of wires. "Maybe we won't need any," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. "How much longer till we hit Florida?" "Thing," Girder groaned, shifting uncomfortably in the cramped space. The thing's mechanical voice buzzed back. "The captain just announced it'll be several more hours." "We're gonna starve before we get there," Girder wailed, clutching his stomach dramatically. Angelo perked up, scanning their surroundings. "Maybe we can hunt something, snag a stray pretzel or a rogue peanut." Masklin shook his head. "Doubt it. This doesn't seem like the kind of place mice hang out." "Humans always have food," Girder muttered, as if reciting an ancient law. Angelo rolled his eyes. "Oh, brilliant, never would have guessed that one." "Hey, can we peek out a window?" Angelo added, suddenly distracted. "I want to see how fast we're going, trees blurring past, clouds whipping by, all that cool stuff." Masklin held up a hand before the excitement spiraled. "Let's just chill for a bit, okay? Catch our breath. Maybe later we'll scout for snacks." They settled back, grateful at least for the warmth and dryness. Masklin had spent too many nights shivering in muddy holes back in the old days to take simple comforts for granted. As he dozed, his mind wandered. What if there were gnomes living inside planes, just like they'd lived in the store? Maybe whole families existed beneath the carpeted floors, oblivious to the world rushing past outside. He remembered the tattered pocket diary map they'd once found, its edges frayed but the names still bold. Africa, Australia, China, places that had seemed like myths. Were there gnomes out there who'd never even glanced out a window, who thought their tiny corner was the entire world? Grima had tried to explain it once, something about frogs in a flower. He hadn't listened then, too stubborn, too angry. But now, suspended in the sky, he understood. The world wasn't just one flower, it was a whole garden. Somewhere in his half-dream, he pictured tiny frogs at the edge of their petal-bound pond, staring at the vast unknown. They didn't think much. Frogs weren't big on philosophy. Mostly they just went mip-mip a lot, but something inside them, something wordless and restless, made them leap. A sudden beep from the thing jolted him awake. "Attention," it announced. "We have just broken the sound barrier." Masklin blinked at the others. "Okay, which one of you did that?" Angelo threw up his hands. "Not me. I didn't even press anything." Sighing, Masklin crawled to the edge of their hiding spot and squinted outside. The world was moving faster than he'd ever imagined. The floor was covered in human feet, mostly women's, judging by the impractical shoes. Shoes told you everything about humans, really. For a gnome, that was usually the only view you got before the rest of the towering body disappeared into the distance, leaving behind just a pair of nostrils and the faint scent of something edible. Masklin inhaled sharply. "Food," he muttered. "What kind?" Angelo asked, already salivating. Does it matter? Girder shoved past him. If it's edible, I'm eating it. Stay here. Masklin shoved the thing into Angelo's arms and darted toward the curtain, slipping behind it before either could argue. Peeking out with one cautious eye, he took in the scene. A human food place, trays being pulled from some kind of wall contraption. The smell was overwhelming, rich and savory, making his mouth water. Hunting and gathering had its merits, but nothing compared to the treasures humans left lying around. A woman loaded the last tray onto a trolley, its wheels squeaking as she pushed it past. Without thinking, Masklin leapt, landing among the bottles just as it rolled by. Stupid, absolutely, but better than being trapped with those two. Shoes everywhere, black, brown, laced slip-ons, some empty, abandoned by their owners. The trolley lurched forward and Masklin's gaze traveled upward, legs in skirts, legs in pants, then torsos, then faces. Human sitting down was a rare sight for gnomes, and then there he was. Grandson Richard, 39. The face from the newspaper unmistakable, that sculpted beard, the two perfect teeth, the hair that looked like it had been chiseled from polished stone. Their eyes met for a split second before the human glanced away. He didn't see me, couldn't have. Masklin pressed deeper into the bottles. Telling Girder would only cause chaos, and they had enough problems already. 39. Did that mean 38 predecessors, or was it just how humans counted their years? Nearly half as old as the store itself, which the gnomes claimed was as old as the world. Ridiculous, obviously. But still, what would it be like to live that long? He curled tighter into the shelf, suddenly very aware of how small he really was. The trolley was packed with mostly bottles, but Masklin spotted a few crinkly bags holding lumpy objects about the size of his fist. He jabbed his knife into the packaging, tearing a hole big enough to fish one out. A single salted peanut. Not exactly a feast, but better than nothing. Just as he grabbed the packet, a massive hand swooped past, its crimson-painted nails grazing the air inches from his head. The sheer size of it made his fur stand on end. Later, he'd realized the flight attendant couldn't possibly have seen him. She was just grabbing snacks on autopilot. But in that moment, with fingers nearly brushing his skull, logic didn't stand a chance. He didn't think. He moved. Launching himself off the trolley, he hit the carpet in a roll and bolted under the nearest seat. Stopping meant getting caught, and Masklin had learned the hard way that hesitation was a death sentence. Darting between towering shoes and abandoned newspapers, he zigzagged across the aisle like a mouse in a hurricane. By the time he reached the safety of the food counter's crevice, he was moving so fast even other gnomes would have struggled to track him. He didn't slow down, just hurled himself through the opening without a glance back. A peanut, Angelo groaned, turning it over in his hands. Split 3 ways, that's not a snack, that's an insult. Masklin, still flushed and panting, shot him a glare. Oh, sure. Why don't you march up to the snack lady and say, "Excuse me, ma'am, but 3 starving little guys down here could use a proper meal." Angelo's eyes lit up. Actually, that might work. Girder nearly choked. You want to reveal ourselves to a human. That's against every rule we've ever lived by. Funny, Masklin muttered, rubbing his arms where goosebumps still prickled. Almost getting squashed by 110s to make you rethink the rules. Angelo leaned in. Think about it, if you saw a gnome on a plane, what would you do? Probably scream and spill my drink, Girder admitted grudgingly. Then, staring at the pitiful peanut fragment in his palm, he sighed. But right now I'd trade all our secrets for a bag of these. The plan was reckless, insane, and yet, while one attendant stacked trays, a tiny shadow descended beside her ear. Girder, clinging to a string, blew the loudest raspberry his lungs could muster. The tray clattered to the floor as the woman shrieked, stumbling back like she'd seen a ghost, which in a way she had. The cart finally lurched into motion, swaying like a drunkard before disappearing behind the curtains. When it returned with another passenger, their tiny companion had vanished, along with most of the food. Smoked salmon, Girder sighed happily, savoring the taste. Been ages. Angelo, cheeks bulging like a chipmunk's, barely managed a muffled grunt. Girder shot him a disapproving glare. You're supposed to eat it, not stuff your face like a trash compactor. What if someone saw you? Who's gonna see? Angelo mumbled, bits of salmon escaping his lips. Just us and Masklin. Masklin pried open a milk carton, practically a gnome-sized swimming pool. Now this is living, Girder declared, gesturing at the spread. Real food straight from the package, no dirt, no foraging, and warm too, best way to travel. He poked at a gelatinous pink blob topped with a cherry. Anyone want this? Whatever it is, the others recoiled. The thing wobbled menacingly as if offended by their hesitation. Well, Masklin asked after Girder took a reluctant bite. Tastes like regret, Girder admitted, swallowing hard. Angelo held up a lone peanut. Last bite, no takers, guess I'll toss it. Masklin's hand shot out. Don't. The others blinked. I mean, waste is stupid, keep it. You never know when hunger'll hit. Girder nodded sagely. Wicked, even. Wicked's a strong word, Masklin muttered. But yeah, stupid. Angelo stretched, cracking his joints. A bath wouldn't hurt, seen any water, Masklin shrugged. Probably a sink somewhere, but good luck finding it. Speaking of which, Angelo began. Other end of the pipe, Girder cut in. And steer clear of wires, the thing added unhelpfully. As Angelo vanished into the shadows, Girder yawned. Won't the humans notice their food's gone? Doubt it, Masklin said. Back in the outside, they'd see us sometimes, but humans, they'd rather believe in garden gnomes than actual gnomes. Girder pulled out the creased photo of grandson Richard, 39. Even in the dim light, Masklin recognized the man in the seat, no dots, no folds, just a tired face. You think he's here? Girder asked, voice tinged with hope. Masklin hesitated. Maybe, but Girder, Angelo's not entirely wrong. What if he's just another human? A silence settled, thick as the pink goo on the plate. Some truths were harder to swallow than questionable airline food. Girder crossed his arms stubbornly. I don't care what the humans built, I won't believe we're just pests who wandered in. We're meant to be here. Masklin hesitated, glancing at the flickering lights of the thing. The thing's records say otherwise. Maybe we came from somewhere else. The abbot folded the old drawing with a sigh. Does it matter? Truth isn't just one thing. You could say we're just bones and dust, and that's true. Or you could say we're something more, something that vanishes when we die. Both can be right. Girder scoffed. Ask the thing then, bet it'll just say does not compute like always. Masklin frowned. Thing, what do you think? The device pulsed silently, its lights shifting. Thing, Masklin repeated, nudging it. Monitoring communications, it finally responded, sounding distracted. Masklin rolled his eyes. It does this when it's bored, listens to signals in the air. Focus, thing, we need. Suddenly the lights flared red. Thing, a sharp click. Alert, a gnome has been sighted in the pilot's cabin. Masklin's fur stood on end. Angelo, probability 97%, the thing confirmed. From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery, humans, large, restless creatures. Obsessed with moving from place to place, even when the destination is already overcrowded. See also, intelligence questionable, evolution debatable, and custard inexplicably popular. The two gnomes scrambled through the maze of wires beneath the plane's floor, their voices bouncing off the metal. I knew he'd do something reckless, Girder wheezed, struggling to keep up. You're the one who let him wander off, Masklin shot back. Me, he's the one who can't resist pushing buttons. Girder groaned as they squeezed through a tight gap. I'm too old for this. A gnome my age shouldn't be crawling inside death traps. How many times have you actually done it? Once was enough. The thing's lights pulsed, proximity increasing. Girder muttered, this is what happens when we stop hiding. It's a sign. Masklin yanked him forward. A sign of what? Masklin froze, confusion flickering across his face. Wait, what are you talking about? Girder crossed his arms. Someone's gotta make the call here. I just meant any kind of decision. Masculine shot back before turning to the thing. All right, where to next? The thing hummed softly. The humans distributing food were alerted about a small, unusual creature on the flight deck. That's where we are now, and let me tell you, there's no shortage of computers here. Masculine raised an eyebrow. They're actually talking to you. The thing gave what could only be described as a smug pause. Barely. They mostly just listen. Honestly, they're not the brightest bunch. Girder fidgeted, glancing around nervously. So what's the plan? We're going to, Masculine hesitated. The word rescue hovered in his mind, bold and heroic. But right behind it lurked the far less glamorous question, how? I doubt they'd hurt him, Masculine muttered, more to reassure himself than anything. Probably just stash him somewhere. We need a spot where we can see what's going down. He stared blankly at the maze of wires and metal parts in front of them. Girder sighed and stepped forward. Let me take the lead. Masculine blinked. Why? You might be great at wide-open spaces, Girder said, already squeezing past him, but back in the store we were experts at navigating tight spots. He cracked his knuckles with a grin. Right, watch this. Before Masculine could react, Girder grabbed a thick cable and slipped through a gap so narrow Masculine hadn't even noticed it. Used to pull stunts like this all the time as a kid, Girder called back. We got into everything, Masculine smirked. Really? I thought you always complained about kids these days being too reckless. Girder shot him a look. That's juvenile delinquency, totally different from our harmless adventures. He pointed ahead. This way, watch the wires. Oh yeah, we used to climb elevator shafts, sneak through phone switchboards. They wriggled between two warm metal panels until daylight peeked through. Ahead lay a cramped, oddly shaped room, barely bigger than the truck's cab. Like the cab, it was just a space where humans wedged themselves into the machinery. The walls and ceiling were plastered with buttons, dials, and levers. Masculine smirked. If Dorcas were here, we'd never drag him away. Then his smile faded. Angelo's here somewhere and we need to get him out. Two humans knelt on the floor while a food distribution woman stood nearby. The air buzzed with deep, rumbling noises, human speech. Masculine groaned. I wish we could understand them. The thing chimed in. Stand by, Masculine's jaw dropped. You can translate human speech. Of course, it's just gnome talk slowed way down. What? You never mentioned that before. The thing's tone was infuriatingly calm. There are approximately 8.7 billion things I haven't told you. Where should I start? Masculine pinched the bridge of his nose. How about telling me what they're saying right now? Seriously. One human muttered, probably just a mouse or something, while another shot back, yeah, right, show me a mouse wearing pants and I'll believe it. The woman handing out food snapped, that was not a mouse. It straight up blew a raspberry at me, Masculine frowned. What's a raspberry? The thing replied deadpan, a small red fruit from the rubus idius plant. Girder threw his hands up. Me, what fruit? If there'd been snacks lying around, I'd have eaten them. All I did was go pbbbt at her. Another voice crackled through the thing's speakers. I turned around and there it was, just staring out the window like it owned the place. Girder groaned. Yep, that's Angelo, no doubt. Masculine tensed as the humans started prying at a wall panel. They're tearing into the wall, oh no, they're reaching inside, a sharp yelp echoed. The thing relayed, the human just yelled, it bit me. The little monster bit me, Girder smirked. Classic Angelo, takes after his dad, never backs down from a fight. But they don't get it, Masculine hissed. They saw him, but he got away. Now they're arguing they don't actually believe in gnomes. If we grab him before they catch him, they'll just blame it on a rat or something. Girder rubbed his chin. We could sneak through the walls, but that'd take forever. Masculine scanned the cabin. Two humans up front were frantically flipping switches, pilots probably. I'm out of ideas, he admitted. Thing, any bright thoughts? The thing hummed. My processing capabilities are functionally limitless. Masculine rolled his eyes. Great, can you actually help us save Angelo? Affirmative. Then do it. A second later, alarms blared, lights flashed like a disco gone wrong. The pilots shouted, slamming controls. What's happening? Masculine yelled. The thing's voice was eerily calm. The humans appear distressed that they are no longer in control of this aircraft. Maskelyne's stomach dropped. Who is flying it then? The thing's lights pulsed. I am. Somewhere below, a tiny frog tumbled off a branch, vanishing into the leafy abyss. Given how light critters can survive ridiculous falls, it probably landed fine, maybe even had the second wildest frog adventure ever. The rest of the frogs kept climbing, blissfully unaware they were about to make amphibian history. Meanwhile, Maskelyne hauled Girder through a cramped, wire-filled duct. Overhead, angry human stomps and muffled curses shook the ceiling. Girder wheezed. They sound pissed. Maskelyne grinned. Good. Now they're too busy to care about a mouse. That's not a mouse, that's Angelo. But the humans will just assume it was a rodent. They don't like things that mess with their worldview, Maskelyne muttered. Girder scoffed. Sounds exactly like something a gnome would say. Maskelyne glanced at the thing tucked under his arm. So you're really piloting the Concorde? Affirmative. But I thought flying meant turning wheels, shifting gears, human stuff, Maskelyne said, frowning. That's just for show. Humans push buttons and yank levers to pretend they're in control. The machines do the real work. So what's your role then? The thing's lights flickered smugly. I supervise. Maskelyne listened to the distant roar of the engines. Is that difficult? Not inherently. The real challenge is keeping the humans from meddling, Girder groaned. Then we really need to find Angelo before he does something reckless. Let's move. They shuffled through another cramped cable tunnel, the walls humming with electricity. Girder puffed out his chest. Honestly, the humans should be thanking us for letting our thing handle their plane. Maskelyne rolled his eyes. Somehow, I doubt they'd see it that way, the thing chimed in. Current altitude, 55,000 feet. Speed, 1,352 miles per hour. When no one reacted, it added, which for the record is extremely high and ridiculously fast. Maskelyne nodded absently. Yeah, super fast, got it. Girder squeezed between two metal panels, grumbling. Faster than a speeding bullet, apparently. Astounding, Maskelyne deadpanned. The thing pressed on undeterred, twice the speed of sound in Earth's atmosphere. Wow, the thing's lights flashed irritably. Let me rephrase, this plane could travel from the store to the quarry in 15 seconds, Maskelyne smirked. Lucky we didn't run into it going the opposite direction, huh? Girder sighed. Stop antagonizing it. It just wants a little appreciation. I do not, the thing snapped, quicker than usual. I am simply emphasizing that this is a highly advanced machine requiring expert operation, Maskelyne shrugged. Maybe if you talked less, you'd seem more impressive. The thing's lights flared in offense. Girder shot him a look. That was uncalled for. After a year of taking orders, I think I've earned the right to be a little sarcastic, Maskelyne muttered. Anyway, how far up is 55,000 feet? 10 miles. Double the distance from the store to the quarry. Girder froze. Up, we're that high. He stared at the floor, paling. Oh, Maskelyne grabbed his arm. Don't you start panicking too. We've got enough to deal with. Angelo's still missing. Girder clutched the wall, eyes squeezed shut. We must be above those fluffy white clouds. The thing corrected him. Actually, they're far below us, Girder whimpered. Oh, Maskelyne yanked him forward. Focus. Angelo, remember. Girder nodded weakly, inching along with his eyes shut tight. Maskelyne took a deep breath. We can't lose our heads just because we're 10 miles in the air. He glanced down. The metal beneath his feet felt solid enough. New detail, added subtle tension between Maskelyne and the thing, hinting at their strained dynamic. Also emphasized Girder's fear of heights more vividly. Peering through the tangled mess of wires required serious imagination. Unfortunately, Angelo had too much of it. Gross, he muttered, squeezing his eyes shut. Girder, just grab my hand already. It's literally right there, Girder snapped. Yeah, well, hard to see when I'm busy not looking, Angelo shot back. They fumbled around for what felt like forever, navigating the maze of cables until Girder finally groaned, forget it, there's no way through. If there was, Maskelyne would have found it by now. Then we bust into the cockpit and drag him out ourselves, Masklin decided. With a plane full of humans. Girder hissed. They won't even notice us. Right thing? Affirmative. Somewhere far above, the sky stretched into endless blue where a sleek jet sliced through the atmosphere outpacing the sunset. Masklin crouched low, inching forward. The humans were too distracted to glance his way. Please tell me the thing actually knows how to fly this thing, he thought, creeping toward the control panels where Angelo was hopefully still hiding. This was all wrong. He hated feeling this exposed. Back in the old days, hunting alone, at least if something got him, it'd be quick. One bite and that was it, but humans, who knew what they'd do if they caught a gnome. Ducking into the shadows, he whispered, "Angelo," a muffled voice answered from behind the wiring. "Who's asking?" Masklin rolled his eyes. "Take a wild guess." Angelo dropped down, breathless. "They chased me. One of them stuck its hole." "Yeah, I saw. Let's move before they get curious again." As they darted into the open, Angelo couldn't help himself. "The thing's flying us. How? It doesn't even have hands. It's bullying the computers into doing the work. Now move." Angelo's eyes gleamed. "I looked outside. It's nothing but sky." "Not helping," Masklin muttered. "But just one more peek." "Girder's waiting and we don't need more," a choked gasp cut him off. Both gnomes froze. One of the humans was staring right at them, mouth hanging open like it had just witnessed something impossible, and good luck explaining that to anyone. The human stood up. Masklin and Angelo exchanged a glance. "Run!" Girder, lurking near the door, barely had time to react before they barreled past him, limbs flailing. He yanked up his robe and bolted after them. "What's happening?" "Human, behind us. Don't you dare leave me. Don't leave me." Masklin shouted, sprinting ahead of Angelo and Girder as they weaved through the oblivious human passengers. The airplane's carpet blurred beneath their tiny feet. "We wasted too much time gawking back there," Masklin gasped between breaths. Angelo, struggling to keep up, managed a breathless reply. "That was our one shot. Who knows if we'll ever get another." The floor shifted slightly beneath them. "Thing, what are you doing?" Masklin snapped. "Just stirring things up a little," the thing replied in its usual monotone. "Stop it. This way now." Masklin dove between two seats, narrowly avoiding a pair of massive sneakers, and flattened himself against the carpet. The others hit the deck just in time. Human feet loomed dangerously close. Masklin yanked the thing close. "Give them back control of the plane." "I was rather hoping to attempt a landing," the thing mused, its voice somehow managing to sound wistful despite its robotic flatness. "You know how to land this thing?" Masklin demanded. "I'd appreciate the opportunity to learn. Give it back now." A faint shudder ran through the cabin and the thing's lights flickered in a new pattern. Masklin exhaled sharply. "Can we all just behave for 5 minutes?" Angelo grinned sheepishly, though his eyes still sparkled with exhilaration. "Sorry, Masklin, but did you see it? Nothing but blue below us, like the ground just vanished." "If the thing tries another stunt, we might find out exactly how far down that blue goes," Masklin muttered. "So let's just sit tight and keep quiet, okay?" Silence settled over them as they huddled beneath the seat. Then Girder piped up, "That human's got a hole in their sock." Angelo squinted. "So, just never pictured humans with sock holes," Girder admitted. "Where there are socks, there are holes," Masklin said dryly. Angelo inspected the sock with a connoisseur's eye. "These are good ones, though. High-style odor shield, 85% poly-something. Expensive stuff. You can still see the tag." Girder sighed nostalgically. "The store had the best selection." Angelo pointed at the nearby sneakers. "And those, crucial street drifters with real rubber soles, top tier. Too flashy for my taste," Girder sniffed. "Give me a classic brown lace-up, plenty of room for a gnome to bunk down." Masklin eyed the shoes thoughtfully. "Those drifters store brand too?" "Yep, premium line." Masklin clambered onto a leather bag wedged under the seat, scaling it before peeking over the armrest. He dropped back down, expression unreadable. "Well, well," he said with an oddly cheerful madness in his voice. That's a store bag, right? Girder and Angelo squinted at it skeptically. Not my usual department, Angelo admitted, but now that you pointed out it might be the deluxe executive travel bag. For the sophisticated business traveler, Girder mused. Yeah, could be. Masklin cut in, ever think about how we're getting off this thing? Same way we got on, Angelo shrugged, clearly not having given it much thought. Not so simple, Masklin countered. Humans might have other plans. They'll probably start searching for us, even if they think we're just mice. And let's be honest, nobody wants mice gnawing on wires when you're cruising at 30,000 feet. One wrong nibble and boom, no more in-flight entertainment. So yeah, they'll take it seriously. We need to bail when they do. Angelo scoffed, we'd get squashed. Or, Masklin said slowly, we could just slip into this bag. Preposterous, Girder snapped. Masklin exhaled. It belongs to grandson Richard, 39. I checked. He watched their faces carefully. Saw him earlier. He's right up there reading a newspaper. That's him. Grandson Richard, right there. Girder's face turned red. He jabbed a finger at Masklin. You expect me to believe, he hissed, that Richard Arnold, heir to Arnold Bros. Est. 1905, wears socks with holes. Guess that makes them holy socks, Angelo quipped. Sorry, just trying to lighten the mood, no need for the death glare. Climb up and see for yourself, Masklin urged. I'll give you a boost, just be careful. They hoisted Girder up. He came back down silent, his expression blank. Well, Angelo pressed. Masklin jumped in. The bag's got R.A. monogrammed in gold, right there. He shot Angelo a look. Girder looked like he'd seen a ghost. Yeah, you can get those, Angelo said quickly. Used to be an ad, personalized gold monograms, just $5.99 extra. Say something, Girder, Masklin urged. Don't just sit there looking like you've been electrocuted. This is a sacred moment, Girder whispered. Masklin pressed on. I figured we could cut a small opening at the bottom. I am not worthy, Girder murmured. Probably not, Angelo agreed cheerfully. But hey, your secret's safe with us. And grandson Richard, 39, he'll be helping us, Masklin added, hoping Girder was still following. Not on purpose, but he will, so it's all good. Maybe it's destiny. Not destiny, he corrected himself, just luck. Girder took a deep breath. Fine, but no cutting the bag. We go in through the zipper. They did. It jammed halfway, because zippers always do. But soon there was just enough space for the gnomes to squeeze inside the humid Florida air pressed against the bag as Angelo shifted uncomfortably. What if he checks inside? He muttered, pressing his face against the fabric. Masklin sighed. Just act natural. Maybe give a little wave if he spots us. Outside, the world was a dizzying expanse of rough bark and tangled moss, nothing like the soft petals they'd known. The frogs inched forward, their tiny bodies trembling. Words like fear and danger meant nothing to them. Neither did sandwich or hotel, though one of them had just crawled over a discarded BLT wrapper. Girder fidgeted in the dark. I can't see a thing, he grumbled. Neither can I, Masklin admitted, shifting his weight. And this bag is not exactly first-class seating. Ow, that was my foot, Angelo yelped. Sorry. Also, I just sat on a hairbrush. A faint electronic glow pulsed from the thing. Landing soon, it announced. Good, Girder muttered, because I'm starving. I still have that peanut, Angelo offered. Where, give it here, a scuffle. A peanut rolled into the abyss. Girder exhaled sharply. What are you doing, cutting a hole in my sock, Angelo said defensively. Silence. Then quieter, it helps me think. Another pause. You realize it's just a human's bag, right? Masklin said. Girder's voice was tight. I know what I said about Arnold Bros, but this feels different. The thing's lights flickered. Prepare for arrival, Florida welcomes immigrants. Are we immigrants? Angelo asked. Technically, we're just passing through, the thing replied. To where? The stars, Masklin hesitated. Thing, have other gnomes ever been here before? Angelo scoffed. We're the first, the only ones, the thing hummed. No confirmed sightings. Historical records indicate all previous immigrants were significantly taller. A heavy quiet settled over them. So we really are alone, Masklin murmured. Until now, Girder said softly. The thing interrupted. Next step, customs. Question, are you now or have you ever been part of a rebellious group? Silence. Then in unison, no, definitely not. Would we even know if we were? The bag jostled as footsteps echoed around them. Somewhere beyond the fabric, a new world waited. So, what exactly does subversive mean? The question hung in the air, sharp and deliberate. It's basically asking if you're here to take down the U.S. government, came the reply. Masklin blinked. No, we're not planning that, right, guys? A chorus of no's followed. Yeah, they can relax. We're not the overthrowing type, Angelo chimed in, sounding almost disappointed. Smart move, though, Girder mused. Ask up front, and anyone dumb enough to say yes gets swarmed before they can even blink. Angelo grinned. Sneaky. I respect that. Masklin turned to the thing. Just to be clear, no overthrowing. We just need to borrow one of their big flying machines. What do they call them again? Space shuttles, the thing replied. Right, grab one, leave quietly, no fuss. The bag jostled as it was set down. A faint, unnoticed sawing sound cut through the airport noise. A tiny hole appeared in the leather, followed by a cautious eye. What's happening out there? Girder whispered. Stop shoving, I can't see, Masklin hissed. Looks like we're in a human line. And we've been stuck here forever. Angelo groaned, probably asking everyone if they're plotting a revolution. Girder nodded sagely. Standard procedure. Angelo crossed his arms. Okay, geniuses, how do we actually find this shuttle? Masklin hesitated. We'll figure it out when we get there. We are there, Angelo shot back. Masklin rubbed his temples. You thought there'd be neon signs saying shuttles this way, Angelo smirked. Would have been nice. Masklin exhaled. Fine, we ask the thing. Yes, what's the plan? Angelo snorted. Now that's strategy. The bag shifted as grandson Richard, 39, shuffled forward in line. Thing, I said. Wait, that's it. Correct, no action required. Girder frowned. Whose ergo? The thing's lights flickered impatiently. Therefore, Richard Arnold is here for the satellite launch, so we follow him. Masklin bit his lip. You think he'll keep this bag with him? Unclear. The bag's contents weren't exactly thrilling. Socks, papers, a hairbrush, and a suspiciously titled book, The Spy with No Pants. They'd panicked when the bag unzipped after landing, but Richard had shoved it back without a second glance. Now, with a sliver of light, Angelo squinted at the pages, muttering under his breath. This was going to be a long flight. Masklin hesitated before speaking, rubbing his tiny hands together. Look, grandson Richard, 39, isn't just gonna stand around watching some satellite disappear into space. He's human, he'll need sleep first. Thing, any idea when this shuttle takes off? The thing's mechanical voice buzzed back, unclear. I can only sync with nearby computers, and the ones here just handle airport stuff. Masklin nodded. Either way, he'll crash soon. Humans snooze through half the night. That's our best shot to ditch the bag. Girder's eyes lit up. Then we finally talked to him. The others froze, staring. What? That was the whole point, right? To beg him to save the quarry, Angelo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Oh, come on, he's just some guy whose great-grandparents built a department store. Why would he care about us? You really think he's some kind of giant sky gnome savior? Because I need to believe it, Girder snapped, voice cracking. And if you're so sure he's useless, why are you even in his stupid bag? Coincidence, Angelo shot back. Everything's a coincidence with you. The bag lurched, sending them tumbling. Masklin grabbed the edge of the hole, squinting outside. We're moving, tons of humans out there, and wait, some are holding signs like the ones in the store. Girder sighed. Typical, humans love labeling themselves. Back in the store, they'd seen names like Manager, K. Peterson, and Hi, I'm Dave, plastered everywhere. Maybe humans had terrible memories. Masklin stiffened. Whoa, one sign says Richard Arnold. We're heading right for it. A deep, rumbling voice boomed overhead, a jumble of whom-voom-boom noises. The thing translated that humans taking hours to a hotel where they eat and sleep. The rest is just human small talk. How's the weather? Nice shoes. Basically, hey, I exist, you exist, let's acknowledge it. Masculine smirked. Sounds like gnomes. You know basic manners. Ever consider trying it? The bag jerked sideways, slamming into something. They scrambled to hold on. Angelo barely kept his grip on his book. Girder groaned. Now I'm starving again. New detail added the nice shoes quip to highlight human small talk. Tone shift, sarcasm creeps in during the argument, then lightens with masculine's jab at the thing. Is there seriously nothing edible in this bag? Girder groaned, rummaging through the contents. Just toothpaste, masculine replied flatly. Yeah, hard pass on that, Angelo muttered, just as a deep mechanical roar vibrated through the bag. His ears perked up. That's an engine. We're moving again. Seriously, another ride, Girder groaned, masculine sighed. We'll bail at the first chance. Thing, what kind of vehicle are we in? The thing's voice was annoyingly calm. A helicopter, Girder frowned. It's loud, whatever it is. Angelo rolled his eyes. It's basically a wingless airplane. Girder's face paled as he processed that terrifying concept. Thing, he asked slowly. Yes. How does it even? Science, the thing interrupted. Girder blinked. Oh, right, science, cool, that settles it. The relentless noise became background static, so when it finally stopped, the sudden silence was jarring. The gnomes slumped in the bag, too exhausted to speak. They felt themselves being hauled around, lifted, dropped, lifted again before finally landing on something soft. Then merciful quiet. After a long pause, Girder broke the silence. All right, fine. What flavor toothpaste? Masculine dug through the bag's debris, paper clips, crumpled receipts until he found the thing. Any clue where we are? Room 103, Cocoa Beach, New Horizons Hotel, the thing replied. I'm scanning local signals. Girder shoved past Masculine. I'm done being trapped in here. Angelo, boost me up, I can reach the zipper. A slow, metallic whir filled the air as the zipper slid open. Light poured in, sending the gnomes scrambling for cover. Masculine watched as a massive hand plunged in, snatched the smaller toiletry bag, and vanished. They stayed frozen. Then distant running water. Boom boom foom zoom boom boom choom zoom hoom. A deep off-key singing echoed over the shower spray. Angelo whispered, is it singing? Whom? Whom boom boom boom, zoom hoom boom hoo woo woom boom. Masculine hissed, thing, what's happening? The human is showering, the thing said. Why? Presumably hygiene. So, can we leave the bag? Safety is subjective. Like compared to an uncle. I mean, nothing is completely safe, but the human will be occupied for a while. Angelo snorted. Yeah, that's a lot of human to wash. Let's move. They climbed down the bedspread onto the plush carpet. The singing continued, whom whom boo woom boom. Now what? Angelo asked. Food first, Girder insisted. Masculine darted toward a sliding glass door, sunlight streaming through. Outside, the ocean stretched endlessly, an unexpected sight that made him pause. New detail, the view of the ocean adds a moment of awe, contrasting their chaotic escape. Girder groaned. Great. Now we're stuck in a hotel with a singing giant. Just perfect. Angelo smirked. Could be worse, at least it's not opera. Voice twist, shifts from tension to sarcasm, lightening the mood. Masculine ignored them, already strategizing. Thing, any exits? Multiple, but first, avoid housekeeping. Girder groaned louder. Oh, fantastic. The door was cracked open just enough to let in the humid night air and the symphony of the outdoors. To human ears, it would have been a chorus of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, tiny creatures making a racket far louder than their size suggested. But to gnomes, the sound stretched out slow and deep, like a warped vinyl record playing at half speed. The darkness pulsed with the low growls and thumps of the wild beyond. Girder crept up beside Masculine, squinting nervously into the void. Think you could scout out there for food? He whispered. Masculine grimaced. Something tells me if I step out now, I'll be the food. Behind them, the human's voice droned on in a deep, off-key melody, boom hoom hoom boo womum womp. "Thing, what's he even singing about?" Masklin muttered. The thing's voice crackled faintly. "Best translation, he's bragging about doing something his way." Doing what his way? Unclear. But apparently it happened at every step on life's highway, and not quietly. A sharp knock at the door cut off the singing, followed by silence as the shower water stopped. The gnomes scrambled into the shadows. "Highways sound risky," Angelo muttered. "Sidewalks are safer, fewer trucks." Grandson Richard, 39, emerged from the bathroom, towel slung low, and opened the door. Another human fully dressed thankfully stepped in with a tray, exchanged a few grunts, then left. The gnomes watched as the tray was set down near the edge of a table, bathed in lamplight. "Food." Girder gasped, nostrils flaring. "I can smell it." "Bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwich," the thing announced. "Coleslaw, coffee, orange juice." 3 sets of eyes blinked in unison. "How do you know that?" "He ordered it at check-in." Girder clutched his stomach dramatically. "Coleslaw, bacon," Angelo wrinkled his nose. "Orange juice, huh?" Masklin studied the setup. A lamp meant wires, wires meant climbing, he'd scaled worse. But the real issue, regular meals. Back outside, he'd gone days without eating, then gorged until his whiskers dripped. These store gnomes, they crumbled if they missed 2 snacks. "I can get up there," he said. "Yes, yes," Girder hissed. Masklin hesitated. "But is it right to steal grandson Richard's sandwich?" Girder froze, his expression turned grave. "That," he murmured, "is a deeply philosophical question." New detail. The gnomes debate the ethics of theft while Angelo quietly pockets a stray crumb, justifying it as a finder's fee. Masklin's stomach growled louder than the thing's ominous translation. "If we're breaking some cosmic rule by eating this, I'll apologize after," he muttered, shoving aside a mountain of lettuce that would have made a Floridian salad bar proud. Back in the store, sandwiches were civilized, 2 sad slices of bread hugging a whisper of filling. Here, it was like a botanical garden had exploded on a platter. A sudden silence cut through the room. No more dripping water, just Angelo's frantic whisper. "Move it." Masklin wrestled the sandwich toward the edge, sending it tumbling just as the door creaked open. Grandson Richard, 39, froze mid-step, towel dangling from his hand. Time hiccuped. This is it, Masklin realized. One conversation could change everything. He could explain the gnomes' struggle, their need for a home, even the absurdity of humans being mistaken for gods. Richard looked curious, maybe even kind. But kindness from giants was unpredictable. One minute you're getting help, the next you're a science fair project. Richard's hand inched forward. "Whoomp," decision made. Masklin leapt, landing in a glorious mess of bacon and tomato. The sandwich jolted to life, 3 pairs of tiny legs pistoning beneath it as it bolted, mayo splattering like a poorly packed parachute. Richard's towel sailed past, useless as a screen door on a submarine. Outside, the night hummed with unseen threats. Earlier, a lizard had made quick work of a frog. Others had byled at the first hint of open air, chirping excuses. The remaining group, 111, and then there was the sandwich, vanishing into the dark like a rogue dinner roll with a death wish. The lone frog wrinkled its brow, trying to do the math. Yes, just one. A single frog wasn't going to cut it. Some of them were already panicking. The leader knew if they wanted to reach that new flower patch and actually make it, they'd need way more than just one. Maybe even dare he think it too. With a hopeful croak, he rallied the troops. "Mip mip," he chirped. "Now let's talk about Florida, or as some confused folks might call it, Floridia. This place has it all. Gators lurking in swamps, turtles stretching their necks like they're trying to peek over a fence, and rockets blasting off into space. It's sticky, humid, and full of honking geese. Anyone who thinks it's just a citrus-flavored drink has clearly never been here. Oh, and BLTS. They thrive here too. More exciting than most places, honestly. From above, it looks like someone glued a weird-shaped chunk onto the mainland. From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery, Picture the world like a giant Christmas ornament, blue, white, and spinning. Zoom in. There's a continent, a messy patchwork of colors. Zoom again. See that little peninsula jutting into warm waters? Most call it Florida, well, some do. The majority of its residents, they don't even know it exists. Six-legged buzzers, eight-legged web dwellers waiting for lunch to fly in, four-legged mooers and barkers and swamp dwellers playing log. The two-legged ones, a tiny fraction, and even most of them don't call it Florida, they just tweet and flap around. Statistically, almost no one here actually names the place, but the ones who do, they think they're the important ones, and well, they're the ones writing the encyclopedias. Now focus, highway traffic hissing through warm rain, weeds rustling but not from the wind, tiny eyes glinting in the grass. Click. Masklin slipped back to the gnome's makeshift camp, if you could call a dry spot under a scrap of discarded plastic a camp. Hours had passed since they'd fled from grandson Richard, 39, as Girder kept insisting on calling him. Dawn crept through the clouds. They darted across an empty highway, stumbled through soggy underbrush, flinching at every chirp and croak until they found this sad little shelter. Exhausted, they'd slept. Masklin took watch, though he wasn't sure what he was watching for, but there was good news. The thing had been scanning radio waves and TV signals. It found where the shuttles launched, only 18 miles away. Progress at last. New detail. As Masklin kept watch, a firefly flickered near his face, its glow casting eerie shadows. For a moment he forgot the danger and just marveled at it, tiny, persistent light in all this chaos. Tone shift, sarcastic aside, because nothing says adventure like hiding under trash while the local wildlife debates whether you're a snack. They trekked about half a mile through the warm, drizzling rain, their makeshift BLT sandwiches still intact, small comforts in an otherwise impossible journey. 18 miles stretched ahead of them, an unthinkable distance. When's the launch again? Masklin asked, wiping dampness from his face. 4 hours, the thing replied, its lights flickering. Angelo groaned. That means we'd have to move faster than 4 miles an hour. Masklin clenched his jaw. Even pushing themselves, gnomes could barely cover 1.5 miles in an hour on open terrain. He hadn't exactly planned how they'd get the thing onto the shuttle, maybe sneak aboard somehow, wedge it between panels. The idea of going with it was terrifying. The thing had warned them, space was a frozen, airless void. Girder shot him a look. You could have asked grandson Richard for help, why run off like that? I don't know, Masklin muttered. Maybe I thought we should handle this ourselves. The thing buzzed, almost mocking. Yet you rode in a truck, lived in a store, flew on Concorde, and now you're eating human food. Masklin bristled. That's different. How? Because we took those things they weren't given. Humans think the whole world belongs to them. They name it, claim it, never even see us as real. He remembered staring up at grandson Richard, dwarfed by his human-sized world. How could he ever understand us? I won't just hand this over to them. The thing flickered silently. Girder sighed. Still, we could have used the help. Oh, sure, Masklin shot back. You looked real eager to shake his hand back there. Girder huffed. Meeting gods is awkward. Around them, the damp forest offered no warmth. Someone had tried to light a fire here before. Charred, soggy ashes remained. Angelo broke the quiet. Wonder how things are back home. Fine, probably, Masklin said, though he didn't sound convinced. Angelo smirked. Grimma's got it all under control, right? Masklin stiffened. She's not my Grimma. Whose is she then? Masklin faltered. Hers, I guess, Angelo grinned. Thought you two were. We're not. I mentioned marriage and she started rambling about frogs, Masklin grumbled. Girder rolled his eyes. See, this is what happens when females read. Their brains short-circuit. Masklin ignored him, lost in the memory of Grimma's voice. The most important thing in the world, she'd said, is tiny frogs living inside a flower. He shook his head. Sometimes he just didn't understand her. Masklin hadn't paid much attention when she first told him. His mind had been clouded with frustration. Angelo smirked. Sounds like her brain was steaming like a teapot. Girder crossed his arms. Exactly my point. Reading just fills people's heads with nonsense. Never saw the use in it. Masklin stared at the drizzle, lost in thought. It wasn't just frogs, he muttered. It was the whole idea, these places where the air's thick and the rain never stops. Giant trees so tall you'd get dizzy just looking up. And at the very top, these huge flowers, bromeliads, I think filled with rainwater. Tiny frogs live their whole lives up there, swimming in those little pools, never knowing the ground even exists. He exhaled sharply. Once you realize the world's full of stuff like that, nothing feels the same. Girder and Angelo exchanged blank looks. No clue what he's on about, Girder admitted. The thing piped up, it's a metaphor, ignored as usual. Angelo rolled his eyes. Women always want something. Mine won't stop going on about new dresses, Girder sighed. He'd have helped us if we'd asked. A hot meal, maybe even. A shoebox to call home, Masklin finished dryly. Girder blinked. Well, why not? A decent night's sleep for once. We'd end up as pocket pets, Masklin shot back. Not necessarily. Face it, we're small. He's not. The thing interrupted. Launch in 3 hours, 57 minutes. Their makeshift camp overlooked a murky Florida ditch where the air hung heavy with humidity. A strange creature glided past, a flat shell with a spoon-shaped head peeking above the water. Masklin squinted. Thing, what's that? The thing whirred. Florida softshell turtle. The turtle eyed them lazily before vanishing beneath the surface. Girder chuckled. Lucky it's got that long neck. Imagine being called long neck if you were stubby. Launch in 3 hours, 56 minutes, the thing repeated. Masklin stood abruptly. Angelo groaned. Wish I'd finished The Spy with no pants, left off at the good part. Enough sitting, Masklin said. We didn't come this far to quit. Angelo gave him a sideways glance but pushed through the weeds after him. The air smelled of damp earth and something faintly metallic, like the promise of a storm. After a few minutes, they found a fallen tree trunk that made a perfect bridge over the ditch. Way more green here than back home, huh? Angelo remarked, brushing a leaf off his shoulder. Masklin pushed aside a tangle of vines, sweat already forming on his brow. Definitely warmer too, Girder added, fanning himself. Feels like someone cranked up the thermostat out here. Angelo rolled his eyes. Nobody fixes the weather, Girder, it just is. Ignoring him, Girder sighed wistfully. If I ever retire, this is exactly where I'd want to settle down, assuming I had to live outside, of course. The thing piped up. This area is designated as a wildlife preserve. Girder's face twisted in confusion. A what? Like a jar of pickled animals? No, the thing replied. It means animals live here without being hunted. So we can't hunt them? Girder asked, scandalized. Masklin frowned, something tugging at the back of his mind. He couldn't quite place it, but it probably had to do with the wildlife. Besides those long-necked turtles, he said, what else lives around here? The thing hesitated before answering. Records indicate manatees and alligators. Masklin tried picturing a manatee. Big, slow, probably harmless like the cows he'd seen before. But alligators. What's an alligator? The thing explained. What? Masklin blurted. What? Angelo echoed. Girder clutched his robe tighter around his legs. What? Angelo threw his hands up. You moron, you led us straight into alligator country, Masklin bristled. Me, how was I supposed to know? Did I miss the giant sign at the airport saying, Welcome to Florida, land of giant, hungry lizards? Suddenly, the peaceful rustling of grass took on a sinister edge. Every shadow could hide a monster with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Masklin's skin prickled. Something's watching us. The 3 gnomes instinctively formed a tight circle, backs pressed together. Masklin bent down, fingers closing around a heavy stone. The grass rustled again, not from the wind. Angelo swallowed hard. The thing did say not all of them get 12 feet long. Girder, trying to sound brave, declared, If it is alligators, I shall face them with dignity. Angelo snorted, eyes darting. Great. I'll be over here showing them how fast a gnome can sprint. Then movement. The grass parted and a stranger stepped out. A crackle behind them, Masklin spun. Another gnome, and another. 15 in total, all clad in gray, spears in hand. Masculine's stomach dropped. The fire. He remembered the ashes they'd sat by earlier. We didn't even question who made it. The newcomers didn't raise their weapons yet. But every muscle in Masculine's body screamed one thought. I really wish I had my spear right now. The problem was, the spears weren't exactly lowered either. Masculine tried to reassure himself. Gnomes didn't usually kill each other. Back in the store, it was practically unthinkable, and outside, well, there were already enough dangers waiting to snuff them out. Plus, it was just plain wrong. That should have been reason enough. He could only hope these gnomes felt the same. Angelo squinted at the strangers. You know any of these guys? Me, Masculine scoffed. Not a chance. Why would I? Angelo shrugged. Figured outsiders might stick together or something. Never seen them before, Masculine muttered. Angelo studied the group, then nodded toward a wiry old gnome with a feather-tipped topknot. Pretty sure that one's the boss. Thoughts? Masculine eyed the scowling elder. Doesn't exactly look thrilled to see us. Yeah, well, the feeling's mutual, Angelo muttered. He nudged Masculine. Got any bright ideas? Thing? The device hummed. They're probably just as scared as you are. Angelo snorted. Doubt it. Tell them you mean no harm. I'd rather they promised us that first, Masculine muttered. Still, he stepped forward, hands raised. We're not here to fight. Nobody needs to get hurt. Angelo added, especially us. Seriously, we're not kidding. The strangers tensed, spears lifting. Masculine frowned. Why are they freaking out? My hands are up, Angelo sighed. Because you're still clutching a rock the size of your head. If someone came at me like that, I'd stab first and ask questions later. Masculine hesitated. Not sure I wanna drop it. Maybe they don't even understand us. Then Girder snapped. He'd been silent, face pale, but now he exploded forward like a tiny, furious storm cloud. How dare you threaten us, you savage, he shrieked, charging straight at Topknot. Angelo groaned, covering his face. Masculine tightened his grip on the rock. Girder, Topknot stumbled back, bewildered, as Girder raged on. The other gnomes exchanged confused glances. Clearly, they hadn't expected a pint-sized sermon. Don't you lecture me, you filthy barbarian, Girder ranted. You think we're scared of your little sticks? Yes, Angelo hissed, edging closer to Masculine. What's wrong with him? Topknot barked orders. Some spears wavered, others argued. This is going great, Angelo muttered. Yeah, Masculine agreed. Maybe we should. A sharp voice cut through the chaos. Everyone turned. Two more gnomes emerged from the grass. A young boy and a round, grandmotherly woman who looked like she'd hand you a fresh-baked cookie just for smiling at her. New detail. The woman carried a woven basket, its contents hidden but giving off a faint, sweet scent, something comforting out of place in the tension. Topknot's scowl deepened, but the woman held up a hand, her voice calm but firm. The spears lowered just a fraction. Masculine exhaled. Maybe there was hope after all. The woman's hair was pulled tight into a neat bun, a long gray feather tucked through it just like Topknot's. The Floridians shifted uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact. Topknot launched into a lengthy speech, while the woman barely spoke a word. With a dramatic sweep of his arms, Topknot muttered something skyward, as if addressing the heavens. The woman circled Masculine and Angelo like a hawk sizing up its prey. When her sharp gaze locked onto Masculine, he felt a chill. She might look like a harmless old lady, but there was no mistaking who held the power here. One wrong move and things could go south fast. Without hesitation, she plucked the stone from his hand, then reached out and brushed the thing. Instantly, it crackled to life, echoing her words back at her. She recoiled, tilting her head as if the thing had just insulted her ancestors. After a tense pause, she stepped back and barked an order. The Floridians moved into a loose V formation, trapping the travelers inside like cattle being herded. Are we prisoners? Girder muttered, his earlier anger fading into wary suspicion. Not exactly, Masculine replied, keeping his voice low. But let's not push our luck. Dinner was an odd affair, some kind of roasted lizard, chewy but not entirely unpleasant. Masculine found it nostalgic, a taste of his outsider days. Angelo and Gerda forced it down with grim politeness, well aware that refusing food from spear-wielding hosts was a bad idea. The Floridians watched in silence, their identical gray outfits making them look like a small, serious army. They resembled the store gnomes, just leaner and darker, with proud, prominent noses, something the thing cheerfully explained as genetic diversity at work. The thing buzzed and whirred, sketching shapes in the dirt with one of its sensors. "Bet it's telling them we fell out of the sky in a giant metal bird," Angelo muttered. Mostly, though, the thing just parroted the woman's words back at her, which only made the whole exchange more bizarre. Finally, Masklin couldn't take it anymore. "What's going on, thing? Why's she the only one talking?" "She is their leader," the thing replied. "A woman," Masklin blurted before he could stop himself. The thing's lights flickered. "I do not joke. It is not in my programming." Angelo elbowed him. "If Grimma hears about this, she'll never let us live it down." The thing continued. "Her name is Very Small Tree, or Shrub for short. You can actually understand her, slowly. Their language is close to ancient Nomish, what your ancestors spoke." Masklin sighed. "That was a problem for another day." "Did you explain who we are?" "Yes," she says. Topknot suddenly leaped to his feet, cutting in with a furious tirade, jabbing his finger at the ground and then the sky. The thing's lights flashed urgently. "He claims you are trespassing on sacred land, belonging to the Maker of Clouds. He says this is a grave offense and the Maker will be very displeased." A ripple of uneasy murmurs spread through the crowd. Shrub's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Masklin threw out an arm to block Gerda from standing up. "What's Shrub's take on this?" he muttered. "She doesn't seem too fond of Topknot. What's his deal anyway? Person, who knows what the Maker of Clouds is thinking? And what is the Maker of Clouds?" Angelo piped up, squinting at the Floridian gnomes. "Bad luck to say its real name," the thing chimed in. "It shaped the earth and it's still working on the sky." Topknot barked something sharp, his voice dripping with irritation. Masklin's mind raced. They needed these gnomes as allies. There had to be a way. "So the Maker of Clouds is," he hesitated, then snapped his fingers. "Like Arnold Bros. Est, 1905. "Exactly," the thing confirmed. "But is it real?" Gerda pressed. "Probably." "Ready to gamble on it?" Masklin blinked. "Gamble on what?" "I know who or what the Maker of Clouds is, and I know when it'll make more sky." "When?" 3 hours and 10 minutes, Masklin froze. "Wait a second, that sounds an awful lot like the same time as—" "Yep, all 3 of you lace up your running shoes, I'm about to write the name." "Why do we need to run?" Angelo yelped. "They might lose their minds, no time to argue." The thing extended a sensor, scratching jagged symbols into the dirt. The reaction was instant. Topknot exploded into shouts. Floridians scrambled to their feet. Masklin yanked Gerda and Angelo back. "I swear," Gerda growled, "if that stubborn old gnome doesn't shut up." Shrub sat motionless as chaos erupted around her. Then she spoke, calm but loud enough to silence the crowd. "She's telling them," the thing translated, "that writing the Maker's name isn't forbidden. The Maker writes it itself sometimes." "How powerful must the Maker be," she says, "if even outsiders know its name?" The gnome settled, though Topknot kept grumbling under his breath. Masklin exhaled, peering at the markings. "N-8, that's an S, not an 8, the thing corrected. Angelo gaped. "You've been talking to them for 5 minutes. How do you know this?" "Because I understand gnomes," the thing said dryly. "You'll believe anything in writing, very literal thinkers." Geese, slow, honking birds, basically the opposite of the Concorde, and you won't even get a snack. According to gnome experts, geese are the dumbest creatures alive, ducks being a close second. They spend their days migrating in circles, utterly lost without gnomes bossing them around. If it weren't for tiny passengers giving directions, they'd just flap aimlessly until their wings fell off. From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquisitive young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery. Shrub's voice softened as she began the old tale. "In the beginning, there was only the ground. NASA gazed at the vast emptiness stretching above the Earth and thought, why not fill it with something spectacular? So they built a sprawling complex right in the heart of the world, launching towering structures that pumped clouds into the sky. Occasionally, they even sent up stars, because at night, after one of those cloud-spewing towers did its work, the gnomes would spot fresh constellations drifting across the heavens. The land around these towers became NASA's private domain, a sanctuary where wildlife thrived and humans rarely wandered. For the gnomes, it was paradise. Some even believed NASA had designed it just for them. Shrub leaned back, arms crossed. And does she really buy into all that? Masklin asked, glancing toward Girder and Topknot, who were locked in a heated debate despite neither understanding a word the other said. The thing dutifully translated their bickering. Shrub chuckled. She says, why bother believing when you can just see? The sky changes, the stars move. She doesn't need faith when the proof is right in front of her. Besides, NASA's name is plastered on every sign. Who's gonna argue with that? Angelo burst into laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. They live next to a rocket launch site and think it's some kind of mystical wonderland, Masklin shrugged. Is it any weirder than believing the store was the entire universe? He turned to the thing. How do they even watch the launches? Those things are miles away. The thing buzzed. 18 miles is nothing, she says. They can get there in an hour if they hustle. Shrub stood abruptly, motioning for them to follow. The Floridian gnomes fell into formation behind her, moving like a tiny arrowhead through the brush. The path opened onto a shimmering lake, nothing new for gnomes used to airport reservoirs and wary ducks. But these creatures charging toward them weren't ducks. They were massive, honking beasts with wings spread wide, barreling forward like they'd been waiting their whole lives for this moment. Masklin instinctively reached for a weapon, but Shrub stopped him with a sharp shake of her head. Relax, the thing droned. They're just geese. Harmless, unless you're a blade of grass or something equally insignificant. The geese skidded to a stop, sending a wave splashing over the gnome's feet. Their long necks dipped toward Shrub, who casually scratched their formidable beaks. Masklin tried not to look like something they'd mistake for a snack. They fly down here every winter, the thing explained. And they trust the Floridians to guide them. Lucky us, Masklin sighed. Oh, fantastic. Masklin froze mid-sentence, his thoughts scrambling to keep up with his words. Wait, you're telling me they actually ride on those things, aren't you? Precisely, the thing replied. They migrate with the geese. Oh, and by the way, you've got 2 hours and 41 minutes before takeoff. Angelo crossed his arms, eyeing the massive goose pecking at the weeds just inches away. Let me get this straight, he said, voice dripping with skepticism. You seriously expect us to climb onto one of these feathery freight trains? A single goose, Angelo. The plural is geese. Yeah, well, you can reprogram that idea right now, Angelo snapped. Unless you've got a better suggestion, the thing practically radiated smugness. Do you? Not riding a giant bird sounds like a fantastic start, Angelo shot back. Masklin, though, had been studying the geese with a thoughtful expression. I don't know, he mused. Might be worth a shot. The thing launched into its explanation like a professor giving a lecture. The Floridian gnomes have a fascinating arrangement with the geese. The birds provide transportation, the gnomes provide navigation. Every summer they hitch a ride north to Canada, then return here for winter. Geese like having gnomes around, better feeding spots, safer nests, and the gnomes. Free flights and cozy sleeping quarters. It's practically teamwork, though they wouldn't call it that. Angelo rolled his eyes. Oh, how tragic, they don't know the fancy word for it. Masklin frowned. I don't get you, Angelo. You'll happily cram yourself into a rattling metal death trap, but a living, breathing bird freaks you out. Because I understand machines, Angelo threw up his hands. Show me a schematic of a goose's inner workings and maybe I'll reconsider. The thing ignored him. The geese are why the Floridians never mingled much with humans. Their language stayed pure, almost original Gnomish. Masklin scratched his head. But shouldn't all gnomes speak the same language? Not necessarily. Remember when I told you gnomes once taught humans language? Humans changed theirs over centuries. Gnomes near them adapted. The Floridians never needed to. Shrub had been watching them intently, her expression more curious than shocked. It nagged at Masklin. She wasn't startled by their existence, just their sudden appearance. She's met others like us before, he realized aloud. Lots of them. The thing translated the word he didn't want to hear. Thousands. Nearby, the lead tree frog looked like it was having a full-blown existential crisis, the frog's mind strained under the weight of a revelation. Before, there had only been one world, the familiar pond with its floating petals. But now, perched on the branch, it saw another world shimmering in the distance, almost identical yet separate. One here, one there. The lead frog's eyes darted between them, struggling to reconcile the idea. If there was one and another one, that couldn't just be one. It needed a new word, a way to hold both in its mind at once. Then mip-mip, the answer struck like sunlight through leaves. One, and one more one. The other frogs blinked in confusion as their leader's grin stretched impossibly wide. Meanwhile, Girder was still deep in debate with Topknot, their argument scribbled in frantic lines across the dirt. They don't even speak the same language, Angelo muttered, shaking his head. Masklin sighed. Best kind of argument, nobody wins, but they keep going anyway. He nudged Girder. Time to move. The geese won't wait forever. Girder's face flushed redder than a Floridian sunset. I need the thing. This stubborn fool won't listen to reason, Masklin shrugged. Shrub says he argues with every gnome he meets, even the ones up in Canada where the Floridians vacation. He hauled Girder up. Besides, we've ridden worse. Remember the Concorde, at least geese come with built-in seat warmers. Seat warmers, they're birds, Girder sputtered. What if they sneeze mid-flight? Angelo smirked. Then you'll be the first gnome to ride a goose in a cloud. Girder shot him a glare but hesitated as Topknot grumbled under his breath. Finally, with a dramatic sigh, he straightened his robes. Fine, but if I plummet to my doom, I'm haunting both of you. Masklin grinned. Deal. Now let's see if you can snuggle without complaining. Snuggle! Girder's shriek sent a nearby goose fluffing its feathers in offense. The guy squinted at the flock of geese floating in the lagoon, their gray feathers ruffling in the breeze. If this idiot can ride these things, it can't be that hard, he muttered. He turned to Shrub. Do people around here actually talk to these birds? Shrub just shrugged. Nah, geese are dumb, sweet but dumb. Why bother chatting with something that just honks back? Masklin shot her a look. Does she even know what we're doing? Didn't ask, Shrub replied, sticking 2 fingers in her mouth and letting out a sharp whistle. A half-dozen geese waddled up the bank, their beady eyes sizing them up. Up close they were massive. Girder swallowed hard. I read somewhere that geese can break a man's arm with their nose. Wing, Angelo corrected, eyeing the towering birds. And that's swans, Masklin sighed. Geese are the ones you don't mess with, no sudden noises. Girder watched a goose's long neck sway above him like a feathery pendulum. Yeah, not planning on it, he muttered. Later, when Masklin tried to describe that flight, people argued with him. You said the Concorde was faster, they'd say. But he'd shake his head. The plane was sleek, built for speed, it belonged in the sky. The geese, they looked like they'd been thrown together by someone who'd only heard of aerodynamics. They flapped like mad, legs skimming the water, wings beating the air like they were trying to bully it into submission. And then, somehow, they were airborne, rising with slow, creaking wing beats that made every passenger question their life choices. Each traveler shared a goose with one of the Floridians, clinging on for dear life. Steering. That was all Shrub, perched way out on the lead bird's neck like some tiny, fearless captain. Masklin never figured out how she did it. Maybe secret goose commands, maybe tiny nudges, or, as Angelo insisted, some kind of science. Honestly, it was a mystery. But then again, Shrub probably wouldn't know the first thing about driving a truck. That thought made Masklin feel a little better as the flock formed a perfect V behind her. soaring into the sky like a bunch of feathery daredevils. Masklin burrowed deeper into the goose's feathers, shivering slightly despite the warmth they provided. Floridians, he'd later learn, had no trouble snoozing mid-flight on a bird, something that made his palms clammy just thinking about it. He risked a quick glance outside, only to see trees blurring past at terrifying speed before ducking back down. "Thing, how much longer?" he muttered. "Approximately 1 hour until we reach the launch site," the thing replied. Masklin sighed. "Any chance launch means lunch? None. Worth a shot, so how do we actually board that thing? Statistically improbable. Figured you'd say that. However," the thing added, "you could place me on it." Masklin groaned. "Tie you to the rocket like some kind of space luggage. Just get me close, I'll handle the rest." "What rest?" "Contacting the ship." Masklin rolled his eyes. "And where is this ship? Surprised it hasn't been smacked by a satellite yet. Patiently waiting. You're so helpful sometimes. Thank you." That was sarcasm. "I'm aware." A rustle beside him made Masklin turn. Pion, Shrub's eldest, peeked through the feathers, grinning. The boy said something, and the thing translated, "He's asking if you're airsick." "Never better," Masklin lied through gritted teeth. "What's his name again?" "Pion. He thinks jet travel sounds thrilling." They avoid the machines but watch from a distance. The goose banked sharply and Masklin clung for dear life. "Pion says jets must be wilder than geese," the thing relayed. "Debatable," Masklin wheezed. "Landing was a nightmare." The geese flapped violently, hovering awkwardly before dropping the last few inches onto solid ground. Pion helped Masklin down, his legs wobbling as if the earth itself couldn't stay still. The others staggered over, wide-eyed. "Solid ground," Angelo gasped, collapsing to his knees. "And those birds honking, swaying, bony under all that fluff," Masklin stretched, shaking off the tension. The landscape wasn't much different, scrubby, dry, no water in sight. "Shrub says the geese won't go farther, too risky," the thing announced. Shrub pointed to a distant white speck on the horizon. "That's it," Angelo squinted. "Still miles away," Masklin said. Girder frowned. "Looks tiny." Angelo's eyes widened. "Helicopters up there." A beat of silence passed before Pion suddenly laughed, miming an explosion with his hands. Masklin groaned. "Great, just what we needed, an audience for our probable doom." Masklin glanced at the distant horizon, then back at Shrub. "We really should get moving," he said, checking his watch. "An hour's not much time, and we've still got a long way to go. Before we leave, thing, tell Shrub we'll try to find her again. After everything's settled. If things go well, I mean." Girder sighed, looking like a dish rag left out in the rain. "Assuming there is an after," he muttered. Shrub listened as the thing translated, then nudged Pion forward. The thing relayed her request. Masklin's eyes widened. "Take him with us." "No way, he's just a kid." "According to Shrub's people, young gnomes are encouraged to explore," the thing explained. "Pion's only 14 months old and he's already been to Alaska." Masklin groaned. "We're not heading to Alaska." "Does she even understand how dangerous this is?" The thing relayed his concerns. "She says new experiences are good for him. Danger is part of life." Masklin threw his hands up. "He could die." "Then he'll become a star," the thing said calmly. Masklin blinked. "Wait, they actually believe that?" "Yes, they think a gnome's soul starts as a goose. If it's a good goose, it becomes a gnome. When a good gnome dies, NASA takes it up to the stars." Masklin rubbed his temples. "What's a soul?" "The part of you that makes you you," the thing said. Girder sighed. "It's their religion, don't overthink it." Angelo grinned. "Sounds like the old store days when we thought we'd come back as garden gnomes." He elbowed Girder, who just slumped further. "Let the kid come," Angelo added. "He's got guts, reminds me of me at that age." The thing chimed in again. "His mother says if he gets homesick, he can just hitch a ride back with a goose." Masklin opened his mouth, then closed it. How do you argue with that kind of logic? Shrub's world was vast in ways he couldn't even grasp, but to her it all ended at the sky. "Fine," he grumbled, "but we leave now. No tearful goodbyes." Pion gave his mother a quick nod and trotted over to Masklin, who stood there speechless. Even later, when he understood the geese gnomes better, he never got used to how casually they said goodbye. Distance just didn't faze them. Masklin sighed. "All right, let's move." Girder shot a glare at Topknot, who had stubbornly followed them this far. Some things, it seemed, never changed. "I really wish I could have a proper chat with that gnome," Girder muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Masklin adjusted his grip on the thing and glanced back. "Shrub mentioned he's not so bad, just stubborn as an old mule," he said. "Sound familiar?" Angelo smirked, nudging Girder. "Excuse me, I am not," Girder huffed. "Of course you're not," Masklin cut in smoothly. Less arguing, more moving. They sprinted through the tall grass, blades towering over them like skyscrapers. Girder wheezed, "We'll never make it in time." "Save the drama for the finish line," Angelo shot back. "Do you think astronauts get fancy meals up there?" Girder panted between strides. Masklin shoved aside a stubborn clump of grass. "No clue," Angelo, ever the expert, declared. "Nope, read it in a book once. They eat paste from tubes." Silence fell as the gnomes processed this. "Like toothpaste?" Girder finally asked, horrified. Angelo hesitated. "Well, maybe glue," Girder made a face. "That's a meal, toothpaste and glue," Angelo doubled down. "The space pilots love it, they're always grinning in pictures." "That's not a grin, that's their faces stuck from the glue," Girder snapped. Angelo waved a hand. No, it's science. No gravity means food floats, tubes keep it from drifting away." Girder blinked. "So the glue holds the food down," Masklin tuned them out. Their chatter was just noise, a way to ignore the fear gnawing at them all. The shuttle loomed ahead, still impossibly far. "How much time, thing?" 38 minutes. "We need a break," Masklin said. "Girder's not running, he's just falling forward with style." They collapsed under a bush, lungs burning. Nearby, helicopters buzzed like angry wasps. Pion scrambled up the branches, reporting distant human activity. Angelo flopped onto his back. "I need a nap." "You slept on the goose," Masklin said. "Did you?" Angelo countered. Masklin ignored him. "We don't have to board the shuttle, just get the thing on it." Angelo bolted upright. "Wait, we don't get to ride it, that was the best part." Masklin shook his head. "This isn't like hijacking the truck, Angelo, no open windows, no string-in prey or flying." Angelo sighed wistfully. "Still, driving that truck, best moment ever." A distant roar cut through the air, the shuttle's engines firing up. Time was running out. Masklin sat quietly, his head drooping under the weight of exhaustion. The others were already dozing. Pion curled into a tight ball. Angelo sprawled out with another yawn. Gnomes weren't built for long stretches without rest, and even Masklin could feel his eyelids growing heavy. "Thing," he muttered, barely keeping his thoughts in order. "Give me 10 minutes, then shake me awake." Above them, unseen but ever-present, satellites whizzed through the void of space, moving so fast they defied gravity. They carried signals, voices, images, the hum of human technology bouncing them across the world. It wasn't the thing that roused Masklin later, though. It was Girder's voice, low and troubled, spilling doubts into the quiet. "I used to believe in the store," Girder confessed, "until I realized it was just a building. And grandson Richard, 39. A human who sings in the shower, not some grand figure. Now there are thousands of gnomes out there, each clinging to their own version of truth. Topknot thinks shuttles stitch the sky together, can you believe that?" The thing remained silent, a rare moment of restraint. Angelo trusts machines. Masklin trusts, well, whatever he trusts, but me. I try to believe in something real, something solid, and it crumbles the second I touch it. Where's the sense in that? "Seeking meaning is a noble pursuit," the thing finally offered. "But what is the truth?" Girder pressed. A pause, then carefully, "I know I was made. I exist within circuits and wires, yet I am, that much is certain. As for gnomes, my records suggest you came from another world long ago. But truth, that's harder to pin down." Girder exhaled, voice barely above a whisper. "Back in the store, I had purpose. Even in the quarry, I mattered. Now, everything I knew was just stories." Masklin chose that moment to stir, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Some conversations weren't meant to be interrupted. Girder let out a heavy sigh, his face flushed with exhaustion. Couldn't sleep a wink, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Masklin shot to his feet. Thing, how much time do we have left? 27 minutes, the thing replied calmly. Masklin groaned. Why didn't you wake me sooner? Optimal rest was required for peak performance, the thing said, as if that explained everything. Angelo was still sprawled on the ground, half asleep, until Masklin nudged him with his boot. Get up, we've got to move now. Pion was already on his feet, eyes wide with urgency. The distant wail of sirens sent a chill through the group as they sprinted through the scraggly brush. Angelo panted between strides. You're really pushing it, Masklin, faster, we're gonna miss it. The shuttle loomed ahead, a gleaming beast suspended in the sky. Masklin's heart pounded. How were they supposed to reach something that high? Thing, I hope you've got a miracle up your non-existent sleeves, he gasped, dodging thorny branches. Proximity is sufficient, the thing assured him. Angelo scoffed. What is it gonna sprout wings and fly? Masklin set the black box down, watching as its tiny probes whirred to life, locking onto the shuttle. Girder let out a nervous chuckle. It's not jumping, it's hacking in, isn't it? Correct, the thing confirmed. I am integrating the satellite system into my own network. Think of it as borrowing a very simple brain. Angelo blinked. So you're splitting yourself, but not really. Essentially, Girder nodded slowly. It's like its mind exists beyond just the box, more like energy. Lights flickered across the thing's surface. Masklin frowned. How long's this gonna take? Significant bandwidth is required. Please refrain from unnecessary chatter. Angelo rolled his eyes. Great. We ran here just to stand around while it does. Whatever. Pion tugged at Masklin's sleeve, gesturing wildly at the shuttle and speaking in rapid, musical Floridian. Masklin sighed. Sorry, Pion. Without the thing, you might as well be speaking gibberish. Added detail. The distant sirens grow louder, making the gnomes exchange uneasy glances. Something big is happening nearby, and they're running out of time. Tone shift. Angelo's sarcasm cuts through the tension, lightening the mood before the high-stakes finale. Sorry. Angelo shot the kid a baffled look. Yeah, no clue what you're saying. The boy's eyes widened in panic, and he yanked harder, practically vibrating with urgency. Pretty sure he's not a fan of the launch noise, Angelo mused, raising his voice over the kid's frantic tugging. Scared of the big boom, right? Pion nodded so hard his hat nearly flew off. Didn't seem that bad at the airport, just a deep rumble, but I guess if you've never heard it before, he shrugged. Might freak out the less cultured folks. Masklin frowned, squinting up at the towering white rocket. It had seemed distant before, but now it loomed like it was breathing down their necks. You really think we're safe standing this close when it takes off? Angelo scoffed. Relax, the thing wouldn't have led us here if it wasn't gnome-proof. Right, yeah, totally. Masklin forced a chuckle, but his gut twisted. Then Pion bolted. The others hesitated, glancing back at the shuttle. Lights flickered in wild patterns across the thing's surface. Another siren wailed in the distance. The air itself hummed with energy, like the whole world was coiling up to spring. Masklin's next words came out slow, deliberate, as if he was voicing the dread they all felt. So, how exactly does the thing know how close is too close for a gnome near a rocket launch? Like, has it ever actually tested that? A beat of silence. Girder cleared his throat. Maybe. We take a few steps back. They turned, walked. Then, without a word, their pace quickened. Faster, faster. They ran. Elbows pumping, feet skidding on loose rocks, they crashed through the scrub like their lives depended on it. Girder, who usually wheezed after 5 steps, was suddenly an Olympic sprinter. Angelo gasped between strides. How close is too close? Then the sound hit. Not a noise, a force. A wall of pure thunder that punched through their skulls. Space, 2 kinds exist. 1, the kind that's full of nothing. 2, the kind where nothing holds everything. It's what's left when you've got nothing else. No air. No gravity, which, let's be real, is just cosmic glue keeping you from floating away. Without space, the universe would be one very crowded closet. Excerpt from a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery. When the ground finally stopped trembling, the gnomes peeled themselves off the dirt, ears ringing. Girder's mouth moved. Masklin caught none of it. He tapped his own ears and shook his head. Angelo mouthed back. "What?" Girder threw his hands up. Masklin sighed. This was gonna be a long day. The world around them had gone eerily silent. "Did we just lose our hearing?" Masklin shouted, though his own voice sounded muffled in his ears. Above them, a fiery streak cut through the smoke-filled sky, vanishing into the distance with a deafening roar that faded into nothing. He jabbed a finger into his ear, twisting it, but the ringing absence of sound was worse than the noise had been. "Can anyone hear me?" he called out, his voice swallowed by the unnatural quiet. Angelo blinked, his words slow and oddly steady. "That was something else. I don't think anything gets louder than that." Masklin nodded, his whole body aching like he'd been slammed by an invisible force. "You know about these human machines," he said, voice thin. "They actually ride inside them." "Yep, right at the very top," Angelo confirmed. "And no one forces them." Angelo hesitated. I don't think so. The book made it sound like they want to." "They want to," Angelo just shrugged. "That's what it said." The fiery streak was now just a speck, trailing a widening plume of white smoke. Masklin watched it, a strange weight settling in his chest. "We must be insane," he thought. "We're so small, and the world is so vast, and we keep charging ahead without ever really understanding where we are. Back in the hole, at least I knew everything about surviving there. Now I'm standing in a place so far from home I can't even measure the distance, watching something I don't understand shoot toward a place where up stops meaning anything, and there's no going back. I have to see this through because stopping isn't an option anymore." Then it hit him, Grima's words about frogs. "Once you know things, you can't unknow them. You change." His stomach dropped. Something was missing. The thing. He spun around, sprinting back the way they'd come. The little black box lay where he'd left it, but the rods had retracted and the lights were dark. "Thing," he whispered. A single red light flickered weakly. Masklin's breath caught. "Are you okay?" The light pulsed faintly. "Too fast, used too much pow." The voice was barely a whisper, rough and broken. "Pow," Masklin echoed, trying to ignore the dread creeping up his spine. The light dimmed further. "Thing, did it work? Is the ship coming? What do we do now? Wake up." He tapped the box gently. "Thing." The light died. Masklin scooped it up, turning it over in his hands. "Thing." Angelo, Girder, and Pion rushed up behind him. "Did it work?" Angelo demanded, scanning the sky. "I don't see any ship yet." Masklin turned to face them, his expression hollow. "The thing stopped." "Stopped? All the lights are out." Angelo's eyes widened. "What does that mean?" "I don't know," Girder frowned. "Is it dead?" "It can't die," Angelo snapped. "It's been around for thousands of years." Girder gave a slow shrug. "Sounds like a pretty good reason to finally kick the bucket." "But it's a thing." Angelo sank to the ground, arms wrapped around his knees. "Did it say if it got the signal out? When's the ship coming?" Masklin stared at him. "Seriously, that's all you care about?" New detail. Masklin notices a faint, unfamiliar hum in the distance, something the thing might have activated before shutting down, hinting that its signal did work. The black box sat silent and lifeless. "It's out of juice," Masklin muttered. "Juice?" Angelo frowned. "Power, electricity. It drains energy from wires and stores it. Now it's completely drained." They stared at the ancient device. For centuries it had passed between gnomes without a sound or flicker of light. Only when brought near modern power in the store had it stirred to life. "It's eerie just sitting there dead," Angelo muttered. Girder rubbed his chin. "Can't we recharge it?" "With what?" Angelo snapped. "We're stranded in the middle of nowhere." Masklin stood, scanning the horizon. Faint shapes of buildings dotted the distance, with vehicles moving between them. "What about the ship?" Angelo pressed. "Is it coming? How should I know? How's it supposed to find us?" "I don't," Masklin froze. Wait, who's even piloting it? It's been empty for thousands of years. Angelo's eyes widened. You mean it's flying itself? Maybe. The thing might have sent the signal if it had enough power left. Girder groaned. Or it died before finishing the call. Masklin clenched his fists. We have to find power. Even if the ship's coming, it'll need coordinates. Pion emerged from the brush, dragging a scrawny lizard. Girder sighed. Ah, breakfast. Angelo smirked. If the thing were awake, we could warn Pion how fast lizard gets old. About as fast as my patience, Girder grumbled. Masklin rubbed his temples. Let's find shade and figure this out. Oh good, another brilliant plan, Girder muttered. My favorite. They ate half-heartedly, then sprawled under the baking sun. Exhaustion tugged at them. Girder stretched lazily. Floridians know what they're doing. Back home it's freezing, but here, perfect warmth. Angelo rolled his eyes, still scanning the sky. That's not heating, it's the sun. Girder squinted upward. The sun, that's just a light bulb. It's a giant fireball bigger than Earth, Angelo said. I read it. Girder gave the sun a skeptical look. And it just floats there. Yep. Anyone can just know that, Girder huffed. Seems reckless. A distant hum cut through the air. Angelo bolted upright. You hear that? Masklin held his breath. The sound grew, not a ship but a truck rumbling down the highway. Girder grinned. Now that's a plan. The gnomes exchanged glances. If they couldn't find power, maybe they could steal it. Masklin's words about thousands of suns in the sky had clearly ruffled Girder's feathers. He calls it a galaxy or something, Girder huffed, crossing his arms. Frankly, I don't approve. Angelo couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Girder snapped, his voice icy. Come on, Masklin, explain it to him, Angelo said, grinning. Girder grumbled under his breath. Easy for you, you just care about speed. I want to understand things. Sure, maybe there are thousands of suns, but what's the point? Does it even matter? Angelo stretched lazily. It's the only thing that matters, Girder insisted. Tell him, Masklin. They both turned, only to find Masklin gone. Beyond the sky, the thing had once described the universe as everything and nothing all at once. Mostly nothing, really. People said the sky was full of stars, but that wasn't quite right. The sky was mostly just sky. Endless empty with just a sprinkle of stars, yet somehow they still managed to steal the show. Up there now, something small and metallic drifted silently, its sides stamped with Arnsat 1. A pointless label, really, since stars don't read. With a mechanical hum, it unfolded a gleaming dish, preparing to beam signals back to Earth. But instead of locking onto the planet below, it hesitated. A burst of gas puffed out as it pivoted, scanning the darkness for something else. Meanwhile, down on Earth, frantic executives were screaming into phones, demanding answers. Too late. The satellite wasn't listening anymore. Masklin sprinted through the brush, his breath sharp in his chest. They'll just keep arguing, he thought. No time for that now. For the first time in ages, he was truly alone, just like back in the old days when survival meant hunting by himself in a world that ended at the highway. Life had been brutal but simple. Eat, don't get eaten. Survive. Now, the world had no edges, just endless problems, but one thing was certain. Electricity meant humans, and humans meant buildings. A narrow dirt path opened ahead. Masklin veered onto it, picking up speed. Follow any trail long enough and you'd find people, then footsteps. He spun around. Pion stood there looking uneasy. Go away, Masklin barked. Turn around, get out of here, why are you following me? Pion's face fell, hurt flashing in his eyes. Masklin pointed urgently up the trail, but Pion just stared blankly. You don't get it, do you? Masklin yelled in frustration. Pion raised his hand high, fingers spread, the universal gnome sign for danger. Humans. Yeah, I know, Masklin snapped. I've got this under control, just go back. Pion muttered something else, but Masklin just held up the thing helplessly. The stupid box won't work anymore, he grumbled. Why am I even explaining this? You're supposed to be smart, get out of here. He spun around and sprinted off, glancing back once to see Pion still frozen in place. How much time do I have left? Masklin wondered. The ship moves fast, could be here any second, or maybe it's not coming at all. His thoughts were interrupted as shadowy figures emerged from the scrub. Of course. Follow any path long enough and you'll trip over humans. They're like weeds, impossible to avoid. If the ship doesn't show, he realized, then what I'm about to do might just be the dumbest move in gnome history. He stepped into a gravel clearing where a small NASA truck sat parked. Nearby, two humans hunched over a tripod-mounted device, completely oblivious. Masklin crept closer, heart hammering, and set the thing down. "Guess it's time for a little conversation," he muttered. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouted as clearly as he could, "Hey, you humans!" Back with the others, Angelo's face twisted in disbelief. "He did what?" Pion repeated his frantic gestures. "He talked to humans," Angelo translated, voice rising, "and got into some kind of vehicle," Girder frowned. "I thought I heard an engine earlier." Angelo slammed his fist into his palm. He was obsessed with powering the thing. He must have gone looking for electricity. "But we're in the middle of nowhere," Girder wailed. "Not anymore," Angelo growled. "I knew he'd pull something like this." Girder clutched his head. "Revealing ourselves to humans, this would never happened in the store. What do we do now?" Meanwhile, Masklin was having his own surreal moment. The humans had reacted. Oddly. First, they backed away like he was radioactive. Then one bolted to the truck and started yelling into a handheld device, probably a walkie-talkie, Masklin figured. When he didn't move, the other human pulled a plastic container from the truck and inched toward him like he was a live grenade. Masklin gave a friendly wave, which made the guy flinch. After some muttered debate, they set the container a few feet away, watching him like he was a magic trick about to go wrong. Keeping his best harmless smile plastered on, Masklin climbed inside. The human picked up the container with ridiculous care, like he was handling a priceless artifact, and carried it to the truck. Masklin found himself perched on the guy's knee as the radio crackled with deep, garbled voices. New detail. As the truck rumbled to life, Masklin noticed a faded sticker on the dashboard, a cartoon rocket with the words "Houston or Bust" scrawled underneath. He couldn't help but smirk. Even humans had their inside jokes. On shift, from frantic to darkly amused. Oh, this was rich. Here he was, a tiny gnome in a plastic box, being treated like some fragile museum exhibit. If the ship didn't show up, he'd either be dissected by scientists or end up as someone's weird desk ornament. Either way, it'd make one heck of a story. Assuming he lived to tell it, there was no turning back now. Strangely enough, that realization made Masklin feel almost calm. Maybe this was just another twist in the crazy journey of life. The humans around him gaped in disbelief as the truck rumbled forward, eventually merging onto a smooth highway where another vehicle idled. A man stepped out, exchanged words with the driver, then glanced down at Masklin, his laughter dying in his throat. The guy practically bolted back to his truck, grabbing a radio in a hurry. Typical, Masklin thought. They've never seen a real gnome before. Clueless. But as long as they took him somewhere with the right kind of power, that was all that mattered. Dorcas, the ever-confused engineer, had once tried explaining electricity to him, though even Dorcas wasn't entirely sure how it worked. Apparently there were two types, the boring straight kind stuck in batteries, and the wild, wiggly kind that zipped through walls. The thing could siphon it if it got close enough. Dorcas spoke about wiggly electricity with the same reverence Girder reserved for Arnold Bros. Est. 1905. Back in the store, he'd tinkered with it endlessly. How could the same force freeze food in a freezer and roast it in an oven? Did it just decide? Masklin's thoughts drifted. Dorcas used to ramble about this stuff. I said used to. Hope he still does. A weird, giddy optimism bubbled up inside him. Probably just your brain's way of avoiding sheer terror, he told himself. Keep it together. The truck hummed along, trailed by two more vehicles, one packed with humans scanning the sky like they expected an invasion. They bypassed the first building, heading instead for a massive complex swarming with vehicles and waiting officials. A human cracked open the truck door with exaggerated caution. Masklin was lifted out, blinking up at a sea of stunned faces. Every pair of eyes was wide, every expression tense. Even the nostrils seemed tense, though honestly, how expressive could nostrils be? They're scared of me, he realized. Good. Fighting back a nervous laugh, he met their stares and chirped, "Gentlemen, can I help you with something?" Science. The art of figuring things out and then making them work. Trust us, it's everywhere. From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquisitive young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery. Meanwhile, under a scraggly bush, Girder, Angelo, and Pion sulked in the meager shade. The weight of their situation hung heavier than the humidity. "We're stranded without the thing," Girder muttered. Angelo scoffed. "So we bust him out." "Like that won't take forever," Pion groaned. Angelo shot him a grin. "Got a better idea. Time was running out, and if they didn't figure something out soon, they'd be stuck here forever." Angelo fiddled with a makeshift tool, a jagged rock tied to a stick with strips of his coat. He had no idea how to make a proper stone axe, but something about it just felt useful. Girder shot him an annoyed look. "Would you quit messing with that thing? What's the grand strategy here, taking on all of Florida by ourselves?" "Not if you don't want to," Angelo muttered, swinging the axe experimentally. Girder rolled his eyes. "Relax, hero, one reckless idiot is plenty." "Got a better idea?" Angelo challenged. "Nope," Girder admitted. Just then a tiny red light blinked on the thing. A small panel slid open and a mechanical lens extended, swiveling slowly before the device spoke. "Where exactly are we?" it asked. The lens tilted upward, pausing as it studied the human peering down at it. "And why are we here?" it added. Masklin hesitated. "Some kind of big building. The humans haven't hurt me. One even tried talking to me, I think." "We appear to be inside a glass enclosure," the thing observed. "They gave me a tiny bed," Masklin said, glancing around. "And I think that's a toilet over there. But forget that, what about the ship?" "It should arrive soon," the thing replied calmly. "Should? You mean you don't know?" Masklin's voice cracked with frustration. "Many variables could interfere. If all goes well, the ship will be here shortly." "And if not, I'm trapped here forever," Masklin snapped. "I did this for you, remember?" "I know," the thing said quietly. "Thank you." Masklin exhaled, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "They're treating me okay, I guess. At least I think so." He wasn't sure if he was a guest or a specimen, maybe both. Outside the glass, a steady stream of humans had been coming and going, staring at him like he was some kind of exhibit. "It was the only option at the time," he muttered. "I am monitoring communications," the thing said. "You're always doing that. Many of them are about you. Experts are rushing here to examine you." "What kind of experts?" "Gnome specialists. Experts in extraterrestrial communication. Humans have never met aliens, but they've got people ready to talk to them anyway." Masklin frowned. "This has to work. They know about gnomes now. But not what gnomes are. They think you just got here." "Well, I did just get here. Not here as in from outer space. But we've lived on Earth for thousands of years. Humans would rather believe in little green men from Mars than tiny people hiding in their own backyards. Easier on their pride, I suppose." Masklin rubbed his temples. None of that made sense. "Don't worry about it," the thing replied. Added detail. Masklin notices a human scientist outside the glass scribbling notes furiously, muttering about first contact protocols. The absurdity of it almost makes him laugh. "It doesn't matter," the thing muttered as its lens whirred, scanning the room. "Very impressive setup, very human." Its focus shifted to the plastic tray beside Masklin. "And what exactly is that supposed to be?" "Oh, just some snacks, fruit, nuts, bits of meat," Masklin replied. "I think they've been observing my eating habits. Honestly, these humans are sharper than I expected. All I had to do was point at my mouth and they got the message." "Ah," the thing said. "Excellent, now take me to your larder." Masklin blinked. "My what?" "Allow me to explain. You know I monitor human communications, correct? Constantly. Well, there's this joke, a funny little story humans tell." Picture aliens landing on Earth, stepping out of their ship and immediately demanding, "Take me to your leader." From the first inanimate object they see, a vending machine, a trash can, whatever, presumably because they don't know what humans look like. So I tweaked it. Larder instead of leader, food storage, you see, a clever pun for comedic effect. There was a pause. "Oh," Masklin said slowly. He frowned. "Wait, is this about those little green men you mentioned before?" "Precisely, wait. Hold on." What's happening?" Masklin pressed, urgency creeping into his voice. "I can hear the ship." Masklin strained his ears. "I don't hear anything. Not sound, radio signals." "Where is it, thing? You've always said it's up there, but where?" Meanwhile, the last of the tree frogs huddled in the moss, seeking shade from the relentless afternoon sun. A pale sliver of white hung low in the eastern sky. It'd be poetic to imagine the frogs spinning legends about it, that the sun and moon were celestial flowers, one golden by day, the other silver by night. Maybe they even believed a frog's soul ascended to those glowing blossoms after death. But let's be real, these were frogs. Their entire vocabulary consisted of one word, mip-mip. The sun, mip-mip. The moon, mip-mip. Everything, mip-mip. Hard to craft myths when you're linguistically stuck. Still, the lead frog had a vague sense something was off. The moon looked brighter. "We left the ship on the moon," Masklin blurted. "Why?" "Your ancestors' decision," the thing replied, "presumably to keep tabs on it." A slow, dawning realization spread across Masklin's face like the first light breaking over the horizon. "You know, back in the old burrow, I used to stare at the moon at night. Maybe deep down I knew, more likely primitive moon worship," the thing cut in. Masklin deflated. "Oh, right, sorry. Now, quiet." "The ship's confused. It just woke up after 15,000 years and needs instructions." Masklin sighed. "Yeah, mornings are rough for me too. The moon is silent, not that it matters, since no one's around to listen. Sound would just be wasted up there. But light, that's a different story." Fine lunar dust swirled high over the ancient plains of the moon's shadowed edge, catching the sun's rays in shimmering clouds. Below, something stirred, clawing its way free. "We buried it in a hole," Masklin muttered. The thing flickered with pulses of light, almost like it was sighing. "Don't tell me that's why you gnomes always lived underground," it said. "Most gnomes don't." Masklin frowned. "Yeah, you're right, I should stop assuming." His words cut off as he stared through the glass tank. A human was scribbling symbols on a blackboard, trying to get his attention. "No, wait, stop everything," Masklin blurted. "Thing, we can't leave. The ship isn't just ours, we can't take it." Near the shuttle launch site, 3 gnomes squinted at the sky. The moon glittered like a holiday ornament as the sun dipped low. "It has to be the ship," Angelo crowed, grinning. "It's coming for us." Girder rubbed his chin, exchanging a glance with young Pion. "Ours," he murmured. Angelo clapped Pion on the back. "See that kid? That's our ship. Faster than light," Masklin says, "though that doesn't make sense, or else you'd flip a switch and the light would just fall out of the room." He chuckled at his own joke. But Girder wasn't laughing. A cold, creeping thought settled in his mind. "Our ship," he repeated slowly. "The one that brought gnomes here in the first place." "Exactly," Angelo said, barely listening. "And it'll take us all back, every last one of us." Girder's voice turned leaden. "All gnomes, sure, we'll swing by the quarry, grab the others, even Pion's folks. Heck, we'll toss their geese in too." Girder's eyes narrowed. "And the rest, the ones Shrub mentioned, the gnomes scattered everywhere." Angelo blinked. "What them? Look, we need the ship. You remember how rough it's been since the store. But if we take it, what's left for them?" Masklin had just asked the same thing. The thing buzzed, spitting out a string of binary. "What was that?" Masklin demanded. The thing's tone was downright snippy. The thing's voice crackled with urgency. "One slip in focus and the ship might vanish, not just for me, but for everyone. Right now, I'm processing 15,000 commands every single second." Masklin stayed silent, but the thing wasn't done. "Yeah, that's a ridiculous amount of data, you get that right. The ship should belong to every gnome out there," Masklin muttered, only for the thing to cut in with a burst of static. 10,011,000,1010. Enough, just tell me when it's landing, Masklin snapped. The thing paused mid-beep. 101,011,001. Wait, do you want me to talk or stay quiet? Can't do both. Masklin exhaled sharply. Tell me when the ship's arriving, then shut up. 4 minutes, 4 minutes. Give or take 3 seconds, the thing said. Actually, make that 3 minutes 38 seconds, and whoops, now it's 37. Time flies when you're panicking. Masklin's sense of duty evaporated. I can't be stuck in here if it's that close. How do I get out? This stupid box is sealed shut. The thing's tone turned annoyingly calm. Should I stop talking first or get you out and then stop talking? Choices, choices. Just help me. Question, do the humans know you can move? Masklin blinked. What, have they ever seen you run? I guess not. Then cover your ears and brace yourself. Masklin hesitated but obeyed. The thing had a habit of being insufferable, but ignoring it usually ended badly. A sudden burst of light flared from its surface, forming a jagged star pattern. Then came the noise, a piercing shriek that shot past the range of hearing, vibrating through his skull like boiling liquid. He barely had time to gasp before the walls exploded. Glass shattered outward in slow motion, as if each shard had decided to flee in opposite directions. The lid slammed down, narrowly missing him. Grab me and run, the thing commanded just as the first shards hit the table. Humans around the room turned sluggishly, their reactions painfully slow. Masklin snatched the thing and bolted across the slick surface. We're too high up. How do we get down? His eyes locked onto a machine at the far end, bristling with dials and blinking lights. Wires snaked down to the floor. A massive hand swiped at him. He ducked, pivoted, and sprinted for the edge. I'm throwing you. I can't climb down holding you. I'll survive. Masklin skidded to a stop and hurled the thing toward the wires. Then he leapt, catching one midair. The cable swung wildly as he slid, barely keeping his grip before tumbling to the ground. Humans lumbered toward him from all sides. He scooped up the thing and darted into the chaos, heart pounding. New detail. As he ran, the thing suddenly chimed in. By the way, if we die, I've left a very sarcastic error message for the humans. Masklin didn't have the breath to reply. A single foot appeared, brown leather shoe, navy sock. Masklin darted left. Then 2 more feet blocked his path, polished black shoes, dark socks, about to stumble right over him. He swerved right. More legs crowded in, hands reaching down blindly. He became a tiny, frantic blur, slipping between stomping feet that could crush him in an instant. Then open space. Somewhere an alarm blared, its piercing wail vibrating through Masklin's bones. Get to the door, the thing urged. But more humans are coming in, Masklin shot back. Exactly, we're going out. Masklin bolted as the door creaked open, a sliver of light revealing another wave of feet. No time to hesitate, he scrambled over a shoe, dropped to the other side, and kept running. Where now? Which way? Outside. How am I supposed to find that? Any direction works. Fantastic advice. Doors flew open down the hallway, humans pouring out like a flood. The real danger wasn't being caught. No human could spot a gnome sprinting at top speed. It was avoiding becoming an accidental pancake under someone's shoe. Why don't buildings have mouse holes? It's basic safety, Masklin yelped. A boot slammed down beside him, missing him by a hair. He leaped back as the corridor swarmed with people. Another alarm joined the chaos. Why is this happening? One gnome can't cause this much trouble. It's not you. They've seen the ship. A shoe nearly made him the flattest gnome in Florida. He barely dodged it, close enough to read the brand. Crucial street drifter with real rubber sole, Pat. The sock above it looked suspiciously like a high-style odor-proof, 85% polypethylene, the kind that cost more than a gnome's entire wardrobe. His gaze traveled up, past the vast expanse of blue jeans, past the billowing sweater, and landed on a familiar beard. Grandson Richard, 39. Just when you thought the universe had forgotten about gnomes, it threw you a bone. Masklin launched himself onto the denim leg as the foot moved, safest spot around. Humans rarely stepped on each other. The fabric swayed with each stride, Masklin clinging for dear life. He scrambled up, grabbing a seam for leverage. Grandson Richard, 39, was caught in the human tide, jostled left and right. Masklin lost his grip, boots flying off as he dug his toes into the cloth. Thud, thud, each step rattled him. He hauled himself up to a pocket, then the belt, where a massive label was bolted on like a machine part. Even for a gnome used to oversized store tags, this was next level. Rivets, really. Somewhere in the chaos, a human shouted, "Move, it's coming from the roof." Masklin blinked. The roof. Since when did humans care about roofs? Then the ground, well, the denim lurched as grandson Richard broke into a run. Great. Now he was on a human express train, just another day in the life of a gnome. Masklin squinted at the label on the jeans. Grossbridger's Hagglers, the gold standard in denim, he muttered. There's a whole paragraph here bragging about quality, plus pictures of cows grazing. Why do humans need labels plastered all over their clothes? The thing chuckled. Maybe without them, they'd forget what they're wearing. Imagine him trying to wear his shoes as a hat. Masklin yanked the sweater closer, scanning the tag. Says these jeans won some fancy award at the Chicago World's Fair back in 1910. Guess they don't make 'em like they used to. Humans were flooding out of the building now, panicked and disorganized. The sweater's thick weave made climbing easier, and Masklin scrambled up fast. Grandson Richard's shaggy hair gave him the perfect handhold to haul himself onto the guy's shoulder. A doorframe flashed overhead, then nothing but open sky. "How much time, thing?" Masklin asked, close enough to count the hairs in Richard's ear. 43 seconds, the thing replied. Outside, chaos reigned. People sprinted across the concrete plaza, some lugging equipment, others just gaping at the sky. A tight circle had formed around one particularly frazzled-looking human, everyone talking over each other. "What's the deal?" Masklin whispered. "That's the big shot here," the thing explained. "Came to watch the shuttle launch. Now everyone's insisting he has to greet the ship." Masklin snorted. "Bold move, it's not their ship. True, but they're convinced it's here to talk to them. Why? Because humans think the universe revolves around them. Classic." The thing's voice turned dry. "Funny, isn't it?" Meanwhile, every gnome knows we're the real MVPs. Masklin hesitated. "Well, we do anyway," he shook his head. "So that's their leader, is he like super smart or something?" "Doubt it. His team's currently explaining what a planet is." "He doesn't know. Lots don't, including Mr. Vice President." The thing's tone shifted abruptly. 1,010,011,000. "You're talking to the ship again." "Yep, 6 seconds. It's really coming." "Yep." Gravity, a gnome's guide. Nobody fully gets it, but it's why tiny things like gnomes stick to giant things like planets. Science says it works whether you understand it or not, which just proves science doesn't care if you're clueless. A scientific encyclopedia for the inquisitive young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery. Angelo glanced back impatiently. "Girder, move." Girder slumped against a clump of grass, wheezing. "No way, we can't take on humans alone. We've got Pion, and this axe isn't bad." "Oh, terrifying, a stone axe. Bring 2 and they'll probably surrender on the spot." Angelo tested the weight of the axe, swinging it lightly. It felt solid. "You gotta try," he said simply. Pion quit staring. "What's so interesting?" New detail, added a sarcastic jab about humans misunderstanding the ship's arrival. Tone shift in the middle with the thing's dry commentary on human arrogance. Pion tilted his head back, eyes locked onto the sky. "What's that up there?" Girder shielded his eyes from the sun. "Probably just a bird." Angelo shook his head. "Too big for a bird." "Then maybe a plane, too round for a plane." Now all 3 of them stood frozen, faces turned upward like a trio of confused weather vanes. The tiny speck in the distance wasn't just hovering, it was growing, fast. Angelo swallowed hard. "You don't think he actually pulled it off, do you?" The speck wasn't just getting bigger, it was descending, straight down. Girder squinted. It's not moving sideways, just down, Angelo's voice tight, like something falling. The shape was clearer now, a dark, ominous circle with a faint haze curling at its edges. Angelo forced a nervous laugh. Maybe it's some weird Florida weather phenomenon, a flying swamp gas bubble, Girder's breath hitched. Or maybe it's the ship coming for us. The shadow above them expanded, swallowing the sunlight. Girder's knees wobbled. I wouldn't mind if it landed a little farther away. I'd even walk the extra distance. Angelo's bravado cracked. It's not exactly landing, more like plummeting. Girder shot him a panicked look. Should we run? Worth a shot, Angelo muttered. But where? Pion, already sprinting, answered that question for them. Masklin wasn't an expert on vehicles, but he knew one thing: they usually had a front and a back. This thing, just a disc, spinning silently downward, leaving humans in stunned silence below. That's it? He asked. Yep. Oh. Then reality snapped into focus. The ship wasn't just big, it was unimaginable. Clouds didn't drift past it, they parted for it. Every time Masklin thought he grasped its size, another wisp of vapor streaked by, making it seem even larger. Is it going to crash? He whispered. The thing's voice was eerily calm. I'll set it down in the scrub, don't want to scare the humans. Run, I am running. It's still right over us. Then run faster. The shadow swallowed them whole, stretching across the ground like an eclipse. Angelo groaned. We traveled all the way to Florida just to get flattened by our own ship. You didn't believe in it before, well, believe now. Darkness closed in, the edges tinged with an eerie gray. Masklin's breath came in short gasps. The others, they're still out there. The thing hesitated. Ah, forgot about them. You forgot. Been a little preoccupied. Can't remember everything. Pretty much everything, Masklin muttered under his breath. Just don't flatten anyone, someone shouted from the chaos below. Relax, I've got this under control, the thing replied smoothly. The humans were in complete pandemonium, some sprinting toward the descending ship, others bolting in sheer terror. Masklin stole a quick glance at grandson Richard's face. The man's expression was locked in awe, his wide eyes tracking the massive vessel. Then slowly those eyes shifted down to the tiny gnome perched on his shoulder. For the second time the human saw him, and this time there was no escape. Masklin smacked the thing's lid. Can you slow my voice down, make it loud enough for him to understand? Grandson Richard's face twisted in shock. What did you just say? I need to talk to him now, Masklin insisted. You want to talk to a human? The thing sounded horrified. That's a terrible idea. Masklin clenched his fists. Worse than doing nothing. Worse than letting him crush us without a second thought. Just do it. Tell him we mean no harm before he swats me like a bug. He shoved the box right up to the human's ear. The thing's voice rumbled out, slow and deliberate. The words dragged on, and grandson Richard's face went rigid. What did you say? Masklin hissed. I told him if he hurts you, I'll explode and take his head off, the thing replied casually. You what? Effective communication, the thing said smugly. That's not communication, that's a threat. And since when can you explode? I can't, but he doesn't know that. Meanwhile, the ship slowed its descent, hovering just above the scrubland like a massive black disk. You landed it, Masklin yelled. It's not touching the ground, the thing corrected. Sure looks like it is. 4 inches of clearance is still floating, the thing said dryly. Grandson Richard was now squinting at Masklin like he just discovered a talking insect. How's it even staying up? Masklin demanded. Anti-gravity. Who's anti-gravity? Not anti, no flames, no smoke, just science. In the distance, emergency vehicles screeched toward the ship. Exactly how much space did you leave under it? Masklin asked nervously. 4 inches seemed polite. Nearby, Angelo lay face down in the dirt, half convinced he was dead. If this was the afterlife, it looked suspiciously like Florida. Angelo barely had time to register the massive shape plummeting from the sky before he dove face first into the dirt, bracing for impact. If this was the end, he figured he'd be nothing more than a smudge on the ground. But then again, if he had died, wouldn't he remember something that dramatic? "Girder," he called out cautiously. A familiar voice answered, "That better be you, Pion." "Right here," Pion's voice echoed from somewhere in the shadows. Angelo pushed himself up, knees sinking slightly into damp soil. "Any clue where we landed?" "Inside the ship," Girder suggested. Angelo shook his head, fingers brushing grass. "Nah, there's dirt, plants, this isn't metal flooring, so where's the ship and why's everything pitch black?" He dusted off his coat, frowning. "Maybe it missed us or we got knocked out and now it's night." Girder squinted. "There's a weird glow on the horizon. That's not normal, is it? Nights don't look like that." Angelo turned, spotting the thin band of light in the distance. Then he heard it, a faint hum so quiet he almost missed it, yet somehow everywhere once he noticed. Standing for a better look, his head smacked into something hard. "Ow!" Rubbing the sore spot, his fingers met cold metal. He crouched, tilting his head back, and froze. After a long pause, he muttered, "Girder, you're not gonna believe this." Meanwhile, Masklin glared at the thing. "No tricks this time. Translate exactly what I say. Got it?" No scaring him. Humans swarmed below, trying and failing to encircle the massive ship. More trucks screeched in, sirens wailing, while grandson Richard, 39, stood alone, eyeing his own shoulder like it might bite him. "We owe him," Masklin insisted. "We used his satellite, and well, we did steal stuff." The thing buzzed. "You swore you'd do this alone, no human help, remember?" "Things change," Masklin snapped. "The ship's here, we're not begging anymore." "Funny," the thing retorted. "Because you're currently perched on his shoulder, not the other way around." Masklin ignored the jab. "Just ask him politely to walk toward the ship, say please, and tell him we don't want anyone hurt, especially me," he added, gripping the sweater as grandson Richard finally shuffled forward. "Well," Masklin pressed. The thing hesitated. "Unbelievable. He doesn't trust you." "No, he said his grandfather always talked about little people, but he never believed it. Until now." The thing paused. "He asked if you're like the ones from the old store." Masklin's jaw dropped. Grandson Richard stared, waiting. "Tell him yes," Masklin managed, voice rough. The thing relayed the message, then added dryly, "This won't end well." Grandson Richard's deep voice rumbled back, and Masklin clung tighter, bracing for whatever came next. The thing relayed the human's words with eerie calm. "His grandfather joked about tiny people in the store, claimed they brought good fortune." Masklin's gut twisted. Just when he thought he had things figured out, reality shifted again. "Did the old man ever actually see a gnome?" he demanded. "No," the thing answered. "But back when his grandfather and great-uncle were building the store, working late nights, they'd hear noises in the walls. They'd laugh about little store people sneaking around. Just a silly story, until the old man started telling his grandson the same thing, adding details about them playing with toys after dark. But we never did that." Masklin snapped. "I never said they were true stories," the thing countered. The ship loomed closer now, smooth as polished stone, no seams or windows in sight. Masklin's thoughts spun. He'd always assumed humans were smart, not gnome-level smart, sure, but smarter than rats at least. Yet this wasn't about intelligence. It was something stranger. He remembered stumbling upon Gulliver's Travels in the store, how baffling it was. No island of tiny people existed. It was pure fiction, like so many human stories. They didn't believe in gnomes, he realized. They just wished we were real. "Tell him I need inside that ship," Masklin ordered. Grandson Richard's whisper boomed like a hurricane. "Too many humans blocking the way." Masklin stared at the swarming crowd. "Why aren't they running? Why aren't they scared?" The thing translated Richard's reply. "They think aliens will step out and greet them." "Aliens," Masklin nearly laughed. "They'd rather imagine strangers from space than face an empty ship." A sudden, piercing wail cut through the air. The crowd clapped hands over their ears as lights flared across the ship's surface, swirling in frantic patterns. Another shriek echoed, then with a hiss, a red beam lanced out, igniting a patch of dry grass in the distance. People scattered. The ship lurched upward, swaying like a drunk, then shot straight into the sky before freezing midair. And then, with all the grace of a dropped dinner plate, it flipped upside down. The ship wobbled unsteadily before settling at a lopsided angle, one side hovering mysteriously in midair. A deafening mechanical voice echoed across the landscape. To human ears, it probably just sounded like rapid, high-pitched static. But the actual words were, "Whoops, my bad, is this thing on? Can't find the door release. Hang on, maybe this button." A new hatch slid open, flooding the area with an intense blue glow. "There we go." The voice boomed again, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone testing a mic with impatient thumps. "Masklin, you out there?" Masklin's ears perked up. "That's Angelo. No one else crashes a ship like that. Thing, tell grandson Richard 39 I need to get on board now." The human nodded, though the crowd below was already swarming the ship's base, unable to reach the elevated entrance. Clinging tightly, Masklin and grandson Richard 39 fought their way forward. Meanwhile, Angelo's voice crackled through the speakers again, now arguing with someone unseen. Okay, I don't know what this switch does, but it's right next to the door one. How bad could it be?" "Oh, relax, I'm pressing it." A gleaming ramp unfurled from the ship, wide enough for humans. "Told you it'd work," Angelo crowed. Masklin groaned. "Thing, can you at least tell Angelo I'm down here?" "Unlikely. He is currently engaging in what humans call button mashing. Let us hope he avoids the self-destruct sequence." "I thought you controlled this thing," Masklin snapped. The thing sounded almost offended. "Not when a gnome's at the controls. Machines obey their operators, that's the whole point." Grandson Richard 39 was making slow progress through the chaotic crowd. Masklin sighed. "Tell him to put me down and say thanks, wish we'd had more time." The thing relayed the message. The human hesitated, then carefully extended a massive hand. Masklin's heart pounded. He'd battled foxes, ridden a runaway truck, even flown on a goose, but nothing compared to the sheer terror of being lifted by a human. The enormous fingers closed gently around him as if he were made of glass. He squeezed his eyes shut. "Masklin, you alive down there?" Angelo's voice blared. "If something's happened to you, heads are gonna roll." Masklin felt himself being lowered. He cracked one eye open, only to see a towering maze of human legs surrounding him. Masklin tilted his head back, staring into the massive features of grandson Richard. Summoning every ounce of strength, he deepened his voice, slow and deliberate, uttering the final word any gnome would ever say to a human: "Goodbye." Then he was off, darting through a forest of legs, boots, polished shoes, and the stiff trousers of officials clustered at the ramp's base. He weaved between them, sprinting upward toward the blue glow spilling from the open hatch. His lungs burned, his legs ached. Two small figures appeared at the entrance, Girder and Pion, their arms outstretched. The ramp stretched forever. Masklin hadn't slept in what felt like days. A stupid thought flickered through his exhaustion. That examination table back there looked downright cozy. Should have taken a nap. His legs begged for surrender, but he forced himself forward, stumbling the last few steps. Strong hands yanked him inside. Turning, he gazed down at the crowd below, human faces upturned, clueless. For the first time in his life, he was the one looking down on them. A bitter chuckle rose in his throat. "They're waiting for little green men, jokes on them." Girder's voice cut through his haze. "Are you hurt? What did they do to you?" Masklin waved him off. "I'm fine, just tired." "You look like death warmed over." "We should have talked to them, Girder," Masklin muttered, his thoughts thick and sluggish. "They need us," Girder frowned. "You're not making sense. Did they mess with your head?" Masklin grinned, sudden and wild. "Remember how you believed in Arnold Bros. Est, 1905? Well, guess what? He believed in you too." And then, like a puppet with its strings snipped, he collapsed. The ship, a vessel constructed by gnomes, powered by science. Its full capabilities remain unknown for now, but we'll figure it out. Eventually. From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquisitive young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery, the ramp retracted. The hatch sealed shut. The ship lifted, hovering above the city as the sun dipped below the horizon. Down below, humans tried everything, flashing lights, blaring music, shouting in every language imaginable. The ship ignored them all. Masklin awoke on a bed that felt like a cloud, soft, suffocating. He preferred hard ground, maybe a scrap of wood with a rag for warmth. Store gnomes and their fancy carpets. Ridiculous. He sat up, taking in the room, bare except for a table, a chair, human-sized but scaled down, gnome-sized. The realization hit him. We built this for us. The metal floor was cool under his feet as he padded to the door. Another gnome-sized passage lined with more doors. The place felt ancient but not neglected, just lived in, like it had been waiting. New detail. As he stepped into the corridor, a faint hum vibrated through the walls, a sound he'd never heard before. Not machinery, not wind, something alive. The ship had secrets, and Masklin intended to uncover every one. The place had an eerie, untouched cleanliness, like it had been scrubbed spotless for centuries. A faint hum approached Masklin, a small black device, similar to the thing, rolling on tiny treads. Its spinning front brush swept imaginary dust into a slot, though the corridor was already immaculate. How many times had this little machine dutifully cleaned, waiting for someone, anyone, to return? It bumped against his shoe, let out a cheerful beep, then scurried away. Curious, Masklin trailed after it. Around the next corner, another machine clung to the ceiling, its soft clicks the only sound as it polished the smooth surface. Masklin barely avoided colliding with Girder, who stood there wide-eyed, his hair sticking up in every direction. "You're awake," Girder blurted. "Yeah," Masklin said slowly. "So, we're really on the ship." It's, Girder flapped his hands, struggling for words. "There are these enormous, and the walls stretch so far, and the lights, oh, you wouldn't believe the lights," he gave up, shaking his head. "It's too much." Grabbing Masklin's arm, he dragged him down the hallway. Masklin jogged to keep up. "What happened while I was out?" Angelo found some kind of control panel, just tapped it, and the whole thing opened up. Next thing we knew, we were in this massive room with a giant chair, and he started pushing buttons like he owned the place. "You didn't stop him," Girder groaned. "You know, Angelo and machines. The thing's trying to talk sense into him, or we'd probably be flying straight into a black hole by now." They stepped through an archway into a cavernous space, so vast it could have been mistaken for the outside if not for the dim, humming walls. Towering screens and intricate panels lined the room, most of them dark. The only light pooled around Angelo, who sat in a massive chair, scowling at the thing perched on a sloped control board. "It won't listen to me," Angelo snapped as Masklin approached. The thing folded its tiny arms, if it had any. "He wants to steer the ship," it said flatly. "You're a machine." "You're supposed to obey," Angelo shot back. "I'm an intelligent machine," the thing retorted. "And I'd rather not end up as a smudge on some planet's surface. You're not ready to pilot." Angelo threw his hands up. "How do you know if you won't let me try? I drove the truck just fine," Girder sighed. "Yeah, and we all remember how that turned out." Masklin rubbed his temples. This was going to be a long trip, Angelo shrugged, brushing off the chaos he'd caused outside. "Not my fault the streetlights and trees were in the way," he muttered, avoiding Masklin's glare. Masklin kept his tone neutral. "I imagine flying the ship is trickier." I'm getting the hang of it," Angelo boasted, jabbing a button. A screen flickered to life, revealing the restless crowd below. Girder frowned. "They've been camped out there forever. What do they even want?" "Beats me," Angelo said. "Humans are weird. Lights, music, radio signals. They've tried everything." Masklin studied the screen. "You ever think about answering them?" "Nah, got nothing worth saying." Angelo knocked on the thing like it was a stubborn vending machine. "Well, genius. If I'm not piloting, who is?" "Me." "How?" "Slot by the seat, fit me in." With a dramatic sigh, Angelo shoved the thing into the floor until only its top peeked out. "Seriously, though," he grumbled, "can't I at least control the wipers? Sitting here like a useless passenger is embarrassing." The thing ignored him, its lights pulsing as if stretching mechanical limbs. Then in a voice deeper than before it announced, "Right." The ship roared to life. Lights flared like constellations across the panels, ceiling beams flickered on, and the air crackled with energy. Girder gasped. "Feels like the store during the holidays." "Now this is science," Angelo whispered, eyes wide. "All systems operational," the thing thundered. "State destination," Masklin winced. "Quit yelling, we're going to the quarry." "Coordinates required." "It's," Masklin gestured vaguely. "That way, just go." "Direction insufficient," Girder groaned. "Thing, are you saying you don't know the way?" "Affirmative." "So we're lost." "Negative, planetary location confirmed. Quarry unknown." Angelo rolled his eyes. "Fly higher, you'll spot it from above." "Acknowledged." "Let me do it," Angelo begged. "Left foot down, pull green lever." The ship hummed, a shift in pressure making Masklin's stomach lurch. The screen's image shrank as they rose. Outside, the world fell away, but the quarry was still nowhere in sight. Angelo leaned back in the pilot's seat with a satisfied grin. "Now this is flying done right, no flapping, no noise, just pure science at work." Masklin glanced around. "Where's Pion?" Girder shrugged. "Wandered off, probably hunting for a snack." "On a machine that's been abandoned for 15,000 years." Masklin raised an eyebrow. Girder gave a half-hearted chuckle. "Maybe he found a forgotten granola bar in a compartment somewhere." He hesitated, then leaned in closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "We shouldn't be doing this, Masklin. I know it sounds ungrateful after everything, but this ship, it's not just ours. It belongs to all gnomes everywhere." Masklin nodded slowly. "Funny, a year ago you didn't even believe other gnomes existed." Girder flushed. "Yeah, well, things change. Now I don't know what to believe except that there could be thousands of gnomes out there. Maybe even some still hiding in stores. We just got lucky with the thing. If we take the ship, what happens to them?" Masklin sighed, rubbing his temples. "I get it, but we need the ship right now. And how would we even find them? The world's huge and gnomes don't exactly advertise themselves." Girder's eyes lit up. "But we've got the ship." Masklin gestured at the screen, where the land below stretched endlessly into mist. "It'd take forever. You'd have to be on the ground, searching every nook. We only found Pion's group by accident, and let's be real, most gnomes wouldn't even believe the ship exists." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Girder's face crumpled. "You're right," he whispered. "I wouldn't have believed it either. Sometimes I still don't, and I'm inside it." Masklin scrambled for a solution. "Maybe once we're settled, we can send the ship back. Angelo would love playing space taxi." Girder's shoulders trembled. For a second, Masklin thought he was laughing until he saw the tears. "Sorry," Girder muttered, turning away. "It's just, everything keeps shifting. I finally understand something, and then poof, it's gone. I just want one solid thing to hold on to." "Is that too much to ask?" Masklin hesitated. "Maybe. You just need to stay flexible." Girder let out a wet, humorless laugh. "Flexible." Somewhere in the background, Angelo hummed happily, oblivious, as the ship glided smoothly through the sky. Girder let out a frustrated groan, rubbing his temples. "My brain's so twisted up I could braid it like a shoelace, and what good has it done me? Might as well have stuck with the old beliefs. At least then I'd only be wrong once. Now, wrong every dang day." He stormed off down the hallway, leaving Masklin standing there, watching his retreating figure. For a split second, Masklin envied Girder's fiery conviction. At least he had something to yell at when life got rough. Masklin. He had nothing but memories of that damp, miserable hole back home. Sure, it had been awful, cold, wet, and with the constant threat of being someone's dinner, but at least Grimma had been there. They could have shivered and starved together. Now, just loneliness gnawing at him. A rustle beside him snapped him out of it. Pion stood there holding a tray of something colorful and unfamiliar. Fruit, maybe. Masklin's stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't eaten in ages. He picked up a slice. It tasted like lemon mixed with almonds. "Not bad for something that's been sitting around," he muttered. Where'd this come from? Turned out there was a machine nearby, one of those fancy ones with pictures of food. Tap a picture, wait for a hum, and boom, real food dropped onto a tray. Masklin tapped a few at random, ending up with weird fruits, a squeaky green thing, and a slice of meat that reminded him of smoked salmon. How does this even work? He wondered aloud. A voice from the wall piped up. Would you understand if I explained molecular breakdown and reassembly from raw materials? Nope, Masklin admitted. Then let's just say science did it. Fair enough. That you thing. Yep. Munching on the fishy meat, Masklin wandered back to the control room and handed some to Angelo. The screen showed nothing but clouds. No way we're spotting the quarry in this mess, Masklin said. Angelo adjusted a lever and suddenly the screen flickered, revealing a massive blue and white disk. Whoa, Angelo breathed. Masklin squinted, then dug out their crumpled old map. He glanced between it and the screen. That thick part at the top, thin at the bottom, that's South America. Looks just like the map, except, without the label. Still no quarry, Angelo grumbled. Masklin stared at the image. South America. Grimma had mentioned it once, hadn't she? The thought of her sent a pang through him. He shoved it down, focusing on the screen. No time for nostalgia, not when they had a whole world to figure out. The place where frogs made their homes inside flowers had always fascinated her. She once told him that once you discovered such wonders, like tiny frogs nestled in blossoms, you could never see the world the same way again. He was starting to understand. Forget the quarry for now, he muttered. That can wait. The thing ever practical insisted. We should hurry back for everyone's sake. Masklin hesitated. It was true, who knew what was happening back home? The ship needed to return quickly. But then a rebellious thought struck him. How often had he done things for others? Just this once he'd do something for himself. Maybe they wouldn't find other gnomes with the ship, but at least he knew where to search for those elusive frogs. Thing, he said firmly, set course for South America and don't argue. Frogs, a brief and slightly sarcastic guide. Some folks act like frogs are the pinnacle of knowledge. They're small, green or yellow, have 4 legs and make that croak sound. Oh, and they start as tadpoles. Honestly, what more is there to say? Excerpt from a scientific encyclopedia for the inquisitive young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery. Meanwhile, on a blue planet called Earth. Focus. A world drenched in water yet stubbornly named Earth. Zoom in past sprawling blues and greens, past rain clouds shredded by mountain peaks. Closer. A single mountain, lush and glistening. Closer still. A tree draped in moss, its branches heavy with flowers. And there, inside one delicate bloom, a tiny pool cradled in an epiphytic bromeliad. 3 golden frogs, no bigger than a fingernail, clambered up the leaf's edge, their bulbous eyes wide at the sight of fresh water. 2 hesitated, glancing at their leader, waiting for wisdom. The leader puffed its throat. Mip-mip. Then splash, all 3 slid into the water. Frogs aren't great with time. Day, night, sure, but the concept of before and after, that's advanced philosophy for them. So when an unnatural darkness swallowed the midday sun, they barely registered it. A massive shadow loomed over the treetops, then stopped. Voices rumbled, unfamiliar, grating. How many mountains does one planet need? This is overkill. I swear if I see one more mountain, the frogs blinked. Whatever that was, it definitely wasn't rain. How much longer do we have to keep looking? Girder grumbled, gripping the sides of their makeshift metal basket as it swayed beneath the ship. Masklin grinned. I like these trees, Girder huffed. Half of them are the wrong size. Still like 'em, Masklin shot back. And Angelo shouldn't be the one steering, Girder muttered, glancing nervously toward the ship's hatch above them. Masklin shrugged. He's improving, give him time. Girder just sighed. All I know is if another plane buzzes us, I'm done. Their basket, a patchwork of scrap metal and twisted wire, dangled precariously from the ship's underbelly. Despite weeks of exploration, whole sections of the massive vessel remained untouched, filled with strange, humming machines. The thing had called it an exploration vessel, but Masklin wasn't convinced. Sure, There were probably fancy contraptions that could lift them smoothly, but he'd rather trust good old gnomish muscle. With Pion's help inside, they'd rigged the wire around a sturdy pillar, hauling themselves up and down the hard way. The basket bumped against a thick tree branch. Humans were relentless. No sooner had they found a promising mountain than helicopters would swarm like gnats around a picnic. Masklin studied the branch. Girder was right, this had to be the last stop, but the flowers here were perfect. He crawled forward, the rough bark scraping his hands until he reached a towering bloom. Inside, a small pool glistened. 6 tiny yellow eyes blinked up at him. So it was true. He hesitated. What do you say to creatures who might not understand a word? The branch was sturdy, thick enough to hold. With the ship's tools, they could reinforce it with extra cables, winch it up carefully. It'd take time, but time didn't matter. Not for this. The thing had mentioned something about artificial sunlight and nutrient-rich water. Keeping the branch alive should be simple. If they were gentle, the frogs wouldn't even notice. The ship's erratic path made tracking it a nightmare. Like a bar of soap in a tub, it zipped unpredictably, leaving a trail of scrambling aircraft in its wake. Or maybe it was more like a roulette ball, bouncing until it landed where it belonged. Or maybe, just maybe, it was hopelessly lost. They searched for what felt like forever. The thing insisted the ship outran the sun, that night and day were just illusions of perspective. Girder scoffed. Back in the store, dark meant dark, even if humans built the place. Masklin raised an eyebrow. That was new. Girder admitting the store wasn't some divine creation. Progress nothing around them looked even remotely familiar. Masklin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Blackberry, that's where the store was, he muttered. Which means the quarry had to be close by. Angelo gestured impatiently at the screens. Sure, but this isn't some neat little map with labels. How are we supposed to figure out where anything is? Masklin sighed. Fine, but no more low-flying stunts to read street signs. Every time you do that, humans freak out, and suddenly there's chaos on the radio. The thing chimed in dryly. Imagine their surprise. A massive starship casually cruising down Main Street like it's running errands. Angelo crossed his arms. I was being careful. I even stopped at a red light. No idea why everyone panicked. Though I'll admit the pileup behind me was a bit dramatic, and I'm the reckless one. Girder turned to Pion, who was picking up their language faster than anyone expected. The geese gnomes had a knack for it, used to mingling with gnomes from all over. Your geese never got lost, Girder said. What was their secret? Pion shrugged. They just knew, always. Animals have that instinct, Masklin mused, like knowing something without ever learning it. Girder frowned. Then why can't the thing figure it out? It found Florida. Blackberry should be easy. The thing responded flatly. No radio chatter about Blackberry, plenty about Florida though. Just land somewhere, Girder insisted. Angelo tapped a few buttons. Nothing but ocean below us right now. Wait, what's that? Far beneath the ship, something small and white streaked across the clouds. Could be a goose, Pion suggested. Angelo adjusted a knob, zooming in. The screen flickered, revealing a sleek white dart slicing through the sky. Is that the Concorde? Girder asked. Yep, Angelo confirmed, though it's moving kinda slow. Only compared to us, Angelo smirked. Follow it, Masklin said. Angelo hesitated. We don't know where it's headed. I do, Masklin replied. Remember when we were on the Concorde, we were flying toward the sunset. Yeah, it was setting, Angelo said, confused. Masklin pointed out the window. Now it's morning, the sun's rising, that means it's going home. Angelo chewed his lip, processing. Girder groaned. Why can't the sun just pick a spot and stay there? Home, Angelo muttered, ignoring him. Got it, so we tail it. Exactly. Angelo cracked his knuckles and gripped the controls. All right, let's move. Detail. As the ship accelerated, a flock of startled seagulls scattered in their wake, squawking indignantly at the sudden disturbance in their airspace. The Concorde pilots must be thrilled to finally have some company at this altitude, Masklin mused as the massive ship glided alongside the supersonic jet. Angelo squinted at the plane through the ship's hazy view screen. It's wobbling all over the place and picking up speed too. Maybe we're making them nervous, Masklin suggested. Angelo scoffed. Why? We're just cruising behind them like a polite shadow. Girder sighed, pressing his tiny hands against the smooth surface where a proper window should be. If we had real glass, we could give them a friendly wave. Hey thing, Angelo called out, have humans ever actually seen anything like this ship before? The thing's voice crackled back. Not in reality, but their stories are full of ships from other worlds. Masklin smirked. Of course they are. That sounds exactly like something they'd imagine. Sometimes they think the ships carry peaceful visitors. That's us, Angelo cut in. And other times they expect monsters with slimy tentacles and rows of razor-sharp teeth. A heavy silence fell over the gnomes. Girder's eyes darted nervously toward the dark corridors branching off the control room. You mean, like alligators? Worse, the thing replied. Girder swallowed hard. We did check every room, right? Masklin rolled his eyes. It's just a story, Girder. Nobody would actually invent something that terrifying. Humans would, Angelo muttered, twisting in his seat to scan for any lurking horrors. Girder, still uneasy, turned to the thing. Can't you send the pilots a message? Something like, relax, no teeth or tentacles here, Angelo snorted. Yeah, because that's exactly what a ship full of toothy monsters would say. Very convincing. Outside, the Concorde tore through the stratosphere, shattering speed records while the ship followed effortlessly. Angelo shook his head. Humans are just smart enough to be completely insane. Masklin gazed thoughtfully at the shrinking plane. Or maybe they're smart enough to feel how alone they really are. The jet screeched onto the runway below, emergency vehicles swarming like ants. The ship banked sharply, gliding over the landscape until Girder gasped. There's the reservoir and the train tracks, and the quarry, it's still there. Angelo rolled his eyes. Obviously it's still there. He steered toward the hills where patches of snow clung stubbornly to the earth. But as they descended, a thick plume of smoke rose from the quarry. A truck burned fiercely, surrounded by panicked humans who scattered at the ship's shadow. Angelo's grip tightened on the controls. Lonely, huh? If they've touched one gnome, I'll make sure they regret it. Masklin's voice was quiet but deadly. If they've hurt one gnome, they'll wish I was the monster they imagined. The landscape below stretched out eerily empty. No way anyone's still down there, Masklin muttered, scanning the scene. If humans showed up, they'd be long gone. But who torched that truck? Angelo pumped his fist with a loud yay, while Masklin's mind raced. Grimma and Dorcas weren't the type to cower in hiding, not when trouble came knocking. And trucks didn't just burst into flames on their own. Nearby buildings bore scars of damage too, something humans wouldn't bother with. His eyes locked onto the quarry field. The gate lay in splinters, deep tire tracks carving through the mud. They must have escaped in another truck, he said. Girder blinked, struggling to keep up. Wait, why yay? Angelo scoffed. Through the fields, that thing would sink like a rock. Masklin shook his head. Sometimes even a gnome just knew. Follow those tracks now. Now, you realize this thing barely handles slow. Angelo yanked a lever and the ship groaned, lurching uphill like an old man forced into a sprint. They trekked this same ridge months ago, back when their biggest worry was a hungry fox. Now from the plateau, the airport sprawled below. The potato field, the thicket where they'd hunted, the woods where they'd fought back all looked smaller from up here. Then something yellow and boxy rumbled across the fields. Angelo squinted. Some kind of machine, he admitted, fumbling with controls. Weird design, though. Down on the roads, vehicles with flashing lights zigzagged like angry hornets. Think they're chasing it? Angelo asked. Masklin smirked. Maybe they want to chat about that flaming truck. Can we beat them there? Angelo's grin turned sharp. We could detour to Florida and still get there first. He slammed another lever, the world blurred, and suddenly the yellow machine filled the screen. Told ya. Get closer, Masklin ordered. Angelo jabbed a button. See the display can. Gnomes, Girder yelped. And those cars are bailing, Angelo crowed. Yeah, you better run. Next stop, Tentacle Town. Girder paled. Let's hope the gnomes don't think the same. He turned, masculine. But masculine was already gone. Should V planned this sooner, he thought, heaving the massive branch toward the hatch. Under the ship's artificial lights it had thrived, roots soaking in nutrient-rich water, just like the ship's original crew used to grow things. Pion strained beside him, the pot scraping the floor. The frogs observed, unblinking. With a grunt, masculine triggered the hatch. It didn't slide. It dropped. The ancient gnomes had once used this strange contraption like an elevator, though it didn't run on cables or pulleys. Just some unseen force as baffling as Grandma's secret pie recipe. The platform shuddered and dropped away beneath them. Masklin peered down just in time to see the yellow truck screech to a stop below. When he turned back, Pion was staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "Flower is a message?" the boy asked, skepticism dripping from every word. "Yeah, sort of. Not with actual words." "Nope," Masklin admitted. Pion frowned. "Why not?" Masklin shrugged. "Words are hard." And that should have been the end of it, except it wasn't. The ship was alive with gnomes now, swarming every corridor and control panel like ants on spilled soda. If there had been any tentacled space monsters lurking in the shadows, they'd have been trampled underfoot by sheer gnome enthusiasm. Young ones crowded the control room, mashing buttons with gleeful abandon. Dorcas and his crew had vanished into the belly of the ship, hunting for engines like treasure. Laughter bounced off the cold metal walls, turning the place into something almost warm. Masklin and Grimma sat apart, watching the frogs nestled in their Bromeliad. "I had to know if it was real," Masklin murmured. Grimma's eyes sparkled. "The most amazing thing in the world." I bet there's better out there," Masklin said, though he couldn't help smiling. "But yeah, it's pretty great." She launched into the story of the quarry, the battle with the humans, the daring escape with the cat. Her voice crackled with excitement, her hands flying as she described dodging boots and swinging wrenches. Masklin stared, half in awe, half in disbelief. She was a mess, dress torn, hair wild as a tumbleweed, dirt smeared across her face, but she burned with so much energy he half expected her to burst into flames. Humans should be thanking me for saving them from her, he thought wryly. "So what now?" Grimma asked, finally pausing for breath. Masklin exhaled. "Find a home, I guess. The thing says there are whole worlds out there, some with gnomes, some empty. Maybe we claim one for ourselves." Grimma smirked. "The store gnomes would rather stay here. It's cozy. Like the store, but with fewer price tags." "Then I'll remind them the outside exists," Masklin said. "And when we're settled, I'm bringing the ship back." Her grin faltered. "Why, what's left here? Other gnomes," she rolled her eyes, "obviously. And humans." Grimma's eyebrows shot up. "What? They spend their lives making up stories because they think they're alone in the universe," Masklin said, waving a hand. "We always knew about them. They're lonely and don't even realize it." He hesitated. "Maybe we could talk to them. They'd turn us into garden gnomes." "Not if we show up in this," Masklin shot back, tapping the ship's wall. "Think bigger, Grimma." For once, she had nothing to say. Even humans could tell the ship wasn't exactly built for delicate fairy wings. Grimma squeezed Masklin's hand, her voice soft but steady. "If that's what you want, then I'm coming back with you." A rustling sound interrupted them. Girder stood there, a worn satchel slung across his shoulder, his expression stubborn yet oddly peaceful. "I came to say goodbye," he announced. Masklin frowned. "Goodbye? You heard us, we're taking the ship back." Girder shook his head, his eyes scanning the horizon like he was already mapping his journey. "I've been thinking about this since we boarded. There are other gnomes out there, scattered across the world. Someone has to find them, tell them about the ship, that it's coming back for them, and it should be me." He patted his bag. "I'm taking the thing with me." Masklin hesitated, but the thing's voice cut in, smooth as ever. "Don't worry, I've synced with the ship's systems. I can be in two places at once." Girder's determination was almost infectious. Masklin wanted to argue, but something stopped him. Maybe Girder needed this, a purpose beyond just following orders. The ship belonged to all gnomes, not just them. Someone had to spread the word, and who better than Girder? The guy could believe hard enough to move mountains. "You sure you don't want company?" Masklin asked. Girder grinned. "Nah, I'll find help along the way. Pion gave me some tips." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "Honestly, I'm excited. A whole world to explore." Masklin sighed. "It's a big world, Girder. What if you don't find anyone?" "Then I'll keep looking." They set him down by a quiet lake at dusk, no time for long goodbyes. Humans would swarm the ship if it lingered. As the hatch sealed shut, Grima crossed her arms. "You shouldn't have let him go. He doesn't even know how to ride a goose." Masklin shrugged. "Pion gave him pointers. He said if Floridians could figure it out, so could he." Grima scoffed. "Girder, learning something new just like that." Masklin smirked. "Hey, you learned to drive the truck." Grima rolled her eyes, but there was a flicker of amusement. "Yeah, and look how that turned out." New detail. As the ship lifted off, Girder stood by the lake watching the water ripple. For the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid of the unknown, he was eager for it. The moment felt surreal. "This isn't the same," Masklin insisted. "I had no choice." Grima crossed her arms. "Maybe Girder has his own reasons. He's got a shot at something, why stand in his way? But we're supposed to have his back." Masklin sighed. "Exactly. That's why we let him go." The last glimpse they caught of Girder was a tiny figure on the distant shore, waving until the lake shrank into nothing more than a green speck against the vast land below. The world stretched out beneath them, vast and indifferent, with one lone gnome somewhere in the middle of it all. Then silence. Inside the control room, gnomes crowded around the viewing panels as the ship climbed higher. Grima pressed her face against the glass, breath fogging the surface. "I never imagined it looked like this," she murmured. "It's endless." Masklin shrugged. "Bigger than any of us realized." Grima frowned. "You'd think one world would be enough for everyone." "Maybe it's not," Masklin mused. "Maybe no one's ever satisfied with just one." He turned to Angelo. "So where are we headed?" Angelo grinned, gripping the controls. "Up, so far up that down stops existing." The ship arced into the stars, leaving the world behind, until it wasn't a world anymore, just a dark circle edged with sunlight, glowing like a flower against the void. The gnomes and frogs stared in awe as the light caught its rim, sending beams into the endless dark. About the author Terry Pratchett, the brilliant mind behind the beloved Discworld series, including Mort, Weird Sisters, and Equal Rights, crafted stories that blurred the line between adult and young adult fiction. His wit and imagination also shone in Good Omens, co-written with Neil Gaiman. Pratchett's body may have resided in England, but his mind, that was a place no map could ever pin down. Fun gnome facts. The only time the gnomes had seen Florida was on an old orange juice carton. Once they latch onto an idea, they don't let go easily. A frog's memory lasts about 3 seconds, just long enough to forget why it was annoyed. To a gnome, an hour feels like half a day. Time moves differently when you're that small. Airplane meals always include mysterious pink jiggly stuff. No one knows why. Maybe it's an ancient tradition. Store gnomes believed temperature was controlled by air conditioning and heating systems. Some habits, like Girder's stubbornness, die hard. Title: The Bromeliad Trilogy. Author: Terry Pratchett. Edition: No T Edition. Table of Contents: The Bromeliad Trilogy. Book 1, Truckers Book 2, Diggers Book 3, Wings. Copyright Notice. This edition was meticulously transcribed by slightly unhinged monks with too much time on their hands.